Pushing open the wooden window, the distant peaks of Erlen-Malfashien shimmered magnificently beneath the setting sun. Kael understood that this was the destination he must reach. With the comprehensive talents and freedom points bestowed by the system, he illuminated the water skill tree, feeling the magical energy coalesce within him, swirling like a vortex. This was a realm where one had to chant spells to cast magic, yet he had already mastered the most fundamental spell, the instant cast of the water ball technique. When the day of recruitment arrived, he would step forth with a renewed demeanor, opening the door that led to the pinnacle of magic. Chapter 1. The Objective, Erlen-Malfashien. Kael felt as if his head had been struck by 1,000 fairies wielding tiny hammers, buzzing incessantly. With great effort, Kael opened his eyes, only to find himself gazing not at the familiar ceiling of his rented room, but at an ancient and exquisite wooden dome adorned with intricate, unintelligible carvings. Where am I? A mechanical, emotionless voice resonated directly within his mind. Beep. The magical life system has been successfully bound. Host, Kael. Status, Soul Fusion complete. Body synchronization rate 100. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Please check, host. Kael abruptly sat up from the soft bed, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a room brimming with exotic charm, where stone walls were adorned with tapestries depicting dragons and knights. A quill stood poised in an inkpot on the desk, beside several hefty tomes with covers inscribed in gilded, bizarre script. A system? Transmigration? Kael murmured to himself. Having been steeped in online literature, he grasped his current predicament almost instantaneously. He had traversed worlds and obtained a system that sounded remarkably formidable. Open the novice gift pack. Kael silently intoned. Beep. The novice gift pack has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired comprehensive magical talent, not activated, freedom talent points x10. In the next moment, a translucent pale blue panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. At the top of the panel were his name and basic information, while below lay an immense skill tree, reminiscent of a star map. The skill tree branched out into 7 main trunks, each shimmering with a distinct radiance. Pure white for light, surrounded by purple lightning for thunder, congealed ice crystals for ice, burning flames for fire, profound darkness for dark, rippling azure for water. And there was also one that appeared gray and indistinct. Comprehensive magical talent. Kael's heart raced uncontrollably. What an auspicious beginning. He concentrated his thoughts on the rippling azure water trunk. Instantly, the panel transitioned, unveiling a brand new skill tree page. Water magic talent level, 0. Talent page. Elemental affinity, 0/5. Each level illuminated increases water elemental perception and control by 10. Magic regeneration, 0/5. Each level illuminated increases water magic recovery, speed by 5. Instant cast, 0/10. Prerequisite. Elemental affinity level 3. Each level illuminated reduces water magic chanting time by 10. Frost mutation, locked. Prerequisite. Water magic talent level 1. A plethora of talent options dazzled Kael's senses. Calm down, stay composed. Kael forced himself to regain his composure, analyzing his current situation. From the fragmented memories that surfaced in his mind, Kael learned that the original owner of this body was also named Kael, a descendant of a fallen noble family. He now found himself at the Erlen-Malfashien. More importantly, 3 days hence, the academy would hold its decennial recruitment of new students. This was his sole opportunity. In this world, aspiring to be a magician necessitated innate talent. It was an insurmountable barrier. Those devoid of magical talent could never sense the magical elements floating in the air, let alone cast spells. As fate would have it, the original owner was an ordinary individual with no magical aptitude whatsoever. Kael had almost exhausted his family's entire savings to participate in this recruitment, journeying great distances to arrive here, only to succumb to the harsh reality of his lack of talent, ultimately leading to his untimely demise, thereby granting Kael this chance. Fear not, brother. Kael silently vowed, your dream shall be realized through me. No, from this day forth, this shall be my dream, Kael's dream. Kael's gaze returned to the system panel. With 10 freedom talent points at his disposal, he faced a crucial choice. Comprehensive magical talent sounded impressive, yet he understood the folly of being overly ambitious. In the early stages, with resources limited, it would be prudent to focus on developing one particular element. The light element seemed divine, but appeared to lean towards healing and purification, potentially lacking in early combat effectiveness. The thunder and fire elements, synonymous with brute force, would likely incur significant resource consumption. As for the dark element, it felt rather ominous, best left aside for now. The ice element, a variant of water, was currently inaccessible. Thus, water it would be. Kael swiftly arrived at his decision. Water, though seemingly gentle, is the element with the most versatile forms. It can serve as a healing spring, or transform into a cutting blade of water, and even solidify into a formidable ice wall for defense, balancing offense and defense with remarkable adaptability. Moreover, an instinct whispered to him that water might possess unexpected advantages in certain aspects. System, allocate my talent points to the water talent. Please specify the allocation plan. Elemental affinity, max it out for me. Kael declared without hesitation. Beep. Consumed 5 freedom talent points. Elemental affinity has been raised to level 5. Current water elemental perception and control enhanced by 50. As the system's notification faded, Kael sensed a transformation in the world around him. In the air, those particles of light, previously invisible and intangible, now appeared clear and distinct. They danced like countless blue sprites, joyfully flitting around him, eager to merge with Kael's being. Kael extended his hand, attempting to touch the blue light points. A cool, soothing sensation emanated from his fingertips, profoundly familiar, akin to reuniting with an old friend. Is this the magical element? Kael was astounded. This sensation was utterly wondrous. Kael still had 5 talent points remaining. He turned his attention to magic regeneration, which was essential for sustainability. Yet what captivated him more was the talent known as instant cast. Reducing chanting time. If fully unlocked, could he not cast instantly? Kael's thoughts began to whirl. According to the original owner's memories, magicians in this world required varying lengths of time to chant spells. The more powerful the magic, the longer the chant. In the ever-changing theater of battle, the act of chanting spells often reveals a fatal flaw. What a monumental advantage it would be if one could cast magic instantaneously. However, the prerequisite for instant cast is a level 3 elemental affinity, which Kael has already attained. He is determined. Kael gritted his teeth and declared, System, allocate all remaining 5 talent points to instant cast. Ding. 5 free talent points consumed. Instant cast has been upgraded to level 5. The casting time for water magic is now reduced by 50. Upon completing the allocation of talent points, Kael felt a certain force within him awaken. A refreshing energy flowed through him like a gentle stream, eventually converging in his dantian to form a small blue vortex. Is this magic? Kael sensed a profound connection with the water elements in the air, akin to a blood bond. He even felt an illusion that with just a thought, he could command these water elements to do his bidding. Kael opened his palm, focused his mind, and silently envisioned the shape of a water sphere. Without uttering any incantation, a miracle occurred in the next moment. A crystal-clear water sphere, the size of a fist, materialized above his palm, quietly hovering and spinning. Kael stared at the water sphere, dumbfounded. Did I succeed? I have truly become a mage. An overwhelming joy flooded Kael's being. He manipulated the water sphere to fly around the room, transforming it into water arrows, and then into a small water shield, reveling in the exhilaration. Though merely the most basic of shaping, this signified that he had genuinely crossed the threshold into the realm of magic. Moreover, he had just cast a spell without uttering a single incantation. Even the simplest water sphere spell, according to his memories, typically required a brief incantation as guidance for even a magical prodigy casting it for the first time. Could it be due to the instant cast talent? Kael felt a surge of curiosity and checked the talent description. A 50 reduction in casting time. For a 0-level magic like the water sphere, which originally required only a couple of words for an incantation, such a reduction rendered the casting time nearly instantaneous. Incredible. This system is truly remarkable. Kael excitedly paced around the room, struggling to calm his elated spirit. He approached the window and pushed it open. Outside lay an ordinary town, with pointed-roofed houses lining the streets, and people clad in various robes bustling along the cobblestone paths. In the distance, a majestic castle stood atop a mountain, piercing the clouds and radiating a golden glow in the twilight. That is the AI Erlen Magic Academy. A spark of unprecedented ambition ignited in Kael's eyes. AI Erlen Magic Academy. I am coming. In 3 days, the moment that would determine his fate would arrive. Kael must successfully enter the academy, for there lies a broader world, a more systematic understanding of magic, and resources that could empower him further. Kael clenched his fists, feeling the magical energy coursing within him and the wondrous connection with the water elements of the world. This time, Kael was no longer the ordinary person devoid of talent. Kael would stride into the hall of magic he had long dreamt of, embodying the essence of a genius. Chapter 2. Water Element Talent. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting light upon Kael's youthful face. He had spent the night awake. Not from insomnia, but from exhilaration. Kael dedicated the entire night to experimenting with his newly acquired power. From a simple water sphere to sharp water arrows, and then to a thin water shield. With each successful casting, his confidence in his future grew. Kael discovered that after fully investing in elemental affinity, his control over the water elements reached an astonishing level. The thin water vapor in the air, the leftover water in a cup, and even the moisture within his own body seemed to serve as sources of his power. The advantages conferred by the instant cast talent were even more profound. Kael attempted to mentally construct a slightly more complex first-level spell, Water Healing, which, according to his memories, typically required around 3 seconds of chanting. Yet for Kael, at the moment he completed the model, a gentle surge of water elemental energy had already gathered in his palm, ready for release. The entire process took less than a second. This was no longer merely a 50 reduction in casting time. It was akin to spell casting at will. Kael felt a surge of delight. He surmised that the brevity of the chant for both zero-level and first-level magic made the talent's halving of the casting time nearly negligible. If in the future he mastered spells that required several minutes of chanting, and could have that time, it would truly be extraordinary. Kael leapt from his bed, feeling invigorated. Despite a sleepless night, his spirit was more vibrant than ever. The magical vortex within him, after a night of operation, had not diminished but had indeed strengthened slightly. It seemed that the magic regeneration talent must also be activated soon. Glancing at the system panel, he noticed the glaring 0 in the free talent points section. He had to find a way to acquire more talent points. Kael pondered to himself. The system did not provide a method for obtaining talent points, likely requiring him to explore the means himself. Perhaps completing certain tasks? Or perhaps leveling up? No matter. Today, the most crucial matter was to participate in the Academy's admission assessment. Kael donned a relatively decent linen outfit prepared by the original owner. Albeit somewhat worn, it was clean. He pocketed the few remaining copper coins, which comprised all his savings. Pushing open the door, the cacophony of the inn's corridor greeted him. Have you heard? For this admission, even the Lincoln family from the north has sent representatives. What does that matter? I even saw an envoy from the Elven Forest to the east. They say they have a half-elf applying. Goodness, this year is truly a gathering of geniuses. In the corridor, several young individuals, also attending the assessment, clustered together, animatedly discussing. They donned splendid robes, adorned with their respective family emblems, their faces radiating confidence and pride. Kael quietly passed by them, drawing no attention whatsoever. He understood that in their eyes, he, a plainly dressed individual with no background, was no different from a pebble by the roadside. Just wait. Kael scoffed inwardly. During the assessment, he would show them what true genius looks like. Stepping out of the inn, he inhaled a breath of fresh air. The town was even more bustling than he had anticipated. People thronged the streets, and individuals in peculiar attire were ubiquitous. That a dwarf sporting a goat beard, burdened by a colossal axe taller than himself, was engaged in a heated negotiation with a merchant peddling crystals. Not far away, a tall elf with elegantly pointed ears exited a flower shop, cradling a bouquet of luminescent blossoms. All of this filled Kael with a sense of wonder. This is the world of magic. Following the path etched in his memory, Kael made his way toward the town square, the designated venue for the preliminary assessments of the Erlen Magic Academy. Along the way, Kael sensed countless unfamiliar magical fluctuations brush past him, some potent and others feeble, some searing like fire, while others were cold as frost. Before acquiring the system, the original owner of this body had traversed this route, perceiving it merely as an ordinary marketplace. Yet now, through Kael's heightened awareness, it appeared as a vast ocean of magical elements. He could distinctly observe the dwarf enveloped in a rich, earthy yellow aura, symbolizing his affinity for the earth elemental. Conversely, the elf was surrounded by a gentle, verdant glow, exuding the essence of life. So, once the elemental affinity was fully unlocked, one could discern the innate attributes of others. Kael felt a surge of exhilaration within. This ability would undoubtedly serve as a remarkable advantage in future battles. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 skirmishes. Before long, Kael arrived at the central square. It was already teeming with people, cordoned off by magical barriers erected by the Academy's guards, creating a spacious area. At the heart of this expanse stood 10 enormous, transparent crystal orbs, each towering over a person. A long queue had formed before the crystals, with every youth awaiting their assessment bearing expressions of anxiety and anticipation. Silence. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue mage's robe, adorned with the Academy's emblem, hovered in midair, his voice amplified by a spell that resonated throughout the square. The Erlen Magic Academy is now enrolling new students. The talent assessment begins. Place your hands upon the talent crystal and channel your magical or mental energy into it to the best of your ability. The crystal will reveal varying colors and intensities based on your innate attributes and potential. White signifies light, azure indicates wind, crimson represents fire, cerulean denotes water, ochre signifies earth, violet embodies lightning, ebony represents darkness, and gray indicates a lack of talent. The brightness is categorized into 10 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 the highest. Those who achieve a brightness level of 3 or above will be considered to have passed the preliminary assessment and will qualify for the re-examination at the Academy. As the man's voice faded, a wave of commotion erupted among the crowd. Level 3. Good heavens, the requirements are so high. I heard last year's cutoff was only level 2. It's over for me. I feel I can barely reach level 2. While Kael listened to the murmurs around him, he remained calm and composed. Level 3. For Kael, that was merely child's play. His current concern was not whether he could pass, but rather whether he might draw too much attention. After all, Kael was a man who had maxed out his elemental affinity and half-filled his instant cast. If he unleashed his full power, would the crystal orb shatter? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain understated. Kael resolved to adopt a more modest approach. A tree that stands out invites the wind. Until he possessed adequate self-defense capabilities, being a moderately above-average talent would suffice. There was no need to be the most conspicuous prodigy. The queue gradually advanced. Next up, from Nolan County, is Abel. A golden-haired youth nervously approached a crystal orb, inhaled deeply, and placed his hand upon it. Buzz! The crystal orb instantly illuminated, radiating a blinding crimson light, its brightness escalating rapidly. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. The recording mage proclaimed loudly, Abel, Fire Affinity, Level 4. Passed. A chorus of astonished and envious murmurs erupted from the crowd. Not bad, a promising talent. The hovering middle-aged mage nodded in approval. The golden-haired youth descended from the platform, basking in the admiration of those around him. Subsequently, a few more individuals stepped forward for testing. Wind Affinity, Level 2, not qualified. Earth Affinity, Level 1, not qualified. Light Affinity, Level 3. Passed. Most candidates found themselves thwarted at the threshold of Level 3. Each successful result sparked a ripple of applause. Kael stood in the middle of the line, observing quietly. He noticed that those who passed the assessment exhibited a faint elemental glow when placing their hands on the crystal, clearly indicating they had already begun to harness their magical energy. In contrast, those who failed displayed no response at all, relying solely on their mental energy, which naturally resulted in diminished efficacy. Next, Kael. At last, it was Kael's turn. His arrival did not stir any waves. Amidst the elegantly attired scions of noble families, Kael, the black-haired youth clad in simple linen, appeared remarkably inconspicuous. Another impoverished lad trying his luck. Nearby, the recently successful golden-haired youth Abel scoffed disdainfully. Black hair and black eyes? How rare, is he from the east? His companions curiously scrutinized Kael. Ignoring their remarks, Kael approached an unoccupied crystal orb and slowly extended his right hand. As his palm neared the surface of the crystal orb, a singular thought occupied his mind. Control it, I must control it. Demonstrating a level 5, no, level 6 affinity would suffice, ensuring a stable pass without drawing undue attention. Kael's hand gently pressed against the cold surface of the crystal orb. Chapter 3, A Shocking Revelation. The moment Kael's palm made contact with the gifted crystal, an exhilarating surge of newly formed magical power within him erupted like a geyser, boiling with unrestrained intensity. Alarm bells rang in Kael's mind. He had gravely underestimated the effects of maxing out his elemental affinity. It was akin to an ordinary person attempting to turn on a faucet for a mere cup of water, only to inadvertently wrench open the main valve of a fire hydrant. The torrent of magic was completely beyond his control, coursing through his arm and frantically flooding into the gifted crystal. A resonant hum, louder than any prior, reverberated throughout the entire square. The originally translucent crystal sphere was instantly enveloped in a layer of pure, deep azure. This blue was so profound, It seemed to encapsulate an entire ocean. Blue. It signified a water affinity. The recording mage instinctively shouted. Yet, before he could finish, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The brightness of the crystal began to ascend at an unprecedented rate. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the qualifying threshold. But that was merely the beginning. Level 4, Level 5, Level 6. All eyes in the square were drawn to the dazzling blue crystal. The cacophony of murmurs ceased, replaced by a profound silence. Everyone held their breath, incredulously gazing at the radiant display. Level 6. My heavens. It's still rising. My eyes. Level 7. Level 8. At the moment the brilliance surged to level 8, even the composed middle-aged mage hovering in the air displayed a flicker of astonishment. An 8-level affinity was already the mark of a prodigious talent. Even those esteemed magical families might take a decade to produce one. Quick, make him stop. The middle-aged mage urgently called out. However, it was too late. Kael found himself in an unenviable predicament. He felt as though every ounce of his magical energy was being siphoned away, yet he could not sever the connection with the crystal. It was as if the crystal were an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming Kael's power. Stop it! Kael screamed inwardly. Just as he felt on the brink of being drained to the last drop, the icon 4, instant cast, in his mind blinked suddenly. A remarkable epiphany washed over him. Since he could not sever the connection, he would guide it proactively. Kael, inspired, concentrated his mental energy intensely, no longer attempting to block the torrent of magic, but instead began to channel this force like a skilled hydraulic engineer. He forcibly redirected most of the magic flowing towards the crystal, allowing it to circulate within his body, while only a small portion was cautiously released outside. Instantly, the blinding radiance of the gifted crystal began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. Level 9. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the resplendent blue glow, which had nearly breached the pinnacle of level 10, gradually receded, finally stabilizing firmly at the 9th level. Level 9. The recording mage dropped his pen in shock, stammering as he gazed at the crystal, which shone like a blue sun. Kael, water affinity level 9. Passed. Boom. The entire square erupted with excitement. Level 9. Am I seeing this correctly? It's level 9. Insanity. This world is mad. A previously unknown boy possesses a level 9 affinity. Who is he? What is his name? Kael. Which family does he belong to? With black hair and black eyes, could he be the legendary one? The once dismissive blonde youth, ABO, now stood with his mouth agape, his complexion pale as if he had just received a resounding slap. His own level 4 affinity paled in comparison to Kael's level 9. Akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, utterly laughable. In midair, the middle-aged mage could no longer maintain his composure, his figure flashing as he appeared before Kael in an instant. Grasping Kael's arm, a gentle wave of magic flowed into Kael's body. Kael felt warmth surge within him as his nearly depleted whirlpool of magic was rejuvenated by this nurturing energy. Such pure magic, such formidable elemental affinity. The middle-aged mage's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his face alight with joy. Child, your name is Kael, yes? Would you be willing to take me as your mentor? The moment those words escaped his lips, the crowd gasped once more. This was none other than Kael, a senior mentor at the Airland Magic Academy. Renowned for his discerning eye and stringent standards, countless noble scions had sought to be his apprentice, only to be turned away. Now, he actively sought to accept a mere newcomer who had just passed the preliminary examination. This was nothing short of a monumental honor. However, Kael internally lamented. A mentor? If I become your disciple, what will happen to my system? What about my comprehensive magical affinity? This level 9 affinity is entirely the result of the system's gifts. If I accept the mentorship, how will I explain using fire and lightning magic in the future? No, I absolutely cannot accept. Kael resolved. Though his face betrayed a mixture of surprise and trepidation, he extricated himself from Urchel's grasp, stepping back a couple of paces, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your kindness, mentor. However, I already have a teacher. In a moment of panic, Kael fabricated a non-existent mentor. Oh, Urchel paused, curiosity piqued as he inquired, who is your master? Perhaps I might know them. In Kael's view, a master capable of producing a level 9 affinity disciple must surely be a figure of renown. Kael's heart raced, realizing the predicament. Where could he conjure an illustrious master from? Thinking quickly, he lowered his voice conspiratorially and said, My master values tranquility and has instructed me not to disclose their name. They only told me that learning is boundless and encouraged me to enter the Airland Magic Academy to study diligently, so as not to bring shame upon them. Kael's vague assertions both praised the academy and elevated the status of his mysterious mentor. Upon hearing this, Urchil's expression softened rather than hardened. I see a reclusive master. You say? Urchil nodded, increasingly convinced of Kael's depth. Many powerful mages indeed harbor such eccentricities. Very well. In that case, I shall not press the matter. Urchil laughed heartily, patting Kael's shoulder with a more amiable demeanor. You are a good child, a true genius. Welcome to the Airland Magic Academy. Urchil produced an exquisite silver badge from his pocket, handing it to Kael. Here is your new student badge. With this badge, you can enter the academy directly without needing to participate in a retest. Go ahead, report to the welcoming center at the academy, and they will arrange everything for you. Thank you, mentor. Kael accepted the badge, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, bowing once more before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Kael now yearned to distance himself from this tumultuous scene. As he vanished from sight, Urchil's smile grew even more radiant. A level 9 water affinity, with impeccable control over magical output and a composed temperament. What a treasure he had found. Urchil did not believe in the fanciful tales of a reclusive mentor. In the eyes of Kael, this was merely a pretext employed by a youth who wished to reject himself without offending his own sensibilities. Such a character, neither servile nor arrogant, courageous yet astute, was even more admirable to Kael than a 9th-level talent. This child, I must secure him. Kael resolved inwardly. Even if I cannot accept him as my direct disciple, I shall ensure that Kael enters my class for focused cultivation. Kael turned to the still-dazed recorder and instructed. Note down Kael's name. Highest level, S-grade attention. Yes, mentor. The recorder, startled, hurriedly inscribed Kael's name in the roster and marked it with a bold S. Meanwhile, our S-grade genius Kael found himself amidst the crowd, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. It was exhilarating. He almost faltered. Kael gazed down at the silver badge in his hand, upon which the castle emblem of the academy was etched, feeling its icy touch. Yet at last, he had made it. Kael exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. From this day forth, he was a student of the Airland Magic Academy. Kael's magical journey had only just begun. Clutching the badge tightly, he navigated against the tide of people, making his way toward the majestic castle that loomed atop the mountain. Chapter 4. A wrong turn. Having traversed the bustling crowd, Kael ascended the magical staircase leading to the mountaintop academy. This staircase was quite extraordinary. It appeared to consist of merely a few hundred steps, yet as he walked, the surroundings shifted rapidly. The small town at the foot of the mountain receded swiftly, while the grand castle drew ever closer. Spatial magic, perhaps? Kael marveled inwardly. Truly, the Airland Magic Academy had elevated even the path up the mountain to such sophistication. Before long, Kael arrived at the grand entrance of the academy. Two massive stone doors, towering several dozen meters, stood ajar, revealing an expansive courtyard beyond. A fountain sparkled under the sun, casting a kaleidoscope of water droplets, while neatly trimmed lawns occasionally featured peculiar creatures resembling fawns, albeit with spiraling horns, grazing leisurely. Greetings, newcomer. The guard, after inspecting Kael's badge, nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he could enter. May I inquire where the orientation office is? Kael asked politely. The guard pointed to a white building on the left side of the courtyard. Register there. Someone will arrange your dormitory and classes. Thank you, Kael responded gratefully, hastening toward the white building. Along the way, he spotted many other newcomers like himself, recently having passed the assessment and clutching their badges. Each face radiated excitement and curiosity, gathering in small groups to marvel at their surroundings and engage in boisterous laughter. Though Kael was alone, he felt no embarrassment. He preferred to quietly observe this new world. The registration process at the orientation office was straightforward. The responsible teacher merely verified his information before handing Kael a brass key and a small cloth pouch. Kael, your dormitory is in the newcomer area, apartment 102, room 302. This is your key. Inside the pouch are your student handbook, class schedule, and a campus map. Remember, the academy is vast, and many areas are restricted by magic. Do not wander indiscriminately, especially into upperclassmen's territories, the teacher emphasized. Understood, I will remember. Thank you, teacher. Kael replied, accepting the items and exiting the orientation office. Upon opening the seemingly ordinary cloth pouch, Kael discovered its extraordinary nature. It was a spatial storage bag, albeit modest in size, only holding 1 or 2 cubic meters, but ample for a newcomer. He retrieved the parchment map of the campus and began to study it. The map was meticulously detailed, clearly marking the locations of classrooms, libraries, training grounds, and dormitories. The entire academy was divided into 3 major zones: the newcomer area, intermediate area, and advanced area, each distinctly separated by invisible barriers. Apartment 102 is this way. Kael located his dormitory, situated at the far eastern edge of the newcomer area, somewhat distant from the teaching zone. Stowing the map away, he shouldered his empty bag and embarked on his first exploratory journey around the campus. Everything within the academy fascinated him. There were self-moving trash bins that would rush to catch any litter thrown their way. The portraits adorning the corridor walls engaged in lively conversations, greeting students as they passed with enthusiasm. The gargoyle at the library entrance would mock you with a sharp voice if you forgot your student ID and resolutely deny you entry. Kael felt like a newcomer in a grand garden, eagerly exploring, when he unknowingly strayed from the path to his dormitory. Shouldn't I have turned right at that singing willow tree? He stood at a fork in the path, scratching his head in confusion. Kael consulted the map once more, comparing it with the surrounding buildings. Oddly, the map did not indicate the presence of a hot springs facility here. Before him stood an elegantly designed white building, with a wooden sign at the entrance inscribed in graceful calligraphy, "Tears of the Moon Goddess." The building was enveloped in swirling mist, and the air was tinged with a faint aroma of sulfur mingled with floral scents. Listening to the faint sounds of water from within, Kael speculated this might be a place for bathing and relaxation. After a long day of bustling about and enduring a tense assessment, he certainly felt a bit grimy. The new student handbook mentioned that the academy's public facilities were open to all students at no charge. Should I indulge in a bath before heading to my dorm? Once the thought crossed his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Glancing at the sky, the sun still hung high, and the hour was early. Kael looked around, noting that the area was eerily quiet and devoid of people. Perhaps it was not peak bathing hours. With that thought, he confidently approached the white building. The door was ajar, and with a gentle push, Kael stepped inside. Beyond the door lay an elegant hall, with a non-slip white jade stone floor and cabinets designated for clothing. Kael removed his clothes and shoes, placing them in an empty cabinet, and wrapped himself in a clean towel provided by the facility before stepping barefoot into the interior. As he traversed a corridor draped in white gauze, a massive bathing pool emerged before him. The entire pool was shrouded in thick white steam, rendering visibility quite low. The water appeared a milky white, exuding a soothing warmth. The pool's edge was lined with smooth pebbles, interspersed with luminescent plants, casting an ethereal glow throughout the space. Wow, this is even more luxurious than a five-star hotel hot spring. Kael couldn't help but exclaim. Cautiously, he dipped his foot into the water, and a wave of warmth enveloped him, inducing indescribable comfort. Unable to contain himself, Kael slid into the pool, leaving only his head above the surface as he exhaled blissfully. The warm water felt alive, penetrating every pore and washing away the fatigue of the day. Kael could even sense the vortex of magical energy within him swirling joyfully. Nourished by the water. Is there some pure magic infused in this water? Kael pondered, closing his eyes to attune his senses. Indeed, the milky water was far more than mere warmth. It contained a high density of water elements and trace amounts of light elements, remarkably effective for restoring magical and mental energy. Such opulence, truly extravagant. Kael, immersed in the soothing waters, found himself overwhelmed with emotions. He glided through the water, savoring the tranquility as he ventured deeper into the bath. The mist thickened around him, rendering objects 5 meters away nearly invisible. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of water, as if someone was nearby. Curious, he assumed it to be another newcomer like himself. As he propelled himself through the water, his arm inadvertently brushed against a smooth, warm body, the sensation exquisite beyond words. My apologies, Kael instinctively murmured. Yet, no reply came. Intrigued, he parted the mist to discern the identity of the person before him. The haze dissipated slightly, revealing a breathtaking sight, a cascade of golden hair, glistening like a waterfall, draped over a flawless back as pale as jade. Droplets of water traced the elegant curve of her spine, disappearing beneath the surface. The silhouette was unnaturally perfect, reminiscent of a goddess from myth rather than a mere mortal. Kael's mind momentarily faltered. What had he just seen? A woman? In the men's bathhouse? No, a horrifying realization struck him like lightning. He surveyed his surroundings, the elegant decor, the subtle fragrance of flowers in the air, and the delicate touch he had just encountered. This place was not a men's bathhouse. He had stumbled into the women's bathing area. Panic surged through him, freezing his blood. He yearned to turn and flee, but his body felt immobilized, as if cursed. At that moment, the figure before him seemed to sense something amiss. Slowly, she turned around. Time appeared to slow as Kael beheld her face. A delicate chin, lips reminiscent of rose petals, a graceful nose, and eyes that sparkled like sapphires met his gaze. Initially, Her expression bore a hint of languor. But as her eyes focused on Kael's horrified visage, that languor vanished, replaced by icy shock and fury. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the bath, echoing for a heartbeat before it was stifled. Evelyn, after all, was no ordinary girl. As the esteemed head of the advanced class at the Ireland Academy of Magic and the future heir of the family, she had received nothing less than the most rigorous elite education. Panic was but a fleeting emotion. In the next instant, her gaze sharpened, cold and commanding. "Who are you?" Evelyn's voice was frigid and haughty, exuding undeniable authority. As she questioned him, she subtly stepped back, submerging herself deeper into the milky water. However, it was too late. Kael had seen too much. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed a divine masterpiece, each inch of her skin radiating an ivory sheen, cloaked in the mist. Alluring and dangerously enchanting. Kael's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled lobster. His mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought. I have entered the women's bath and seen her completely, and she appears to be someone of great importance. I am doomed. I am speaking to you. Evelyn's anger flared as she noticed Kael standing there, frozen in shock, his gaze roaming over her body. How dare he? She, the treasured jewel of the Raphael family and the recognized goddess of the Ireland Academy, had never endured such humiliation. A man, clad in a novice's bath towel, had invaded her sacred space. Unforgivable. I didn't mean to. Kael stammered, regaining his voice as he raised his hands in a frantic gesture. I walked into the wrong place. I thought this was a public bath. I'll leave. I'll leave immediately. Stop. Evelyn commanded sharply. You think you can just walk away after witnessing something you shouldn't have? Her voice dripped with lethal intent. A suffocating magical pressure surged toward Kael, akin to a tsunami crashing down upon him. Kael felt as though he had collided with a mountain, his breath caught in his throat, panic rising within him. This power surpassed even that of the esteemed instructor Kael from the square. This woman was undoubtedly a formidable force. Desperation clawed at him as he babbled incoherently. This is truly a misunderstanding. It's my first day at the school. I got lost. Really? Look, I'm just a newcomer. He pointed to his ordinary bath towel, desperately seeking to prove his innocence. Evelyn's gaze swept over him, her icy demeanor unyielding. A newcomer? Does that excuse your trespass into forbidden territory? Does it justify your insolence towards me? Today, you shall learn that some places are off limits, and some individuals are beyond your gaze. Without hesitation, Evelyn raised her delicate hand. With her movement, the water in the bath began to churn violently. The temperature plummeted, and the milky water visibly began to freeze. A bone-chilling cold enveloped Kael, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Ice magic? Kael was astounded. He could sense the water elements being summoned and twisted into a form entirely different from their original state. This was not mere water magic. It was an advanced variant, ice magic, and she cast it without incantation. Why, you can also instant cast? Kael blurted out instinctively. Evelyn's lips curled into a mocking smile. Instant cast? You ignorant fool. 4 true masters, first and second tier magic is as effortless as breathing, no incantation required. As she spoke, a chain of solid ice erupted from the water, striking toward Kael's limbs with lethal speed. Second tier magic, ice binding. It was too fast. Kael could not react in time, watching in horror as the icy chains loomed closer, the shadow of death enveloping him. Kael could sense the terrifying magical power entwined with the icy chains. Once ensnared, he would undoubtedly be frozen into a mere ice sculpture, easily crushed thereafter. This woman truly intended to kill him. In this life and death moment, Kael could no longer afford to hesitate. Pleas for mercy and explanations would be futile. He could only fight. System. Activate. Kael roared within, as the vortex of magic within him surged violently. He had no time to conceive complex spell models. He held but a singular thought. Water. Kael needed water for defense. In the next instant, empowered by the talents of elemental affinity and instant cast, a miracle unfolded. Just as the glimmering icy chains were about to make contact with Kael's body, a thunderous crash resounded. The pool of water before him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, surging upwards to form a formidable wall of water, instantaneously shielding him. A first-tier magic, water barrier. No incantation, no gestures, not even a hint of prior magical manifestation. It was pure thought-activated magic. Bang! The sharp, icy chains collided violently with the substantial water wall, producing a deep, resonant sound. Ice shards scattered, water splashed. Evelyn's second-tier magic, the ice bind, was unexpectedly thwarted by this hastily formed water wall. Although the water wall was frozen for the most part upon impact, adorned with spiderweb-like cracks, it ultimately held firm. What? For the first time, disbelief flickered across Evelyn's perpetually frosty visage. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Blocked? A fledgling, whose magical fluctuations seemed almost negligible, had managed to halt her second-tier spell? Furthermore, this novice had just cast his spell in an instant cast manner? No, this was even faster than her own instant cast. Evelyn, who prided herself on her genius, could omit incantations for low-tier magic, but it still required a brief moment of magical guidance and mental construction, roughly around half a second. Yet, this black-haired boy's water barrier felt as though it had always existed there. The interval from his defensive thought to the wall's formation approached absolute zero. How could this be possible? This completely contravened the fundamental laws of magic. Even the legendary Archmage could not wield a first-tier spell with such effortless mastery. In that fleeting moment of Evelyn's shock, Kael had shaken off the terror of the precipice of death. He glanced at the imminent collapse of the water wall, and then at the stunning woman who was clearly in a daze. The instinct to survive overrode all else. Run. The single word echoed in Kael's mind. Fight. Don't be absurd. That last move had nearly drained half of his internal magic. Meanwhile, his opponent appeared unfazed, her composure unruffled. Continuing to fight would surely lead to his demise. Taking advantage of her stupor to claim her life? Kael considered it, but he dared not gamble. Who knew what other life-saving cards this woman possessed? If he failed to eliminate her and she regained her wits, it would truly be his end. Thus, his only choice was to flee. Immediately, without a moment's hesitation, Kael turned and dashed towards the shore. With a splash, he leaped from the water, bare feet hitting the icy jade floor, disregarding his towel, sprinting back in the direction he had come from. The desire for survival ignited an unprecedented speed within Kael. Hey, stop right there. Evelyn finally snapped out of her astonishment. She observed the figure, clad only in a ludicrous towel, awkwardly fleeing, and her fury ignited anew, yet mingled with an unprecedented curiosity and confusion. What had just occurred with that instant cast water barrier? Was it some kind of magical artifact? Or had he concealed his true strength? How could someone capable of instant casting a first-tier spell and accurately blocking her second-tier magic attack merely be an ordinary fledgling? Trying to escape? Not so easily. Evelyn snorted coldly, waving her delicate hand. Frost path. With a sharp command from Evelyn, the ground beneath Kael's fleeing path instantaneously froze into a slick layer of ice, rapidly extending forward to trip him. However, Kael seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Just as the icy surface was about to reach his feet, he leaped aside, narrowly evading it. Accelerate water flow, Kael silently chanted. A gentle current of water appeared out of thin air, wrapping around his ankles, not impeding his movement, but rather propelling him forward with great force. Kael's speed doubled in an instant. He soared like an arrow released from its bow, rushing around the corner of the corridor. This, too, is instant cast. Evelyn was once again taken aback. The zero-tier water-based auxiliary magic, water acceleration, while simple, to execute it as an instant cast with such precision was no small feat. This boy's control over water elements was simply astonishing. Who is he? In that brief moment of Evelyn's second astonishment, Kael's figure had completely vanished at the end of the corridor. Evelyn stood still, refraining from pursuit. It was not that she did not wish to chase, but her current state made it inconvenient to follow. She glanced down at her body still submerged in water, a rare flush of irritation coloring her exquisite face. Evelyn had been exposed to a fledgling in her exclusive bathing pool and allowed him to escape. If word got out, what would become of her reputation as Evelyn Delafield? Amidst the thick mist, Evelyn stood alone in the expansive bath, surrounded by chaos. The frozen water wall had yet to fully melt, and the air still crackled with potent magical energy. Yet the tempestuous anger on Evelyn's face gradually subsided, replaced by a peculiar expression of intrigue, curiosity, and a hint of excitement. Slowly, she raised her hand, a strand of black hair adhering to her fingertip, a remnant from Kael during their skirmish. Black hair, black eyes. Evelyn brought the lock closer, her sapphire eyes narrowing slightly. In a continent where golden hair and blue eyes were the norm, pure black hair and eyes were exceedingly rare, often associated with mysterious legacies from distant Eastern nations or special bloodlines long lost to history. How intriguing. A fledgling with rare black hair and black eyes, capable of instant casting water magic. A smile, enchanting yet tinged with danger, crept across Evelyn's lips. You cannot escape. I shall remember you. Evelyn extended her hand, and a single black hair was lifted by an invisible force, slowly rotating above her palm. A barely perceptible blue light flickered from the strand, then dimmed instantaneously, as if in pursuit of something. The entirety of Erlen Magic Academy is not vast. As long as you remain here, I shall surely unearth you. Little mouse. I hope you bring me some surprises. Chapter 7. Escape. Kael felt as if his heart were about to leap from his throat. He dashed out of the accursed bathing area, tumbling into the corridor, propelled forward by the still active water flow acceleration spell. The cold jade floor grated painfully against his bare feet, but he paid it no heed. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: run. Run as far as possible. That woman was terrifying, a veritable lunatic. Was it a crime to have inadvertently glimpsed her? Must she resort to lethal force so swiftly? A second-tier spell. That was the ice-binding technique. Should he be ensnared, his life would surely meet its end today. As Kael ran, he recalled the glinting chains of ice with a shudder. Damn it, it was a close call. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, or rather, the inexplicable swiftness of his peculiar ability, he would likely have been transformed into a frozen lump by now. Gasping for breath, Kael's lungs burned with pain. He had nearly depleted half his magical energy casting the water screen barrier, followed by the water flow acceleration, and now he felt utterly drained. Barely able to summon even a trace of magic, he sensed the force of water propelling him forward was swiftly waning. This was dire. His magical reserves were running low. If that woman caught up with him, he would be doomed. Gritting his teeth, Kael forced himself to remain calm. He dared not glance back, terrified that one look would reveal the chilling sight of that icy beauty pursuing him amidst a tempest of frost. He could only run desperately forward, navigating the labyrinthine corridors from memory. This was the exclusive area for the Academy's elite, typically devoid of visitors, and now, at this late hour, it was eerily silent. The only sounds were the splashing of his bare feet against the water and the thunderous beating of his heart. This silence only heightened Kael's dread. He felt as if, at any moment, an ice shard would pierce through him. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? Kael cursed inwardly. All he had wanted was a moment of relaxation in a bath, and yet he found himself ensnared in such a predicament, colliding with a harbinger of calamity. Had he known, he would have preferred a cold shower in his dormitory. As he ran, a fork in the path emerged. The left led to the public area, while the right appeared to be a more secluded path. Without hesitation, Kael plunged into the narrow passage. The main route? What a jest! In his current state, bare-chested, with only a towel wrapped around his waist, if he were seen, tomorrow's headlines would be all about him at Erlen Magic Academy. The mere thought of that image sent chills down his spine. In comparison, his life and reputation were far more significant. The narrow path was dimmer, flanked by towering greenery casting sweeping shadows. Kael slowed his pace, listening intently for any sounds behind him while cautiously progressing forward. Fortunately, it seemed that woman had not pursued him. Perhaps she deemed it too embarrassing to chase a boy dressed in a bathrobe within her domain. Kael could only comfort himself with this notion. After advancing further, he finally spotted the familiar outlines of the dormitory buildings. Thank the heavens. Kael nearly erupted in tears of relief. He felt as though he had just clawed his way out of hell, utterly exhausted. He quickened his pace, almost lunging towards his dormitory door. The advantage of a single room was that he need not worry about waking a roommate or explaining his disheveled appearance. Trembling, Kael retrieved the key from the waterproof pouch hanging around his neck. This was a habit from his previous life, always carrying essential items. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it. Click. The door swung open. Kael swiftly slipped inside, slamming the door behind him with a loud thud. Securing the latch. Only after accomplishing this did he finally exhale in relief. Leaning against the cold door, he slid down to the floor. Safe. For the moment, he was safe. The overwhelming sense of survival washed over him like a tide. But then came the dread. Kael glanced at himself. He was drenched. The towel around his waist barely clinging on, threatening to fall. His chest heaved violently, his heartbeat echoing like thunder. I nearly died just now, Kael murmured, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. He was not of this world. Kael was a traveler from Earth, having crossed into this realm of swords and sorcery merely a month prior. He had become a freshman at Erlen Magic Academy, a special recruit due to his rare black hair and eyes, believed to be from an ancient Eastern nation. In truth, Kael was merely an individual with mediocre magical talent, perhaps even somewhat lacking. Had it not been for the gaming-like interface that accompanied his soul during the transition, he would likely have failed the entrance examination for Erlen Magic Academy. This interface allowed him to bypass any casting conditions. As long as he grasped the essence of the magic and possessed sufficient magical energy, he could perform instant casts. The water screen barrier and water flow acceleration he had just executed were the handiwork of this interface. It had also saved Kael's life. Yet, it had nearly cost him his life as well. Kael could distinctly feel that his magical energy was nearly depleted. He was so weak he could hardly muster the strength to stand. That woman, Evelyn de Raphael. The name of the icy beauty flashed in Kael's mind. Yes, he recalled. She had been the one to speak on behalf of the new students. One of the two renowned beauties of Erlen Magic Academy, a duke's daughter. Hailed as the genius known as the Ice Sorceress. It was said that at only 17, Evelyn was already a genuine fourth-tier sorceress. And what of Kael? A newcomer who struggled to wield even first-tier spells, barely managing instant casts thanks to his interface. The chasm between them was unfathomably vast. The thought that he had not only seen this paragon of excellence in her entirety, but had also engaged with her, ultimately managing to escape, sent a shiver down Kael's spine. This enmity was monumental. Given her status and temperament, Evelyn would undoubtedly seek retribution. Damn it, why am I so unfortunate? Kael irritably raked his damp black hair. He felt akin to a mouse hunted by a relentless predator, and this predator was a top-tier hunter armed with a rocket launcher. Would he evade her today or tomorrow? The academy was not large. It was only a matter of time before she recognized him. As the time approached, what should he do? The more Kael pondered, the more his mind became a tumult of confusion, struggling to rise from the floor. He made his way to the only bed in the room, collapsing onto it. The icy sheets sent a shiver through him, momentarily clearing the chaos within his mind. No, he could not simply resign himself to inaction. Kael had to devise a strategy. It was evident that he could not overpower her. That much was indisputable. Evelyn had clearly not exerted her full strength earlier, as a mere second-tier spell had forced him to reveal all his cards, nearly costing him his life. If she were to get serious, he would not last even a moment. Thus, his only option was to hide. He would minimize his outings, choosing to sit in crowded areas during classes and absolutely avoid being alone. Furthermore, he must urgently enhance his power. His total magical energy was woefully inadequate. This was his greatest shortcoming. Although instant cast spells were formidable, their rapid depletion of mana rendered them impractical for prolonged combat. He needed to find a way to increase his magical capacity or discover methods for rapid mana restoration. Additionally, he had to further investigate his unique ability. Kael's consciousness plunged into his mind, revealing a translucent blue attribute panel visible only to him. Name: Kael, level 10100, mana 5120, mental strength 1515, talent telekinetic magic, divine. Known spells: water, aqua bullet, 9th tier, water flow acceleration 0 tier, water barrier, 1st tier, light, illumination 0 tier, skill points 0. Gazing at his pitiful mana value, Kael could not help but smile wryly. With a mana limit of 120 points, he had expended 60 points on the 1st tier water barrier and another 30 on water flow acceleration, leaving him with a meager 5 points after his frantic escape. He had truly returned to square one. Moreover, he remained at level 1 with 0 experience points. To level up, he needed to gain experience through study, meditation, or practical combat. During the previous month, he had diligently absorbed the foundational theories of magic in the library. But his progress was as slow as a snail's pace. It seemed that solely relying on rote learning would not suffice. Practical combat. Kael contemplated these two words. The back mountain of the academy housed some caged low-level magical beasts, specifically for students to practice their spells. Venturing there might be an excellent way to rapidly enhance his level and combat skills. Although there were certain risks involved, it was certainly preferable to waiting idly for doom to befall him. While contemplating his future plans, Kael suddenly felt something sticky on his finger. Instinctively, he raised his hand to inspect it under the moonlight streaming through the window. It was a strand of light golden hair. Kael froze. This hair was long, lustrous, and shimmered softly in the moonlight. It was undoubtedly not his own. His hair was jet black and far shorter. Where could this hair have come from? A terrifying thought surged from the depths of Kael's mind. He recalled the brief physical contact he had with that woman in the bathhouse. Could it have clung to him during that encounter? Kael's heart sank. Cautiously, he grasped the golden strand and brought it closer to his eyes. A faint, icy fragrance reminiscent of snow wafted into his nostrils. There was no mistaking it. It was the scent of that woman. Kael felt his hands tremble. It was not the hair itself that frightened him, but the possibility that the woman had cast some form of enchantment upon it, perhaps a tracking spell. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Given her formidable abilities and noble lineage, it was entirely reasonable for her to possess peculiar magical artifacts or secret techniques. If she had indeed marked him, then his recent hasty escape would merely serve as a grand joke. Perhaps she had no intention of pursuing him, instead waiting leisurely for him to return to his burrow, only to later confront him at her leisure. The thought sent a shiver down Kael's spine. Suddenly, Kael sprang from the bed, rushing to the center of the room, scanning his surroundings anxiously. Outside, the moonlight shone brightly, and and the dormitory area was eerily silent. Yet, Kael's heart raced as if it were lodged in his throat. He fixated on the strand of golden hair in his hand, feeling as if it were a ticking time bomb. What should he do? Discard it? What if he couldn't? What if the tracking spell directly affected him? In a panic, Kael began to pace the room. He attempted to summon the scant remnants of his magical energy to sense any anomalies in the hair, but his magic was far too weak to detect anything. Stay calm. Kael, stay calm. He forced himself to breathe deeply. Fear would solve nothing. He had to find a way to ascertain whether he had been marked. Kael recalled the new spell he had just learned, but had yet to allocate skill points to, light magic. Though it was merely a zero-tier illumination spell, light magic inherently possessed certain resistances and sensing abilities against various curses and shadow spells related to markings. Perhaps it was worth a try? Kael resolved himself. He placed the golden hair carefully on his desk, then stepped back 2 paces, concentrating all his mental faculties while summoning the last vestiges of his magical energy. Illumination, Kael silently intoned. A faint glow, reminiscent of a firefly, began to coalesce at his fingertips. The light was dim and flickering, as if it might extinguish at any moment, a testament to the impending depletion of his magic. Holding his breath, Kael cautiously maneuvered the small orb of light closer to the golden hair. The moment the light grazed the strand, an extraordinary transformation occurred. As the fragile glow made contact, a faint hum resonated in Kael's mind. The seemingly ordinary golden hair erupted into a dazzling blue-cold light. An overwhelming wave of frigid, aggressive magical energy radiated from the hair, swiftly enveloping the room. In shock, Kael let out a startled cry and instinctively leaped backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The illumination orb he had painstakingly formed extinguished in an instant, snuffed out by the powerful surge of magic. Breathless, Kael gaped at his desk. The golden strand now floated in midair, emanating a ghostly blue glow, while the surrounding air froze, forming delicate ice crystals that cascaded downwards. An intense chill spread rapidly throughout the room, causing frost to visibly accumulate on the water cup, the desk surface, and even the damp clothes he had just changed out of. A tracking spell. It was indeed a tracking spell. Kael's heart plummeted. He was now 100% certain that the woman had marked him. This is undoubtedly no ordinary tracking enchantment. Given the intensity of this magical force, it possesses not only tracking capabilities, but likely functions for warning and even offensive actions. By using a light spell to test it, I have inadvertently activated this magical mark. This is disastrous. That woman must certainly be aware of my location now. She could come to eliminate me at any moment. Kael's mind was blank, his limbs felt icy. Escape? Where to run? The entire dormitory was shrouded in this chilling aura. The moment I step outside, the academy guards will likely seize me as a suspicious individual. At that point, with evidence against me, there would be no way to clear my name. Stay here and await death? The mere thought of that woman's cold, merciless gaze and the lethal chain of ice sent a shiver down Kael's spine. Kael had no doubt that once that woman found him, she would freeze him into a statue and then shatter him to pieces. What to do? What to do? Kael was frantic, pacing back and forth in the cramped room. He had to devise a plan to dispel this accursed tracking mark before the woman arrived. But how to dispel it? This was a magical mark set by a 4th-tier archmage, and with his meager skills, it was nothing short of a fool's errand. Use an external aid? Kael's mind plunged once more into contemplation, gazing at the attributes panel. Magic power, 0120. That last attempt had drained every last ounce of his magic. Now, he was nothing but an ordinary person, unable to conjure even a water bubble. Stay calm. Kael, compose yourself. Kael delivered a sharp slap to his face, the intense pain bringing a modicum of clarity to his chaotic thoughts. There must be a way. There must be a way. Kael forced himself to recall the magic tomes he had perused, searching for information on dispelling tracking spells. Generally, there are 3 methods to break a magical mark. The first, the most direct, is to use a more potent magical force to forcibly erase the mark. Kael dismissed this option immediately. His magical power was far too insufficient. The second method involves locating the caster and persuading her to revoke it. He dismissed this as well, unless he had lost his mind. He would never willingly walk into his own demise. The third method is based on the principle of elemental counteraction, utilizing magic of a specific attribute to neutralize or dissolve the magical structure of the mark. This tracking mark is of the ice attribute. Thus, the counteracting force would be fire. Kael's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Fire magic. Yes, burn it away with fire magic. Yet, he had no proficiency in fire magic. His talents lay solely in water and light. The attributes panel clearly indicated that he had not mastered any fire spells. Was the heavens conspiring against him? The flicker of hope Kael had just ignited was abruptly extinguished. He sank despondently to the floor, staring blankly at the golden hair floating in the air, emanating an icy chill. The temperature in the room continued to plummet, and Kael felt as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing. He could even hear faint footsteps approaching from afar, as if someone had been alerted by the commotion and was hastening towards him. Time was running out. In mere minutes, the academy guards would burst through the door. At that moment, everything would be over. Wait. Just as despair was about to consume Kael, his gaze inadvertently caught a word on the attributes panel. Light magic, illumination spell, 0 tier, light, a bold, even audacious thought suddenly surged through Kael's mind. Fire represents a vigorous manifestation of energy. Light in itself is a form of energy. To a certain extent, light and heat are interchangeable. So, could light magic simulate the effects of fire magic? For instance, by highly concentrating light energy to generate intense heat, could it not achieve the purpose of combustion? This notion would be seen as sheer madness by any conventional mage. Light is light, and fire is fire. This is the fundamental truth of the magical realm. Forcibly distorting the attributes of magic would only lead to structural collapse or even magical backlash. However, Kael was different. He possessed the unique talent of thought manipulation. The essence of this gift was not merely to bypass incantations and gestures, but to communicate directly with magical elements through his understanding, allowing him to construct the magical forms he desired. As long as he comprehended the principles and wielded sufficient mental strength, he could accomplish it. It was akin to programming. Ordinary mages invoke pre-written function libraries, while Kael could write his own programs using the most fundamental code. Although he was currently drained of magical power, his mental energy remained intact. Mental energy, 1515, this was it. This was his only path to survival. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Kael's eyes. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, closed his eyes, and immersed his entire being into the understanding of light. In his mental realm, he envisioned countless flickering particles of light. They were initially gentle and chaotic, but now, under Kael's formidable mental guidance, these particles began to be forcibly constrained, compressed, and arranged. He recalled knowledge from his previous life as physics lessons. A convex lens could concentrate sunlight to a single point, generating intense heat. Lasers, too, were a highly directed release of energy. What Kael needed to do was to use his mental energy to condense these light elements into a laser. This was an exceedingly intricate and mentally taxing process. Beads of sweat began to form on Kael's forehead. He felt as though his head might split open, with torrents of complex information colliding violently within. His mental energy was depleting rapidly. 151210 Kael sensed that he was constructing a highly unstable magical model. This model could collapse at any moment due to a minor mistake, and should it fail, his mental energy would be severely damaged. He could become an imbecile, or, worse, suffer immediate brain death. Yet, Kael had no path of retreat. He gritted his teeth and poured every last ounce of his mental energy into the effort. Coalesce. He silently roared within. Buzz. In the physical realm, a pinpoint of brilliant white light appeared at Kael's fingertips. This light was extraordinarily bright and pure, as if it were consuming all the illumination within the room. The surrounding space began to exhibit slight distortions. Success. A surge of joy welled up in Kael. He dared not delay for a moment, carefully directing this radiant white light towards the golden hair suspended in midair. With a nearly inaudible hiss, the moment the brilliant light made contact with the golden strands, there was no explosive detonation or earth-shattering spectacle. The golden hair, exuding a chilling aura, seemed to encounter its nemesis, abruptly severing in the middle. It then began to dissolve at an observable rate, transforming into specks of blue light, ultimately vanishing into thin air. The icy atmosphere that pervaded the room retreated swiftly, as if confronted by the blazing sun. Within mere seconds, the temperature returned to normal. Kael could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. The sensation of depleted mental energy was 100 times more unbearable than that of expended magical power. At this moment, his mind felt like a muddled mass, rendering even the simplest thoughts arduous. Yet, within him, a surge of ecstasy blossomed. He had succeeded. He had truly succeeded. With a mere 0-tier illumination spell, he had unraveled a tracking mark set by a 4th-tier archmage. Though the process had been perilously fraught, he had ultimately triumphed. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. "Are you all right in there? We are the Academy's Night Watch. We detected a violent surge of magical energy from your room. Please open the door for inspection." The stern voice of the guard resonated from outside. Kael's heart sank. Chapter 9. Anna Ariot. His heartbeat faltered. The guards had arrived. In his current state, exhausted of magical energy, mentally drained, and as pale as a ghost, with lingering traces of the tumultuous magical energies in the room. How could he explain this to the guards? Would he claim that he had been practicing magic and accidentally lost control? No one would believe such a tale. Any seasoned magician could discern that the residual magical fluctuations were not from a single source. Under interrogation, his trespass into the noble bathhouse would surely be exposed. The thought of that icy woman sent a shiver down Kael's spine. He had to prevent them from entering at all costs. With great effort, Kael struggled to rise. Leaning against the wall as he made his way to the door, clearing his throat, he endeavored to project a semblance of normalcy in his voice. I am fine. Good sir. I was merely meditating, attempting to break through my bottleneck. I may have caused a bit of a disturbance. I apologize for troubling you. This was a reasonable excuse, and indeed the only one he could muster at the moment. The guard outside was evidently unconvinced. Meditating? My fellow student. The magical fluctuations we detected are of ice and another rather peculiar type. This does not resemble the noise produced by a single person's meditation. The guard's tone was laden with skepticism. Please open the door immediately. We need to verify the situation. Kael's heart plummeted. These fellows were proving to be quite troublesome. His mind raced as he contemplated his options. A forceful confrontation was futile. Opposing the Academy's guards would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. He could only buy time. If he could just delay until he regained some magical energy, or until the magical essence in the room dissipated, perhaps he could find a glimmer of hope. Good sir, I sincerely apologize, but I am currently rather indisposed. Kael's voice carried a hint of embarrassment and distress. I encountered a setback during meditation, and my magic went a bit awry, causing some damage to my clothing. I am not dressed at present. Please understand. This excuse was undeniably absurd. However, at times, the most ludicrous explanations are the ones most likely to be believed. After all, who would jest about such matters? The guards outside fell silent. They exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the situation. While it was uncommon, it was indeed possible for a magician to accidentally incinerate their own clothing due to uncontrolled magic. The guard outside appeared somewhat conflicted. It would not reflect well on them to forcibly enter the dormitory of an unclothed male student. Then could you at least open the door a crack so we can confirm your safety? Another guard proposed. Kael's heart raced. A crack in the door? That would reveal everything. No, good sir. I cannot do that. I am completely without even my undergarments. How could I possibly face anyone? Kael was left with no choice but to pursue this shameless route to the utmost degree. Would you mind waiting just a moment while I find something to wear? I will open the door for you in no more than 5 minutes. Kael began to negotiate. 5 minutes would suffice for the residual magical energy in the room to dissipate significantly. Without direct evidence, they could do nothing to him. After some deliberation, the guards outside relented. Very well, you have 5 minutes. If you do not open the door by then, we will be forced to break it down. The guard finally conceded. Thank you. Thank you very much, good sir. Kael exhaled in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. Listening to the guard's footsteps gradually fade, Kael could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, Kael felt that he had never experienced such exhilaration in his life. In less than an hour, he had gone from a life-and-death escape to unraveling a tracking mark, and now to engaging in a battle of wits with the guards. This life of transmigration was indeed a roller coaster of emotions. Kael wasted no time and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to cultivate the basic meditation method taught at the academy. Threads of magical energy were drawn from the air, slowly flowing into his parched body. The recovery rate of magical energy in this world surpassed his expectations. After 5 minutes, Kael felt a thin layer of magical energy coursing through him, roughly restoring 1/10 of his total capacity. His complexion improved, no longer resembling that of someone on the brink of death. He hastily rummaged through his wardrobe for a clean outfit, donning it before taking a deep breath and moving to unbolt the door. Outside stood 2 guards clad in the academy's standard armor, their expressions stern. Upon seeing Kael open the door, they immediately scrutinized him from head to toe. Are you all right? The lead guard inquired, his tone relatively courteous. I am fine, truly. Thank you for your concern, Kael responded, feigning embarrassment. I encountered a minor mishap during meditation, but I have since recovered. The guard's gaze drifted past Kael, scanning the interior of the room. The space was tidy, with no signs of disturbance aside from a small puddle on the floor. The chilling magical aura had entirely dissipated, leaving only a faint scent reminiscent of charred material. Did you truly only meditate? The guard remained skeptical. Indeed, Kael affirmed earnestly, nodding. My primary focus is on water magic, and I've been attempting to compress the water element. I may have miscalculated, resulting in a minor magical disturbance. As he spoke, Kael subtly summoned the recently restored magical energy within him. Suddenly, the puddle on the floor began to coalesce as if manipulated by an invisible hand, flowing seamlessly into the adjacent restroom. This deft display of magical control momentarily stunned the two guards. Being second-tier magic warriors, they were quick to recognize that. Although Kael's display was merely an application of zero-tier magic, the precision of his control far exceeded that of an ordinary novice. It seemed this dark-haired youth possessed considerable skill. Perhaps it was indeed due to his practice of some intricate magical techniques that he caused such a commotion. The guard's doubts dissipated significantly. Very well. It is good to know you are unharmed. The leading guard nodded, but advised that next time, it would be wise to practice magic in a designated training room. Engaging in such activities in the dormitory is perilous. Yes, I will remember. I shall be more cautious next time, Kael responded with a bow. All right then, rest well. The guard reiterated a few more words of caution before turning to leave. Observing the guard's retreating figure, Kael finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully evaded the situation. Kael closed the door and collapsed onto his bed like a heap of discarded clay. He was utterly exhausted, physically and mentally. He felt as though he had been completely drained. At that moment, Kael wished for nothing more than to enjoy a deep, uninterrupted slumber. As for that icy woman, Yifilin, he found himself devoid of the energy to even contemplate her. After all, the tracking mark had been lifted. She should be unable to find him now, right? As long as he maintained a low profile, he was certain he would not cross paths with her again. With such naive thoughts, Kael fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in a lavish standalone villa at the opposite end of the academy, Yifilin Delphi stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, adorned in a silk nightgown. Her expression was even colder than the moonlight outside. Just moments ago, the ice thorn mark she had left on that dark-haired boy had suddenly ceased to resonate. It was a unique tracking spell derived from the bloodline of the Yifilin family. Once imprinted, unless she chose to annul it or the other party's power vastly exceeded hers, even a saint-level expert would be unable to erase it. Yet now, that mark had vanished into thin air. It was not merely erased by force, but seemed to have been fundamentally dismantled by some higher-tier energy. How could this be? Confusion and disbelief filled Yifilin's sapphire-like eyes. That dark-haired boy, whose magical fluctuations were pathetically weak, how could he have accomplished this? Did he possess some special item that could shield him from bloodline magic? Or was everything he had previously displayed just an elaborate facade? Was his true strength far more terrifying than she had imagined? Questions swirled in Yifilin's mind. The image of that boy, who had fled in a comical towel wrapped around his waist, resurfaced before her. Strangely, rather than feeling anger at the mark's dissolution, Yifilin found herself increasingly exhilarated. This was becoming more and more intriguing. She extended her delicate fingers to lightly tap against the cold glass window. A freshman who could instantaneously cast water magic and dismantle my bloodline mark. Was his name Kael? She had already accessed the academy's internal system to find the sole freshman who had entered the noble bathing area during that time frame. Kael, an ordinary noble from a border town, with no notable background and unremarkable academic performance, majoring in water and light magic. Everything in the records appeared so mundane. Yet, Yifilin was well aware that this facade was entirely deceptive. This dark-haired boy named Kael must be concealing a tremendous secret. Little mouse, do you think you can escape from my grasp so easily? A cold yet playful smirk curled at the corners of Yifilin's lips. The Ireland Magic Academy is my hunting ground, and you, my most intriguing prey. The game has only just begun. In the ensuing days, Kael maintained an exceptionally low profile. His daily routine consisted solely of attending classes and spending hours in the library, never lingering outside for even a minute longer than necessary. During lessons, Kael chose to sit in the corners. While walking, he almost buried his head into his chest. He resembled a startled rabbit, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance towards everything around him, particularly avoiding those aloof blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls. Kael feared that a moment of carelessness might lead him to collide with that icy sorceress. Fortunately, it seemed that she had indeed forgotten about him. For several consecutive days, there had been no sign of her. This brought Kael a slight sense of relief, yet the tension in his heart never fully abated. On this particular day, Kael found a secluded corner in the library, engrossed in a book titled Magical Structures and Elemental Arrangements. He needed to swiftly comprehend the nature of his innate telekinetic talent. The experience of simulating laser light with illumination magic that night had made him realize that the potential of his gift was far greater than he had initially thought. If Kael could truly grasp its secrets, he could potentially challenge even a fourth-tier sorceress like Yifilin, or perhaps even legendary saint-level mages. As Kael became absorbed in his reading, a subtle commotion arose at the entrance of the library. Instinctively, he lifted his head, following the gaze of the crowd. Just one glance caused his pupils to constrict sharply, and his heart nearly stopped. At the entrance, two stunning figures were walking in side by side. One, with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding a chilling aura, was none other than Yifilin Delafiire, the source of his nightmares over the past few days. The other caused Kael's breath to freeze. She was a girl with long, silvery hair that shimmered like moonlight, her features exquisitely crafted as if by divine hands, and her violet eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the starry sea. Her aura, contrasting with Yifilin's coldness, radiated a kind of indescribable purity and nobility, as if she were untouched by the world. If Yifilin was the queen of ice, then she was the goddess of the moon, Anna Elliot, universally recognized as the most beautiful girl in the Ireland Magic Academy, president of the student council, and a dual genius in light and spatial magic. She was also the true goddess in Kael's heart. He never imagined he would encounter both of the Academy's most renowned beauties at the same time, especially seeing them engaged in intimate conversation, seemingly quite close. Kael's heart leapt to his throat. Quickly, he lowered his head, using his book to shield his face, silently chanting, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me, you cannot see me." Chapter 10. The goddesses in the library. At that moment, Kael wished he could shrink into a ball and hide within the crevices of the bookshelf. Dear heavens, is this some sort of cruel joke? After evading her for several days, he had now run into her in the library? And to top it off, it was a 2-for-1 deal, with the first beauty Anna accompanying her. Kael's heart raced furiously, and he could feel the sweat forming in his palms. Stealthily, he peered over the top of his book, observing the two figures at the entrance with his peripheral vision. Yifilin maintained her ever-present icy demeanor, as if the world owed her something. Meanwhile, Anna, standing beside Yifilin, wore a gentle smile, tilting her head slightly as she whispered something to her. Sunlight streamed through the library's stained glass windows, casting a dreamlike glow upon Anna's silvery hair. In that instant, Kael felt as though his breath was about to cease entirely. She was stunning, truly breathtaking. This beauty transcended the ordinary, radiating a divine brilliance. Kael admitted to himself that he was but an ordinary man. From the moment he laid eyes on Anna, he was utterly captivated by this goddess-like girl. However, Kael possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. He understood that individuals like Anna, with their celestial grace, belonged to an entirely different realm than his own. He could only gaze from afar, indulging in the fantasies of a mere bystander. Yet now, this fantasy threatened to morph into a nightmare, for he had caught sight of Evelyn's frosty blue eyes casually surveying the interior of the library, reminiscent of a hunter surveying its territory. Kael's heart leapt into his throat. Could Evelyn be searching for me? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He hastily buried his head lower, wishing he could press his entire face against the book. "Please, don't look over here. Please, don't look over here, Evelyn. What are you searching for?" Anna's melodious voice chimed in the quiet library. Although her voice was soft, it resonated clearly in Kael's ears. "It's nothing." Evelyn's tone was as perpetually cold as ever. She was merely seeking a disobedient little mouse. Little mouse? Kael's heart sank. The term filled him with an ominous dread. He sensed that the little mouse Evelyn referred to was, without a doubt, himself. "Oh." Anna seemed intrigued. "It must be no ordinary mouse if it has captured your attention so." "Certainly not." A faint smile appeared at the corners of Evelyn's lips, hinting at a mouse skilled in burrowing and hiding. "However, I have already caught its tail." Kael felt a chill run through him. Caught its tail? What does that mean? Did Evelyn possess other means of tracking? Or had she uncovered his identity through other channels? A flurry of thoughts raced through Kael's mind. He felt like a prey marked for capture, unable to escape the hunter's grasp despite his struggles. "That sounds quite interesting." Anna chuckled lightly. "Would you like my assistance?" "My holy light eye is quite adept at locating things." The holy light eye? Kael was taken aback. He had heard of it. It was Anna's unique talent. An immensely powerful light-based detection magic said to pierce through all illusions and disguises. If she were to utilize her holy light eye in the library, his meager disguise would be instantly laid bare. "No, thank you." Just as despair began to wash over Kael, Evelyn unexpectedly declined. If the mouse-catching game starts with overturning the table, it loses all thrill. There was a hint of playful mockery in Evelyn's voice, akin to a cat toying with its prey. "I intend to coax him out of his hole, little by little, and then shower him with affection." When she emphasized the last two words, her tone noticeably deepened. Kael felt a wave of dread wash over him. His scalp tingled, and chills ran down his back. He could now say with absolute certainty that this deranged woman was indeed speaking of him. Furthermore, it was clear that Evelyn had no intention of letting him go. Evelyn intended to toy with his very existence. Kael's expression darkened considerably. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. This Evelyn was not only powerful and terrifyingly influential, but her temperament was also exceedingly malevolent. He should never have fled that night. He ought to have knelt down immediately, clinging to her leg, weeping and confessing. Perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Now, the animosity had peaked, and he had been reduced to a mere plaything. Very well, if that is your desire, then I shall abide. Anna seemed disinterested in such games, shrugging her shoulders as she walked toward the bookshelf where Kael was hiding. Kael's heart soared into his throat once more. Please, don't come closer, he silently pleaded. However, fate was unkind. Anna's target appeared to be the very bookshelf beside him. With elegant strides, she approached Kael step by step. Kael felt his heartbeat racing. Nearly unable to keep pace with her approach, he could smell a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, wafting into his nostrils as Anna drew nearer. It's over. I'm going to be discovered. Kael despairingly shut his eyes. Yet, the anticipated inquiries and exclamations did not materialize. Anna merely extracted a thick volume titled Analysis of Ancient Runes from the shelf beside him and turned to leave. Throughout, she had not cast a single glance in Kael's direction, as though he were naught but a wisp of air. Kael breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The goddess did not notice my invisibility. However, his relief was short-lived. Anna, wait. Evelyn's voice suddenly rang out not far behind Kael. His body stiffened instantaneously. Kael could sense Evelyn's footsteps drawing nearer. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each footfall felt as if it were treading upon his very heart. He could even feel a chilling gaze settle upon his back. At that moment, Kael felt as if his blood were freezing. Evelyn has discovered me. She has undoubtedly uncovered my presence. Kael's mind went blank. To flee? This was a library, under the scrutiny of many eyes. The moment he moved, he would become the center of attention. At that point, Evelyn could easily fabricate a narrative, claiming he was a thief or a lecher, and the academy guards would apprehend him on the spot. Not fleeing, to sit here and await his demise, to wait for Evelyn to confront him, clutching his collar, and inquire if he had enjoyed his flight that night. Just imagining that scenario made him feel as though he were living a fate worse than death. What to do? Just as Kael found himself in this internal conflict, Evelyn's footsteps suddenly halted 2 meters behind him. This book seems far more intriguing. Evelyn's voice drifted softly. Kael was momentarily stunned. He discreetly peeked over his shoulder. Evelyn stood before the bookshelf behind him, extending her slender fingers to extract a volume. The title read Advanced Forms and Applications of Ice Elementals. Evelyn was not searching for me. A flicker of doubt rose within Kael. Could it be that all of this was merely a figment of my imagination? Had Evelyn fortuitously arrived here and coincidentally selected this book? Was that the case? Anna returned, glancing at the book in Evelyn's hands, and smiled. You remain so captivated by these. The truths of magic are boundless. Evelyn replied coolly. Let us go sit over there. With that, she turned with the book and walked toward the reading area not far away. Throughout, Evelyn did not cast another glance in Kael's direction, as if she truly had come only to retrieve a book. Kael watched their retreating figures, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Could it be that I truly overthought this? Were Evelyn's earlier words about the little mouse not directed at me? Kael's heart swelled with uncertainty. He felt as though he were on a roller coaster, oscillating between elation and despair. Sitting in place, Kael remained dazed for a considerable time before finally regaining his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, has the crisis been temporarily averted? Kael exhaled a long breath, feeling his back drenched in cold sweat. Not daring to linger any longer, he feared that the 2 formidable ladies might return with a vengeance. In a flurry, Kael hastily shoved the book back onto the shelf. Then, with head bowed and body hunched, akin to a thief, he prepared to sneak out of the library. However, just as he reached the doorway, he inadvertently glanced up, and his gaze momentarily collided with Evelyn's in the reading area. Evelyn sat across from Anna, cradling the tome titled Advanced Forms and Applications of Ice Element. Yet, her eyes transcended the pages, fixating directly upon Kael. In those ice-blue irises, there was neither anger nor intent to kill. Rather, they held a knowing, mocking, and playful glimmer. The corners of Evelyn's mouth even curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. In that instant, Kael felt as though struck by lightning, his blood turning cold. He comprehended everything. Evelyn had known he was there all along. Every word she had spoken and every action she had taken was deliberate. Evelyn was toying with him. She reveled in the thrill of watching her prey tremble before her. Unable to move, This woman was nothing short of a devil. A chill surged through Kael, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He could no longer entertain any false hopes. He understood that the enmity between him and this woman was irrevocably sealed. Moreover, judging by Evelyn's demeanor, she would not strike him down in the immediate future. She intended to play with him slowly. Almost in a panic, Kael dashed out of the library. He sprinted back to his dormitory and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. A lunatic. That woman is utterly insane. Leaning against the door, Kael gasped for breath. His face etched with terror and rage. Being treated as a mere plaything by a foe far superior in strength was an excruciatingly stifling and powerless feeling. No, I cannot remain passive any longer. A fierce determination flickered in Kael's eyes. I must grow stronger swiftly, strong enough to ensure she will no longer underestimate me. Strong enough for Evelyn to pay for her actions today. Kael knew evasion was futile. The only path forward was to confront the challenge. He reopened his attribute panel. Name, Kael, level 1, 88,100. Magic power, 120120. Mental power, 1515. Talent, telekinesis, divine. Mastered magic. Water bullet, 9th tier. Water flow acceleration, 0 tier. Water shield, 1st tier. Light, illumination, 0 tier. Holy light healing, 1st tier, unactivated. Skill points. 1. After several days of arduous training, Kael's experience points were nearly full. Moreover, he had acquired a precious skill point. He had previously hesitated, uncertain whether to enhance his existing water magic or activate the seemingly useless 1st-tier light healing spell. However, he now possessed a new idea. That night, using the illumination spell to simulate a laser and decipher the ice thorn mark, had made him realize that the potential of light magic extended far beyond mere healing and illumination, especially with the enhancement of his telekinesis talent. Light magic might unleash power beyond ordinary imagination. It's decided. Kael resolved without hesitation, allocating that precious skill point directly to activate the Holy Light Healing spell. Consume 1 skill point. Activate 1st-tier light magic Holy Light Healing. Yes, as Kael confirmed, a warm and sacred energy surged into his mind. All knowledge pertaining to Holy Light Healing, including magical principles, structural models, and energy operation methods, instantly coalesced within him. Successfully mastered 1st-tier light magic Holy Light Healing. Holy Light Healing condenses light elements, heals wounds, purifies negative states, and deals additional damage to undead and shadow creatures. Upon reading the final line of the skill description, Kael's eyes sparkled with excitement. Additional damage to undead and shadow creatures. Was this not an offensive capability? While it may sound righteous, at its core, it was simply a form of damage. Kael envisioned the gateway to a new world. Who said healing spells could not be utilized for combat? As long as I delve deep enough, it is possible to condense the healing light into a slicing light blade or an explosive light projectile. In pursuit of rapidly enhancing his strength, Kael made a bold decision. He would venture to the back mountain, to the hunting grounds where low-level magical beasts were kept for student training. Only through life and death battles could he most swiftly unlock his potential and elevate his level. Chapter 11. Fiona Nightfall descended once more. Kael, for now, must remain discreet and develop quietly. He stealthily slipped out of his dormitory, heading towards the back mountain of the academy. The back mountain of the Erlen Magic Academy was shrouded in a towering magical barrier. This area was designated as a practical training zone for students, populated with various 1st to 3rd-tier magical beasts. Students could enter with their student IDs, freely hunt magical beasts, and all obtain magic cores and materials belonged to them. This arrangement not only honed students' practical abilities, but also allowed them to earn some extra income, serving a dual purpose. Kael arrived at the barrier's entrance, where a small wooden cabin stood. An elderly gentleman, appearing drowsy, leaned back in his chair, dozing off. This was the registration point for the hunting grounds. Kael approached and presented his student ID. The old man opened one eye, lazily glanced at the ID, then at Kael. New arrival? Alone? Yes, Minter, Kael respectfully replied. Quite bold. The old man smirked. The back mountain is not particularly safe at night. Those little creatures are far more excitable than during the day. If you die, no one will collect your body. I will be cautious, Kael assured. Very well, you may enter. The old man waved his hand, and an invisible door opened in the barrier before Kael. Remember, do not venture too deep. There are 3rd-tier magical beasts inside that are beyond your capability to handle. The old man lazily added. Thank you for the warning, Minter. Kael expressed his gratitude and stepped into the barrier. The moment he crossed the threshold, a primal aroma, mingling the scents of grass and trees with the musk of beasts, enveloped him. The scene before him opened up splendidly. It was an expansive forest. towering ancient trees obscuring the sun, with only mottled moonlight filtering through the foliage, casting flickering patches of light upon the ground. Occasionally, the eerie howls of unknown magical beasts echoed through the tranquil night, adding an air of mystery and danger to the serene surroundings. Kael took a deep breath, gripping the dagger sheathed at his waist. This was the only weapon he had purchased, expending all his savings. Though merely an ordinary steel dagger, it was better than nothing. Kael did not rush forward, but instead leaned against a large tree, meticulously observing his surroundings. This was a lesson he had learned from watching various wilderness survival programs in his past life. Upon entering a new environment, the first task is to observe and adapt. Kael closed his eyes, heightening his senses to the utmost. The sound of the wind, the chirping of insects, the rustling of leaves, and a faint hint of blood permeated the air. Suddenly, Kael opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he directed it to the left front. The metallic scent of blood emanated from that direction. Lowering his body, he stealthily advanced like a phantom cat towards the source of the scent. Parting a thick layer of underbrush, Kael's pupils constricted slightly. Not far away, in a clearing, a massive black wild boar was hunched over, devouring a mangled corpse. Judging by the remnants of fabric, it was likely a hapless Jiao Lu. The black wild boar was covered in a layer of armor-like skin as hard as rock, with two sharp tusks glinting ominously in the moonlight. The information about this magical beast, the Yin Jia Haozhu, a first-tier Earth-type creature known for its formidable defense, yet vulnerable underbelly and eyes, automatically surfaced in Kael's mind. This first-tier magical beast was perfectly suited for him to practice against. Kael refrained from rushing in immediately, quietly lurking in the underbrush. Meticulously observing the movements of the Yin Jia Haozhu, he awaited an opportunity, one that would ensure a decisive strike. Kael's magical power was limited. He could not afford a war of attrition. The best strategy was to leverage the surprise advantage of his telekinesis to launch an unexpected attack. The Yin Jia Haozhu seemed famished, engrossed in its feast, oblivious to the impending danger. Now was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Kael's eyes. He did not employ any offensive magic, for he understood that his current water bullet technique would not penetrate the beast's formidable armor. Instead, he opted for supportive magic. Accelerate the water flow, Kael silently intoned. A gentle stream of water immediately coiled around his ankles, propelling him forward. In an instant, he surged from the underbrush like an arrow released from its bow. Kael's speed was unparalleled. Within the blink of an eye, he reached the side of the Yin Jia Haozhu. Only then did the beast react, raising its head and emitting an enraged roar, attempting to turn and retaliate. But it was too late. In the midst of his high-speed dash, Kael lowered his body, gliding along the ground and swiftly sliding beneath the wild boar's belly. The steel dagger in his hand traced a cold arc beneath the moonlight. With a muffled thud, the blade sank effortlessly into the soft, unprotected underbelly of the Yin Jia Haozhu. A chilling shriek erupted from the creature, its intense pain driving it into a frenzy. It reared up, its massive form thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Kael. Yet Kael clung to the dagger as though glued, refusing to let go despite the beast's struggles. He summoned the scant magical energy within him. Water bullet. A highly compressed water bullet formed instantly in his palm, which he pressed against the wound in the Yin Jia Haozhu's abdomen. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated within the creature. The rapidly swirling water wreaked havoc within its soft organs, instantly reducing its insides to a pulpy mess. The Yin Jia Haozhu's body stiffened. The light of life in its blood-red eyes swiftly faded. Finally, with a resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Successfully hunted a first-tier magical beast. Yin Jia Haozhu earned 10 experience points. Level up. Current level, 200. Earned 1 skill point. A series of notifications echoed in Kael's mind. He crawled from beneath the boar's carcass, sitting heavily on the ground. Gasping for breath, his body was smeared with the foul blood of the beast, a disheveled sight. Yet, his face radiated with exhilaration. He had succeeded. In his first real battle, he had decisively taken down a first-tier magical beast. Moreover, he had leveled up. The sheer thrill of achieving growth through his own efforts was exhilarating. Kael opened his attribute panel, delighting in the additional skill point. He glanced at his dwindling magical energy. Magical energy, 15150. The prior use of water acceleration and the water bullet had drained nearly 90% of his magical energy. After leveling up, his maximum magical energy increased from 120 to 150 points. Though modest, it was a tangible enhancement. Clearly, this method was effective. Kael brimmed with determination. After taking a moment to recuperate, He rose and approached the carcass of the Yin Jia Haozhu. With deftness, he used his dagger to sever the creature's head, extracting a pigeon egg-sized, earthy yellow crystal. This was the magic core, the essence of the beast's power. This first-tier Earth-type magic core could fetch around 10 silver coins. Though not substantial, every little bit counts. Kael cleaned the core and stored it in his pouch. He then harvested the 2 sharp tusks, useful for crafting weapons or alchemical materials, which could also yield some coin. Having completed his tasks, Kael did not linger, continuing deeper into the forest. He aimed to slay several more magical beasts that night to expedite his level progression. With the confidence gained from his initial success, Kael felt emboldened, transforming into a seasoned hunter in the shadowy woods, seeking his next prey. Soon, he spotted a solitary Feng Lang, a first-tier wind-type magical beast known for its swiftness. However, its speed paled in comparison to Kael's water acceleration. Employing the same tactic, he closed the distance in an instant and, with a swift motion of his dagger, cleanly severed the Feng Lang's throat. Successfully hunted a first-tier magical beast, Feng Lang earned 12 experience points, another 1 down. Kael felt a growing addiction to the hunt. The thrill of the chase and the joy of leveling up made him forget the fatigue and peril. Over the next 2 hours, he hunted 5 more first-tier magical beasts, including sluggish slime monsters, venomous green-patterned snakes, and a swarm of low-attack man-eating ants. Each battle was won decisively. His telekinesis proved to be an overwhelming advantage against these low-tier magical beasts. Regardless of their unique abilities, they were rendered powerless against Kael's astonishing speed and surprise attacks. Kael's level soared. Level 2, 158,200. Experience points were nearly maxed out. 1 more kill, and he would reach level 3. Kael's heart raced with fervor. He felt he was 1 step closer to avenging himself against that icy woman. Just as he prepared to seek out his next target, Kael was suddenly startled by an unusual sound emanating from deep within the nearby forest. The noise did not resemble the roars of magical beasts. Rather, it sounded like the conversation of 2 women. Kael paused, pondering why female students would be in the depths of the mountains at such a late hour. Were they also hunting magical creatures? Driven by curiosity, Kael lowered his body and stealthily approached the direction of the sound. He was eager to discover which 2 women, like him, savored the thrill of late-night excursions. As Kael parted the foliage before him and gazed towards the source of the sound, his eyes widened in astonishment. By the moonlight, at the edge of a small lake nestled within the forest, stood 2 breathtaking figures. One of them was none other than the enchanting goddess of his dreams, the silver-haired Anna Elliott. The other was a familiar face as well. It was Fiona, Anna's close friend, a stunning girl with flowing crimson hair, and the vice president of the student council. What were they doing here? Kael's mind struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. To his utter shock, he noticed that Anna and Fiona were not wearing tops. Their smooth backs laid bare under the cool moonlight. The rippling water and the silvery glow of the moon accentuated their breathtaking curves, creating an ethereal tableau. What was happening? 2 girls, in the dead of night, had come to this secluded lake to bathe? Kael felt a rush of blood to his head. He did not intend to stare, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to their perfect forms. However, the next moment rendered him completely frozen. He witnessed Anna slowly turn around, cupping Fiona's face in her hands. Then, beneath the luminous moonlight, in the tranquil embrace of the lake, Anna leaned in and kissed her. In that instant, Kael's worldview shattered. What had he just seen? Anna, the paragon of purity in Kael's eyes, was kissing another woman in this desolate wilderness, and they were undressed. Kael's mind buzzed, blank and overwhelmed. He stood paralyzed, as if transformed into a statue, forgetting to breathe. He had seen women kiss women before. In his previous life, such occurrences, while uncommon, were not entirely scandalous. But this was Anna, the cherished idol of every male student at the Irish Academy of Magic, the untouchable goddess. How could she? Kael felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. Although he had never spoken a word to Anna, he could not deny the unrealistic fantasies he had harbored about this perfect girl. Yet now, those dreams were obliterated by the vivid and bizarre scene before him. Was the goddess a member of the LGBTQ community? This revelation struck Kael like a bolt from the blue, leaving him shaken to his core. He stared at the 2 beautiful figures locked in their embrace, their silver and crimson hair intertwining in a strikingly beautiful and forbidden tableau. Kael felt his throat dry, as if engulfed in flames. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, the sound echoing unnaturally in the stillness of the night. Panic surged within him as he realized he had neglected to conceal himself. Sure enough, in the very next moment, the 2 figures parted abruptly, their sharp gazes locking onto Kael's position with the precision of drawn swords. Who goes there? Fiona's voice rang out, laced with irritation and icy menace. Kael's heart sank, and he instinctively turned to flee. But it was too late. With a violent splash, a silver figure surged from the lake like a bolt of lightning. Without even donning her clothes, Anna leapt forward, her flawless upper body glistening with droplets of water, rushing towards Kael. His pupils dilated as he realized it was Anna. He felt a gust of air filled with the mingling scents of lake water and youthful essence wash over him. In an instant, her cold, soft yet powerful body collided with him, sending him staggering backward until he crashed against a tree. The pain in his back was momentarily brushed aside as a cold, shimmering sword pressed against his throat, the tip mere millimeters from his skin, sending tremors of magic coursing through him. "Don't move," Anna's voice echoed in his ear. Devoid of the melodic charm he remembered, replaced instead with an icy resolve. Kael stiffened, gradually lowering his gaze. What he beheld would forever be etched in his memory. Anna, the most beautiful girl in the academy, held him against the tree in a dangerously intimate manner. Her damp silver hair brushed against his face, tickling him. The exquisite features of her face were so close he could see the fine hairs illuminated by the moonlight, as well as the cold menace reflected in her violet eyes. Yet, the most striking detail was that Anna was indeed entirely unclothed above the waist. Her flawless, ivory-skinned form pressed against him, soft yet firm. Kael's mind crashed. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating proximity, he swore he did not mean to stare, but the closeness was overwhelmingly stimulating. His body involuntarily reacted. "What did you see?" Anna seemed to sense the tension in their posture and Kael's reaction. Her brow furrowed slightly, the blade pressing more firmly against his throat, piercing the skin and drawing a trickle of blood. I didn't see anything," Kael exclaimed, panic coursing through him. In such a moment, to admit he had witnessed the scene would be tantamount to suicide. He had to deny it vehemently. "Nothing at all." Anna's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Then tell me, why are you here?" "I have come to hunt magical beasts." In a moment of desperation, Kael quickly explained, "Upon my arrival here, I heard a sound and thought it was a formidable beast, so I came to investigate. Little did I know it would be you. I swear, I did not intend to spy." Kael raised his hands in an attempt to demonstrate his innocence. "Hunt magical beasts?" Anna's gaze swept over Kael, causing his heart to skip a beat. Was his identity exposed? His dark hair and eyes were undeniably distinctive. If Anna were to mention to Yiflin that she caught a black-haired fellow spying on her while bathing, Yiflin would surely deduce it was him. At that point, old grudges and new enmities would likely culminate in a fate far worse than being turned into an ice sculpture. He could foresee being annihilated by those two women. He needed to devise a means of escape. That beauty, the goddess. Kael forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "Let us speak calmly. Could you perhaps lower your sword? It is perilous and prone to accidents. You truly came here to hunt magical beasts?" Anna's voice turned even colder. Without further ado, she pressed the luminous dagger against Kael's throat, pushing it forward once more. Gasp! Kael inhaled sharply, feeling the blade penetrate his flesh. A deeper thrust would sever his throat. This woman meant business. Anna would indeed kill him. "Anna, stop wasting words on this fool." At that moment, another voice filled with ire emerged. Fiona stepped out from the lake, having already dried off with magic and donned a fiery red outfit. She approached Kael, her fiery eyes fixated on him. Such a peeping scoundrel should be executed, and his remains discarded in the woods to feed the beasts. Fiona's temperament was evidently far more explosive than Anna's. Her gaze towards Kael was akin to that reserved for a corpse. Kael's legs felt weak with fear. By the heavens, these two women were merciless. It seemed today was a day of reckoning. Chapter 13. The Flame of Hope by the Heavens. These two women were merciless. It seemed today was a day of reckoning. Kael felt his calves tremble. Had he not been pinned against the tree by Anna, he would have likely collapsed. The dread of death gripped his heart like a frigid hand. His thoughts were a chaotic jumble. What to do? What to do? Pleading for mercy? He had already tried that to no avail. Anna's sword was no mere toy. It was genuinely dripping with blood. Charging recklessly? Do not jest. One faced the Academy's most beautiful and skilled woman, while the other appeared no less formidable. His meager skills would be as insignificant as a chick before them, awaiting death. Kael did not wish to perish in this desolate wilderness, only to be dragged off to nourish magical beasts. He had only recently traversed into this world. He had not yet lived enough. A plan must be conceived. A plan must be conceived. Kael's mind raced with unprecedented speed. Why did they wish to kill him? Because he had seen what he should not have seen. He had uncovered their secret. They were lovers. This secret, if exposed, would be utterly devastating for them. Anna, the sacred goddess of the Academy, the dream of every male student, with a bright future ahead. If it were revealed that Anna preferred women, her holy image would shatter, possibly even leading her to be branded as a heretic. Fiona, the fiery red-haired beauty, also seemed far from ordinary. Both were paragons of their kind. Therefore, to protect this secret, silencing him was the simplest and most effective method. Realizing this, Kael's heart sank further. This was indeed a deadlock. Wait, a deadlock? No, that cannot be. Every situation has dual facets. Their greatest weakness is this secret, and I am the sole outsider privy to it. This signifies that I am also the only variable. If I can convince Fiona and Anna that my survival is more beneficial to them than my demise, then perhaps I can find a way to live. A wildly audacious, even reckless notion flashed through Kael's mind like lightning. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be contained. I shall take a gamble. After all, death was inevitable, so why not wager everything on a grand chance? Wait, do not kill me. Slaying me yields you no benefit. Kael summoned all his strength and shouted at the two. His voice trembled with fear and excitement, nearly cracking. Oh, Anna hesitated for a moment, her violet eyes coldly scrutinizing Kael. You do not intend to spare me, do you? Only to let me speak of what I witnessed tonight? Precisely. Why waste words on such scum? Fiona impatiently urged from the side, stepping forward, her palm already gathering a pulsating flame. Anna, you cannot do it. Allow me. The heat radiating from that flame caused Kael's cold sweat to evaporate instantly. Good heavens. This woman is a fire mage. She is serious. I am of use. I am useful to you. Kael's speech quickened with fear. I can assist you. Truly, I can help you resolve all your problems. Assist us? Fiona scoffed as if she had heard the greatest joke, sneering. Boy, has fright rendered you insane? What could a mere weakling with barely any magical prowess possibly offer us? Help us dispose of your corpse? Ignoring Fiona's mockery, Kael's gaze remained fixed on Anna. He understood that among the two, Anna held the true power to decide. If he could persuade Anna, he might find a path to survival. Yes, I can help you. Kael swallowed hard, wincing at the pain in his throat. But he pressed on. I know what you are concerned about. You fear your relationship being exposed, do you not? The moment those words left his lips, Kael felt the dagger against his throat tighten once more. Anna's expression turned 100-fold more perilous than before. You seek death. Anna's voice brimmed with murderous intent. No. Let me finish. Kael, throwing caution to the wind, closed his eyes and shouted. I admit it. I saw everything. I witnessed you kissing by the lake. I know your relationship is not ordinary. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The fireball in Fiona's hand momentarily halted, her gaze on Kael akin to that of one staring at a dead man. This fool dared to utter such words before them. Kael felt the blade pierce deeper into his throat, warm blood flowing with greater urgency. Yet he had to continue. This was his only chance to survive. But I harbor no ill intentions. I can even provide you cover. Kael opened his eyes, gazing at Anna with the most sincere expression he could muster. Provide cover? Anna's brow furrowed, clearly not grasping Kael's intent. Yes, cover. Kael glimpsed a ray of hope and hastily explained. Consider this. Both of you are prominent figures in the academy. Particularly you, Goddess Anna. Every boy in the entire academy is captivated by you. The moment you two draw even slightly closer, it will incite countless speculations and criticisms. Over time, your secret will inevitably be revealed. His words struck a nerve, akin to a needle precisely piercing their vulnerabilities. Anna's gaze flickered momentarily. Fiona fell silent too, her anger dissipating, replaced by a grave seriousness. Kael sensed that he had indeed struck a chord. Seizing the moment, he continued to unveil his audacious plan. But what if there were a man by your side? A legitimate man who could stand as a shield for you? His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. What do you mean? Fiona could not help but inquire. Kael took a deep breath and finally articulated the absurd proposal that even he found ludicrous. Allow me to be your shield. For example, I could pursue you, Goddess Anna. I could serve as your nominal boyfriend. In this way, everyone would perceive you as a typical girl who is fond of men. Any intimate gestures between you and Senior Fiona would merely be interpreted as playful antics among close friends, and I would be the target standing before you, drawing all the fire away from you. With my presence as your boyfriend, no one would ever suspect your true relationship. Kael poured out his thoughts in one breath, his heart racing as he anxiously awaited their judgment. He looked at Anna and Fiona. The two stunning girls were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of shock, disbelief, absurdity, and an inexplicable peculiarity. The notion of this voyeur becoming Anna's boyfriend seemed utterly far-fetched. Are you serious? Anna finally spoke, her voice laced with an indescribable strangeness. The sword pressed against Kael's throat seemed to lose some of its force. Hope ignited faintly within Kael's heart. Chapter 14. The White Rose restaurant, of course. I am serious. More genuine than gold. Kael nodded vigorously, fearing they might doubt him, and continued to advocate for his proposal. Just think about it. Is there a more perfect solution than this? If you were to kill me, you would live in constant fear. What if someone discovered my corpse and traced it back to you? Even if no one found out, could you truly feel at ease? Living each day in the dread of your secret being exposed is utterly exhausting. But with me here, the situation transforms entirely. I am your most loyal ally. I will safeguard your secret and protect your love. I will be in the open, drawing all attention, while you can comfortably nurture your feelings in the shadows. Kael spoke fervently, feeling as if he were a desperate insurance salesman trying to convince clients who could easily take his life. Fiona's expression shifted, glancing between Kael and Anna as if weighing the pros and cons. It must be said, although Kael's proposal sounded preposterous, upon deeper reflection, it surprisingly made a great deal of sense. Their greatest concern was the scrutiny of the outside world, especially for Anna, who hailed from an ancient noble family with exceedingly high expectations placed upon her. If her affection for women were to be revealed, not only would she be disgraced, but her entire family would also suffer shame. Furthermore, as a rising star of light magic, the Holy Light Church would undoubtedly not tolerate such sacrilegious behavior. Thus, they had always treaded cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. Kael's proposed shield plan seemed tailor-made for them. Finding a man to serve as a facade certainly presented a viable solution. Why should we trust you? Fiona coldly interjected, shattering the silence. How do we know you are not playing tricks, waiting for the moment we release you to expose everything? Precisely, Kael thought to himself, wishing he could do just that. Yet, his face bore an earnest expression as he declared, I swear. I, Kael Black, solemnly swear that if I utter a single word about tonight's events, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a miserable end. Besides, my life is in your hands. Would I dare act recklessly? You are both talented sorceresses from the Ireland Academy of Magic. Making me disappear without a trace would be as easy as a mere flick of your fingers. As he spoke, Kael exaggerated his demeanor, adopting a pitiful expression that conveyed he was a helpless little creature to be toyed with. Anna remained silent, her violet eyes scrutinizing Kael as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Kael felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense gaze. He sensed Anna was deep in thought. This woman was far more profound than the fiery Fiona. After what felt like an eternity, during which Kael believed his throat might be sliced open, Anna finally, slowly withdrew the light blade pressing against his throat. Although the blade's point still faced him, the suffocating sense of imminent death had notably lessened. Kael exhaled a long, relieved breath inwardly. Surviving this first step was a success. Your proposal is intriguing, Anna finally spoke. Her voice still cold, but with a noticeable reduction in malice. However, verbal assurances held little weight. Then what must be done? Kael asked cautiously. Anna motioned for Kael to extend his hand. Trembling, he extended his right index finger. Anna grasped his finger and gently traced the tip with the blade, causing a drop of crimson blood to emerge. To Kael's astonishment, Anna then drew the blood from his fingertip. A barely perceptible smirk lifted the corner of her mouth before her expression returned to its icy demeanor. From this moment forth, Kael, you are my boyfriend. Kael stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the suddenness of it all. After completing this act, Anna finally sheathed her sword and withdrew her soft, yet powerful form that had been pressing against him. Kael's legs buckled, and he slid down the tree trunk, gasping for breath. The relief of having survived intertwined with a complex array of emotions, leaving him uncertain whether to laugh or cry. From today onwards, remember your role, Anna commanded, looking down at Kael with a tone filled with warning. You are merely our boyfriend. Fulfill your duties without harboring any extraneous thoughts. Otherwise, I will ensure you understand the meaning of living in torment. Upon finishing her statement, Anna seemed to recall her bare upper body, furrowing her brow as she waved her hand, conjuring a white robe woven from light elements to drape over herself, concealing the sight that had so alarmed Kael. Kael lowered his gaze, too afraid to look up again. Is this sufficient, Anna? Fiona approached, still somewhat unconvinced. This fellow appears rather glib. Can we truly rely on him? No need to worry, Anna replied coolly. Rest assured. Stand up, my boyfriend. Anna's voice came from above, with an emphasis on the term boyfriend that was decidedly weighty. Kael gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, lowering his head in an effort to conceal the humiliation and resentment evident in his eyes. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. For now, playing the fool is a means to eventually attain greatness. Senior Anna, Senior Fiona, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Kael forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Fiona regarded Kael with disdain, huffing softly before turning her head away, clearly still displeased with him. Meanwhile, Anna, appearing unfazed, began issuing her first command. Tomorrow at noon, wait for me at the Academy's White Rose restaurant. Huh. Kael was taken aback, wondering what they would do at the restaurant. Did you not say you would be my boyfriend and provide me cover? Anna shot Kael a glance that suggested she was looking at a fool. Did he intend to merely speak empty words? Starting tomorrow, we shall enter a formal relationship. The White Rose restaurant is the most favored spot for couples at the Academy. Publicly declaring our relationship there is the optimal choice. In that moment, Kael understood. The act was about to commence, and the inaugural performance would be before the entire faculty and student body. He could almost envision the uproar that would ensue when he, an obscure black-haired boy, appeared alongside the Academy's goddess, Anna Elliot, in the couple's restaurant. Kael felt as though he would be slain 100 times over by the gazes of all the boys in the school. Damn, being a shield is no easy task. Understood. Kael replied weakly. Remember, act naturally tomorrow, Anna instructed further. You must portray that you have long admired me and, through relentless effort, have finally won my affection. We need to convince everyone that we are a normal, affectionate couple. Affectionate couple? Kael's lips quivered slightly. Pretending to be in a romantic relationship with a woman who had just moments ago wished him harm? The difficulty seemed insurmountable. What? You think you cannot manage it? Anna's eyes narrowed, a hint of menace radiating from her. I can do it. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Kael straightened up, nearly saluting. Humph. Anna nodded in satisfaction before turning to Fiona, her voice softening considerably. Fiona, let us depart. Indeed. Fiona responded, glaring at Kael one last time, mouthing two words, be honest. Kael nodded vigorously, watching as the two ladies vanished into the night like fleeting shadows. Once their presence faded entirely, Kael finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground as if utterly drained. He touched his neck. The wound had ceased bleeding, yet it still throbbed painfully. More acutely painful was the torment in his heart, along with the fragments of his shattered dignity. Kael muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting his arrival in this world devoid of a golden finger, having not transformed into a legendary hero, but rather becoming someone else's slave. What a predicament! Kael lifted his gaze to the moon, his heart brimming with indignation. Anna Elliot and Fiona wanted him to play the role of their pretend boyfriend, and he resolved to ensure they would eventually become his true companions. The following day, Kael, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, arrived in class. He had not slept a wink the previous night. Kael concluded that with his current abilities and knowledge, he was utterly helpless. Sighing, he rested his head on the desk, feeling utterly disillusioned. Kael, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? A concerned voice inquired from beside him. Kael looked up to see his classmate, a chubby boy named Tom. Tom was one of Kael's few friends in this world. It's nothing, just a nightmare. Kael replied weakly. What kind of nightmare could frighten you so? Tom leaned in curiously. I dreamt I was ensnared by two beautiful serpents and compelled to sign a contract of servitude. Kael said, half in jest. Haha, you must be desperate for women. Tom laughed heartily. Beautiful serpents? I think you've been watching too many movies. If only I could be ensnared like that. Kael forced a smile, remaining silent. A good thing? When you truly encounter it, you will realize it is a death sentence. Throughout the morning classes, Kael was distracted, his mind preoccupied with the impending rendezvous. The thought of pretending to be a couple with Anna, that icy femme fatale, in front of the entire school sent shivers down his spine. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Kael, shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch? Tom patted his shoulder. No, I have an appointment this noon. Kael replied, mustering his courage. An appointment? With whom? Tom inquired, his expression eager for gossip. A friend, Kael replied vaguely. He could hardly disclose that he was about to go on a date with the Academy goddess, Anna Elliot, at the couple's restaurant. If he said that, Tom would think he had lost his mind. Oh, seeing that Kael was unwilling to elaborate, Tom refrained from pressing further and headed to the cafeteria alone. Kael hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resigned himself to the inevitable, making his way toward the White Rose restaurant. Better to face it sooner than later. This banquet of fate could not be avoided. The White Rose restaurant, the most upscale dining establishment at the Irish Magical Academy, is renowned for its romantic ambience and exquisite cuisine. It serves as the beloved dating spot for the Academy's young couples. As Kael approached the restaurant's entrance, he took a deep breath, as if stepping into the gallows. He pushed open the intricately carved door and stepped inside. The restaurant was filled with the melodious sound of a piano, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Almost every table was occupied by couples entwined in each other's company. Upon entering, Kael felt as if he were an outsider, utterly out of place. He scanned the room and quickly spotted a familiar figure seated by the window. Anna had already arrived. Today, Anna wore a pristine white dress, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, shimmering under the sunlight. She sat there quietly, resembling a snow lotus untouched by the mundane world, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. Anna's presence captivated the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Numerous boys stole glances at her, their eyes brimming with admiration and astonishment. Yet, none dared approach her, for she was Anna Elliot, the goddess who could only be admired from afar. Gritting his teeth, Kael stepped forward, inching closer to Anna under the weight of countless gazes. He could feel the scrutiny of many eyes, like searchlights illuminating his every move. Some were curious, some incredulous, while others were tinged with jealousy. Who was this black-haired fellow? How dare he approach the goddess Anna? What was he planning? Surely he did not think he could flirt with her? Utterly delusional. The murmurs surrounding him were neither loud nor soft, just audible enough for Kael to hear. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. As he reached Anna's table, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "Senior Anna, I have arrived." Anna lifted her gaze, briefly assessing Kael with her violet eyes, devoid of any emotion. "Sit." Anna uttered the command without inflection. Kael felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly pulled out a chair to sit. However, before he could even settle in, Anna leaned closer, her voice icy and only audible to the two of them. "Who allowed you to address me as senior?" "Huh." Kael was taken aback. "We are now a couple." Anna, with an expressionless visage, reminded him, "You ought to call me by my name, Anna. Or perhaps something a bit more intimate." Intimate? Kael's mind momentarily froze. What should he call her? Darling? Baby? Gazing at Anna's frosty countenance, Kael felt utterly incapable of uttering such terms. "What? Can't you even act?" A hint of impatience laced Anna's voice. "Do I need to teach you?" Kael felt a slight sting in his soul, a consequence of their master-servant contract. This was a warning from Anna. "No, I don't need to." He quickly replied, "I understand, Anna." The way he uttered her name was undeniably stiff. Their exchange, however, was perceived quite differently by the other patrons in the restaurant. That dark-haired boy was actually seated opposite the goddess Anna, and she hadn't dismissed him. Were they acquainted? Everyone was struck with disbelief. Furthermore, Anna's subsequent action plunged the entire restaurant into a profound silence. She extended her flawless hand, picked up a napkin from the table, and then, to their astonishment, leaned forward to gently wipe the corner of Kael's mouth. Anna's motion was tender and natural. Her gaze even held a hint of affection. Kael's worldview shattered anew in that instant. Chapter 15. The birth of the school's public enemy. Kael was completely immobilized. He could feel Anna's icy fingertips inadvertently brushing against his cheek. A faint aroma, reminiscent of grass after a snowfall, wafted into his nostrils. Kael's mind was a blank slate. What was happening? This was not in the script. Shouldn't Anna be cold and aloof, leaving him to perform a one-man show? Why was she taking the initiative? Kael stared at Anna, whose face bore a gentle smile he had never witnessed before. That smile was akin to the warm sun in winter, capable of melting any iceberg. "You've got something on your lips," Anna said softly, in a tone only they could hear. Yet her eyes remained devoid of warmth, conveying a silent message: play along. Or else. Kael instantly comprehended. Goodness, the woman was a master actress. Her ability to switch from threatening to tender in the blink of an eye was nothing short of Oscar-worthy. Kael's trepidation towards Anna deepened. This woman was not only powerful and astute, but also a natural performer. Terrifying. Kael quickly adjusted his expression, forcing a dazed and bewildered smile. "Thank you, Anna." "Fool." Anna affectionately flicked Kael's nose before retracting her hand. Kael was covered in goosebumps. To the other patrons, this scene was akin to a nuclear explosion. The entire Baiqiangwei restaurant fell into utter silence. All eyes widened, mouths agape, as though witnessing the most unbelievable spectacle. The aloof and divine Anna, who had never shown any interest to men, was now acting so intimately with an obscure dark-haired boy, wiping his mouth, flicking his nose. Such gestures were reserved for lovers. Weren't they? Surely, he couldn't be mistaken. Was that Anna Aliao? Who was that boy? Where did he come from? My goddess. Anna has a boyfriend? I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion. Someone please punch me. After a brief silence, the restaurant erupted into chaos. Countless hearts shattered, jealousy, anger, and resentment shot towards Kael like daggers. Kael felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He realized he had become the public enemy of all male students at the school. From this day forth, walking down the street might result in him being thrown into a sack. Well done, Anna remarked, observing the surrounding reactions. Nodding in satisfaction before whispering to Kael, "Keep it up. Keep it up." Kael internally lamented. If this continued, surviving the day in this restaurant was uncertain. "Here, try this." Ignoring Kael's inner turmoil, Anna picked up a fork, speared a piece of cut steak, and held it to Kael's lips. Anna's face still wore that enchanting smile capable of captivating all. Kael gazed at the steak presented to him, then at Anna's penetrating eyes that seemed to say, "Eat it. Or else." What choice did he have? Under the murderous glares of the male patrons, Kael reluctantly opened his mouth and took a bite. He could almost hear the sound of countless hearts breaking. He noticed a few boys nearby had already crushed their glasses in their hands. "Is it delicious?" Anna asked sweetly. Delicious. Kael felt tearful. This meal was a tasteless ordeal, akin to sitting on needles. Throughout the meal, under Anna's direction, Kael played the role of a blissful boyfriend spoiled by the goddess. Meanwhile, Anna flawlessly embodied a tender woman in love. She would wipe Kael's mouth, feed him, and gaze at him with affection. Her acting was nothing short of extraordinary. Had he not personally experienced everything from the previous night, he might have doubted his own reality. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the prolonged lunch concluded just as Kael felt he might be executed by the surrounding stares. "Let us go," Anna said, wiping her mouth with the napkin as she stood up. Kael felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly rose to follow her. However, Anna naturally linked her arm with his, the soft sensation radiating from her touch. Kael's body stiffened instantly. "Don't forget, we are a couple," Anna whispered in his ear. Kael could only allow Anna to lead him, like a marionette, as they exited the Baiqiangwei restaurant under the fiery gazes of the male patrons. Once outside, inhaling the fresh air, Kael felt as though he had been reborn. Yet, he understood this was merely the beginning. The news of the goddess Anna dating the dark-haired boy spread like wildfire throughout the entire Ireland Magical Academy within a mere afternoon. The name Kael Blake entered the consciousness of the entire faculty and student body for the first time, albeit in a most disgraceful manner. "Have you heard? The goddess Anna was actually wooed by a pig." "What was that pig's name again?" "Kael Blake." "Never heard of him. Where did he pop up from?" "Apparently, he's a novice water mage from the junior class." "What? Why him? How could the goddess Anna possibly be interested in him?" "Who knows? They say that guy is quite the smooth talker and managed to charm the goddess." "Unacceptable. I can't stand for this. I am determined to confront that individual named Kael for a duel. Count me in. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on our goddess must be prepared for utter annihilation." In a mere afternoon, Kael transitioned from an inconspicuous figure to the most wanted adversary among all the boys in the school. As he exited the classroom after school, he could distinctly feel the piercing gazes of nearly every boy in the corridor and on the playground fixated upon him. Their eyes seemed to burn with a desire to consume him whole. Kael instinctively shrank back, yearning to escape to his dormitory. However, before he could make much headway, he was blocked by several towering boys. At the forefront stood a strikingly handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, his face contorted with rage. Kael recognized him as Alex Green, the exemplary vice class leader of the advanced class and one of Anna's most fervent admirers. "You are Kael Black?" Alex looked down at Kael with a gaze brimming with disdain and contempt. Kael's heart sank. Trouble was looming. "Why yes, that's me," he stammered, steeling himself. "Very well," Alex sneered. "I do not care what despicable means you employed to deceive Anna, but I offer you a chance. Right now, go tell Anna you wish to break up and vanish from her sight. Otherwise," Alex's fist cracked ominously. "Otherwise, I will make you regret ever coming into this world." His entourage of lackeys also cracked their knuckles, casting malevolent glances at Kael. Kael swallowed hard, realizing he could not evade a beating today. What should he do now? Resist? With his meager strength, he would barely be a nuisance. Plead for mercy? That would only invite further disdain. Was he truly destined to take a beating? Just as Kael's mind raced, contemplating his options, a cool yet languid voice drifted over from a distance. "Oh, what a lively scene." The crowd turned towards the sound. There, beneath the corridor, stood a stunning girl with fiery red hair, leaning against a pillar, intrigued by the unfolding drama. It was Fiona. Why was Fiona here? Kael felt a jolt of surprise at the sight of her. Fiona's lips curled into a playful smile as she observed Kael, ensnared in the center. She approached him step by step, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the stone path. "Alex, do you not find it shameful to bully a junior with so many of your friends?" Fiona's voice held a subtle hint of mockery. Alex's brow furrowed at the sight of her. He was well aware of Fiona's power and background and dared not provoke her easily. "Senior Fiona, this is a matter between men. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening." Alex replied solemnly. "A matter between men?" Fiona scoffed, stepping closer to Kael, and executed an action that left onlookers agape. To everyone's astonishment, she wrapped her arm around Kael's neck and pressed his head against her breathtaking bosom. "Apologies, but this junior is currently my man," Fiona declared, raising her gaze defiantly at the astonished Alex. Thus, his affairs are my affairs. If you wish to harm him, you must first seek my consent. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Alex and his entourage gaped at Kael, their mouths agape. Kael's mind went blank, his face buried in an astonishing softness and warmth. A rich aroma, mingled with the scent of flames and youthful fragrance, surged into his nostrils, causing him to feel dizzy. What was happening? Fiona just claimed I was her man. Hadn't we just agreed yesterday that I would be Anna's shield? Why was Fiona now joining this chaos? What was this farce unfolding before him? Kael felt his worldview shattered by these two women in a mere 2 days, reduced to fragments. Senior Fiona, what do you mean by this? Alex stuttered, struggling to process the situation. First Anna, now Fiona. How could the two most illustrious goddesses of the Academy be involved with this black-haired boy? Who exactly was Kael Black? Was he a hidden prince or the offspring of a formidable figure? What does it mean? It means that Kael Black is the man I, Fiona, have chosen, she proclaimed, tightening her embrace around Kael, asserting her claim. So, if anyone dares to lay a finger on him, they will have to contend with me. As she spoke, her fiery red eyes scanned the crowd, radiating warnings and threats. Those who met her gaze instinctively recoiled. Fiona's notorious temper was well known within the Academy. Angering her would yield dire consequences. Alex's expression flickered between green and white. He could not fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. If it were merely Anna, he could rationalize that she had been deceived and still hoped to win back the goddess. But now, with Fiona involved, the situation had become exceedingly complicated. Senior Fiona, you cannot be serious, Alex exclaimed, still in disbelief. Do I appear to be jesting? Fiona retorted coldly, then glanced down at the bewildered Kael in her arms. A seductive smile graced her stunning face as she leaned down and gently kissed his forehead, much to the shock of the onlookers. The spectators' minds suffered another blow. If Anna feeding Kael at noon had been akin to a nuclear explosion, then Fiona's proactive kiss was a planetary collision. It was over. Completely over. The two most beautiful flowers of the Academy had both been claimed by the same swine. Alex felt his heart bleed. He glared at Kael with a look that could kill. If looks could slay, Kael would have been 1,000 times over. Kael, too, was in a daze. He could feel the lingering warmth on his forehead. Fiona had kissed him? Why? This was not the script. Just then, a chilling voice swept through the corridor like a Siberian chill. Fiona, what are you doing? Everyone turned to see Anna Elliot standing confidently at the other end of the corridor, dressed in a pure white gown. Anna appeared as holy as an angel descended upon the earth. Yet, her flawless face was now shrouded in a thick layer of frost. Her violet eyes were fixed intently on Fiona and the boy she held in her embrace. The frosty glare could freeze a soul solid. Kael jolted back to reality, panic surging through him. This was bad. Very bad. The main character had arrived. This was going to end poorly. Anna had already become a handful for him. And now Fiona had emerged to stir the pot. Was this to be a scene of two women vying for one man? Yet, I am merely a shield. You two celestial beings, please do not involve me, a mere mortal. Kael attempted to extricate himself from Fiona's embrace, but her arms clutched him tightly, like iron clamps. Upon seeing Anna, Fiona displayed no hint of guilt. Instead, her lips curled into a more provocative smile. What am I doing? Can't you see? I am simply getting cozy with my little man, Fiona declared, rubbing her face against Kael's. Anna's expression grew even colder, and the temperature of the air plummeted. Some of the weaker students couldn't help but shiver. Your man? Anna approached them step by step. How do I recall that he just became my boyfriend at noon today? She emphasized the words my boyfriend. This is it. A battlefield. Absolutely a battlefield. The onlookers widened their eyes, barely breathing, fearful of missing any detail. The two goddesses of the Academy confronted each other over an inconspicuous black-haired boy. What an explosive scene. Tomorrow, no, tonight, the Academy's forum would be flooded with this news. He is just a boyfriend, Fiona laughed nonchalantly. Anna, we are the best of sisters. You wouldn't mind if I borrowed your boyfriend for a couple of days, would you? As she spoke, Fiona intentionally puffed out her impressive chest, adopting a boastful posture while gazing at Anna. Anna's gaze lingered momentarily on Fiona's bosom before shifting to Kael's face, which was buried within, nearly suffocating. Her eyes grew colder still. Fiona, return Kael to me. Anna's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated with an undeniable authority. What if I refuse? Fiona shot back defiantly. The air crackled with tension, as if electric sparks were flying. On one side stood the icy goddess Anna, and on the other, the fiery Queen Fiona. One represented the utmost coldness, while the other embodied extreme heat. Caught between them, Kael felt like a wretched popsicle in a realm of ice and fire. on the verge of melting or being frozen to bits. "Help me." Kael let out a faint groan. He was on the brink of being suffocated by Fiona's astonishing endowments. Yet, Anna's plea for help went unnoticed. All eyes were fixated on Anna and Fiona. "Fiona, I'll say it once more." Anna's patience seemed to have reached its limit. "Let him go." As Anna's words fell, a powerful surge of magical energy radiated from her. The air began to crystallize into tiny ice shards. Fiona, not to be outdone, unleashed a wave of scorching heat that radiated from her. The clash of ice and fire magic erupted violently in the narrow corridor. A crackling sound filled the air. One wall frosted over with a layer of white frost, while the other became blackened and searing. The onlooking students recoiled in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire of these two formidable ladies' magic. Alex's face turned pale. He never anticipated that seeking trouble with Kael would ignite a face-off between two goddesses. "What? Anna, do you wish to confront me?" Fiona's eyes ignited with combative fervor. "If you insist on pushing me." Anna's hands began to gather a sacred silver light. It was evident that a grand battle was on the verge of erupting. Just as tensions reached their peak, a weak, tearful voice shattered the atmosphere. Ladies, could you please let me go? I can hardly breathe." Kael summoned the last of his strength to lift his reddened face from Fiona's grasp. His voice brimmed with desperation. Chapter 17. The Three Rules. Kael's voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the fiery confrontation between the two women. Both Anna and Fiona paused, looking down at him. Kael's face was flushed, veins protruding on his forehead, and he appeared on the brink of losing consciousness. Fiona then realized that in her attempt to provoke Anna, she had held Kael too tightly, nearly sending him into oblivion. Embarrassed, Fiona released her grip. Kael, free at last, collapsed to the ground like a fish out of water, desperately coughing and gasping for air. The sensation of fresh air filling his lungs had never felt so divine. In those few minutes, Kael genuinely believed he was about to become the first transmigrator in history to die by suffocation from a woman's bosom. Such a demise was far too humiliating. Observing Kael's pitiful state, the tense atmosphere between Anna and Fiona inexplicably dissipated somewhat. "Useless fellow," Fiona muttered under her breath. Anna shot her a cold glance before stepping in front of Kael and extending her hand. "Get up." Anna's voice remained frigid. Once Kael regained his breath, he hesitated for a moment while looking at Anna's outstretched hand. He genuinely feared these two women. Who knew what antics they might pull next? Anna's captivating gaze was quite intimidating. Startled, Kael quickly grasped Anna's hand for support, rising to his feet. Her hand was cool and soft, a comforting sensation. Yet Kael felt as though he was clutching an ancient piece of ice, the chill penetrating to his core. "Come with me," Anna commanded, pulling Kael along as she turned to leave. "Wait." Fiona once again obstructed their path. "What more do you want?" Anna's expression darkened. "Anna, we need to talk." Fiona's demeanor grew unexpectedly serious, addressing the matter of this shield's usage. After a moment of silence, Anna nodded. "This is not the place for a discussion." She glanced at the students around them who were eavesdropping, eager for gossip. "To the old spot." Having spoken, Anna took Kael's hand, with Fiona trailing behind. The three of them ignoring the bewildered stares from the onlookers as they departed. Only Alex and the crowd remained, bewildered in the aftermath of today's events, needing time to process the overwhelming information. The old spot referred to the lake at the back of the mountain. However, this time, the sun still shone, casting shimmering reflections on the water, offering a sense of tranquility that the night had lacked. Anna and Fiona stood on either side of the lake, while Kael, like a chastised schoolboy, lowered his head, standing between them, awaiting the judgment of his two teachers. The atmosphere grew tense. "Fiona, what exactly were you trying to accomplish today?" Anna broke the silence. "Do you have any idea how complicated your actions have made our plans from yesterday?" "Of course I know." Fiona crossed her arms, showing no signs of remorse. "I did it on purpose." "You." Anna's tone carried a hint of anger. "Anna, please don't be upset. Let me explain." Fiona, with an unusual softness in her tone, posed a question. "Have you ever considered the trouble you might stir by monopolizing this shield?" "What does it mean?" "It signifies that you, Anna Aili Aote, are the goddess of all the boys in the academy. Your sudden involvement with an obscure fellow is inherently attention-grabbing. Everyone will be eager to discover what prowess this young man possesses to win your affections. They will scrutinize you and Kael incessantly, like flies drawn to light." Fiona glanced at Kael and continued. "As a result, the time you spend with him will be magnified infinitely. How much personal time can you spare for me?" Anna fell into silence upon hearing this. Fiona was right. While Fiona sought a shield to conceal their relationship, she failed to recognize that this very shield would become a new focal point, a fresh source of trouble. Moreover, Fiona continued, Only you can be close to him, while I, as your closest confidant, have no connection to him and even harbor hostility towards him. Over time, won't that seem peculiar to others? If anyone suspects that I am targeting him out of jealousy, our bond will be more easily questioned. Kael, listening nearby, nodded silently. This Fiona, despite her fiery temperament, possessed a sharp mind and had clearly thought this through. Therefore, it seemed Anna understood Fiona's intentions. Thus, I must join in, Fiona asserted boldly. We must both develop feelings for him. We shall stage a drama of good friends falling for the same man. Kael felt his worldview being utterly reshaped. What kind of celestial logic is this? To mask a romantic relationship with a melodramatic love triangle? You city dwellers truly know how to play. Consequently, things began to make sense. The excitement in Fiona's voice grew as she exclaimed, two extraordinary beauties simultaneously enamored with an unremarkable lad. This is already sufficiently sensational and captivating. Everyone's attention will be riveted on this extraordinary love triangle, discussing Kael's allure and speculating on who will ultimately prevail. Meanwhile, we can utilize this pretext to act openly as a trio. Our rivalry over him will appear to outsiders as a contest among rivals. In reality, it will be a delightful way for us sisters to strengthen our bond. Thus, no one will ever suspect our true relationship. After Fiona concluded, she looked at Anna with a sense of triumph, as if to say, "Isn't my plan flawless?" Anna lowered her head, deep in thought for a long while. Kael, meanwhile, dared not breathe a word. He sensed that his fate was being determined by the mere exchange of words between these two women. From a singular shield to a shared one, the workload had doubled. Moreover, the risk factor escalated exponentially. After a considerable time, Anna finally lifted her head. Your plan is feasible. To Kael's dismay, Anna actually agreed. However, she swiftly shifted her tone. We must establish 3 rules. You speak. Fiona appeared all ears. Anna raised one finger. First, this man is merely a tool for us. We must not develop any extraneous feelings for him, whether in performance or in private. We must maintain boundaries. As she spoke, Anna cast a cold glance at Kael. He quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I harbor only fear, not feelings for you. Of course, Fiona responded nonchalantly. Anna extended a second finger. Second, we must discuss all matters regarding his use in advance. We cannot allow a repeat of today's impulsive behavior. Our primary objective is to keep our secret, not to engage in jealousy. Agreed, Fiona nodded, acknowledging her impulsiveness today. Anna raised a third finger. Third, and most importantly, Anna's gaze fell once more on Kael, her expression filled with warning and authority. You, Kael Blake, belong to both of us. Without our permission, you are not to have any unnecessary contact with other women. Kael's body, his time, and everything about him are to be jointly governed by us. You must be at our beck and call and comply without question. After Anna spoke, she turned to Kael and coldly inquired, Do you understand? What could Kael say? He looked at the two women who held his fate in their hands. One an iceberg, the other a flame. Kael sensed that his future days would be shrouded in darkness. I understand. He managed to force the words out through clenched teeth. Chapter 18. Clearly assigned since that day by the lake, the tragic chapter of Kael's life began to unfold. He had completely devolved into a shared tool for Anna and Fiona. His schedule was thoroughly divided between the two women. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he belonged to Anna. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, he was Fiona's. Sundays were reserved for the trio's collective activities. They euphemistically claimed this was to render the love triangle more authentic. Thus, every day, students at the Ireland Academy of Magic witnessed scenes that filled them with heartbreak and envy. On Mondays, Kael would be summoned to the library by Anna, where he would spend the entire day ostensibly studying. Of course, studying was merely a pretext. Being a pillow was the reality. Anna would naturally lean on Kael's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. Kael, on the other hand, had to maintain a single position, utterly still, until half of his body went numb. During this time, he endured the piercing gazes of the surrounding boys. Look at that useless fellow pretending. How could the goddess Anna possibly choose him? He isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. If I could be so close to the goddess, I'd willingly forego 10 years of my life. As Kael listened to their comments, a singular thought consumed him. Do you want this fortune? On Tuesdays, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Kael would be dragged to the training grounds by Fiona, a fiery mage with a tempestuous personality. Fiona's training methods were straightforward and brutal. She would make Kael her human target. Don't worry, I'll extinguish the fireball before it hits you, Fiona said, conjuring a fireball the size of a human head. Kael's face turned pale as he gazed at the terrifyingly hot sphere. Fiona, this is not wise. What if you miss? Shut up. Just stand still. Fiona shot him an exasperated look, admonishing him for being overly cautious. Show some spirit. Don't you want to grow stronger? I don't want that. I just want to live peacefully. Kael lamented inwardly. He could only watch helplessly as the massive fireball hurtled toward him. Then, just a centimeter from his face, it suddenly extinguished with a puff. The searing heat wave singed Kael's eyebrows. Did you see that? Quite safe. Fiona clapped her hands, expressing her satisfaction, and exclaimed, again. Thus, Kael spent the entire afternoon engulfed in a harrowing experience of life and death. He felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Meanwhile, the training ground was crowded with onlookers, fellow students eager to witness the spectacle. Goodness, Queen Fiona is still as explosive as ever. That Kael is indeed a daring soul to serve as her target. They murmured. Do you think he harbors some peculiar inclination? It seems so otherwise. How could he manage to handle two goddesses at once? Kael retorted, I thank you. My inclination is merely to survive. By Wednesday, it was once again Anna's tender domain. Anna would take Kael for a stroll in the academy's back garden. She would rest her head on his lap, requesting him to read to her. The material was nothing short of monotonous magical theory. Kael found himself parched and drowsy as he read, while Anna, resting on his leg, appeared blissfully serene. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her flawless face, her long lashes resembling delicate brushes. In that moment, she truly seemed like an ethereal angel, untouched by the mundane world. Kael found himself momentarily entranced, but he quickly regained his composure. An angel? What a jest. This woman's heart is colder than ice, harder than stone. Kael dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts about Anna. Thursday heralded Fiona's grueling regime once more. Beyond merely being a target, she devised new training exercises to further challenge him. Fiona would suppress her magical prowess and engage Kael purely using her combat skills. The outcome was that Kael consistently emerged battered and bruised, feeling utterly dismantled. Pathetic. You're weaker than a slime, Fiona exclaimed, kicking Kael to the ground and looking down at him with disdain. With such a state, how can you protect us? Protect you? Goodness, do you truly need my protection? As long as you don't end my life, I count myself fortunate. Kael lay on the ground, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter. Yet Fiona, hands on her hips, declared nonchalantly, no, starting next week, training will double. Kael's vision darkened, nearly losing consciousness. Thus, he endured the relentless torment of contrasting extremes week after week. Both his body and spirit suffered immensely. Strangely, Kael discovered that he was gradually becoming accustomed to it. In fact, under Fiona's hellish training, his stamina and reaction speed improved significantly. At the very least, he could now withstand Fiona's assaults for a few more minutes. However, the most perplexing ordeal remained the trio's Sunday escapades. Anna and Fiona would drag him to the most bustling areas of the academy, staging various melodramatic love triangles. For instance, in the commercial district, Anna would link her arm with Kael's, while Fiona would grasp the other. They would then argue over who Kael should accompany that day. Kael should join me to see the newly released magical accessories, Anna asserted coldly. Why should he? Last Sunday was your turn. This week, it's mine. I want Kael to accompany me to the weapon shop, Fiona countered obstinately. They would then turn their gazes toward Kael. Kael, who will you accompany today? Caught in the middle, Kael felt like a rag torn asunder. What could he do? All he could muster was an awkward yet polite smile. How about we all go together? No. The two women replied in unison, rejecting his suggestion. The inevitable result was that Kael spent the entire morning with Anna at the accessory shop, purchasing an array of shiny trinkets he could hardly comprehend, only to be dragged off by Fiona in the afternoon to peruse weapons, examining swords and spears for hours. By the end of the day, Kael felt as though his legs belonged to someone else. Thus, he firmly established his reputation as a notorious scoundrel, straddling two boats. On the Academy forum, threads discussing their trio amassed thousands of replies. Some condemned Kael's shamelessness, while others debated whether Anna or Fiona would ultimately prevail, even sparking betting pools. Kael became an infamous figure within the Academy, though his notoriety was hardly flattering. That evening, Kael returned to his modest dormitory, dragging his fatigued body behind him. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, contemplating the bleakness of his existence. When would this relentless cycle come to an end? Just as he sighed in despair, a sudden knock echoed at the dormitory door. Who is it? Kael inquired wearily, wondering who could possibly seek him out at such a late hour. It's me. A cool voice responded from outside. Kael jolted upright. That voice belonged to Anna. What could she be doing at his dormitory? Chapter 19. The goddess's midnight visit. Why would Anna come to my dormitory? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Kael's mind. Was she here to check on him? Or did she have yet another tormenting plan in store? Not daring to delay, he hurried to open the door. Standing outside was Anna Elliot, radiantly poised. She had exchanged her usual white dress for a sleek black outfit designed for agility, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. Her silver hair was elegantly tied back into a high ponytail, bestowing upon her a blend of nighttime boldness and competence, contrasting with her daytime purity. "Anna, why are you here?" Kael stammered, still accustomed to addressing her as senpai in private, a term that allowed him to feel a semblance of normalcy in their relationship. Anna did not respond to Kael's query. Instead, she strode into the dormitory and closed the door behind her. Kael's heart raced. Realizing the implications of being alone with a woman capable of taking his life at any moment, the atmosphere felt undeniably surreal. "Change your clothes," Anna commanded, surveying his modest living space. "Change clothes? Where to?" Kael was taken aback. "To the back mountain." Her response was succinct. The mere mention of the back mountain sent a chill down Kael's spine. That place was akin to the inception of his nightmares. "What could we possibly do there at this hour?" he asked cautiously. "You'll find out when we arrive," Anna replied, her tone leaving no room for debate. "You have 3 minutes." Not daring to inquire further, Kael hastily rummaged through his wardrobe, pulling out a set of dark clothing to change into. 3 minutes later, the two of them stealthily exited the dormitory, slipping away into the night as they made their way toward the back mountain. Anna's movements were graceful and swift, navigating through the dense foliage like a specter. Kael struggled to keep pace. Had it not been for Fiona's rigorous training, he feared he would have already fallen behind. Before long, they arrived at the familiar lakeside. Under the silvery glow of the moon, the lake's surface shimmered with gentle ripples, reminiscent of that fateful night that altered Kael's destiny. "Senior Anna, what exactly are we doing here?" Kael gasped, inquiring with a breathless tone. Anna remained silent, approaching the lakeside and extending her hand, palm facing upwards. A soft, silver light ignited within her grasp, coalescing into a radiant short sword, gleaming with a holy brilliance. It was the very sword that had once been pressed against Kael's throat that night. Upon seeing it, Kael instinctively took a step back. "What are you doing?" A sense of foreboding rose within him. Could it be that Anna deemed him, her human shield, no longer useful and intended to dispose of him? "Do not be anxious." Anna, seemingly reading his thoughts, turned to him and offered the luminous sword. "Take it." "Huh?" Kael was taken aback. "Starting today, I will teach you how to wield a sword." Her tone remained calm, yet the words she spoke left Kael utterly astonished. "Teach me to use a sword?" He stared at Anna, then at the exquisite sword in her hand, struggling to believe his ears. This formidable woman intended to personally instruct him in swordsmanship? Was the sun rising in the west, or was she plotting yet another scheme? "What's the matter? Do you refuse?" Anna's brow furrowed as she noticed Kael's hesitation. No, I am willing. Of course I am." Kael quickly regained his composure and eagerly accepted the short sword with both hands. This was an extraordinary opportunity. The chance to receive guidance from Anna, whose strength was unfathomable, was something many would covet. Though Kael was uncertain of Anna's true intentions, he would not let the opportunity to grow stronger slip away. As he gripped the sword, a chill and pure magical energy coursed through the hilt into his hands. The blade felt light, yet held incredible power. "Why do you wish to teach me?" Kael could not suppress his curiosity. "Because you are exceedingly weak." Anna's response was blunt and straightforward, laced with disdain. Kael felt a pang of acknowledgement. It was a powerful and undeniable truth. A mere shield lacking the ability to protect oneself held no value. "I do not wish to see you cornered by someone like Alex again, utterly defenseless." Anna continued. Kael felt a mix of emotions. Although her words were harsh, they seemed to carry a hint of concern for him. No, it could not be. He believed that her disdain stemmed from his inadequacy reflecting poorly on her. Yes, that must be it. Kael reminded himself not to read too much into it. Fiona's training methods were too brutal, focusing solely on physical endurance. Yet, combat required more than mere strength. Anna stepped closer to Kael, adjusting his grip on the sword. "Having only strength without technique makes you nothing more than a punching bag. From this night forth, meet me here at this time every evening. I will teach you the true art of combat." Her voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Kael gazed at Anna, the silver-haired maiden patiently guiding his sword grip under the moonlight. Her profile was striking, beautifully defined, and captivating. Anna's gaze was focused and earnest. In that moment, she resembled not a domineering sorceress, but a dedicated instructor. Kael's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his eyes. "Observe my movements closely." Anna, oblivious to Kael's fluster, took 2 steps back and assumed a stance. The light sword technique was the foundational swordsmanship of the Holy Light Church, emphasizing precision, swiftness, and achieving maximum lethality with minimal effort. First move, the thrust. Before she finished speaking, Anna's figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Kael, her luminous sword transforming into a silver flash, thrusting directly toward his brow. Quickly, so swift was her action that Kael could barely react. Watching helplessly as the glinting tip of the blade loomed larger in his vision, he was certain he was about to perish. Was this truly a lesson? It felt more like an attempt to slay him. Panic consumed Kael's thoughts. Just as the blade was about to pierce his skin, a faint sound resonated. Anna's sword halted precisely at his brow, the tip a mere millimeter from his flesh. He could feel the chilling intent radiating from the blade. Cold sweat drenched Kael's back. "Your reaction time is abysmal," Anna remarked, her expression unyielding. "Your coordination is lacking, and your strength is poorly applied. If this were a real battle, you would have perished 10 times over." Kael gasped, his heart racing. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was doomed. Again, Anna offered no respite, commanding him, "Take your sword and thrust at me." Kael swallowed hard, acutely aware of Anna's seriousness. She was employing the most direct and brutal method to train him. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the sword, recalling Anna's previous movements as he assumed a clumsy stance. Gathering all his strength, he charged toward Anna with a fierce shout. "Ah!" Kael yelled, thrusting the sword with all his might. Yet, to Anna, his movements appeared sluggish as a snail. With barely a shift of her weight, she effortlessly evaded his attack, then countered with a swift strike, the blade crashing against his back. Crack! The sound echoed sharply. "Ah!" Kael cried out, tumbling forward and landing unceremoniously on the ground. Pain radiated from his back as if it were splitting apart. "I said to use technique, not brute force." Anna's cold voice floated from behind him. "Your vulnerabilities are plentiful, evident throughout your entire form. Get up and continue." Kael gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, determination igniting within him as he looked at Anna. No longer did fear cloud his gaze. Instead, a flicker of defiance sparked within him. Again, he charged at Anna once more. Crack! Another sharp sound rang out as Kael was once again sent sprawling to the ground. "Get up!" Again. Crack! "Stand up!" Again. Crack! The echoes of Kael's anguished cries reverberated by the lakeside throughout the night. Time and again, he surged forward, only to be easily thwarted. His body soon bore the marks of Anna's strikes, red welts crisscrossing his skin. Yet, Kael refused to surrender, for he understood this was his singular opportunity to grow stronger. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that perhaps. Kael perceived that although Anna struck with considerable force each time, she skillfully avoided his vital points. The injuries appeared alarming, yet in reality, they were merely superficial wounds. Under the moonlight, two figures danced, one relentlessly attacking while the other effortlessly defended, creating a peculiar yet harmonious tableau. Unbeknownst to Kael, as he fell and rose repeatedly, a pair of fiery red eyes quietly observed from the shadows of a nearby tree. Fiona's expression bore a complex mixture of displeasure, jealousy, and an indefinable worry that even she could not articulate. Chapter 20. Fiona's guidance. The next morning, Kael was unceremoniously dragged from his bed. "Get up, you slacker. The sun is already high." Fiona's harsh voice echoed in his ears. Kael groggily opened his eyes, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered, each movement sending waves of pain coursing through him. After a night of being struck by Anna's sword, despite the injuries being superficial, the experience was undeniably unpleasant. "Fiona, how did you get in here?" Kael asked, still dazed, as he beheld Fiona, arms crossed, and wearing an irritable expression. "How did I get in?" "I kicked the door open," Fiona declared with righteous indignation, gesturing toward the now-defunct door lock. "This is school property," Kael exclaimed. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get out of bed. It's my turn today. Training will be doubled." Upon hearing the words doubled training, Kael's face turned pale. His body was in agony. The mere thought of training made him grimace in pain. "Sister Fiona, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. May I take a day off?" Kael attempted to plead. "Unwell?" Fiona narrowed her eyes, circling around him before her gaze landed on the red mark peeking out from his collar, a remnant of last night's encounter with Anna's sword. Fiona's expression darkened instantly. "I doubt you're unwell. It seems you were simply worn out from frolicking with certain individuals last night," she remarked, her tone dripping with jealousy. Kael's heart raced. Did Fiona know? How could she possibly be aware of Anna's visit? "I didn't," Kael hastily denied, recalling Anna's explicit instructions not to divulge their sword training to anyone, including Fiona. "Didn't he?" Fiona scoffed, suddenly reaching out to tear open Kael's nightshirt. With a ripping sound, she exposed his body, marred with an array of bruises and fresh wounds, a testament to Anna's training. The new, vivid marks were particularly conspicuous. Fiona's pupils constricted as she recognized the signs of someone skilled with the sword. "Anna." The name flashed in Fiona's mind, igniting an inexplicable fury intertwined with intense jealousy. How dare you, Anna Elliott? We agreed on fair competition with established rules, yet you secretly provide him with special training and engage so intensely. Fiona's anger intensified as she scrutinized Kael's injuries, feeling increasingly like a fool kept in the dark. Very well. If Anna can accomplish this, so can I. And I shall do it even better. Double training? No. Today, we will increase it tenfold. Upon hearing this, Kael felt as though the world was collapsing around him. Sister, when gods clash, do not involve me, a mere pawn. I am just an innocent tool. However, Fiona offered him no opportunity for rebuttal. She seized him by the collar as one might handle a small chicken and dragged him from the dormitory. Help! Kael's cries echoed through the morning corridors. At the training ground, Kael felt as if he were on the brink of death. Fiona, seemingly fueled by some unseen force, increased the intensity of their training to unprecedented levels. Instead of merely intimidating him with fireballs, she conjured numerous small flames that rained down upon him in an indiscriminate assault. Kael had to continuously dodge and weave through the fiery barrage. Any moment of hesitation would leave him scorched and blackened. Faster, even faster. Your speed rivals that of a turtle. Fiona stood at the sidelines, arms crossed, her voice cold and commanding. Kael was in agony, feeling his energy rapidly deplete. His lungs burned, and his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead. At last, he stumbled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. The fiery rain engulfed him instantly. Kael shut his eyes, letting out a desperate scream. Yet, instead of the anticipated searing pain, the flames extinguished just inches from his body, Fiona's control remaining eerily precise. Lying on the ground, Kael gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, resembling someone just pulled from the water. Get up. Fiona approached, towering over him. This is merely an appetizer. Kael felt tears welling up. An appetizer? What could the main course possibly entail? A grand feast? Anna taught you swordsmanship last night, didn't she? Fiona suddenly inquired. Kael was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refute her. However, confronted by Fiona's penetrating gaze, he reluctantly nodded. Excellent, Fiona said, a dangerous smile creeping onto her lips. This afternoon, I shall assess your progress. We will engage in a practical sparring session. I will use fire magic. You will wield your sword. The rules are simple. If you can leave a mark on me, even if it's just a tear in my clothing, you win. If you succeed, your training will be halved. But should you fail, Fiona's smile widened. Your training will double. Hearing this wager, Kael felt as though he had fallen into a deep abyss. To wield a sword against a powerful fire mage, particularly one as seasoned as Fiona, was an impossible task. This woman was clearly seeking a pretext to torment him further. Chapter 21. The despair of sparring. Kael's mind buzzed with confusion. Sparring with Fiona? Attempting to inflict an injury upon her? While this wager seemed to offer a glimmer of hope, Kael understood all too well that it was an insurmountable challenge. What was he, after all? A novice who has barely grasped the art of swordsmanship for less than a day struggles to maintain a firm grip on the weapon. And what of Fiona? She stands as the pinnacle of talent within the academy, a master fire mage with a wealth of combat experience that is nothing short of intimidating. The thought of wielding a sword against her is laughable, even with a magically enchanted artifact. Attempting to breach the barrier of her fiery walls and explosive spells would be akin to scaling the heavens. To think of tearing her garments? What an absurd jest. It is likely that before even nearing Fiona within 10 meters, one would be reduced to a mere charred remnant. This woman is not offering opportunities. Rather, she seeks to amplify her torment of him under the guise of a challenge. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Fiona gazes down at Kael, whose face is marred by an expression more morose than that of one mourning a lost father. With her arms crossed, she raises an eyebrow, taunting him about his earlier bravado. After a night of training with Anna, has he truly become nothing more than a coward too timid to lift his sword? The emphasis she places on Anna's name drips with provocation, a challenge so blatant that even a fool would comprehend it. Kael internally curses Fiona's lineage, recognizing the blatant baiting tactic she employs. Yet, despite his awareness, retreating is not an option. Should he concede with a mere shake of his head? The afternoon's sparring may be avoided, but he would forever be branded a spineless wretch in Fiona's eyes. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly devise increasingly humiliating means to torment him, making life unbearable. Furthermore, to yield would imply that Anna's training was in vain. Although Anna had pushed him to the brink of exhaustion, she had imparted valuable knowledge. If Fiona were to dismiss Anna's teachings as worthless, where would that leave Anna's honor? The thought of Anna discovering this and subsequently intensifying his training fills him with dread. The prospect of being relentlessly punished by both women sends a shiver down Kael's spine. He realizes that death is inevitable. Yet he might as well wager everything on this challenge. Victory would mean having his training, an idyllic outcome. Loss, however, would merely double his suffering. At this point, he is already entrenched in a hellish existence. A transition to a deeper abyss seems almost bearable. To hell with that. The very notion is utterly intolerable. Kael internally laments, though his exterior must maintain a facade of defiance. Clenching his teeth, he struggles to rise from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he defiantly proclaims, "Who says I'm afraid? It's just a sparring match. Bring it on. This afternoon, let us see who fears whom." "Ah, such bravado," Fiona remarks, a dangerous smile playing at her lips, clearly relishing the spectacle. She turns away, leaving behind a vivid silhouette as she departs. The moment Fiona's presence fades, Kael's feigned courage dissipates, and he collapses back to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. He gazes at his charred hands, overwhelmed with regret. Why did I act so defiantly? Was I not leaping into the flames myself? Now, with bravado unleashed, if he faces brutal punishment this afternoon, it will be more than mere embarrassment. It could very well cost him his life. I must devise a plan. Sitting on the ground, Kael's mind races with potential strategies. A direct confrontation would surely lead to his demise. Fiona's fire magic is vast and formidable. While his swordplay is rudimentary at best, a mere offering of his head on a platter, his only chance lies in the element of surprise. He must concoct a scheme to approach her unexpectedly and strike when she least anticipates it. But how to achieve such a surprise? Kael reflects on the fundamentals that Anna had taught him the previous night. Basic sword movements, thrusting, slashing, lifting, sweeping, and most importantly, how to channel magical energy into the blade to create a rudimentary blade aura. Anna had remarked upon his exceptional affinity for water magic and decent control over his mana, which could serve as an advantage. Suddenly, an idea ignites in his mind. Water extinguishes fire. It's a fundamental truth. Though his water magic skills are rudimentary, limited to a mere level 1 water bolt spell, its meager power is hardly sufficient even for watering plants. Yet, that does not negate the potential of the water element itself. Fiona, as a fire mage, wields flames that, regardless of their might, are inherently vulnerable to water. If, as I approach Fiona, I could conjure a substantial amount of steam or strike her eyes with a water bolt, causing a momentary blinding or disorientation, would that not present my opportunity? This notion takes root in Kael's mind, proliferating despite its seeming implausibility. It is far more promising than the notion of charging blindly into certain death. Yes, this shall be my course of action. Kael pounds the ground in determination, finally finding a semblance of purpose. While hope may be tenuous, it is certainly not despair. With great effort, Kael rises, dragging his weary body step by step back to his dormitory. He recognizes the necessity of rest and the restoration of his strength. More crucially, he must thoroughly examine his water bolt technique to unlock any additional potential it might hold beyond merely splashing a few droplets. The afternoon passes swiftly. When Kael is once more dragged from his dormitory by Fiona and taken to the training grounds, he feels akin to a condemned prisoner on their way to execution. The afternoon sun bathes him in warmth, yet his heart feels as cold as ice. In the center of the training ground, Fiona has donned a more practical combat outfit, her fiery red attire accentuating her striking figure perfectly. Without any weapons in hand, she stands effortlessly, exuding an aura of immense confidence and pressure that makes it difficult for Kael to draw breath. "Are you prepared, coward?" Fiona taunts, her voice dripping with disdain as she observes Kael, pale and trembling, clutching a wooden sword. Kael inhales deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He knows that panic is not an option. Succumbing to fear would obliterate any chance he has. "I am ready." He attempts to steady his voice, gripping the wooden sword tightly while assuming a less than perfect stance. "Very well," Fiona nods approvingly, extending a finger in a beckoning gesture. "Come forth and show me what Anna has imparted to you. Remember, you have but one chance. Once I move, you will find it impossible to touch me." Her tone is laced with absolute confidence and contempt, dismissing Kael entirely. The suppressed fury within Kael ignites at Fiona's condescending demeanor. Who does she think she is? Today, even if it costs me my life, I will leave my mark on that exquisite attire of hers. With a fierce shout, Kael rallies himself, propelling forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, charging toward Fiona. Kael's speed is not impressive. In fact, it could be described as somewhat awkward. In the fleeting moment of charging forward, Kael quietly concentrated the meager water magic within him in the palm of his left hand. This was the lethal trump card he had devised after hours of intense contemplation. As he approached Fiona, he intended to launch a surprise attack with a water bullet aimed at her face, then unleash his swiftest sword strike with his right hand. The outcome rested on this decisive moment. Observing Kael's unyielding advance, a disdainful smirk crept across Fiona's lips. Was this all he had? He could not even manage the most basic footwork. His trajectory was a straight line, and he was riddled with vulnerabilities. Was this what Anna had taught him? Fiona could hardly be bothered to move, simply raising her right hand. A searing flame coalesced in her palm, compressing into a fireball the size of a human head, radiating a terrifying heat. Too slow. Fiona uttered these words softly. Then with a flick of her wrist, the formidable fireball hurtled towards Kael's face with a deafening roar. The fireball raced towards him in an instant. The scorching wave of heat assaulted him, singeing his hair. Kael's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He had anticipated Fiona's attack, but never expected it to come with such swiftness and ferocity. If that fireball struck true, he wouldn't just lose. He would be reduced to a charred corpse on the spot. In this life-and-death moment, Kael's mind blanked, and his body reacted solely on instinct honed through days of training. With a desperate roll, he barely evaded the deadly fireball in a most ungraceful manner. Boom! The fireball grazed his back and slammed into the ground behind him with a thunderous explosion. The violent flames erupted, creating a pit half a meter deep. The surrounding earth transformed into charred, glass-like remnants. Kael lay on the ground, feeling the intense heat radiating from behind him, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. That was close. Before he could even take a moment to be grateful for his narrow escape, Fiona's mocking voice rang out once more. Not a bad reaction, like a startled rabbit. However, mere evasion will not secure victory against me. No sooner had she spoken than the second and third fireballs began to take shape in her hands, launching mercilessly towards Kael's position. Chapter 22. The Price of the Bet. The sky was filled with fireballs, cascading towards Kael as if they were free. Fiona showed no signs of stopping. She stood still, her hands moving like fluttering butterflies, swiftly conjuring fireballs and accurately targeting every potential escape route for Kael. Boom, boom, boom. The training ground echoed with explosions as flames soared into the sky. Kael found himself in an utterly desperate situation, akin to a small boat amidst raging waves, desperately dodging through the gaps between fireballs, rolling and crawling, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. His prior plan of a water bullet ambush now seemed laughable under such relentless assault. Forget getting close to Fiona. He could barely maintain his footing. Too slow. Too slow. What happened to your footwork? Didn't Anna teach you? Is this all you can do? Rolling on the ground like a dog? Get up. Take your sword. Charge like a man. Fiona's scornful commands pierced through the cacophony of explosions, each word like a needle stabbing at Kael's pride. Damn it. A surge of rage welled up within Kael. Gritting his teeth, he seized an opportunity amidst the explosions. Leaping from the ground, advancing toward Fiona once more, Kael understood that he could no longer remain in a passive state. His stamina was finite, while Fiona's magic seemed boundless. If he continued to evade, he would truly become a fish on the chopping board, ready for slaughter. He had to charge forward, even if it meant death. He would die on the path of assault. Oh, finally showing some spirit? Seeing Kael daring to take the initiative, a flicker of surprise crossed Fiona's eyes, quickly replaced by deeper disdain. Foolish bravery is no different from courting death. With a cold huff, Fiona brought her hands together forcefully. This time, she did not conjure another fireball. Instead, she compressed an even greater amount of fire magic before her. Inferno Wall. With a low command from Fiona, a massive wall of flames, 3 meters high and 10 meters wide, erupted into existence, standing between her and Kael. The searing firewall warped the air, emanating an oppressive heat. Kael's momentum was abruptly halted by this sudden barrier. He was less than 5 meters away from the firewall, the terrifying heat scorching his skin and almost blinding him. It was over. Kael's heart plummeted. This wall of fire had completely sealed off all his paths forward. How could he possibly fight? There was no way through. Yet, just as Kael expected Fiona to maintain the wall and watch him roast, the enormous firewall suddenly shifted. It writhed violently, and from its depths surged forth several serpentine fire snakes, roaring and twisting, encircling Kael from all directions. Kael was paralyzed with fear. What kind of magic is this? It's utterly unfair. Without a moment's thought, he turned to flee. But it was too late. One of the fire snakes, the swiftest among them, coiled around his right leg like a flash of red lightning. Ah! Kael screamed, feeling as though his calf had been seared by a red-hot iron, the intense pain causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground once more. Immediately, the second and third fire snakes ensnared him. They wrapped around his limbs and waist, binding him tightly in place, rendering him immobile. Kael struggled fiercely, but these fire snakes seemed alive, tightening their grip with every movement. The wooden sword in his hand slipped free, clattering to the ground several meters away. Defeated, Kael lay on the ground, watching the fiery serpents coiling around him. Radiating heat but not inflicting actual burns, his heart sinking into despair. The gap was insurmountable. They were not even in the same dimension. Fiona slowly emerged from behind the firewall. As she stepped forward, the enormous wall dissipated into thin air. Fiona approached Kael, looking down at him with an icy gaze, as if observing an insignificant insect. "I have won," Fiona stated flatly, her tone devoid of any triumph, as if merely declaring an undeniable fact. Kael remained silent, biting his lip and turning his head away, unwilling to allow this woman to witness the humiliation and resentment in his eyes. According to the wager, Fiona's voice resonated once more, each word striking Kael's heart like a heavy hammer. "Starting tomorrow, your training regimen will double." Kael's body stiffened abruptly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing the decree from Fiona's lips filled him with a wave of despair. Doubling the effort on top of what he had endured today was not merely training. It was tantamount to murder. This deranged woman truly intended to push him to his limits. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" It seemed Fiona relished the expression on Kael's face at that moment. She crouched down, grasped his chin, and compelled him to meet her gaze. "Remember this feeling," she whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. "This is the sensation of the weak, powerless, desolate, merely prey to be slaughtered. What Anna can teach you are merely flamboyant displays of swordsmanship. I, however, can instruct you on how to survive." Fiona's voice possessed a peculiar enchantment, causing Kael to momentarily question whether she was tormenting him or genuinely imparting wisdom. "Harbor your resentment and fury deep within your heart. One day, you'll wield your own strength to repay the humiliation you suffer today 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Of course." Fiona's tone shifted, and her familiar smirk returned as she added, "Provided you manage to survive under my tutelage." With that, she released him and stood up. As Fiona rose, the fiery serpents binding Kael dissipated into sparks. "That will be all for today. Tomorrow at the same time, in the same place, do not be late." With this parting remark, Fiona turned and departed from the training ground without a backward glance, leaving Kael sprawled on the searing ground, resembling a lifeless dog, covered in blisters with no strength left to even move a finger. Gazing at Fiona's retreating figure, Kael's eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions: anger, resentment, humiliation, but above all, an unprecedented confusion. What was this woman truly aiming to achieve? Fiona subjected herself to such torment while uttering those words. Did she genuinely wish to destroy him? Or was she employing this extreme method to force him to grow stronger? Kael could not decipher her intentions. All he knew was that his body was on the verge of collapse, and tomorrow awaited him with an even more terrifying, double training regimen. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. Chapter 23. Anna's tenderness. Kael was uncertain how he managed to drag his battered body from the training ground back to the dormitory. He only remembered that each step felt akin to treading on razor blades. Several blisters caused by the fiery serpents had burst, stinging painfully. He collapsed onto his bed, devoid of any desire to move. He was utterly exhausted, plagued by unbearable pain. All Kael wished for was to drift into an eternal slumber, never to awaken, thus evading the hellish training that awaited him the following day. He closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually fading. Just as he was on the brink of sleep, a gentle knock at the door jolted him awake. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was soft and polite, a stark contrast to Fiona's violent entrance that morning. Kael wished to ignore it. He only desired solitude. However, the knocking persisted, stubbornly repeating itself. "Who is it?" Kael called out weakly. "I'm sleeping. Let us talk tomorrow." The outside fell silent for a few seconds before a cool, yet familiar voice penetrated the stillness. "It's me, Anna. Open the door." Anna? Kael's heart skipped. He became suddenly alert. What was she doing here? At this hour? Was it possible that Fiona had blabbed about their afternoon training session? Was Anna here to mock him or to deliver a final blow? His heart raced in anxiety. He struggled to rise from his bed to open the door, but the slightest movement tugged at his injuries, causing him to gasp in pain. "I can't move." "The door isn't locked," Kael managed to croak. "Outside." Anna seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, Kael heard a faint click as the door was pushed open. A figure clad in the academy's white uniform stepped inside. Moonlight streamed through the doorway, illuminating her silhouette. With silver hair, exquisitely delicate features that appeared almost unreal, and violet eyes reminiscent of gemstones, it was indeed Anna Elliot. Upon entering, Anna was immediately met with the pungent scent of medicinal ointments mingled with a faint odor of burnt flesh. Her brow furrowed instinctively. Approaching Kael's bedside, she scrutinized his condition in the moonlight. Kael lay sprawled on the bed, his shirt clinging to his skin with sweat and blood. His exposed back and arms were marred by extensive redness and blisters, some even oozing pus, presenting a ghastly sight. Anna's pupils narrowed in shock. Did Fiona do this? Her voice turned icy, laced with an anger that was hard to suppress. Although she had anticipated that Fiona would intensify her methods upon discovering Anna had been giving Kael special treatment, she never imagined Fiona would resort to such brutality. This was no longer training, it was outright abuse. Kael remained silent, not daring to speak. He felt like a small fish caught between two formidable sharks. No matter whom he favored, he would offend the other. The best course of action was to play dead. Observing his state, Anna sighed inwardly. She retrieved a small vial containing a milky white ointment that radiated a gentle glow from her spatial ring. Take off your shirt, she commanded with an undeniable authority. Huh. Kael was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. I said, remove your shirt. I need to apply medicine. Anna reiterated, her tone softening somewhat. The injuries on your body are burns caused by fire magic. If not treated promptly, they will leave permanent scars and may even affect your magical circulation in the future. Only then did Kael grasp the gravity of the situation. He attempted to tear the sticky fabric from his body, but the slightest exertion sent pain shooting through him, causing him to wince. Anna could no longer bear to watch. She extended her slender, pale hand, summoning a soft sphere of water. Gently, she pressed the water sphere against Kael's back. It instantly dispersed, transforming into a refreshing stream that soaked through his shirt. The fabric, now dampened, easily separated from his wounds. With utmost care, Anna gradually peeled away the tattered shirt from Kael's torso. When Kael's upper body was fully exposed to the air, Anna's breath caught momentarily. Fresh wounds, old scars, sword marks, and burns, blue, purple, red, and black, adorned his skin. A multitude of scars crisscrossed the not-so-strong back of Kael, resembling a palette carelessly smeared with colors, devoid of a single unblemished inch of skin. Half of these wounds were inflicted last night, while the other half were the result of Fiona's actions today. An inexplicable sense of guilt and heartache surged within Anna. She had always believed that both she and Fiona, despite their harsh methods, exercised restraint. Yet, it now appeared that this so-called restraint was still too burdensome for a frail novice mage. Had they truly gone too far? Anna silently twisted open the cap of the ointment, scooping out a dollop of milky balm with her finger. As the ointment met the air, it released a cool, herbal fragrance. It might sting a bit. Bear with it, Anna gently advised. Then, she placed her cold, ointment-covered fingers delicately upon a burn on Kael's back. Ah! Kael shuddered in pain, nearly springing off the bed. It felt as if someone had pressed a block of ice against a red-hot iron plate. A sensation both chilling and agonizing, sending jolts through her scalp. Stay still, Anna commanded, her voice tinged with an undeniable authority. She continued applying the ointment evenly across every wound on Kael's back. Kael gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort. She could sense Anna's touch was gentle and tender, as if afraid of causing her pain. Anna's cool fingertips glided over Kael's feverish skin, and with each application, the soothing balm rapidly penetrated, alleviating the fiery pain and leaving only a refreshing coolness in its wake. Gradually, Kael's tense body began to relax, and she even found herself feeling somewhat comfortable. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, broken only by their soft breaths. The atmosphere shifted subtly. Kael lay on the bed, her face buried in the pillow, too timid to turn around. She could smell a faint, refreshing scent emanating from Anna, reminiscent of grass after rain. This fragrance, different yet equally pleasant compared to the girl's scent mingled with the lake's humidity that she had encountered the previous night, stirred her senses. Especially when Kael considered that a goddess of purity, revered by all the boys in school, was now in her dormitory, personally applying ointment to her bare upper body. Her body involuntarily reacted. Did you make a bet with Fiona? Just as Kael's thoughts spiraled, Anna's cool voice shattered the silence. Kael's heart skipped a beat as she nodded obediently. Did you lose? Kael buried her face deeper into the pillow, mumbling a reluctant affirmation. It was too embarrassing, not only to lose in front of Fiona, but now to humiliate herself in front of Anna as well. What did Fiona make you do? Anna probed further. She said if I lost, my training volume would double. Kael replied in a voice barely audible, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Anna paused momentarily in her task. What nonsense? She chastised softly, though it was unclear whether she was directing her ire at Fiona or at Kael. After a brief hesitation, Kael couldn't help but ask, What exactly are you two trying to accomplish? Anna inquired, and Kael pressed on. I mean, is this training not just torment? What is it all for? If you truly wish to kill me, you could have done so that night on the back mountain. There's no need to go to such lengths. Anna fell silent, her gaze lingering on the intersecting scars on Kael's back. A flicker of complex emotions reflected in her violet eyes. After a considerable pause, she spoke softly, because we wish to see where your limits lie. Anna's words left Kael momentarily stunned. But I am not related to you in any way. I even stumbled upon your secret. Your mercy in not silencing me is generous enough. Anna continued her work, the cool balm now fully applied to Kael's back. The reasons are intricate. You need not understand them now. Just know, from the moment you discovered our secret, your fate has been intertwined with ours. You must either emerge from our training transformed into a true warrior or quietly perish in the process. There is no third option. Kael's heart sank. The stark reality of Anna's words was far more tangible and brutal than the earlier notion of being given an opportunity. In essence, she had been shackled to their war machine. It was a choice between racing alongside them or being unceremoniously thrown off the wagon, shattered into pieces. But today, Fiona went too far. Kael attempted to voice her thoughts when Anna interrupted. Fiona's training methods are excessively extreme, focusing solely on destruction and oppression, lacking a gradual approach. If this continues, you will inevitably be broken by her. This ointment is a light-based healing balm, effective for burns. Apply it once daily, and it will heal within 3 days. Anna placed the small white bottle on Kael's bedside. And this, you should keep. From her spatial ring. Anna produced an ancient-looking book and handed it to Kael. Confused, Kael accepted it, noticing the cover was inscribed with characters in ancient Elvish that she could not decipher. This is a comprehensive guide to basic swordsmanship, Anna explained. What I taught you last night was merely the most rudimentary stance. This book contains more detailed footwork, techniques for exerting force, and breathing methods. Take your time to read it, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Kael stared at the book in her hands. Her feelings a tumultuous mix. One woman provided her with top-tier healing ointment, while the other offered invaluable swordsmanship knowledge. They were playing contrasting roles, one a harsh taskmaster and the other a gentle healer. What were their true intentions? Were they aiming to mold her into a supreme master? And then what? Unable to decipher their motives, Kael resigned herself to the fact that she was but meat on the chopping block, subject to their whims. Surviving was all that truly mattered. Thank you, Kael whispered softly. Regardless of their intentions, the ointment and the book were undeniably beneficial to her. You need not thank me, Anna replied, rising to adjust her uniform skirt. I have stated that we are now in the same boat. The stronger you become, the more valuable you are to us. Rest well. I will speak to Fiona about moderating her training tomorrow. With that, Anna turned and exited the dormitory. As the door gently closed, tranquility returned to the room. Kael lay on her bed, feeling the waves of refreshing coolness radiating from her back, and her spirit lifted considerably. Turning her head, she gazed at the ancient swordsmanship book on her bedside, and a thought suddenly ignited within her. Perhaps this was not entirely a misfortune after all. Though the process was somewhat agonizing, I found myself compelled to grow at an astonishing pace. Moreover, with Anna and Fiona, the two most exceptional prodigies of the academy, serving as my personal trainers, such treatment seems almost unbelievable. If I can endure this, perhaps one day I might possess a formidable physique and become the legendary magic swordsman. For the first time, a flicker of hope ignited within Kael's heart. In the following days, Kael's life improved slightly. It appeared that Anna had indeed spoken with Fiona, although Fiona still dragged Kael to training each morning with an irritable expression. Her training intensity had lessened compared to that fateful afternoon. While it remained exhausting and painful, it was now within the realm of Kael's endurance. In the evenings, Anna would occasionally come by to check on Kael's injuries and address his queries regarding swordsmanship. During the day, Kael was chased around by Fiona's fireballs, honing his agility and reflexes. At night, he practiced cuts, slashes, stabs, and thrusts alone with the swordsmanship book Anna had given him. Days passed in this bittersweet, yet fulfilling manner. Kael could distinctly feel his body undergoing a transformation. His stamina improved, his reflexes quickened, and his physical coordination significantly enhanced. Most importantly, a semblance of strength began to emerge from his previously frail physique. One day, after enduring a grueling morning of training, Kael returned to his dormitory, utterly exhausted and ravenous. The high-intensity training had drained him of energy, and he felt as though he could devour an entire cow. However, the academy cafeteria offered meals that were both expensive and unpalatable, with scant portions. Kael rummaged through his meager pockets, revealing only a few pitiful copper coins. Poverty is indeed a cardinal sin. With a sigh, an idea suddenly struck him. He recalled that there were a few chickens kept behind the Academy's kitchen, tended by the head chef for special occasions. A wicked thought surged uncontrollably in Kael's mind. Why not steal one? After all, the chef had raised 5 or 6, surely. He wouldn't notice if one went missing. Even if he did, who would suspect a model student like him? Once this notion took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Hunger triumphed over reason. Kael stealthily slipped out of the dormitory, making his way to the kitchen. It was lunchtime, and the kitchen was nearly deserted. He easily located the fenced-off chicken coop, where several plump hens pecked lazily at the ground. Kael swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming as he focused on the fattest one. After ensuring no one was around, he leaped over the fence into the coop. The hens squawked in alarm and scattered in all directions. Kael's target was clear, the plumpest hen. He pounced, engaging in a frantic struggle for dominance. Minutes later, panting heavily, Kael managed to pin the squawking hen to the ground. "Don't struggle, little darling. I promise your demise will be worthwhile," he gasped, revealing a villainous grin. He picked up a sharp stone and aimed for the hen's neck. Though cruel, his hunger took precedence. He steeled himself and struck. Blood spurted forth, and the hen flailed a few last desperate times before falling still. However, just as Kael prepared to claim his prize and find a place to dispose of the evidence before enjoying a delicious roast chicken, a cold, mechanical voice, audible only to him, suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected host has slain biological unit. Hen, level 0. Gained experience, 1 point. Talent system activated. Initializing, water magic, beginner 100. Experience, 11,000. Next level, water magic, intermediate. Kael stood frozen, still holding the bloodied hen, his mind racing. Had he just heard a system? Experience points? Leveling up? His thoughts felt as if they had been struck by lightning, leaving him in a state of blank astonishment. Had his golden finger finally arrived? And killing a mere chicken had granted him experience? Kael stood there, dazed, clutching the still dripping hen. He repeatedly checked the translucent data panel that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Name, Kael. Talent, water magic, level 9. Level experience, 11,000. Skill, water bullet technique, LV9. Note, a waste who struggles to kill a chicken. Though the final note dripped with malice and mockery, Kael was too elated to care. His heart raced with overwhelming joy, flooding his entire being. The golden finger was real. After all this time, he now knew how to level up. Moreover, the method of activation was utterly bizarre, gaining experience through killing living beings. He glanced down at the lifeless chicken in his hands, and then at the glaring 11,000 experience points on his data panel. A bold and audacious thought took root in his mind. If killing a chicken grants 1 experience point, then what if he slayed a magical beast? Would it yield greater rewards? If he could defeat enough magical beasts, could his water magic ascend from beginner to intermediate, then to advanced, and eventually reach the legendary and divine levels? The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through Kael's body. While water magic was often regarded as a supportive and production-oriented magic with weak offensive capabilities, Kael had witnessed many adept practitioners in his past life and games who wielded it with extraordinary finesse, manipulating water into ice, freezing vast expanses, shaping water into blades, and extracting moisture from an enemy's blood for a lethal strike were all possibilities. If his water magic level were sufficiently high, these feats might not be beyond his grasp. At that point, who would dare call him a waste? Evelyn? Fiona? Anna? The tables could very well turn. The more Kael pondered, the more exhilarated he became, feeling as though a new world was slowly unveiling before him. Previously, Kael had been passively subjected to Fiona and Anna's rigorous training, struggling for survival amidst pain and despair. But now things had changed. Kael possessed a clear goal and a defined path toward strength. These training sessions were no longer mere torment, but stepping stones toward becoming powerful enough to hunt formidable magical beasts. With a giddy smile, Kael stood in the chicken coop, unable to suppress his joy as saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. Kael seemed to envision himself, wielding the water deity's trident, standing atop towering waves, executing a move to freeze the entire academy in absolute zero. "Hey, you over there, what are you doing?" A furious shout suddenly pierced through the air, interrupting Kael's daydream. Startled, Kael snapped back to reality. Upon looking up, he saw a plump, bald old man in a white chef's uniform, angrily charging towards him. It was the head chef. Oh no, caught red-handed for stealing a chicken. The first thought that flashed through Kael's mind was to run. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the chicken and turned to leap over the fence. However, the head chef, despite his rotund appearance, was surprisingly swift, brandishing a shiny cleaver. "You little rascal. How dare you steal my prized chicken? I'll chop you to bits. The head chef's face turned crimson with rage as he rushed towards Kael, who was nearly paralyzed with fear. Kael had no intention of being turned into minced meat over a mere chicken. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded any pretense of hiding his abilities and concentrated the scant water magic within him into his palm. Water bullet technique. A water sphere the size of an egg shot from Kael's hand, striking the head chef squarely in the face. The impact was minimal, but it effectively obscured the chef's vision momentarily. Now's my chance. Seizing the opportunity, Kael propelled himself up the fence, scrambling over and rolling away with his prize in hand, sprinting towards the dormitory without a backward glance. Don't run. Stop right there. I recognize you. You're that black-haired kid from the beginner class. The head chef's frantic shouts echoed behind him. Kael dared not pause, quickening his pace. He dashed back to his dormitory, forcefully barricading the already damaged door, leaning against it as he panted heavily. After a considerable time, reassured that the head chef had not followed, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Kael patted his chest and glanced at the chicken in his hands. Though the ordeal had been thrilling, at least dinner was secured. He hid the chicken away, planning to prepare it in a secluded spot after dark. Sitting on his bed, Kael began to meticulously examine the talent system in his mind. The interface was quite simple, consisting of just a few lines of text. He attempted to activate the water magic talent with his thoughts, but to no avail. He tried to envision leveling up and allocating points, yet again there was no response. It appeared that this system was not particularly sophisticated. Its sole function was to record experience points. The only way to level up was to diligently engage in killing, accumulating 1,000 points of experience. 1,000 points. Killing a chicken only yielded 1 point. Did that mean he needed to slay 1,000 chickens? Kael shook his head at the thought. Setting aside the challenge of finding 1,000 chickens within the academy, even if he truly went through with it, he would likely be pursued to the ends of the earth by the head chef the very next day. It seemed that slaughtering ordinary poultry was far too inefficient. The only viable option was to hunt magical beasts. Behind the academy lay a vast forest teeming with various magical creatures. While most were low-tier beasts, such as wind wolves, gale rabbits, and stone-skinned wild boars, any of these would have been sufficient to challenge the former Kael. However, things were different now. After rigorous training with Fiona and Anna, his agility had increased exponentially. Coupled with the foundational swordsmanship manual Anna had given him, he could now be considered a novice swordsman. Facing the most basic creatures, like the gale rabbit, should pose no significant threat, right? Surely a gale rabbit would grant him 3 to 5 experience points at least? If he were fortunate enough to encounter a lone wind wolf, it might provide him with a dozen or more points. Kael's spirits lifted at the thought. He resolved to venture to the back mountain that very night. He was determined to personally verify how much experience hunting magical beasts could yield him. This revelation dispelled his previous despondency, filling him with renewed vigor. Even the afternoon training with Fiona felt less arduous. Kael was no longer merely dodging for survival. He actively observed Fiona's attack patterns, learning her combat rhythm, treating these experiences as invaluable lessons for his future hunts. This transformation did not escape Fiona's notice. "What is with you today? You seem energized," she remarked, watching Kael, who, although still somewhat clumsy, now bore an unusually bright expression. Little did Fiona know that Kael had come to regard her as a top-tier training partner, a tool for honing his hunting skills. Were she to learn of Kael's true thoughts, she would likely be infuriated enough to conjure a forbidden-level fireball, obliterating the entire training ground. Night soon descended. Kael, within the confines of his dormitory, quietly prepared for his expedition. He swiftly processed the stolen chicken, then set it over a small fire conjured by his magic, roasting it until it sizzled and dripped with juices. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the small dormitory, invigorating Kael. He devoured the entire roasted chicken ravenously, feeling strength course through him. After satisfying his hunger, he retrieved a genuine weapon from beneath his bed, a plain, standard iron sword issued to new students, which had never been used and still bore a dull edge. Kael took some time to sharpen the blade against a stone. Once finished, he donned a set of practical black attire for night movement, sheathed the iron sword on his back, and conducted a final check of the dormitory's doors and windows. Having completed all preparations, he took a deep breath and, like a stealthy raccoon, slipped silently through the window, vanishing into the night. Kael had but one objective: the back mountain, the magical beast forest. Chapter 26. Evelyn's shock. Anna, Fiona, what on earth have you two been up to lately? In the open-air cafe of the academy, Evelyn Green, a girl with dazzling golden locks and emerald eyes, recognized as the true goddess of the academy, scrutinized her two friends. Today, Evelyn wore a fitted light blue gown that exuded elegance, resembling a true princess. She gently stirred her cup of red tea with a silver spoon. Her movements delightful to behold. However, her expression was far from pleasant. What is going on? Fiona sprawled casually in her chair, legs crossed and adopting a nonchalant demeanor, though her eyes flickered with evasion. Don't play dumb with me. Evelyn set her teacup down with a delicate clink. Her gaze swept over Anna and Fiona's faces. You two have been practically living in the beginner training grounds every day, and you're always with that black-haired peeping Tom. Evelyn, mind your language. Anna's brow furrowed slightly as she spoke coolly. Kael is not a peeping Tom. Not a peeping Tom. Evelyn erupted in laughter, unable to contain herself. Anna, have you lost your mind? Let us not forget he is the pervert who watched me bathe. The mere mention of that incident darkened Evelyn's countenance. It was a thorn lodged deep within her heart. She could not fathom how her proud friend, who looked down upon all suitors at the academy, could become entangled with that repulsive voyeur. It was a misunderstanding, Anna explained lightly, though her words lacked persuasion. A misunderstanding? Evelyn scoffed. Is that what you call seeing it with my own eyes? She sighed. Forget it. I don't wish to dwell on that disgusting matter. I just want to know what you two are up to. Don't tell me it's out of the goodness of your hearts to assist struggling students. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Fiona and Anna exchanged glances, both recognizing the inevitability of Evelyn uncovering the truth. After all, the three of them had grown up together, forming the most captivating trio in the academy, rarely apart. Their frequent visits to Kael would surely raise suspicions. We are training him, Fiona said, scratching her fiery red hair. Her tone vague. Training him? Training him for what? To better perfect his voyeuristic skills? Evelyn's voice dripped with sarcasm. Evelyn. Fiona's temper flared instantly as she slammed her palm onto the table and stood up. Could you refrain from speaking so harshly? We have our reasons for training him. Oh, and what might those reasons be? Evelyn countered, her gaze unwavering. I am quite curious to hear what grand rationale could possibly lead you. The two most prideful prodigies of the Air Magical Academy, to stoop so low as to practice with a voyeur. Fiona was momentarily at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to find an explanation. Was she to confess that they needed to keep Kael close to monitor him after he had stumbled upon their secret rendezvous in the back mountains? Such an embarrassing admission was utterly beyond Fiona's ability to voice. Struggling to articulate, are we? Evelyn observed Fiona's discomfort, a victorious smile gracing her lips. She then turned her attention to the ever-quiet Anna. Anna, you tell me. You are always the most rational among us. Explain this situation. Anna lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip before responding slowly. Evelyn, this matter is quite intricate. We cannot disclose it to you at this time. Cannot disclose it? Evelyn narrowed her eyes. What secrets could possibly exist between us that warrant silence? Indeed, Anna affirmed, her tone resolute. This matter concerns the three of us and even impacts the future of our families. When the time is right, I will naturally inform you. But for now, it is not possible. The mention of family cast a shadow over Evelyn's expression. The three of them represented the three most powerful magical families in the kingdom. The Green family, the Elliot family, and the Nolan family, to which Fiona belonged. They had been groomed as heirs from childhood, and their every action bore significance beyond mere personal choice. If this truly involved family matters, its gravity was magnified immensely. Yet, what connection could this have with that dark-haired boy? A mere noble without any notable lineage could hardly intertwine with the futures of three great magical families. Evelyn's mind was a whirlwind of questions. She scrutinized Anna, hoping to discern a hint of vulnerability on her face. Yet, Anna maintained her cool, detached demeanor, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Evelyn knew that if Anna resolved not to speak, no amount of pressure would yield results. Very well. Evelyn inhaled deeply, temporarily quelling her doubts. I shall refrain from questioning further. However, I have one condition. What condition? Keep your distance from that fellow named Kael, Evelyn stated emphatically. I care not for your plans, but I do not wish to see you entangled with him again. The mere sight of him brings that revolting incident to mind, which greatly unsettles me. That is impossible. This time, it was Fiona who answered, her tone equally firm. Why? Evelyn felt her anger reignite. Fiona, don't tell me you have feelings for him. Though Evelyn's statement remained unfinished, its implication was unmistakable. Fiona's face flushed crimson, as if a cat had its tail stepped on, and she erupted. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be interested in him? That frail little pretty boy couldn't withstand a single strike from me. Why would I look at Kael? Despite her vehement denial, Fiona's defensive demeanor only served to intensify Evelyn's suspicions. Evelyn was astonished. Observing Fiona's flustered expression alongside Anna's composed facade, though with slightly flushed ears. An absurd notion took root in Evelyn's mind. Could it be? Had both of them genuinely developed feelings for that voyeur? This thought shook the foundations of Evelyn's worldview. After all, these were Anna and Fiona, one the epitome of an icy goddess, the other a fiery queen. How could both of them be enamored with a peeping Tom? This was more absurd than a necromancer turning to worship the god of light. Staring in disbelief at her friends, Evelyn found herself at a loss for words. The unfolding situation seemed to surpass her comprehension. As she beheld Fiona and Anna defending Kael, a complex swirl of emotions surged within her: shock, confusion, absurdity, and a faint undercurrent of irritation that even Evelyn herself had yet to recognize. Why him? What peculiar charm did that dark-haired, dark-eyed, seemingly ordinary, and somewhat frail boy possess to captivate these two extraordinary women? Evelyn was utterly confounded. Resolutely, she decided she must investigate for herself. Evelyn was determined to uncover what made that boy named Kael so exceptional. Chapter 27. The transformation of Anna and Fiona. The atmosphere in the cafe descended into an eerie silence, prompted by Evelyn's ludicrous conjecture. Fiona remained standing, her cheeks still flushed, glaring at Evelyn with fiery eyes as if wishing to incinerate her with a mere glance. Meanwhile, Anna lowered her head, silently sipping her nearly cold cup of red tea, her long silver lashes casting shadows over her unreadable expression. Evelyn observed them both, her thoughts a chaotic jumble. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her suspicions. Just look at Fiona. Her classic reaction to being called out was to become furious, a typical response for her. And then there was Anna. Though outwardly composed, the slight reddening of her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Evelyn and Anna had known each other for over a decade, and she was well aware that such subtle reactions from Anna only occurred during her emotional upheavals. My goodness, Evelyn felt as if she were on the brink of madness. How could her two best friends, who appeared to be each other's only sanctuary, actually develop feelings for a man? Moreover, the same man? The very one who had spied on her while she bathed? The enormity of this revelation was overwhelming, nearly causing Evelyn's brain to overheat. You truly like him? Evelyn's voice quivered as she pointed at Fiona and Anna, struggling to articulate her thoughts. You genuinely have feelings for that, Kael? I do not. Don't be ridiculous. Fiona nearly shouted in rebuttal, her voice loud enough to attract the attention of nearby diners. Anna also lifted her gaze, her violet eyes piercing through Evelyn as she coldly replied, Evelyn, one may indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak carelessly. Am I being reckless? Evelyn chuckled in disbelief. Look at yourselves. The moment I mentioned Kael, Fiona, you leaped as if your tail had been stepped on. And Anna, do you dare claim you were not averse just now? We merely find his talent rather unique and wish to nurture it. Fiona attempted to explain. Yet even she found this reason inadequate. Unique? A freshman with black hair and eyes, who only excels in water balloon techniques. Where lies the uniqueness? Evelyn mercilessly exposed Fiona's fib. Fiona, when did you learn to fabricate such easily pierced lies? Fiona was momentarily at a loss for words, her frustration causing her to stomp her foot before retreating to her chair, turning her head away in sulking silence. Evelyn sighed, understanding that she could glean no further information from Fiona. She could only place her final hope upon Anna. Anna, please tell me the truth. Evelyn's tone turned serious. What is truly happening? Is it genuine? After a brief silence, Anna raised her eyes, gazing steadily at Evelyn. Her violet orbs were as clear as a tranquil pool. Evelyn, our orientations have indeed shifted. Anna's voice was soft, yet it struck Evelyn and Fiona's ears like a thunderclap. Fiona abruptly turned her head, incredulous at Anna's direct admission. She had not anticipated Anna would confess so candidly. Evelyn too was taken aback. She had not expected such frankness from Anna. Shifted? What do you mean? Evelyn pressed for clarification. It means, Anna's gaze instinctively drifted towards the window, in the direction of the training grounds. We have discovered that we may also harbor feelings for men. Boom. Evelyn's mind exploded. Feelings for men? What kind of statement is that? Did you not like men before? No, that is not the point. The crux of the matter is, why this sudden realization? Is it because of Kael? Is it him? Evelyn's voice became hoarse with disbelief. Anna did not respond directly. She simply said, after that night on the back mountain, when we encountered Kael, many things changed in ways we had not anticipated. Kael is weak, as fragile as an ant. Any one of us could easily crush him. Yet, Kael is also incredibly resilient. No matter how Fiona torments him, no matter how I press him, Kael rises again like a weed trampled underfoot, always standing tall the following day. In his eyes, there exists something we have never witnessed in others. As Anna spoke, a hint of admiration crept into her gaze, one she did not even realize she possessed. It was a peculiar sensation. Initially, we merely aimed to control Kael, to use him as a tool for keeping secrets. However, gradually, we found ourselves genuinely concerned about him. We began to wonder if he could endure a little longer under Fiona's fireballs, to anticipate whether he would perfect his sword techniques, and to feel a sense of comfort at his small advancements. Anna's words captivated Fiona, who listened intently. Upon reflection, Fiona realized she had experienced similar sentiments. At first, she had only wanted to vent her jealousy towards Anna by taking it out on Kael. But slowly, she discovered that dragging the lethargic boy from his slumber each morning, witnessing his reluctant yet compliant demeanor, had become a source of amusement. In the training yard, watching Kael scramble in her flames, listening to his muttered curses, and silencing him with even fiercer attacks had morphed into a routine. Fiona instinctively controlled the intensity of each fireball, ensuring it brought him pain without endangering his life. She even found herself secretly observing Kael after training, checking if he had sustained serious injuries and needed treatment. Was this feeling akin to affection? The mere thought startled her. No, impossible. How could I, Fiona, ever develop feelings for such a weakling? Absolutely not. So, you both have developed feelings for Kael merely because he can endure pain? Evelyn struggled to comprehend after hearing Anna's introspection. Just because Kael is resilient? There are many others in the academy who are more hardworking and tenacious. Why do you not like them? It is different. Anna shook her head. Kael is unlike anyone else. In what way is he different? I do not know. Anna replied honestly. It is simply different. Evelyn was left utterly speechless. She felt an insurmountable gap had formed between her and her two friends, who had succumbed to a peculiar logic. Taking a deep breath, Evelyn made one last effort. Fine, even if you truly have affections for Kael, do not forget who he is. Kael is a voyeur. He has spied on me while I bathed. Evelyn emphasized her words, attempting to rekindle their rationality. Are you not afraid of tarnishing your reputation by associating with such a morally reprehensible individual? However, this time, Fiona unexpectedly spoke up. That incident might truly have been a misunderstanding. What? Evelyn could hardly believe her ears. I said, that incident could have been a misunderstanding. Fiona insisted, her neck stiffened. Although that boy is weak and useless, I do not perceive Kael as the kind of person who would engage in such lewd behavior. After this period of interaction, Fiona's impression of Kael had significantly transformed. Though he often appeared timid in her presence, there was an undeniable stubbornness within him, a refusal to concede. Kael's gaze was clear, unlike those filled with base thoughts. Thus, Fiona preferred to believe that the earlier incident in the bathing area was merely an accident. Fiona, you. Evelyn was rendered speechless by Fiona's betrayal of her. She had never anticipated that her closest friend would question her over an outsider. A potent feeling of betrayal and injustice surged within Evelyn. Very well, very well. Evelyn repeated the words thrice, rising to her feet and looking down at Anna and Fiona from her elevated position. Since you both place such unwavering trust in him, I shall personally investigate what kind of person he truly is. I am eager to discover what extraordinary abilities he possesses that could so utterly captivate my two closest friends. With that, Yifulin chose to disregard them, turning away and leaving behind a resolute silhouette. She intended to venture to the junior division, seeking out the individual known as Kael. Yifulin sought to confront him directly, to unmask the facade he had donned, revealing to Anna and Fiona the true nature of the person they admired. Chapter 28. A sense of accomplishment. The night enveloped the entire AI Erlen Magic Academy like a vast black curtain. In the monster forest behind the school, darkness reigned supreme, with only the occasional sliver of moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting a mottled glow upon the ground. The forest echoed with the eerie sounds of strange insects and the howls of unknown beasts, creating an atmosphere of chilling terror in the stillness of the night. Kael, bearing his meticulously polished iron sword, treaded cautiously through the woods. This was his first venture into the fabled forest alone at night, and to claim he felt no fear would be a falsehood. His heart raced, each rustle of wind sending shivers down his spine, causing him to instinctively grip the hilt of his sword. Yet, Kael did not falter. The thought of the experience points accumulating in his mind, the image of Fiona, and the words of Anna urging him to prove his worth filled him with an overwhelming drive. He desired strength, an unprecedented longing for power. Hunting magical beasts was, at present, his sole means of swiftly acquiring such strength. Kael held his breath, employing the stealth techniques he had learned from Anna and Fiona to their fullest extent. His steps were light, nearly soundless, as he blended into the shadows like a specter of the night. He needed to identify his first target, one that was not too formidable, preferably a low-tier magical beast with minimal offensive capabilities, one that merely fled. For instance, the Swift-Winged Wolf. The Swift-Winged Wolf was the most common and weakest of first-level magical beasts, its only merit being its remarkable speed. Kael believed that with his newly honed reflexes, he could handle a Swift-Winged Wolf without much difficulty. After approximately half an hour of searching through the forest, Kael finally spotted a flash of white behind a thicket. It was a Swift-Winged Wolf, larger than the average wolf, gnawing on its prey. Kael's heart raced. He quietly drew his iron sword from behind, the cold hilt calming his anxious spirit slightly. Lowering his body, he approached the unsuspecting Swift-Winged Wolf with the stealth of a hunting leopard. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Now, Kael sprang from behind the bushes, channeling all his strength into a thrust aimed at the wolf's vulnerable spot. He executed the direct thrust technique that Anna had taught him, applying the power mechanics he had studied. The sword glinted coldly in the moonlight as it sliced through the air. However, at the very moment his sword was about to strike, the Swift-Winged Wolf reacted as if it possessed eyes on the back of its head. With a sudden twitch of its ears and a powerful leap, it darted away like a flash of white lightning. Kael's thrust missed its mark entirely. Cursing under his breath at the beast's speed, Kael quickly regained his composure and looked up. The Swift-Winged Wolf had not fled far. It paused a few meters away, turning to regard Kael with its ruby-like eyes, emitting a mocking yip as if to deride his failure. Angered by its anthropomorphic gaze, Kael charged at the wolf once more. This time, he employed a more cunning approach, zigzagging as he advanced to confuse the creature's judgment. Yet, it proved futile. The Swift-Winged Wolf's speed surpassed his expectations, no matter the angle of his attack. It effortlessly evaded him, pausing at a distance to regard him with a look of derision. Kael found himself panting heavily in pursuit, while the wolf trotted leisurely ahead, as if toying with him. After several exhausting minutes, Kael collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, not even willing to lift a finger. He finally comprehended why the Swift-Winged Wolf, though not particularly strong, was so difficult to capture. Its speed was simply beyond the capabilities of a novice swordsman like himself. It seemed that relying on swordsmanship to defeat it was an impossibility. Magic was now his only recourse. Regaining his breath, Kael gazed at the wolf, still taunting him, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He feigned surrender, casting aside his sword and lying on the ground with his eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. The Swift-Winged Wolf, indeed, fell for the ruse. Observing Kael's stillness, it grew bolder, cautiously inching closer, curiosity piqued by the biped that had pursued it moments earlier. Closer. Closer still. Kael could hear the faint patter of its paws. Suppressing his excitement, he remained motionless. At last, the Swift-Winged Wolf reached his side, extending its nose and opening its massive jaws, poised to snatch Kael's head. Now, Kael suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, he unleashed the water orb he had been gathering in his palm without hesitation. The water orb spell. At such close range, the Swift-Winged Wolf had no time to react. The orb struck its eye with precision. Although it inflicted little harm, the sudden onslaught startled the creature, prompting a terrified yelp as it instinctively shut its eyes. Kael seized this opportunity. He sprang to his feet, lunging at the temporarily blinded Swift-Winged Wolf. Simultaneously, his discarded sword soared back into his hand as if guided by an invisible force. This was a unique application of water magic he had devised, using a slight flow of water to manipulate lighter objects. While it was unstable, it proved sufficient for reclaiming his weapon at such a critical moment. Grasping the returned sword, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Kael's eyes. He channeled all his strength into his arm, executing a precise, cleaving motion toward the still reeling Swift-Winged Wolf. Die! A sickening sound echoed as the blade met flesh. Warm blood splattered across Kael's face. The Swift-Winged Wolf's body stiffened, then fell limply to the ground, convulsing twice before going still. Detected host killing biological unit. Jiefenglang, level 1. Experience gained, 5 points. Talent system, water magic, beginner. Level experience, 61,000. A melodious system notification resonated in Kael's mind. He gazed at the lifeless body of the Jiefenglang on the ground, and then at the 5 points of experience that had been added to his panel. Nearly unable to contain his exhilaration, he had succeeded. With his own intellect and the training he had undergone during this time, he had successfully hunted his first magical beast. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted and even a bit awkward, the outcome was splendid. 5 points of experience. Killing a Jiefenglang equated to slaying 5 chickens. Such efficiency was remarkably higher. Kael clenched his fist, savoring an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. It was as if he could envision a radiant path to advancement shimmering beneath his feet. However, while Kael reveled in his joy, a chilling, melodious voice, tinged with surprise and curiosity, suddenly echoed from the woods behind him. Kael, what are you doing here? Chapter 29. How could Yifulin be here? That voice, why did it sound so familiar? Cold and crisp, akin to the perpetual snow atop a mountain, yet reminiscent of beads of ice striking against a jade plate. It was undeniably beautiful, but that bone-chilling aura made Kael's blood run cold. The heat of his triumph had not yet dissipated, and a cold sweat erupted from his back. This thought instantly consumed Kael's mind. He was doomed. With a rigid posture, Kael slowly turned around. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the figure standing there. Silvery long hair flowed like liquid moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. Her exquisitely crafted face bore features that seemed to be the most outstanding work of a divine artisan, devoid of any flaw. Particularly striking were her violet eyes, profound as the starry sky yet icy, as if nothing could penetrate their depths. Yifulin stood there quietly, clad in a well-fitted mage robe. Her presence starkly contrasting with the foreboding forest, resembling a goddess who had descended from the moon. Yifulin. It was truly her, the acclaimed prodigy of the Erlen Magic Academy, and the most beautiful Ice Queen, Yifulin. Kael's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily blank. He could not fathom why Yifulin would appear here in the dead of night. This was the Back Mountain's magical beast forest, a place strictly forbidden for students to enter, especially at night. What could Yifulin possibly be doing here? Taking a stroll? What a joke. Kael's heart raced faster than when he had slain the Jiefenglang. Covered in blood, with a dripping sword in hand, and a warm wolf carcass lying nearby. He looked every bit like a ruthless criminal. Kael opened his mouth, his throat parched, yearning to explain, but he found himself unable to utter a single word. What could he possibly say? That he had come here to secretly grind monsters for experience? Who would believe such a tale? Others would only deem him insane. The more pressing concern was that upon seeing Yifulin's face, Kael could not help but recall an unsettling incident from a few days prior. That day, he had inadvertently taken a less traveled path that happened to lead past the outdoor hot springs designated for the Academy's elite female students. There, he had caught sight of Yifulin bathing in the springs. He swore he had not intended to intrude. Terrified, he had turned and fled, fearing that she might discover him. But now had he been found out? Did Yifulin think him a pervert who had followed her here? The very thought sent Kael's world crashing down. Yifulin Sr. Kael stammered, forcing out a few words, his voice trembling. What are you doing here? He sought to regain some semblance of control, hoping to appear less guilty. Yifulin's violet eyes remained calm as she regarded Kael, sweeping her gaze over the Jiefenglang's corpse before finally settling on Kael's bloodied and muddied face. There was no disdain or anger in her gaze, only a pure, unmasked curiosity. I am here to collect some materials for potion making, Yifulin replied coolly. But you, Kael. I recall you, the one renowned for possessing a level 9 water magic talent. What brings you to the magical beast forest alone at this hour? Merely to kill a level 1 beast? Her tone was flat, as though stating a fact, yet each word pierced Kael's heart like a needle. Level 9 water magic talent. Who in the academy did not know that Kael was a genius in water magic? I was practicing swordsmanship. Kael's face flushed, feeling like a child caught in the act of wrongdoing, desperately grasping for an excuse. Yes, swordsmanship. I believe that only through real combat can one improve the fastest. Even Kael found this reasoning strained. Swordsmanship practice? Yifulin raised an eyebrow slightly. By lying on the ground pretending to be dead, as you did earlier? She had seen it all. Kael felt as if his very skin had been peeled away. From chasing the Jiefenglang through the woods, to collapsing in exhaustion and feigning death, to sneaking an attack with water bullets, and ultimately retrieving his sword with that immature water manipulation technique. Yifulin had observed his every move. Had she found his earlier predicament to be nothing but a joke? That was a tactic. Do you understand? Kael exclaimed, his fury igniting like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Of course, one must use their intellect when dealing with such fast magical beasts. Should I foolishly follow behind it, eating its dust? Kael was surprised by his own audacity to speak so boldly to Yifulin. Perhaps desperation had driven him. Or perhaps it was the pride of a man at play. Yifulin seemed taken aback by Kael's rebuttal, momentarily stunned. She regarded the bloodied, disheveled boy before her, whose face bore an unmistakable expression of defiance. A flicker of something unidentifiable passed through Yifulin's violet eyes. She was indeed somewhat astonished. She knew Kael, the notorious playboy of the academy, who had somehow become the boyfriend of her two friends. In her memory, Kael was always the one who quietly lingered in the corners, avoiding her gaze. Yet today, he had spoken to her so boldly. Despite his disheveled appearance, there was a light in his eyes that Yifulin had never seen before. It was a spirit of defiance, a stubbornness, a yearning for power, especially when he had stealthily attacked with water bullets and summoned his sword back with an unfamiliar technique, decisively slaying the Jiefenglang. Though the entire process appeared somewhat clumsy and even comical, his composure and decisiveness did not seem characteristic of someone whose magical abilities were still unstable. Kael appeared to diverge from the rumors surrounding him. Tactic? Yifulin echoed the word, her voice revealing no hint of emotion. Using a subpar water bullet technique combined with your rudimentary swordplay. This is your tactic? If that Gale Wolf had reacted just a moment sooner, it would be you lying on the ground now. Evelyn's words were blunt and piercing. The slight sense of pride that had begun to swell within Kael was instantly deflated. Indeed, he had been exceedingly fortunate. Had the Gale Wolf not been so careless, had its speed been a mere fraction quicker, he might have met his end right there. Yet, that was certainly better than doing nothing at all. Kael lowered his head, feeling somewhat despondent. However, at that moment, a long and mournful wolf howl echoed through the depths of the forest. This howl was entirely distinct from the earlier yelps of the Gale Wolf, brimming with primal ferocity and intent to kill. Kael's heart tightened abruptly, almost as if in response to that howl. A chorus of similar wolf howls erupted from all directions, rising and falling in a haunting symphony, drawing nearer at an astonishing pace. The insects that had previously filled the air with their chirping fell silent, as if an unseen hand had gripped their throats. A suffocating sense of pressure permeated the atmosphere. Kael's complexion changed drastically. Though lacking in combat experience, he understood the implications of this. Wolves are social creatures. Having slain one, its companions were now seeking vengeance. And judging by the cacophony, their numbers were certainly significant. Instinctively, Kael tightened his grip on his iron sword, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. He anxiously scanned the surroundings, only to find pairs of crimson eyes flickering like ghostly flames in the trees. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 5 pairs, 10 pairs, so many he could hardly keep count. A heavy stench of blood mingled with the night breeze, assaulting his senses. Damn it! Kael's voice trembled. Although he had anticipated trouble, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly and in such force. He turned to Evelyn, only to see the normally stoic Ice Queen wearing a rare expression of gravitas. Her gaze pierced through the ordinary Gale Wolves, fixating on the deeper darkness behind them. Not just the ordinary Gale Wolves. She spoke in a low tone laced with a tension she herself seemed unaware of, but also the Wolf King. As her words fell, a colossal wolf emerged from the shadows, nearly twice the size of a regular Gale Wolf, its fur a shimmering silver gray, with a tuft of black hair adorning its forehead. It strode forward with a confident gait, its eyes not a mere red, but a deep, ominous golden hue that seemed capable of consuming all light. Its mere presence exuded a fearsome aura that far surpassed that of the other Gale Wolves. A second-tier magical beast, the Gale Wolf King. Kael felt his legs quaking beneath him. This was it. He was truly about to die here. Gulping hard, Kael struggled to swallow, his throat parched as if set aflame. Wolves. Countless wolves. The pairs of glowing red eyes in the darkened forest resembled an array of floating lanterns, encircling them with a suffocating intensity. The distinct odor of wild beasts, mingled with the earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves, invaded his nostrils, causing waves of nausea to wash over him. The iron sword that had once instilled a modicum of confidence after he felled the first magical beast now felt unbearably heavy, nearly slipping from his grasp. He had barely managed to deal with one, employing every trick in the book. Now, there must be 20 or 30, and among them was the unmistakable leader. The massive silver-gray Wolf King, its size akin to that of a calf, ambled forth unhurriedly, its dark golden eyes coldly surveying Kael before settling on the corpse of his fallen companion. Kael felt as though he were being scrutinized by a prehistoric behemoth, every fiber of his being screaming with a sense of danger. Was this the pressure of a second-tier magical beast? It didn't even need to lift a paw. A mere glance rendered him breathless. The voice of the esteemed Evelyn trembled as Kael discreetly inched closer to her, seeking solace in her presence. What should they do now? Were they destined for death? Fear gripped him like never before, a chilling tide rising from his feet to engulf his very soul. Kael did not wish to perish. His life had only just begun, and he could not accept becoming mere fodder for wolves. Evelyn offered no response, nor did she spare him a glance. Her entire focus was locked onto the Wolf King. Her expression was grave, the unchanging facade of her ice-cold visage now etched with the unmistakable markings of trouble. Kael could even see a bead of crystalline sweat tracing down her smooth forehead. Evelyn was tense. This realization deepened Kael's sense of dread. If even a genius like Evelyn found this predicament formidable, then their chances of survival tonight were truly grim. Stay behind me, Evelyn finally spoke, her voice colder and more somber than usual. You will only be a burden. Kael had intended to voice some bravado, perhaps proclaiming his ability to fight. But the words caught in his throat. Could he truly fight? He had nearly faltered against a solitary foe, facing an entire pack of wolves. He would be torn to shreds in less than a heartbeat. A burden, Evelyn spoke the truth. A profound sense of helplessness and humiliation washed over Kael. Once again, he felt the weight of being protected, the feeling of being a liability. Drawing a deep breath, he forced his fear down and, emulating the stance Fiona had taught him, bent his knees slightly, lowering his center of gravity into a standard defensive posture. Though I am weak, I can at least offer some protection. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the snarling Gale wolves before him, uttering each word with resolve. Evelyn seemed somewhat taken aback, turning her head to meet his gaze with her violet eyes. In the moonlight, the youthful contours of his face still bore traces of innocence, filled with fear and anxiety. Yet, Evelyn did not waver. She stood firm, positioning her not-so-broad back protectively in front of him. A flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes. Was it merely an illusion? It seemed as though she glimpsed a flicker of warrior spirit within Kael, though that flicker was faint, so delicate it could be extinguished by the winds of fear at any moment. The Wolf King, seemingly losing its patience, let out a roar filled with fury and command. In the next instant, the entire pack surged forward. With blinding speed, a dozen Gale wolves transformed into streaks of white lightning, simultaneously launching themselves toward them from every direction. Their velocity was astonishing. To Kael's eyes, they appeared only as blurred white shadows, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being sliced. They were upon him in an instant. Kael barely had the time to process the situation, his mind blanked. It was over. Just as Kael believed he was about to be torn apart by the first wave of attacks, a chilling aura suddenly erupted with Evelyn at its center. Frost Nova. At that moment, Evelyn's voice seemed to carry the enchanting power of magic. A visible azure halo surged explosively from beneath her feet, causing the temperature in the air to plummet to freezing levels. The Gale wolves, mid-leap, found their movements abruptly sluggish and stiff, as a layer of white frost rapidly formed on their fur. A few of the foremost wolves were instantly encased in ice, frozen in mid-pounce, before they crashed to the ground, shattering into countless ice fragments. Kael stood in stunned silence, witnessing this spectacle. Is this true magic? In mere moments, a single spell had vanquished nearly half of the enemies. Its might surpassed his own water bolt by 1,000-fold, a 10,000-fold. While Kael was still reveling in his own triumph of slaying a single Gale wolf, this woman before him was effortlessly harvesting their lives as one would squash ants. Was this the stark difference between true magic and his own skills? No, this felt like an entirely different realm. Don't dawdle. Evelyn's cold voice jolted Kael back to reality. This is just the beginning. Indeed, the slowed Gale wolves quickly broke free from the frost's grip. They shook off the icy debris, their ferocity only intensifying. Meanwhile, the Wolf King remained stationary, not moving an inch. Its dark, golden eyes glimmered with a cruel cunning, seemingly assessing the strength of its adversaries. They are probing, wearing down my magical reserves, Evelyn thought, extending her slender, pale hand. The moisture in the air began to visibly converge towards her palm. Soon, lethal ice shards materialized, hovering around her. Ice spike. With a swift command, several ice spikes, akin to guided missiles, shot forth with a shriek towards the charging Gale wolves. The sounds of ice-piercing flesh echoed relentlessly. Each spike precisely penetrated the skull or heart of a Gale wolf, sending blood splattering and howls of agony ringing out. Several more Gale wolves fell, twitching briefly before succumbing to silence. Kael's eyes widened in astonishment. This power was unparalleled. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Evelyn stood there, her long hair flowing without a breeze, her garments billowing elegantly, resembling a goddess of ice and snow wielding dominion over life and death. With each gesture, life faded away. Within Kael's heart, alongside shock, bloomed an indescribable yearning. If only I could possess such strength. At that moment, a cold system notification echoed suddenly in his mind. Ding. Detected allied unit has slain biological unit. Gale Wolf, level 1. Based on contribution, you have gained experience. 1 point. Ding. Detected allied unit has slain biological unit. Gale Wolf, level 1. You have gained experience. 1 point. A series of notifications reverberated chaotically in Kael's mind. He froze in disbelief. What was happening? His ally was slaying monsters, and he was gaining experience too? Although it was only 1 point, it was still experience. Instinctively, he opened his status panel. Level experience, 61,000. In those few seconds of distraction, Evelyn had dispatched another 7 or 8 wolves. Kael's experience bar surged from 61,000 to 141,000. His heart raced with excitement. Such fortune! Was this the legendary experience gained while lying down? As he gazed at Evelyn's silhouette, his perception shifted. This was no mere ice-cold beauty. She was a shining, mobile treasure trove of experience. "Go, Evelyn-senpai!" Kael exclaimed almost instinctively, his voice brimming with genuine, heartfelt enthusiasm. "Eliminate them all. Spare not a single one." Evelyn's body momentarily stiffened. She seemed taken aback by Kael's sudden, nonsensical outburst amidst the tension. Casting a quick glare over her shoulder, her eyes conveyed a message. "Are you out of your mind?" Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. As the remaining Gale wolves, spurred on by their king, launched a more frenzied assault. Chapter 31. A minor snowstorm. Evelyn truly believed Kael might be losing his mind. A normal person would be terrified enough to soil themselves at such a scene. Yet here was Kael, cheering himself on as if watching a gladiatorial performance. A flicker of irritation crossed her mind, but she had no time to dwell on this irrational individual. The Wolf King's cunning surpassed her expectations. It did not rush to join the fray, but rather commanded its subordinates to expend their lives in an effort to wear down her magical energy. This tactic of attrition was the most insidious and effective against a mage. Evelyn took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She could not afford to panic. In such moments, maintaining composure was paramount, calculating every ounce of magical energy expended with precision. Ice wall. She thrust her left hand forward decisively. With a thunderous roar, a colossal ice wall, 3 meters high and half a meter thick, erupted from the ground, instantly obstructing the charge of 3 or 4 Gale wolves. Thud, thud, thud. The pack collided with the formidable ice barrier, producing a series of dull thuds as they were sent reeling, bloodied, and dazed. However, undeterred, they quickly regrouped, clawing and gnashing their teeth against the ice wall with frenzied desperation. Cracks began to spiderweb across the sturdy surface. Kael watched in horror from behind. These creatures were like rabid dogs. Evelyn's expression grew increasingly grave. She recognized that mere defense would not suffice. She had to eliminate these minions swiftly, or she would soon find herself a lamb to the slaughter once her magic was exhausted. With a frigid glare, she quickly crossed her hands before her chest, tracing intricate and elegant runes in the air. The cold in the atmosphere surged, and Kael even noticed his breath condensing into tiny ice crystals. A layer of frost rapidly spread from Evelyn, enveloping the ground around her. As her final syllable echoed, a terrifying wave of magical energy surged skyward. It was as if the heavens had been torn asunder, and countless snowflakes, laced with ice shards, cascaded down in a localized but deadly blizzard. The howling winds wailed like tormented souls. The Gale wolves caught in the storm let out piercing cries. The sharp ice blades effortlessly sliced through their fur, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes. The extreme cold nearly froze their blood, rendering their movements sluggish. Kael, sheltered behind Evelyn, felt an onslaught of chill wash over him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Kael's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the catastrophic scene before him. Is this the manifestation of area magic? It is utterly magnificent. In Kael's vision, the entire world had transformed into a desolate expanse of snowy hell. Countless Gale wolves struggled amidst the blizzard, howling as one by one they succumbed, their bodies swiftly enveloped by the thick blanket of snow. Kael could scarcely comprehend how Ifulin achieved this feat. All he could sense was a torrent of formidable magical energy surging from her seemingly delicate form, sustaining this terrifying spell. Ifulin's silvery hair danced wildly in the storm, and her violet eyes sparkled with a cold yet resplendent light. In this moment, she resembled not a mere mortal, but a deity descended from the heavens, wielding dominion over ice and snow, passing judgment upon all living beings. A tempest of emotions surged within Kael. This was the power he had long coveted. How he wished to possess such strength. Fiona, Anna, he would make them aware of his prowess, undoubtedly conquering both of his senior sisters. The sound of the system's notifications echoed in his mind, a symphony of experience points being accrued. Kael trembled with excitement. He quickly opened the interface to check. Experience points, 351,000. Experience points, 481,000. Experience points, 621,000. The experience bar skyrocketed at an astonishing pace. What ecstasy! This was exhilarating. It was far more efficient than the meager points gained from laboriously slaying a single beast. Kael gazed at Ifulin's silhouette, his admiration intensifying. This was no mere gift. It was a veritable fountain of divinity. Ifulin, you are magnificent. You are my idol. Kael could not help but offer heartfelt praise. His adoration for Ifulin surged like an unending river. However, Ifulin, who was exerting every ounce of her magical energy to maintain the spell, stumbled upon hearing this mindless flattery, nearly losing her grip on the blizzard. A vein throbbed at her temple. This fool. Did Kael not comprehend the gravity of their situation? Though the blizzard was immensely powerful, it exacted a monumental toll on her mana. With her current reserves, she could sustain it for no more than a minute. If the battle was not resolved within that time, they would truly meet their demise here. Ifulin was under immense pressure, her mind sharply focused. Yet this clueless ally beside her was shouting like an overzealous fan, severely disrupting her spellcasting. Gritting her teeth, she chose to ignore him, channeling all her concentration into controlling the magic. Ifulin had to eliminate as many Gale Wolves as possible before her mana was depleted. The blizzard raged for approximately 40 seconds. When the final snowflake descended and the storm abated, only 3 or 4 Gale Wolves remained from the original 20. The others had either been frozen into ice sculptures or shredded into pieces by icy blades. Their corpses sprawled grotesquely across the ground, the scene gruesome and harrowing. Kael inhaled sharply at the sight. How brutal. He quickly glanced at his experience bar. Experience points. 121, 1000. He had struck gold. In such a brief moment, he had gained over 100 points. If he had to hunt them down himself, it would take an eternity to slay 20 or more Gale Wolves. However, before Kael could revel in his fortune, he sensed that something was amiss. Ifulin staggered, her complexion pale as parchment, her breathing becoming labored. The vibrancy in her beautiful violet eyes had dimmed. It was evident that the recent spell had drained her tremendously. Even more troubling was the fact that the Gale Wolf King, which had been lurking at a distance, finally moved, witnessing the near annihilation of its minions. It exhibited no fear. Instead, a flicker of human-like derision glinted in its dark golden eyes. It appeared to have been waiting for this moment, biding its time until its prey exhausted all their strength. With a low growl, the Wolf King refrained from ordering the remaining few minions to their deaths. Instead, it propelled itself forward, transforming into a silver-gray blur, charging directly at the seemingly most vulnerable target, Ifulin, who had just expended her ultimate spell. Be careful, Kael cried out in alarm. He could feel that the Wolf King's speed surpassed that of the ordinary Gale Wolves by several magnitudes. In an instant, it closed the distance of several dozen meters. Ifulin's pupils dilated. She attempted to conjure ice spikes once more, but found her mana had withered like a cracked riverbed. Incapable of supporting another spell, she could only manage to form a thin ice shield before her. Crack! The Wolf King's claws merely brushed against the hastily conjured ice shield, which shattered as easily as paper. The razor-sharp claws, slicing through the air with fierce wind, aimed directly for Ifulin's throat. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Kael's mind had yet to process the situation when his body instinctively reacted. With a roar, Kael cast aside all fear, raising his iron sword with all his might, charging toward the silver-gray shadow in a desperate attempt to intercept. Chapter 32. The crisis of depleted mana. Kael's mind was a blank slate. Consumed by a singular thought, he could not stand idly by and watch as Ifulin was slain. This was not merely because she was his source of experience, but because she had put herself in peril while protecting him. If he retreated now, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Kael forgot all the swordsmanship techniques he had learned from Anna. Stabbing, slashing, blocking, everything faded from his mind. The only action that remained was to use his body and his sword to shield Ifulin from that fatal claw. Clang! A jarring metallic clash echoed through the silent forest. Kael's iron sword met the Wolf King's claw with a resounding impact. An unimaginable force surged through the blade. Kael felt as though his hand was being torn apart, an excruciating pain coursing through him, nearly causing him to lose grip of the sword. The sheer power of the collision sent him hurtling backward. Bang! Kael crashed to the ground, his back slamming against a sturdy tree, stars exploding in his vision. His internal organs feeling as though they had shifted. Coughing up blood, he realized the magnitude of the Wolf King's strength. Struggling to rise, he found his body felt as if it had been disassembled, utterly devoid of power. Looking up, he saw the Wolf King had merely been momentarily hindered. It executed a graceful flip in midair before landing deftly on the ground. Its paw bore only a faint white mark. Meanwhile, Kael had sustained severe injury from a mere block. Was this the chasm separating a first-tier magical beast from a second-tier magical beast? The difference was staggering. Ifulin was equally taken aback by Kael's sudden act of heroism, stepping in to shield her from the lethal blow. Evelyn gazed at Kael, who lay bleeding on the ground, his pallid face momentarily betraying a complex array of emotions that even he could not articulate. Shock, surprise, and perhaps a twinge of guilt? The Kael whom Evelyn had always looked down upon had, against all odds, saved her life. The Wolf King, enraged by the thwarting of its attack, let out a furious roar, denying the two any respite as it lunged once more. This time, its target was the incapacitated Kael, whom it deemed far easier to vanquish than the ice-wielding woman. No, Evelyn cried out in despair. She yearned to rescue Kael, but her magical reserves were utterly depleted, rendering her barely able to stand. All she could do was watch helplessly as the gaping maw of death grew larger in Kael's eyes. Kael could smell the pungent scent of blood emanating from the Wolf King's mouth and see its dagger-like fangs. He wished to evade, but his body refused to obey. Was this how it would end? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. Just at that critical juncture, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Kael's mind once more, igniting his will to survive. Yes, experience. He could not perish yet. He still had levels to gain. Drawing on an unknown reserve of strength, Kael rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the Wolf King's deadly bite. The creature's teeth clamped down where he had just lain, tearing a significant chunk of earth and roots from the ground. Frustrated by its failure, the Wolf King became even more furious, its dark golden eyes ablaze with murderous intent. It turned to pounce on the half-recovered Kael. I spike. At that moment, Evelyn's voice, weak yet resolute, broke through. A tiny ice spike, scarcely the size of a finger and barely visible, wobbled toward the Wolf King. This was her last vestige of magical power, a desperate attack. The tiny spike struck the Wolf King, shattering on impact as if it were merely a tickle, failing to pierce its fur. However, this act successfully incensed the beast. It halted its assault on Kael and turned its glare upon Evelyn, who, despite being on the brink of collapse, dared to provoke it. The Wolf King, irritated by the loss of its minions, abandoned Kael to deal with the source of its frustration. With a low growl, the Wolf King transformed into a blur, leaping toward the defenseless Evelyn. Kael's heart sank as he witnessed the unfolding scene. He understood that Evelyn was at her limit. Should the beast strike true, her life would be forfeit. Your opponent is me. Ignoring his own wounds, Kael shouted and sprang to his feet, sword raised, charging forward. Yet, compared to the Wolf King, his speed was woefully inadequate. He could only watch as the creature closed the distance to Evelyn. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. It was too late. Kael's heart plummeted. Yet, just as the Wolf King's claws were about to grasp Evelyn's neck, her face bore no sign of fear or despair. Instead, a cold smirk graced her lips. Her left hand, which had hung limply by her side, now revealed a deep blue ring emanating a dangerous aura. Activate Winter's Sigh, Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible to herself. A chilling wave, far more formidable than the preceding blizzard, erupted from the ring. The Wolf King, lunging toward Evelyn, suddenly froze. Its body enveloped in a thick layer of blue-tinged ice at a visible speed, starting from its claws. In the blink of an eye, this once majestic second-tier magical beast, the Gale Wolf King, was transformed into a crystalline sculpture, its predatory expression forever captured in its final moment. Kael, having rushed halfway, came to an abrupt halt, dumbfounded by the astonishing sight. What was this? A swift execution? The very creature that had cornered them was now vanquished in an instant? Evelyn, gazing at the ice sculpture, grew increasingly pale, swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. It was evident that activating the ring had taken a significant toll on her. With a long sigh of relief, Evelyn's taut nerves finally loosened. However, neither she nor Kael noticed the lurking shadows in the forest where a few ordinary Gale wolves, having survived the blizzard, glimmered with vengeful intent, stealthily encircling the seemingly vulnerable Kael. Chapter 33. The experienced baby in despair as Kael remained entranced by the Wolf King's sudden encasement in ice. A sharp sound cut through the air behind him. Danger. This instinct, honed through countless training sessions with Fiona, kicked in. Without a second thought, Kael rolled to the side, barely evading the impending threat. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Kael felt a sharp pain sear across his back, as if a razor had sliced through his skin. When he glanced back, his heart nearly stopped. A Gale wolf, its mouth brimming with fangs, had just leapt past the spot where he had stood, its claws still adorned with bloodied shreds of his clothing. But it was not alone. 2 additional Gale wolves flanked him, forming a tight circle of menace. These cunning beasts had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while everyone was distracted by the Wolf King. Kael, Evelyn cried out, realizing the peril he faced. But as she moved, her face turned pale, and she nearly collapsed. Evelyn had truly reached her limits. The ring, Winter's Sigh, while powerful, drained the user's mental and physical vitality to unleash its formidable attack. Now, she was weaker than an ordinary little girl. Don't worry about me. Kael gritted his teeth, rising despite the searing pain in his back. He fixed his gaze on the three ravenous Gale wolves, his mind racing. What to do? Evelyn was no longer a reliable ally. He had to depend solely on himself. 1 against 3, injured to boot. It appeared to be a guaranteed death sentence. Yet, inexplicably, Kael felt no trace of the despair he had faced against the Wolf King. Perhaps having narrowly escaped death too many times, Kael's courage had grown a tad bolder. Perhaps he had glimpsed an alternate path. Experience. Kael gazed upon the 3 swift wolves before him, and it seemed as though 3 resplendent golden characters hovered above their heads. 5 EXP. Danger often accompanies opportunity. If he could vanquish these 3 wolves, that would amount to 15 experience points. Moreover, with Evelyn having just slain the Wolf King, would the system not also grant him a share? Kael's gaze gradually transformed. From fear and tension, it morphed into a fervent madness tinged with greed. Like a gambler starved for 3 days and nights, he beheld the entirety of the stakes laid upon the table. It was a gamble. Were they not merely 3 level 1 magical beasts? He had even dared to endure a confrontation with a level 2 Wolf King. How could he fear these 3 insignificant foes? Come on. Kael let out a beastly roar and charged toward the nearest swift wolf. He sought to seize the initiative. The swift wolf seemed taken aback. This seemingly frail human dared to mount an attack. It hesitated for a moment, then, roused by its ferocity, opened its jaws wide and lunged at Kael. In the instant they were about to collide, Kael's form suddenly dropped low. A perfect slide tackle. He glided along the ground, slipping beneath the belly of the swift wolf. This maneuver was one he had observed during a football match on Earth, and he never expected it to prove useful today. With a swift motion, as he slid past, Kael thrust his iron sword upward. The sharp tip effortlessly pierced the soft underbelly of the swift wolf. A chilling howl erupted from the creature, its body going rigid. Blood and entrails spilled forth in a gruesome cascade. Having landed his strike, Kael dared not linger. He barely had time to withdraw his sword before rolling away to evade the assault of the other 2 swift wolves. Success! Kael's heart soared with elation. His confidence surged instantly. With a springing motion, he leaped to his feet, casting a glance at the convulsing swift wolf on the ground. He turned to face the remaining 2. He discarded the sword lodged in the wolf's carcass, which he could not yet retrieve. No matter. Kael still possessed magic. Water bullet technique. He raised his left hand, conjuring a water sphere the size of a human head, and hurled it forcefully at one of the swift wolves. After countless battles and repeated usage, his speed in forming water spheres had more than doubled since his initial attempts. The swift wolf, swift as it was, twisted its body to evade. However, Kael's target was not it. Boom! Kael shouted. The water sphere, midway through its trajectory, suddenly exploded with a resounding crack. Countless droplets scattered, drenching both swift wolves. This was his self-devised advanced technique, the water bullet explosion. While it lacked lethality, its wide area and element of surprise were its strengths. The 2 wolves, caught off guard by the sudden soaking, momentarily faltered, their movements instinctively slowed. This was the moment Kael had been waiting for. He charged forward, not towards any wolf, but rather toward the carcass of the one he had just slain. Extending his right hand, he aimed at the sword still embedded in the wolf's belly. Water magic, attraction. A wave of invisible force acted upon the sword's hilt. With a whoosh, the iron sword, slick with blood, was yanked free from the carcass, tracing an arc as it flew back into Kael's grasp. The entire process flowed seamlessly, like water. In the distance, Evelyn beheld this scene, her dull purple eyes suddenly flickering with an indescribable shock. This fellow, Kael's mastery over the water element, had reached such a remarkable level? This was beyond the capabilities of one with 0 water affinity. What secrets did Kael harbor? Kael had no time to ponder Evelyn's thoughts. Grasping the reclaimed iron sword, he relished its cold, familiar touch, a surge of bravado igniting within him. He turned to face the 2 swift wolves, now hesitating due to the death of their companion and Kael's peculiar display, a savage grin spreading across his face. Now it was your turn. Kael brandished his sword and charged once more. This time, he was no longer the passive rookie who only endured blows. He had learned to leverage his advantages and employ his wits in battle. Kael maneuvered with a zigzag pattern to confound his opponent's judgment. He utilized the inconsequential water bullets to harass and delay their movements. He perfectly fused the basic swordsmanship learned from Anna with the reaction speed imparted by Fiona. The combat scene remained chaotic. Kael bore several new wounds inflicted by the wolf's claws, blood staining his garments. Yet, he grew more valiant with each passing moment. Every swing of his sword, every dodge, became increasingly precise and seasoned. Kael was extracting every ounce of potential from himself in this life and death struggle. Finally, After yet another harrowing evasion, Kael seized an opening in one of the swift wolves, his iron sword striking like a venomous serpent, plunging into its neck. He withdrew the sword, a rain of blood spraying forth, wiping the blood from his face as his gaze locked onto the last swift wolf, which, now terrified, began to whimper and retreat. The wolf, gazing at Kael, blood-soaked and resembling a demon risen from hell, finally broke. It tucked its tail and turned to flee. Attempt to escape? Too late. Kael would not let this opportunity for 5 experience points slip away. With the last remnants of his strength, he poured everything into his legs and surged forward. One strike, severing its head. The wolf's head soared into the air before thudding onto the grass. Breathless, Kael leaned on his sword, kneeling on one knee, gasping for air. He felt as though his bones were on the brink of disintegration, every muscle lamenting in agony. Yet, he smiled. Kael beamed at the experience bar on his panel, filled with immense joy. He had survived. Moreover, he had personally slain 4 magical beasts. Just then, the melodious system notification chimed once more. Detected ally unit has slain a level 2 magical beast. Swift Wolf King, level 2. Experience points awarded based on contribution, 80 points. Kael's head snapped up, his eyes wide as saucers. How much? 80 points. He hurriedly opened the panel, meticulously reviewing the details. Indeed, it was 80 points. Coupled with the previous 156 points, his total experience skyrocketed. Kael was so exhilarated he nearly fainted. Slaying a Wolf King had granted such an abundance of experience. While most of the credit belonged to Evelyn, he had at least stood his ground, and the system had deemed his contribution significant. He had struck gold. Just as Kael reveled in the surge of experience, he suddenly felt a warm current coursing through his body. This warmth flowed through his limbs, revitalizing his weary, battered form in an instant. Though the wounds on his body still bled, the pain had significantly diminished. His strength had also begun to return. Just as Kael was still processing this, the sound of the system echoed once more in his mind. This time, the voice was louder and more exhilarating than ever before. Ding! Detected that the host's experience points have reached capacity. Level up. Chapter 34, Level Up. Thunder Talent. Boom. It was as if an invisible thunderclap had detonated in Kael's mind. I leveled up? I actually leveled up? Kael was utterly stunned, scarcely believing his ears. What had he fought so fiercely against the magical beasts, teetering on the brink of life and death, for? Was it not for this very moment? Trembling with excitement, Kael eagerly opened his attribute panel in his mind. A brand new, faintly golden virtual interface materialized before his eyes. Available attribute points. 1 available talent points. 1 indeed. He had leveled up. The previous experience bar had reset to 0 and transformed into 2,000. This indicated that the next level would require 2,000 experience points. Yet, that was inconsequential. What truly mattered were the 2 lines of shimmering golden text. Available attribute points, 1. Available talent points, 1. Kael's heart raced uncontrollably. Was this the benefit of leveling up? The ability to freely allocate attribute and talent points. This was nothing short of divine. Struggling to contain his elation, Kael began to examine these 2 newly emerged options. System, what is the purpose of this attribute point? He mused internally. A simple explanation immediately appeared in his mind. Attribute points can be used to enhance the host's 4 foundational attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Strength determines physical attack and carrying capacity. Agility influences attack speed and reaction speed. Constitution affects health and defense. Spirit determines magical capacity and magical resistance. Clear and straightforward, easy to understand. Kael gazed at the 4 options, lost in contemplation. Which should he enhance? Strength? His swordsmanship was still rough. Adding strength seemed limited in benefit. Agility? The speed of the Gale Wolf had left a profound impression on him. Speed is paramount in martial arts. Enhancing agility seemed a prudent choice. Constitution? It would make him sturdier, more resistant to blows. In a situation like the earlier one, a bit more health could mean the difference between life and death. Spirit? It could amplify the power of his water magic, increase his magical capacity, and allow for quicker use of water manipulation. Each option appeared valuable, leaving Kael, who struggled with indecision, in a quandary. Never mind, let us not dwell on this for now. Kael shifted his gaze to the option that excited him even more. Available talent points. 1. What purpose does this talent point serve? Talent points can be used to unlock new magical talents or enhance existing ones. New magical talents. Kael's breath quickened instantly. Currently, he possessed only 1 water magic talent, deemed a defective product by the Academy. If he could unlock a new, powerful magical talent, would he not soar to new heights? Kael focused intently on the available talent point. In the next moment, a skill tree interface unfolded in his mind. At the pinnacle of this skill tree, 7 gray spheres radiating different glows were displayed. Each sphere bore an ancient rune. Kael recognized that these represented the 7 fundamental elements: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, and darkness. Among them, the blue sphere representing water was illuminated, emitting a faint glow, while the other 6 remained dark and unselectable. There was only one exception. The sphere etched with the lightning rune, glowing with a purple hue, flickered enticingly. Lightning talent. Unlocked, master the power of lightning, possessing unparalleled destructive force and speed. Would you like to consume 1 talent point to unlock this talent? Lightning. It is indeed lightning. Kael's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among all fundamental elements, lightning magic is universally acknowledged as the most potent and ferocious. Its status is on par with fire magic, and in some respects, it may even surpass it. Moreover, lightning magic is renowned for its speed and paralysis effects, perfectly countering speed-oriented magical beasts like the Gale Wolf. If he had possessed lightning magic earlier, even a basic lightning bolt would have spared him the humiliation of being toyed with by that Gale Wolf. There was no need for hesitation. Why even consider it? Compared to the allure of a brand new, exceptionally powerful lightning talent, matters of strength and agility paled in comparison. Unlock it. Instantly. Immediately. Kael roared with excitement in his heart. Talent point consumed. Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking a new talent, Lightning Magic Beginner. As the system's notification faded, Kael felt as if something within him had been activated. A warm current, tinged with an exhilarating energy, surged from his heart, coursing throughout his body. Kael's fingertips involuntarily sparked with a faint silver arc of electricity. Crackle! A soft explosion resonated. Kael opened his right hand, only to witness a delicate strand of lightning, thinner than a hair, joyfully dancing in his palm before swiftly dissipating. I did it. I truly possess a second magical talent. And it is lightning. Kael trembled with overwhelming excitement, feeling an urge to howl at the sky in celebration of his joy. A dual-element magician. In the entirety of the Air Magic Academy, and indeed throughout the entire kingdom, dual-element magicians are exceedingly rare. Each one is a genius sought after by major factions. Having become a dual-element magician, if this secret were to leak, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the academy. Kael forcibly suppressed his exhilaration, knowing it was not yet time to celebrate. The crisis had not fully abated. Although the wolf pack had been dealt with, the frozen wolf king still stood there. Who knows when that ice will melt? Taking a deep breath, Kael redirected his focus back to the available attribute point. Now that he had gained lightning magic, the allocation of this attribute point needed reconsideration. Lightning magic would undoubtedly consume more mental energy than water magic. Enhancing spirit seemed to be the optimal choice. This way, the power of his magic would be stronger, and his endurance would last longer. It settled then. Enhance spirit. Kael made his decision. Attribute point consumed, spirit 1. At the moment he allocated the point, Kael felt a sudden clarity in his mind. It was akin to a person who had been sleep-deprived for days suddenly getting a full night's rest, feeling refreshed and invigorated. His mind, previously clouded by blood loss and exhaustion, became remarkably clear, and his thought processes seemed to quicken. Kael could sense that his connection with the magical elements in the air had grown stronger, particularly with the water and newly manifested lightning elements, which felt as familiar as his own limbs. After completing all of this, Kael exhaled deeply. Kael felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Although his level had merely ascended from level 0 to level 1, the unlocking of the lightning affinity, coupled with a slight increase in his mental acuity, had transformed his actual combat prowess dramatically. Kael stood up and stretched his body. The wounds on him still throbbed, yet the pain was no longer as excruciating as it had been moments ago. He cast a glance at the distant figure of the Wolf King, still encased in its icy form, and then at Ifulin, who sat on the ground, pale as a ghost, regarding him with an expression of profound complexity. A sudden wave of unprecedented confidence surged within Kael. Perhaps it was time to bring this battle to an end. He had no desire to wait for the ice to melt and for the Wolf King to emerge and wreak havoc upon him. The night was long, and dreams were many. Kael tightened his grip on the iron sword and stepped forward, one deliberate step at a time, towards the colossal ice sculpture. What are you doing? Ifulin's frail voice reached him from behind, laced with a hint of caution and confusion. She could not comprehend why Kael would approach such a perilous ice sculpture. Although the Wolf King was frozen by the breath of winter, the intense chill still lingered in the air around it. Any ordinary person who ventured too close would surely suffer frostbite. Kael did not look back. He merely replied coolly, to eradicate the root of the problem. Upon reaching the ice sculpture, he extended his hand, feeling the bone-chilling cold. Excellent, this ice is hard enough. For the foreseeable future, this Wolf King would remain trapped within. Kael raised his iron sword. However, he did not intend to strike it. He understood that the hardness of this ice surpassed that of steel, and his rusty sword could not sever it. Instead, he had something entirely different in mind. Kael closed his eyes and concentrated all his mental energy into his hands. In his left hand, he summoned the familiar, gentle water element. In his right, he conjured the unfamiliar, tempestuous lightning element. Under Kael's guidance, these two distinctly different forces began to coalesce in his palms. It was a most peculiar sensation. The water in Kael's left palm felt like a gentle stream. Cool and soothing. Moisture from the air rushed towards him, forming an ever-growing water sphere. Meanwhile, in his right palm, it felt as if he were grasping a handful of volatile pop rocks. Countless tiny silver arcs of electricity sprang into existence, crackling with a faint, explosive sound. They attracted one another, colliding and ultimately merging into an unstable, yet destructive, sphere of lightning. To wield two completely distinct magical elements simultaneously demanded a terrifying degree of mental fortitude. Prior to his upgrade, Kael had never dared to even imagine such a feat. Not to mention two elements. He had struggled to control even one water element. Yet now, with a slight enhancement in his mental acuity and a successful level up, Kael discovered that he had indeed accomplished it. Though the exertion was strenuous, and he felt sharp pangs of pain in his brain, he had successfully coalesced two different types of basic magic in his hands. The water sphere spell, along with Kael's own improvised version of the lightning sphere. In the distance, Ifu was utterly astounded. Her beautiful violet eyes widened, filled with disbelief at the impossible sight before her. What was she witnessing? Kael, the peeping Tom, was wielding two types of magic simultaneously, one of which was a form of lightning magic that Ifu had never encountered before, brimming with ferocity. A dual-element mage? How could Kael possibly be a dual-element mage? This completely shattered her understanding of the magical world she had held for over a decade. It was more astonishing than her own identity as a rare winter body. Ifu opened her mouth to speak, but found her throat constricted, as if blocked by some unseen force, rendering her voiceless. All she could do was watch as Kael's unassuming figure transformed into an aura of mystery and grandeur in that moment. Kael remained oblivious to Ifu shocked expression. His entire focus was devoted to controlling the dual spheres. The water sphere in his left hand had swelled to the size of a basketball, stable and full. The lightning sphere in his right hand, however, was only the size of a fist and exceedingly unstable, with silver arcs of electricity constantly escaping, filling the air around him with a faint scent of ozone. Kael could feel his magical energy being drained at an alarming rate. Maintaining two spells was a significant burden for him at this moment. He needed to act swiftly. Kael suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of madness flashing within them. He gazed at the imposing ice sculpture of the Wolf King, a wild smile gracing his lips. What of a level 2 magical beast? Encased in ice, it was nothing more than a target. Let it taste this. With a fierce shout, Kael propelled the massive water sphere from his left hand toward the ice sculpture. The water sphere did not fly directly at the ice, but at the moment it reached the top, Kael detonated it. Splash. This time, it was not the mere splashing from before. The basketball-sized water sphere exploded as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over the ice sculpture. Countless streams of water cascaded through the crevices of the ice, soaking the entire sculpture. Without pausing, Kael followed up by forcefully hurling the lightning sphere from his right hand. Die! The sphere, crackling with dangerous electricity, traced a silver arc through the air, striking the ice sculpture squarely in the chest. Zap! A deafening crack of electricity erupted. Water is conductive. This simple lesson from middle school physics unleashed a cataclysmic force in that moment. The water that had just coated the surface of the ice sculpture became the perfect conductor upon contact with the lightning sphere. Countless frenzied electric serpents surged through the water, instantaneously coursing through every corner of the ice sculpture. In that instant, the entire ice sculpture transformed into a colossal prison of lightning. A chilling howl, more sorrowful than anything humanly possible, erupted from within the ice. The frozen Wolf King had awakened amidst excruciating pain. It thrashed and writhed within its icy prison. Crack! Crack! The once impenetrable ice began to fissure under the dual assault of its violent struggles and the rampant electricity. Kael's expression changed as he witnessed the scene unfold. This creature's vitality was astonishingly resilient. Even in this state, it refused to perish, and judging by its movements, It seemed ready to break free. Without a moment's hesitation, Kael turned and fled. What a joke. His magical energy had been completely drained. He could not even muster the simplest water bullet. If the Wolf King, now in a frenzy, were to break free, he would be the first to be torn apart. Ifuline, run, Kael shouted as he sprinted, urging the still-dazed Ifuline to flee. Yet, she remained oblivious, ensnared by the sheer shock, her astonished gaze fixated on Kael. Evelyn's mind had completely crashed. The notion of dual elemental magic, encompassing both water and lightning, spiraled chaotically in her mind like a cursed incantation, rendering her incapable of contemplating anything else. Hey, why are you dazed? Do you want to die? Kael, frantic at Evelyn's immobility, rushed to her side, disregarding any notions of propriety, and seized her icy wrist, attempting to drag her away. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. The enormous ice sculpture of the Wolf King shattered with a deafening crash. Countless shards of ice, mingled with violent currents of electricity, scattered wildly in all directions. A powerful shockwave surged forth. Watch out. Kael barely managed to utter those words before feeling as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. He groaned and, clutching Evelyn, both were violently hurled away by the force. Mid-air, Kael twisted his body, shielding Evelyn with his own, bracing himself against the oncoming impact. With a thud, they crashed onto the grass several meters away, tumbling over multiple times before finally coming to a halt. Kael felt darkness enveloping him, a sweet taste in his throat, and he coughed up blood that splattered against Evelyn's pristine white robe, creating a stark contrast. Coughing violently, he felt as if his lungs were about to shatter. Damn it. This is a huge loss. I tried to be heroic and ended up worse off. Struggling to lift his head, Kael glanced towards the epicenter of the explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke and steam, a massive figure, charred and emitting wisps of smoke, staggered back to its feet from the debris. It was the Kael Wolf King. It was still alive. Though the creature appeared utterly wretched, its fur singed and curled from the electric shock, its body marred by numerous wounds, bleeding profusely, it stood unsteadily. Yet, within its dark golden eyes burned a fiercer, more frenzied hatred than before. The Kael Wolf King fixed its gaze on Kael, emitting a raspy growl akin to a broken windbag. It sought to kill this human, no matter the cost. Chapter 36. The Wolf King's demise. This is a disaster. Kael's heart sank as he beheld the silhouette clawing its way back from the abyss. He was utterly drained of magical energy, with his power depleted and his body exhausted. Every inch of him ached. Forget fighting. Even standing had become a luxury. Evelyn, cradled in his arms, was in a similarly dire state. Her body was frighteningly cold, her breath faint, clearly suffering from the after-effects of overexertion from using the ring. One was on the brink of death, the other devoid of energy, and they were utterly trapped in despair. The Wolf King, dragging its battered form, approached them step by step. With each stride, it left behind a charred, bloodied footprint. Its pace was slow, appearing ready to collapse at any moment. However, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from it felt palpable, nearly suffocating Kael. The footsteps of death drew nearer. With each beat, Kael's heart sank deeper. Was this truly the end? He had just leveled up, just unlocked his lightning affinity, and the beautiful future had only begun to unfurl before him, only to conclude in such a pitiful manner? No, I refuse to accept this. Kael's gaze ignited with a fierce crimson. Even in death, I shall take a piece of you with me. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Kael attempted to push Evelyn away and make one final stand. However, as his hand brushed against her body, a clear, melodic system notification rang unexpectedly in his mind. Detected host has successfully slain a level 2 magical beast. Kael Wolf King, level 2. What? Kael froze, staring blankly at the system prompt in his mind. Then glancing at the approaching Wolf King, still very much alive. Slain successfully? Is the system malfunctioning? It's still breathing. Yet, before he could grasp the situation, a dull thud echoed. The Kael Wolf King, once radiating an aura of unrelenting malice, froze in its final step. Its dark golden eyes, ablaze with vengeful fire, instantly lost all luster. Then, before the astonished gazes of Kael and Evelyn, its massive body toppled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. No sound followed. Dead. Just like that? Kael's mind went blank. He could not comprehend the scene unfolding before him. One moment, it was a fearsome beast, the next it lay lifeless. What was this sorcery? Could his earlier combination of water and electricity have exceeded his expectations? Though he hadn't killed it outright, the frenzied electricity must have utterly ravaged its insides and vitality. Its approach had merely been sustained by its final, reluctant will. Once that flicker extinguished, so did its life. It must be so. The more Kael pondered, the more this explanation seemed reasonable. I actually managed to slay a level 2 magical beast with my own strength. Though the process was fraught with twists, turns, and sheer coincidence, the outcome was that Kael had triumphed. An indescribable euphoria and sense of achievement erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. He could not help but laugh out loud. However, as he opened his mouth, the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in agony. Damn, that hurts. Kael glanced down at Evelyn, whose pale face was mere inches away. Her eyes were slightly open, filled with a mix of relief from surviving and an emotion Kael could not decipher, deeply complex. Their gazes met in the air, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Only then did Kael realize he was still holding her tightly. Moreover, their position was rather compromising. Kael was practically sprawled over Evelyn. His warm breath brushed against her face. A faint, delicate fragrance, reminiscent of snow lotus, wafted from her, entering Kael's nostrils. It was delightful. Kael's face flushed crimson, even more so than when he had coughed up blood. "I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, as if jolted by electricity, scrambling to rise from Evelyn. Yet, his body was far too weak. After struggling for a while, he not only failed to get up, but collapsed back down due to sheer exhaustion. With a soft thud, Evelyn let out a muffled groan, her brow furrowing tightly. "Can you get off me?" Evelyn spoke weakly, each word deliberate, her voice tinged with a hint of suppressed embarrassment. This was the first time in her life that she had engaged in such intimate contact with a male, aside from her father. Evelyn could distinctly feel the intense warmth of Kael's body seeping through their clothing, as well as the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. This sensation left her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable and awkward. I want to, but I lack the strength," Kael thought, his heart heavy with despair. He truly felt incapable of even moving a single finger. He swore to himself that he had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Thus, the two remained frozen in this excruciatingly awkward position. The forest had returned to an eerie silence, punctuated only by their labored breaths. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, gently illuminating them. Not far off lay the scattered corpses of wolves, alongside the already cooling body of the Wolf King. The mingling scents of blood and ozone created a bizarre atmosphere. Kael lay atop Evelyn, feeling her cold yet supple form beneath him, his mind a chaotic whirl. He felt compelled to say something to alleviate the tension, yet what could he possibly say? Complimenting Evelyn on her figure would likely earn him a swift retribution once she regained her strength. Asking what they should do next seemed redundant. Clearly, they were left to wait for either death or salvation. After much contemplation, a rather absurd thought unexpectedly surfaced in Kael's mind, something he had long wished to explain but had never found the opportunity to do so. Perhaps now was a suitable moment? After all, they were in this predicament, so he might as well take a chance. Taking a deep breath, Kael steeled himself and tentatively ventured, "Evelyn, Evelyn's voice remained cold, though it seemed devoid of the previous icy distance. "About the incident a few days ago at the hot springs." Kael's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. "I truly did not intend to." The moment the words hot springs escaped Kael's lips, he felt Evelyn's body tense beneath him. It was over. Kael's heart sank. He had indeed crossed a line that should not have been broached. What had begun as mere awkwardness had escalated into a social catastrophe. He could almost envision the myriad of ice spells Evelyn would unleash upon him, freezing him solid the moment she regained her composure. Closing his eyes, he braced himself for the impending judgment. Yet, the anticipated wrath and murderous intent did not materialize. The surrounding air was unnervingly still. Kael waited in silence. But Evelyn's response was long in coming. Unable to resist, he cautiously opened one eye and stole a glance downward. He saw Evelyn turning her head away, not meeting his gaze. Her silvery hair lay scattered across the grass, and the moonlight cast a serene glow upon her flawless profile, enhancing the fragile beauty of her already pale complexion. Her lips were pressed tightly together, as if she were struggling to suppress something. Meanwhile, the small, delicate ear that peeked out revealed a faint blush, barely perceptible. Was Evelyn blushing? A ludicrous thought flickered in Kael's mind, one he could scarcely believe. Could it truly be? This was Evelyn, the ice goddess who always wore a stoic expression and appeared indifferent to the world. The notion that she could feel shy was almost unfathomable. "I saw it," came Evelyn's voice, soft and ethereal, breaking the silence like a whisper of a breeze. Kael was momentarily taken aback. What did you see?" "The day you ran away, I saw everything." Her voice dropped even lower, revealing her reluctance to revisit the subject, yet compelled to do so nonetheless. Kael's face flushed crimson. He had been discovered. All the while, he had foolishly harbored the hope of remaining unnoticed. His embarrassment was palpable. "I truly did not mean to." Kael hastily clarified. I was merely taking a shortcut back to the dormitory. I had no idea it was that place. Upon seeing you, I fled immediately. I swear I didn't see anything. Kael spoke the truth. At that moment, he had been so startled that his only instinct was to run, his mind blank, with no time to observe anything that should have remained unseen. Though he could not deny that fleeting glimpse of her alabaster figure was unforgettable, he shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. Evelyn fell silent. She was well aware that Kael had not acted with malice. With her sensitivity to magical energy, she had sensed his presence approaching that area. The reason she had not immediately attacked was that she could feel no ill intentions emanating from him. Kael resembled a frightened fawn that had unwittingly wandered into a forbidden realm, panicked and bewildered, before turning to flee. This was why, when she recognized Kael in the forest, she had hesitated to treat him as a potential threat despite her confusion. The fact that a boy had seen her bathing was a first for Evelyn, who had always been meticulously protected throughout her life. The sensation was peculiar, shame and anger mingled, yet it was not as unbearable as she had imagined. Especially after the events of that night, Evelyn felt the weight and warmth of the young man pressing against her, and the rapid beat of his heart, a testament to his anxiety. She recalled how he had recklessly charged forward to shield her from the Wolf King's lethal strike. She remembered Kael, bloodied yet fierce, battling against 3 ferocious wolves. She also recalled the moment he unleashed both water and lightning magic, showcasing a mysterious and formidable presence. Unbeknownst to her, feelings of shame and anger began to morph into something more complex and unfamiliar. The boy, whom Evelyn and everyone else had deemed a peeping Tom, was not what she had imagined. Evelyn's heart was in disarray. She found herself at a loss for her emotions. The physical weakness and chill persisted, but deep within her, an indescribable warmth began to bud, slowly and quietly spreading through her being. This warmth dispelled some of her chill and diminished her aversion toward the young man atop her. Even so, unbidden, the image of Kael, drenched in blood, urging her to flee resurfaced in her mind. That silhouette was both disheveled and yet undeniably reliable. Evelyn, Kael's voice, cautious and tentative, disrupted her reverie. Are you all right? Did I press down on your wound? He inquired. Kael felt that Evelyn beneath him had not reacted for quite some time, and he feared that he had worsened her injuries, bringing her closer to death. It was over. He thought that there was no way to clear his name now. Initially intending to save her, he had inadvertently caused her harm. I am fine, Evelyn finally spoke. Her voice still weak, but considerably steadier than before. She turned her head slightly, her beautiful violet eyes gazing at Kael under the moonlight. At that moment, Kael's heart skipped a beat. For reasons unknown, he felt that Evelyn's gaze was entirely different from before. If her previous expression had been icy, cold enough to repel anyone, now it seemed as though that ice had melted just a little. There appeared to be something incomprehensible within her eyes. Yet at least the chilling aura was not as oppressive. I do not blame you for the hot spring incident, Evelyn said softly. Boom. Kael felt as if his brain had been struck by lightning. Did he just hear that correctly? The ice goddess, Evelyn, who should have pursued him to the ends of the earth for the hot spring incident, was instead saying she did not blame him. What was happening? Was he suffering from delusions due to blood loss? What did you say? Kael stammered, terrified that he had misheard. I said, I do not blame you, Evelyn repeated calmly. I know you did not do it intentionally. Kael let out a long sigh of relief, his body collapsing in exhaustion. Had he not been atop Evelyn, he would have likely collapsed to the ground. The weight that had pressed upon his heart for several days was finally lifted. The crisis of social death had been averted. Thank you, Senior. Thank you for your generosity, Kael exclaimed, his excitement rendering him slightly incoherent. I swear, I will definitely avoid that hot spring from now on, no? I will steer clear of the entire back mountain. Observing Kael's foolishly relieved expression, which seemed to suggest he was about to swear an oath to the heavens, Evelyn could not help but smile slightly. However, she quickly suppressed it, restoring her cold demeanor. Yet, the unfamiliar emotion in her heart grew increasingly clear. This fellow did not seem so detestable after all. In fact, he was almost adorably foolish. No. Evelyn, what are you thinking? Kael is a man. Evelyn's cheeks involuntarily warmed again. Why can you wield 2 types of magic? To mask her discomfort, Evelyn forcibly shifted the topic, voicing the question that had occupied her mind since earlier. Water magic and lightning magic, though not entirely opposing, they certainly could not be said to be compatible. A magician mastering a single type of magic throughout their life was already considered a genius. Dual-element magicians were rare, and those who awakened were typically those with highly compatible elements, such as fire and earth, or wind and water. Kael's ability to master both water and lightning magic, especially under extreme conditions, combining them to unleash such terrifying power, was unheard of by Evelyn. This exceeded her comprehension of magical theory. Huh, 2 types of magic? Kael was taken aback. Oh no. In his excitement at the misunderstanding being resolved, he had completely forgotten this detail. In his moment of desperation, he had revealed his lightning affinity. How could he explain that? Surely, he could not say he had a system that just sent him an upgrade gift package. Evelyn would likely consider him a pervert, or worse, a lunatic. Kael's mind raced. I must lie? It has to be a lie that sounds impressive but cannot be verified. This is actually a family secret, Kael said, attempting to appear enigmatic, lowering his voice. A family secret? Evelyn's curiosity was piqued. Yes, Kael replied earnestly. My family possesses a unique bloodline talent that allows one to awaken a second or even third elemental affinity in times of crisis. I have only just awakened mine. I am still trying to understand it myself. This explanation was, in fact, flawless. The concept of a bloodline talent was elusive and abstract. In the world of magic, there were always ancient families with strange abilities passed down through generations. If one claimed to have it, others could not easily refute it, as outsiders had no means of verification. Indeed, after hearing this, Evelyn fell silent, her violet eyes glimmering with contemplation, seemingly assessing the truth of Kael's words. Kael's heart raced. Please believe me. This is the most outrageous lie I have ever told. The two fell into silence once more. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them again, but this time, it was different. It lacked the previous flirtation and was imbued with a sense of exploration. What do we do now? Ultimately, Kael broke the silence. The misunderstanding had been clarified, the boasting had concluded, and now reality had to be faced. One was immobile, and the other was drained of magic in this desolate wilderness, with the scent of blood so strong that it was uncertain whether other magical beasts would be attracted. I shattered the rescue rune within my ring earlier, Evelyn weakly stated. The Academy's rescue team should already be on their way. That's good, Kael sighed in relief. As long as help arrived, they would be safe. The only issue now was that Kael glanced down and realized he was still lying atop the girl. This position was entirely inappropriate. Senior. Let me see if I can get up. Kael gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength, attempting to lift his weight off her. However, his body's weakness exceeded his expectations. Just as he managed to lift a little, his arms softened, and he uncontrollably collapsed back down. Damn it, Kael cursed inwardly. This is it. I'm going to crush her again. Just as he thought he would have to experience another intimate moment with Evelyn. A pair of cold yet slightly soft hands gently pressed against his chest. Then, a faint but pure magical energy emanated from those hands, supporting his descending body. It was Evelyn. Evelyn was actually using her remaining magic to assist him. Kael was stunned. He looked up, meeting Evelyn's complex gaze. Do not move, Evelyn said, her tone devoid of emotion. You are severely injured. If you move around, your wounds will reopen. After speaking, she closed her eyes, as if even uttering another word would consume the little strength she had left. Kael lay there, afraid to move. He could feel the hands on his chest did not withdraw. The icy touch contrasted sharply with his heated body. Kael's heart raced uncontrollably once more. All he could think was how soft Evelyn's hands were, albeit somewhat cool to the touch. Chapter 38, Healing Potion. The night breeze swept through the forest, carrying a hint of chill. Kael maintained that awkward posture, completely motionless. It was not that he lacked the desire to move. Rather, he was paralyzed by fear. Evelyn's hand rested upon Kael's chest, and although the magical force was faint, it effectively alleviated a significant portion of his weight, preventing him from entirely collapsing onto her. However, this only intensified the peculiar atmosphere. Kael could distinctly feel each heartbeat resonating through his chest and into her palm. Thump, 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 strong and increasingly rapid. Oh no. Now his accelerated heartbeat was surely detected. Kael's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. What a predicament. He had indeed rescued the maiden. But the aftermath was excruciatingly mortifying. Just as Kael spiraled into his thoughts, on the verge of embarrassment-induced demise, a long-forgotten system notification chimed in his mind once more. Defeated the Level 2 magical beast, Gale Wolf King. Mission accomplished. Commencing task settlement. Settlement complete. Experience gained. 500 points. Additional reward. Random skill, chest X1. Additional reward. Stamina recovery potion, intermediate, X1. Here it was. Kael's spirits lifted. He had nearly forgotten that he possessed the system as his golden ticket. The reward for slaying a Level 2 magical beast was undoubtedly substantial. Kael promptly focused his attention on the system interface in his mind. Indeed, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. This desperate gamble was worth it. However, now was not the time to upgrade. Kael's gaze fell upon the last two rewards. The random skill chest. This was quite straightforward. It would grant him a new skill. His recently awakened lightning affinity was a skill acquired from his last upgrade. He wondered what valuable skill he might unlock this time. Would it enhance his current water and lightning abilities, or perhaps grant him an entirely new magical affinity? Kael's heart began to race. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the urge to open the chest immediately. His attention was captivated by the final reward, the Stamina Recovery Potion, Intermediate. Description: this potion rapidly restores the user's stamina and heals moderate injuries. This was truly a stroke of luck. Kael was nearly overwhelmed with excitement upon reading the description. What did he need most at this moment? Stamina and healing. Mana could be replenished gradually, but his injuries and nearly depleted stamina were far more critical. With this potion, he could regain his ability to move at once. Then, he would no longer have to awkwardly cling to Evelyn. With this thought, Kael promptly issued a mental command to the system. Extract the Stamina Recovery Potion. In the next moment, he distinctly felt a cool glass vial materialize in the tattered pocket of his mage robe. It was here. Kael's heart soared with joy. Now, the question arose. How could he discreetly retrieve this potion and consume it in a reasonable manner? Should he simply pull it from his pocket? No. Evelyn was right beneath him. Any movement would surely alert her. How could he explain the sudden appearance of a vial in an otherwise empty pocket? Would he concoct a tale about a family bloodline ability that included summoning vials from thin air? That would be utterly absurd. Kael's mind raced. He needed a solution. A plausible way to justify the potion's appearance. He began to awkwardly twist his neck, scanning his body for options. The pocket was out of the question. The sleeve seemed unfeasible as well. Wait. Kael's gaze landed on a small leather pouch at his waist. It was a standard storage bag issued to every student at the Magic Academy. Its capacity was limited to a couple of cubic meters, typically used for carrying textbooks, materials, and spare change. During the recent battle, this pouch had suffered several tears from the claws of the magical wolf, rendering it quite tattered. However, this could be utilized. Inspiration struck Kael in an instant. Clearing his throat, he feigned a moment of realization and addressed Evelyn beneath him. Senior, could you loosen your grip for a moment? I need to retrieve something. Evelyn, eyes closed, remained silent, but her hand resting on his chest obediently withdrew. Kael immediately felt a surge of pressure and strained to maintain his balance. He then commenced a slow, arduous search of his person. His movements were sluggish and laborious, resembling a heavily wounded individual struggling to find something. What are you looking for? Evelyn finally couldn't hold back, opening her eyes to inquire. Just looking for a potion. Kael gasped between breaths. I remember, I need a healing potion. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the tattered storage pouch. He deliberately acted as though he had been rummaging for an eternity before finally retrieving an item. When the small glass vial containing a pale green liquid appeared in his hand, Kael's heart finally settled. Success. Though the explanation was somewhat contrived, it was passable. A concerned mother preparing a life-saving potion for her son seemed reasonable, right? The fact that he had not used it earlier could be attributed to his injuries not being severe enough, or perhaps he simply forgot, which was also plausible. Indeed, Evelyn glanced at the vial in Kael's hand, her expression still tinged with suspicion, but she refrained from asking further questions. To her, Kael's half-dead demeanor did not suggest he could conjure objects out of thin air. Perhaps it truly was a gift from his mother. The immediate crisis was averted. However, a new dilemma arose. Should he drink the potion himself or give it to her? Kael glanced at the vial in his hand, then looked down at Evelyn. Her complexion remained alarmingly pale, devoid of any color in her lips. Clearly, her condition was far more serious than his. He was merely fatigued with superficial wounds that could heal with time. But her situation? Having overexerted her vitality using that ring, who knew the extent of the aftereffects? If she did not receive timely treatment, could it lead to permanent damage, or even pose a risk to her life? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Kael made his decision. The hand holding the potion did not reach for his own lips. Instead, it extended toward Evelyn's. Senior, you are injured more severely than I am. You should drink this first. Chapter 39. For your healing. Kael's voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the forest, it resonated with exceptional clarity. Evelyn's eyes flew open in shock. Her violet gaze fixated on the small glass vial hovering at her lips, filled with disbelief. She couldn't have misheard him, could she? Kael intended to offer her this seemingly invaluable life-saving potion? Why? They were hardly acquainted. Just moments ago, she had regarded him as a potential peeping Tom to be wary of. Even after sharing a life-and-death battle, surely it was too much to warrant such generosity? This potion could mean the difference between life and death in such dire circumstances. In the face of such circumstances, Would it not be expected for any rational individual to prioritize their own survival before anything else? Why, then, did Kael offer the potion to himself? What are you looking at me for? Drink it, Kael exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he observed her prolonged hesitation. If she did not consume it soon, they would undoubtedly attract other magical beasts, leading to their demise. Kael was genuinely alarmed. In this desolate wilderness, with the scent of blood thick in the air, who could predict what might emerge next? If Evelyn could regain even a modicum of her combat prowess, their chances of survival would significantly increase. After all, she was the formidable ice goddess capable of confronting second-level magical beasts. Her restored power would provide a far greater security than his own fledgling abilities. Evelyn opened her mouth, intending to voice her refusal, but found her throat parched, rendering her unable to utter a single word. She was proud and reluctant to owe this younger student any favors. He had saved her once at the hot spring, and now he sought to save her life with this potion. The debt felt insurmountable, leaving her uncertain of how to repay it. Yet, she was acutely aware of her physical condition. The after-effects of the winter ring were far more severe than Kael could fathom. Her vitality was depleted, and her magical circuits lay cold and stagnant. Without timely intervention, she risked not only a decline in strength, but the potential of losing her life. Stop hesitating, Kael urged, his brow furrowing in exasperation. What are you waiting for? You are stronger than I am. If you recover, we both stand a chance of survival. Do you not understand this? With that, he seized the opportunity, placing the bottle's opening against her lips without allowing her to refuse. Evelyn's lips were cold and soft, and as the bottle touched them, Kael's heart raced inexplicably. Her body tensed momentarily, yet she did not resist. With a slight parting of her lips, she allowed Kael to pour the light green potion into her mouth. The liquid, imbued with a fresh, botanical fragrance, slid down her throat, transforming into a warm surge that coursed through her limbs. The chilling sensation of emptiness and weakness that had previously engulfed her was dissipating at an astonishing pace. Her previously stagnant magical circuits began to awaken. This was a mid-level recovery potion, a quality product from the system. Kael watched in awe as the pallor of Evelyn's face transitioned to a healthy flush, marveling at the immediate effects. However, just as he prepared to administer the remaining potion, an unforeseen incident occurred. Evelyn, having regained some strength, instinctively moved, inadvertently aggravating the wound at the corner of her mouth. A muffled sound of discomfort escaped her lips as she coughed violently, the potion spilling over her chin. "Are you all right?" Kael exclaimed in shock, frantically trying to assist her, but his position rendered him immobile, gazing at the half-empty potion bottle and then at the struggling Evelyn. A wave of urgency washed over him. The potion was precious. It could not be wasted. This was a mid-level potion, a rare product from the system, likely to fetch a fortune if sold outside. What could he do? Evelyn could not drink it normally now, and pouring it directly would lead to a significant loss. Kael's mind raced once more, and an audacious, absurd idea surfaced uncontrollably. In films, when the female protagonist cannot consume medicine, the male lead. No. Kael shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the horrifying thought. This was Evelyn, the ice goddess. It was a miracle she had not impaled him with ice shards after he explained the hot spring incident. If he dared to use that method to administer the potion now, once she regained her strength, he would not merely face a shard of ice. He would be frozen solid at a molecular level. Yet, looking at the remaining potion and Evelyn's still frail form, Kael realized that the small amount she had consumed only slightly improved her condition. She was still far from recovery. If he did not have her finish the potion, its efficacy would diminish, and he could not risk any lingering after-effects. If you are going to save someone, do it thoroughly, he thought. To hell with it. I will do it, he resolved, accepting that he might face dire consequences. The worst that could happen was having to kneel and apologize to her once she recovered. With a deep breath and a decisive heart, Kael lifted his head and, without further hesitation, poured the remaining potion into his mouth in one swift motion. Then, under Evelyn's astonished gaze, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, which were slightly parted and still glistening with remnants of the potion. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, with only the rustling leaves and the night breeze filling the silence. Kael's mind emptied, overwhelmed by the sensation of cool, sweet softness against his lips, even more exquisite than he had imagined. He could feel her trembling eyelashes brush against his cheek, igniting a thrilling sensation. This was the sole thought racing through Kael's mind. He had truly kissed the ice goddess, Evelyn, and in such a manner. He was doomed. Even the divine could not save him now. However, there was no turning back. He had committed the act. With a firm resolve, he opened the barriers between their mouths. allowing the potion to flow slowly into her. Warmth and an unfamiliar, fervent essence surged into Evelyn's mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her usually calm purple irises now reflecting a tempest of emotions. Her mind faltered. What had just transpired? Had Kael truly kissed her, administering the potion in such a manner? A powerful wave of heat surged from her spine to the crown of her head, rendering her skin, her face, neck, and ears flushed crimson, surpassing even the blood that Kael had previously coughed up. A maelstrom of emotions, shame, anger, shock, and panic, swirled violently within her heart. Evelyn yearned to push Kael away, to slap him across the face, to summon her recently regained magical power and conjure an ice shard to pierce this audacious scoundrel's body. Yet, she found herself utterly incapable. The warm medicinal liquid coursed through her body, rapidly mending her damaged physique and magical circuits. Yifulin could sense her strength gradually returning. Simultaneously, she felt the presence of the young man pressing down on her, his heart racing wildly from extreme anxiety. She could also perceive the slight tremor of his body. Quaking with fear, Kael seemed not to have intended this. No, Kael had indeed intended it. Yet, his motive appeared solely to compel her to consume the potion. Yifulin's heart was a tumultuous mess. In her 17 years of life, she had never encountered a situation that left her utterly bewildered. At that moment, Kael was not faring much better. He was on the verge of suffocation, not physically, but mentally. Each passing second felt like a century. Kael could distinctly feel Yifulin's cold lips growing increasingly rigid under his touch. He could even envision the fury burning in her exquisite purple eyes, capable of incinerating him to ashes. Finally, the potion was fully transferred. Kael, as if stung by a scorpion, abruptly lifted his head and scrambled away from Yifulin, disregarding the agonizing pain from his wounds. He retreated several meters until his back collided with a sturdy tree, halting his escape. I did not mean to, Kael gasped, leaning against the trunk, catching his breath while glancing at the breathtaking figure of Yifulin as she slowly sat up, stammering his explanation. I swear, I just saw you choking and feared wasting the potion. I had no other intentions. Truly, his voice quivered with genuine trepidation. In that fleeting moment, he had acted impulsively, without thought, but now, with clarity, he trembled at the thought of what he had done. Yifulin gradually straightened herself. The effects of the intermediate healing potion were astonishing. Not only had her injuries healed significantly, but she had also replenished some of the magical energy she had previously depleted. She raised her hand, gently brushing her lips, which still bore the lingering warmth of the boy's touch, accompanied by a faint scent that belonged to him. Her face flushed once more. Yifulin lifted her gaze, her icy stare piercing through the night, landing on the terrified boy not far away, who looked as if he were begging for mercy. Kael shuddered at her gaze. The moment of judgment was imminent. Would it be an ice spear? Or perhaps a freezing spell? Or would she encase him in a massive block of ice and shatter him to pieces? Kael had begun to mentally rehearse 100 ways he might meet his demise. However, the anticipated wrath did not descend upon him. Yifulin merely observed Kael in silence for a long, protracted moment. Then, she stood up, brushing off the dirt and leaves clinging to her, and tidying her slightly disheveled silver hair. The entire process was executed with grace and composure, as if nothing had transpired. Kael was left bewildered. What was this situation? The calm before the storm? Just as he was grappling with apprehensions about her intentions, Yifulin moved. She took deliberate strides towards him. Kael's heart raced, leaping to his throat. Instinctively, he wanted to flee, but the moment he attempted to move, pain shot through his body, rendering him helpless. He could only watch as she approached ever closer. Yifulin halted before him, the moonlight illuminating her flawless visage, casting her shadow long and imposing. She towered over Kael, who sat on the ground, her purple eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. Kael swallowed nervously, closing his eyes, bracing himself for the worst. Come on, do as you will. If I flinch, I am no man. He had steeled himself for death. Yet, after a prolonged wait, what he received was not the frigid magic or an enraged fist, but a sharp, ringing slap. The sound was crisp and decisive. Kael was utterly taken aback, clutching his stinging left cheek in disbelief as he stared at Yifulin. She had merely slapped him? Was that all? After delivering the blow, Yifulin appeared to have exhausted all her strength. Her chest heaved, and her face, which had just regained its color, flushed once more with anger and embarrassment. You shameless wretch, she managed to utter through clenched teeth, her voice trembling slightly, a quiver she herself was unaware of. Without another glance at Kael, she whirled around and departed from the academy's rear mountain. Kael sat on the ground, dazed, cradling his face. He watched Yifulin's slightly trembling silhouette retreat, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Pain, His face genuinely hurt. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was just a slap. It seemed his life had been spared. Kael cracked a smile, but the motion tugged at his injured face, causing him to wince. That was quite the strike. He muttered quietly, not daring to linger. He followed Yifulyn's figure back to his dormitory to rest. Chapter 41. A slap didn't seem so bad after all. On his way back to his dormitory, Kael felt as though he were floating. The left side of his face throbbed intensely, as if a swarm of bees were celebrating on it, yet he found it impossible to feel anger. He replayed the events in his mind, from his impulsive kiss to Yifulyn's wide-eyed gaze, culminating in that crisp slap. Upon entering his modest single room, Kael winced as he approached the mirror. A distinct imprint of 5 fingers appeared on his left cheek, flushed and slightly swollen. Goodness, that was no ordinary slap, he remarked, gingerly touching his face, feeling the sting. Was she trained in iron palm techniques? However, as he gazed at his disheveled reflection, a smile crept onto his lips. Despite the pain that contorted his features, he chuckled softly. Thank goodness, it was just a slap. Addressing his reflection, he seemed to be both conversing with himself and offering solace. At least she didn't impale me with an ice spear or freeze me solid. Perhaps there is still room for dialogue? With a sigh, Kael collapsed onto his bed, reclining heavily. The aged magical lamp on the ceiling cast a dim, yellow glow, and his thoughts drifted back to the mountainside. Truth be told, in that moment, he genuinely believed he was done for. When Yifulyn's cold, emotionless eyes bore into him, he had already envisioned where he would be buried and the pose he would take. Yet what was the outcome? Just a slap. And a shameless. Kael pondered incessantly. When Yifulyn struck herself, her chest heaved violently, her face flushed as red as a monkey's bottom, and even her insults trembled. Was this truly the visage of someone intent on murder? It was evidently one of shyness. An audacious thought erupted uncontrollably in Kael's mind. Could it be that she harbored feelings for me? Kael abruptly sat up, shaking his head vigorously to dispel this fanciful notion. What was he thinking? She was Yifulyn, the ice goddess of the AI Erlen Magic Academy, the top of the genius list. What was he in comparison? Merely a tail-end student who managed to sneak into the elite class through a modicum of cleverness. Furthermore, he had Fiona and Anna to consider. The mere thought of their names made Kael's head spin. If his 2 beloved yet jealous girlfriends discovered that he not only spent the night with another girl, but also kissed her, the consequences would be dire. Kael shuddered at the thought, not daring to contemplate further. The repercussions would be 100 times worse than being pierced through by Yifulyn's ice shards. This was a real dilemma. Kael, in a fit of agitation, raked his fingers through his hair. He touched his lips, which still seemed to harbor a lingering cool and soft sensation, accompanied by a faint aroma reminiscent of grass after a snowfall. That was Yifulyn's scent. Kael's face flushed anew, and he cursed under his breath, resolving to sleep. He wrapped himself in his blanket, forcing his eyes shut. Yet, his mind replayed the scene like a film, over and over, depicting Yifulyn's face, a blend of embarrassment and fury. In her violet eyes, beyond anger and shame, there appeared to be something else. Was it confusion? A sense of being at a loss. Kael turned over, his heart in turmoil. This night was destined to be sleepless. Meanwhile, at the other end of the academy, in the luxurious single dormitory reserved for top students, Yifulyn stood motionless before a grand mirror. The girl reflected in the glass had silvery hair, cascading like moonlight, and her violet eyes resembled the purest of gems. Yet, her typically impassive, exquisite face was now flushed with crimson, the color creeping from her cheeks down to her delicate collarbone. Yifulyn reached out, her fingertips trembling as they brushed against her lips, which still seemed to bear the trace of a foreign and fervent warmth, assertive yet somewhat clumsy. Bastard, she muttered under her breath, though her tone lacked genuine anger, instead laced with a sense of grievance that she herself had not recognized. For 17 years, as the most radiant genius of her family, her life had followed a meticulously straight path, devoid of any deviations. She was accustomed to controlling everything, to the reverence and admiration of those around her. But tonight, everything spiraled out of control. First, she was betrayed during a mission, nearly losing her life. Then, there was that fellow named Kael, who approached her in such a manner. Yifulyn's mind erupted with chaotic thoughts. She turned abruptly, presenting her back to the mirror, covering her heated face with her hands. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat. She recalled the boy who had pressed against her, his heartbeat racing wildly. She thought of Kael's body trembling in fear. She remembered how he had stumbled away after taking the potion, a pitiful sight akin to a scorpion's sting. His stammering, incoherent explanations echoed in her mind. I didn't mean to. I just saw you choking and didn't want to waste the potion. The corners of Yifenlin's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. Yet, in the next moment, her expression hardened. Shameless. Indecent. Audacious. Yifenlin ought to have been furious. She should have unleashed her most ruthless ice magic the moment she regained her powers, making Kael pay for his actions. But why? Why, when she faced Kael? Witnessing his frightened countenance with eyes tightly shut, did her overwhelming fury dissipate? In the end, she merely raised her hand and slapped him, while she herself fled in disarray. Yifenlin approached the window, flinging it open to let in the chilling night breeze, which slightly cooled her overheated mind. She gazed toward the direction of the boys' dormitory, where lights flickered like distant stars. Which was Kael's room? What was he doing now? Was he rubbing his face, secretly cursing himself? Frustrated, Yifenlin slammed the window shut and flung herself onto her soft bed, covering her head with the blanket in an attempt to block out the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, the image of that boy grew increasingly vivid. Kael, typically carefree and unruly in class, appeared surprisingly reliable as he trudged through the dark forest, carrying her on his back. Kael's face, pale as paper as he bled, and his trembling hands as he administered the potion to himself, painted a different picture of him. Perhaps he wasn't so detestable after all. No. Yifenlin bolted upright in bed. What was she thinking? He was Kael, the notorious playboy who juggled Fiona and Anna, infamous throughout the academy. Surely, his actions toward her were deliberate, intended to take advantage of her. Yes, it must be so. Yifenlin clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Tomorrow, when she encountered Kael, she would not show him any kindness. She would make it clear that she was not a woman easily swayed by his charming words like Fiona and Anna. As Yifenlin steeled herself, she was acutely aware that something had changed. The tranquil lake of her heart, undisturbed for 17 years, had been disrupted by a stone named Kael, sending forth ripples that, evidently, would not settle anytime soon. Chapter 42. Still as fiery as ever a sleepless night passed. The next morning, Kael was awakened by a rapid series of knocks on his door. Bang, bang, bang. Kael, are you dead? Hurry up and get out of bed. It was Fiona's voice, as fiery as ever. Here it comes, here it comes. Kael jolted upright in bed, startled, with dark circles under his eyes. His head felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, buzzing incessantly. Last night, he had replayed the events with Yifenlin on the mountainside 1,000 times in his mind. From saving her to carrying her, administering the potion, and culminating in that impulsive kiss and the resounding slap. Every detail, every image, was as vivid as if it had occurred just yesterday afternoon. Especially the sight of Yifenlin's violet eyes, swirling with anger, shame, and confusion, enveloping him like a vortex. Kael, if you don't open the door, I'm going to kick it down. Outside, Fiona's patience was clearly running thin. No, please. My dear aunt, the door is expensive. Kael scrambled out of bed, nearly tripping as he rushed to swing the door open. Standing there were two stunningly beautiful figures, each causing him a headache. To the left was Fiona, her fiery red hair tied into a high ponytail, her well-tailored academy uniform accentuating her spirited demeanor. Fiona clasped her hands across her chest, impatiently tapping her toes against the ground. To her right stood Anna, her golden locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her emerald eyes shimmering with a hint of concern, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to tranquil waters. Together, they formed a striking juxtaposition of fire and water, captivating the attention of every passing boy in the corridor. What on earth were you up to last night? Fiona's inquiry was abruptly interrupted as both she and Anna's gazes locked onto Kael's left cheek. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Kael. Oh no. In his distraction last night, he had neglected to tend to the bruise on his face. After a night of festering, the imprint of 5 fingers had not faded. Instead, it had grown more pronounced, a vivid blend of red and purple, slightly swollen, and quite alarming in appearance. Kael, your face. Anna's tone was filled with shock and concern, and she instinctively reached out to touch him. Kael instinctively recoiled, evading her hand. This reaction instantly altered Fiona's expression. Speak. Who did this? Fiona's voice turned icy, her fiery temperament flaring to life. She shoved Kael aside, stormed into the dormitory, and slammed the door shut, locking it with a definitive click. The entire sequence was executed with such precision. It was evident she intended to conduct a thorough interrogation. No, let me explain. Kael felt cold sweat trickling down his back. If they discovered he had kissed another girl and received a slap for it, his fate would be far worse than death. Explain? Very well, I am all ears. Fiona advanced menacingly, her gaze sharp as a dagger. I wish to see who dares to harm my boyfriend at the Air Moralto Academy. She emphasized the term boyfriend, casting a pointed glance at Anna. Anna stepped closer, her beautiful eyes silently conveying a message of leniency versus strictness. Kael's mind raced. What should he do? Should he tell the truth? That would be a dead end. Should he fabricate a lie? He needed an impeccable excuse. A fight? Impossible, with his meager skills. Who could he possibly have fought to end up like this? Moreover, it had been a one-sided defeat. Punished by a teacher? Even less likely. Which teacher would resort to slapping as a form of discipline? In a flash, a thought struck Kael. I did it to myself, he said, bracing himself. You did it to yourself? Fiona's incredulity transformed into a laugh tinged with anger. What were you thinking, to slap yourself so hard? It wasn't a slap. It was an explosion. Kael quickly improvised. As you know, I specialize in forging magical equipment, and sometimes it can be quite unstable. He gestured animatedly. Last night, I was experimenting with a new magical array, intending to etch it onto a piece of iron. You know, the one I've been studying recently, the Eastern Runes. Eastern Runes? Anna blinked, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar term. Yes, it's a rune that can instantly enhance energy conduction efficiency, quite complex. Well, just as I was about to succeed, my mental focus wavered, and the magical energy spiraled out of control, leading to an explosion. He pointed to his face. I was too close, and a red-hot shard grazed my cheek. Thankfully, I dodged just in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a mark, but rather disfigurement. This isn't a slap mark. It's a burn caused by a high-temperature shockwave. This explanation sounded somewhat plausible. The art of forging magical equipment was indeed a perilous endeavor, with explosions and material mishaps being commonplace. Fiona's skepticism diminished slightly, though she remained unconvinced. Really? Then show me the ruined iron. It was destroyed. Kael replied without a moment's hesitation. It turned to crumbs. I was so terrified at the time that I hurried to clean up, lest the dormitory supervisor discover it and deduct my credits. This rationale was also unassailable. Anna stepped closer to inspect Kael's injury, gently remarking, "It does appear to be a burn, with slightly charred edges." "Fiona, don't be so harsh." Kael must have been frightened. Kael sighed in relief. Anna was truly an angel. He was almost convinced by his own fabrication. In truth, there were no charred edges. It was merely a bruise from Evelyn's slap, caused by the rupture of capillaries, resulting in the dark coloration. I was genuinely terrified. Kael continued, climbing further up the metaphorical ladder of excuses. Even now, my heart races just thinking about it. I almost didn't get to see you both. Consider yourself fortunate. Fiona's tone softened, though she shot Kael a warning glance. Do not act so recklessly again. When researching new things, why not use the Academy's specialized forging room? There are protective enchantments in place. I was merely trying to save on rental fees. Kael muttered under his breath. The Academy's forging room fees were exorbitant, far beyond the means of a struggling student like him. Upon hearing this justification, both Fiona and Anna fell silent. They understood Kael's financial struggles and his tendency to live frugally. Anna retrieved a small, exquisite white jade vial from her spatial ring, dispensing a bit of green ointment, and tenderly stated, "Hold still. Let me apply some medicine. This is a family recipe healing salve, the most effective for burns and bruises." A refreshing sensation spread from her fingertips as Anna delicately applied the ointment to Kael's cheek. Her movements were gentle and soft, laced with an almost imperceptible tenderness. Kael remained stiff, hesitant to move. What a predicament. He had been struck by another woman, and now he was receiving care from his faux girlfriend. A profound sense of guilt washed over him. "All done," Anna declared, tucking the salve away. "It should reduce the swelling by today, and you'll be nearly healed by tomorrow." "Thank you." Kael's voice was somewhat hoarse. "For what?" Fiona scoffed, yet her concern was evident in her gaze. "Come on, let's grab breakfast. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You must not have slept well last night. This morning we have the class on magical material identification. Make sure you don't doze off in class. The old witch loves to catch people sleeping." I know. Kael nodded eagerly. Magical material identification. He recalled that Evelyn was also enrolled in this class. The mere thought of encountering that icy goddess in the classroom sent a shiver through the pain that was beginning to fade from his face. Chapter 43. Eastern Runes. As Kael walked to the cafeteria, he felt as if he was teetering on a tightrope, with an abyss lurking below. Fiona and Anna flanked him on either side, leaving Kael with no opportunity for escape. Although Fiona's explosive temper had momentarily subsided, Kael could sense it simmering beneath the surface, like a dormant volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Anna, though gentle, possessed an inquisitive nature that could be even more exasperating than Fiona's direct confrontations. "If you dare to sneak off alone again for those dangerous experiments, I will toss all your scrap metal into the lava pit." Fiona spoke with a fierce tone, yet her grip unconsciously softened, as if she feared to aggravate the wounds on Kael's face. I understand. I understand. I shall be more cautious next time. Kael nodded vigorously, his demeanor as earnest as possible. However, his mind was racing with sarcastic thoughts. Oh, my dear aunt, I can hardly afford to engage in perilous research. Even my daily meals are becoming a concern. If it weren't for the need to uphold that wretched lie, would I concoct such an excuse? Kael, is your mental fortitude still somewhat unstable? Anna's gentle voice reached him, laced with concern. I recall you mentioning that your overall mental capacity is quite high. Yet precision and control has always posed a challenge. Upon hearing this, Kael's heart sank. Oh no, how could Anna remember that so well? He had indeed boasted before them about his extraordinary mental prowess, citing a lack of systematic training as the reason for his control issues. Now, he found himself trapped by his own words. Indeed, it's still the same. Kael forced himself to explain, particularly regarding the intricate crafting of Eastern runes, which demanded exceptional precision of mental control. The slightest distraction could lead to an energy surge. Last night, he had been on the verge of success when Kael ceased his narration, merely displaying a hint of trepidation. Are Eastern runes truly as miraculous as they are said to be? Anna's cerulean eyes sparkled with curiosity. They can instantaneously enhance energy conduction efficiency. If applied to a wand, wouldn't that significantly accelerate spellcasting? In theory, yes. Kael feigned depth, nodding. However, this subject is exceedingly complex, and I have merely skimmed the surface. Once I thoroughly comprehend it, I shall craft each of you the most exquisite wand. Kael resumed his embellishments, knowing that boasting carries no tax. Moreover, it served as the perfect distraction for their attention. As anticipated, upon hearing of the superior wands, Fiona's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want the largest fire crystal embedded in my wand, a shaft made of lava wood to amplify fire magic, and inscribed with a spell circle capable of releasing explosive fireballs. Fiona immediately began to lay down her demands, showing no hesitation. No problem, Kael assured, though internally he felt a pang of anguish. Lava wood, the largest fire crystal? My dear lady, even selling me would not suffice. I don't need anything so elaborate. Anna interjected with a smile. As long as it enhances the efficacy of water healing magic, that would suffice. Kael, don't burden yourself too much. Take your time. How considerate Anna was. Kael was nearly moved to tears. By the way, Fiona suddenly halted, turning to Kael. The talisman you gave us last time was quite effective. Talisman? Kael was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had crafted a few trinkets from scrap materials during his forging practice, claiming they could accelerate magical recovery, which he had gifted to them. In truth, they were merely psychological comforts, lacking in substantial utility. Indeed, Fiona said, pulling a modest black iron piece strung on a red cord from around her neck, adorned with several crooked symbols that no one could decipher. Those were the so-called Eastern runes Kael had inscribed. During practice yesterday afternoon, I felt my magical consumption was slower than usual, and my recovery was noticeably quicker. This trinket of yours actually seems to have some merit. Kael was left dumbfounded. Is that true? I merely cobbled that together. He had just randomly inscribed a few visually appealing characters, like Dao, Faz, Ren, and Tian Di Wu Ji, without understanding their significance. Could it be that my secondary profession system is functioning? Kael's heart surged with elation. Of course. Kael straightened his posture, adopting a proud demeanor. This is a spirit-gathering talisman that I painstakingly devised, capable of automatically absorbing surrounding magical elements to replenish the wearer's mana. Though its effect is not particularly strong, its durability is commendable. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Fiona and Anna's reactions. Noticing the surprise and belief reflected on their faces, Kael realized he had once again evaded scrutiny. Furthermore, this unexpected revelation illuminated a new path for Kael. If he could indeed create useful magical equipment, would he no longer need to fret over finances? Would he be able to hold his head high within the academy? The thought ignited a passionate fervor within him. You do have some value after all. Fiona tucked the talisman back into her clothing, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Let us go. If we delay any longer, breakfast will be gone. The trio continued toward the dining hall. After such a diversion, Kael's facial injuries seemed less conspicuous, and his spirits began to lift. The dining hall of the Erlen Magic Academy was a magnificent Gothic structure, its lofty dome adorned with a celestial map of the magical realm. Sunlight streamed through the grand stained glass windows, casting a dreamlike hue across the entire hall. At this moment, the breakfast rush was in full swing, with students from all grades bustling about in lively chatter. As Kael, Fiona, and Anna entered the dining hall, they immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Fiona's fiery allure combined with Anna's gentle grace created a striking visual contrast within the academy. In contrast, Kael, sandwiched between them, appeared somewhat out of place. Envious glances pierced him like daggers. Kael had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny and instinctively filtered out the negativity. His thoughts were solely consumed with what to have for breakfast, a black pepper beef pie or creamy mushroom soup. Just as he pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. In a corner by the window, a girl clad in the same academy uniform sat quietly. Her cascading silver hair accentuated her porcelain complexion. She sat there, engrossed in a spell book, seemingly isolated from the surrounding clamor, creating her own serene world. It was Evelyn. Kael's heart raced, feeling the heat return to his face. He instinctively wanted to slip away, but it was too late. It seemed she sensed his gaze. As the silver-haired girl slowly lifted her head, those pale violet eyes pierced through the noisy crowd, landing squarely on Kael's face. Their eyes met. In that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. Chapter 44, The Dining Hall. This is it. Kael's mind echoed with those two words. Those pale violet eyes felt like two ice-forged daggers, piercing through Kael's heart. Despite the multitude of people and the surrounding clamor, he could distinctly sense that chilling gaze, causing the wounds on his face to throb anew. What was she doing here? Wasn't she known as the Eternal Ice Queen? Only venturing to the library and training rooms? Why had she suddenly decided to come to the dining hall for a meal today? Was fate playing tricks on me? Kael's first instinct was to flee. Immediately, he turned to make his escape, hoping that if he moved quickly enough and pretended not to notice, he might just slip by unnoticed. As he contemplated shifting his heel, Fiona abruptly tightened her grip on him. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You look pale. Following Kael's gaze, Fiona quickly spotted the silver-haired figure in the corner. Oh, it's Yifilin. A hint of evident intrigue laced Fiona's tone. It was indeed a rare sight to see Yifilin in the cafeteria. Yifilin. Anna turned to look as well, her cerulean eyes reflecting a trace of admiration. Yifilin was truly stunning, resembling a figure stepped straight out of a painting. Stop talking about her. Please, spare me. Kael screamed internally, wishing only to curl up and vanish. Bowing his head, he wished he could bury his face in the floor, mumbling incoherently. Let's hurry and get food. I'm starving. If we wait any longer, the black pepper beef patties will be gone. As he spoke, Kael attempted to drag Fiona and Anna toward the food counter. Once they reached a crowded area, he believed Yifilin would no longer notice him. However, Kael had severely underestimated Fiona's determination. What's the rush? Eating is not as important as admiring beauty. She disregarded Kael's urgency, her eyes lighting up as if an idea had struck her. Let us go over and greet my friend Yifilin. What? Kael was taken aback. Greet Yifilin? Please, spare me. I just spoke to her last night, in a very literal sense. No, 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 Kael exclaimed in a panic, desperately grasping Fiona's arm, trying to find a reason to avoid disturbing her as she quietly dined. That would be so rude. What is rude about it? It's just a way for classmates to connect, Fiona asserted confidently. Look at Yifilin, she's all alone. There are 3 of us, adding Yifilin makes 4. Perfect for a meal together. Come on. Fiona's strength was astonishing. Kael's feeble resistance was utterly ineffective as she dragged him toward the corner that filled him with dread. Although Anna found it somewhat abrupt, she said nothing, merely casting a worried glance at Kael and softly inquiring. Kael, you look really pale. Is your wound hurting again? It hurts. Of course it hurts. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ache. Kael lamented silently, feeling as though he was not heading toward a dining table, but rather a guillotine. As he was pulled along, he frantically devised a plan in his mind. What should he do? No, no, with her personality. She wouldn't say anything in front of so many people. What would Yifilin say? Do we know each other? And then look at him with disdain? Just imagining that scenario made Kael feel as though social death was imminent. Fiona, I beg you, can we eat somewhere else? I'll treat. Kael made a final desperate plea. Treat? Do you have money? Fiona's retort left Kael speechless. It was over. Fate was against him. The mere distance of a few meters felt like a century. It seemed as though all eyes in the cafeteria were fixated upon them. Those envious gazes now transforming into pity and sympathy in Kael's eyes. He could sense Yifilin's gaze lingering on him, her icy stare illuminating all his pretense and insecurities. Finally, Fiona halted before the table. Hi, Yifilin, she exclaimed with a bright smile, her fiery red hair glimmering like flames in the sunlight. Yifilin slowly shifted her gaze from Kael to Fiona and Anna. Her expression remained unchanged, still exuding an air of cool detachment, though she nodded slightly. Yifilin's voice mirrored her demeanor, clear and frosty, akin to a mountain spring, pleasant yet imbued with an underlying chill. Kael buried his head even lower, wishing he could master the art of earth burrowing. However, Destiny's judgment had come to pass. Fiona enthusiastically threw an arm around Kael's shoulders, pushing him forward with a grin and introducing him. And this guy here is Kael, our boyfriend's friend. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He has actually a hidden talent as a magical equipment blacksmith. Kael froze, feeling his blood run cold in that instant. It was over. A magical equipment blacksmith? I'll blacksmith your big head. Kael's scalp tingled. Fiona's overzealous introduction felt like a public execution. He couldn't even dare to look at Yifielin's expression. He could guess that her icy visage was undoubtedly etched with the words you. Kael wished he could find a block of tofu to smash his head against. Hello. Kael barely managed to squeeze out those words, his voice barely audible like a mosquito's buzz. He strained to present the most innocent, benevolent, and harmless smile he could muster, yet his gaze remained fixated on Yifielin's meal. The atmosphere turned unbearably tense, as if time itself had been paused. Kael felt Fiona and Anna's puzzled gazes upon him, and the icy scrutiny from Yifielin returned, as though evaluating a piece of merchandise. Each second felt torturous for Kael. Just as he was about to crack and concoct an excuse to flee, that cool voice finally broke the silence. Hello. Just 2 words, devoid of any excess emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. The weight that had hung over Kael's heart lightened slightly. Had she not recognized him? Or was she feigning ignorance? Regardless of which, it was monumental news for him. Kael silently exhaled, mentally applauding himself. I am truly a genius. My humble demeanor now is a stark contrast to the defiant figure I portrayed last night. Kael began to brainwash himself, forcibly inflating his self-confidence. Observing this, Fiona boldly pulled out a chair opposite Yifielin and plopped down, inadvertently pushing Kael into the adjacent seat. Anna smiled as she took her seat on the other side. Yifielin glanced at Fiona and Anna, then at the anxious Kael, who was fidgeting in his chair. Yifielin, do you usually eat alone? Fiona asked cheerfully. How dull. You should join us. It's much more lively with more people. Yifielin said nothing, continuing her meal. Kael could feel Yifielin's gaze upon him. Cold sweat began to bead on his back. At that moment, Fiona resumed her chatter, excitedly patting Kael on the back so hard that he nearly expelled the air he had just inhaled. Kael is a magical equipment blacksmith, and he studies that Eastern rune. Super fascinating. Anna, hurry, show Yifielin the protective talisman. Anna paused momentarily, yet obediently retrieved the black iron piece strung with a red cord from her collar. Evelyn, look, it's this, Kael stated, referring to it as a spirit-gathering talisman, which purportedly absorbs surrounding magical elements to replenish one's magical energy. As Anna extended the amulet towards her, a genuine joy of sharing illuminated her face. However, Kael's expression turned a shade of green. Dear ladies, I implore you, be silent. This trinket is merely a haphazardly carved piece I made from scrap. Presenting such a thing before a true scholar, a genius mage, was akin to flaunting one's skills in front of a master craftsman. This was a recipe for disaster. If Evelyn merely probed with her mental energy, she would discern the crude construction of the item and the lack of coherence in its runes. The facade of being a legitimate magical craftsman was on the verge of shattering today. In this moment, Evelyn's gaze fell upon the small iron piece, which bore several symbols unknown to her, structured and distinctly unusual. She extended her delicate, pale fingers but did not immediately grasp it, instead observing it with quiet contemplation. The cafeteria light streamed through the window, casting a soft halo upon the black iron piece. Fiona continued to boast nearby. Yesterday, during practice, I wore it and felt my magical energy consumption decrease significantly. It truly works. Kael, hurry and explain the principles of your runes to Evelyn. It might aid her training. Explain? What nonsense. Kael was clueless about how he had succeeded. All he desired at that moment was to vanish on the spot. He felt the weight of 3 gazes, Fiona's eager anticipation, Anna's curiosity, and Evelyn's scrutinizing gaze, pressing down on him like an insurmountable burden. With a steely resolve, Kael lifted his head and for the first time made direct eye contact with Evelyn. Her light purple eyes were cold and devoid of discernible emotion. Evelyn simply looked at Kael, awaiting his explanation. Kael's mind raced. He understood this was a pivotal moment determining his fate. He had to perform. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to imbue his voice with a semblance of steadiness, tinged with a feigned air of expertise. This is actually our first meeting, isn't it? Hello, I am Kael. He chose to take the initiative, emphasizing their initial encounter to distance himself from any prior implications. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Evelyn regarded Kael, and for a fleeting moment, a subtle ripple seemed to pass through her gaze, too swift to capture. She did not respond to Kael's greeting, but extended her hand to retrieve the amulet from Anna, gently caressing it with her fingertips. Spirit Gathering Talisman? Evelyn softly articulated the name, then raised her eyes to Kael once more, a hint of intrigue evident. Chapter 46. A table for 3 ladies and 1 gentleman. Intriguing? What kind of evaluation was that? Was it a compliment or a mockery? Kael's heart raced, utterly perplexed by Evelyn's intentions. He felt akin to a tightrope walker, precariously balancing above an abyss, with Evelyn as the audience determining his fate. Fiona and Anna had already gone to fetch their meals, even thoughtfully bringing back a portion for Kael and Evelyn, under the guise of fostering new friendships. Now, at the window-side table, only Kael and Evelyn remained, and the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Kael fidgeted uncomfortably, reluctant to speak or move, resorting to a meditative stillness as if he were a statue. Evelyn, however, completely disregarded him, absorbed in her examination of the so-called spirit-gathering talisman, her head bowed in focused study. Her light purple eyes reflected the crooked characters inscribed on the iron piece, seemingly pondering the phrase Dao Faz Ran. Kael's heart raced with anxiety. Surely, Evelyn could not be genuinely studying it. Sister, I merely scribbled that. No matter how deeply she analyzed, she could not derive anything profound from those nonsensical symbols. Time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. At long last, Fiona and Anna returned, shattering the suffocating silence. Come, dinner is served. I'm starving. Fiona exclaimed as she placed a plate brimming with black pepper beef patties and sausages directly in front of Kael, followed by a lighter salad and creamy mushroom soup for Evelyn. Evelyn, I wasn't certain what you liked, so I just grabbed a bit. Let me know if it doesn't suit your taste. Thank you. This is sufficient, Evelyn replied, returning the amulet to Anna with her usual placidity. With the arrival of food, Kael felt rejuvenated. He immediately seized his knife and fork, attacking the beef patties with fervor, attempting to mask his anxiety and awkwardness with enthusiastic chewing. Delicious. This beef patty is exquisite. I adore the cafeteria. Kael internally praised the chef. At the table, Fiona and Anna strived to spark a lively conversation. Evelyn, I heard you can independently cast 3rd-tier ice magic now? That's impressive. I'm still struggling with 2nd-tier explosive fireballs. Fiona remarked enviously. It's merely a matter of proficiency, Evelyn replied succinctly, as always. That's still remarkable. Anna exclaimed genuinely. Your control over mental energy must be exceptionally precise. Unlike Kael, whose total mental energy is substantial, but he struggles with control. The moment Anna's words left her lips, Kael choked on a piece of beef patty, coughing violently. For heaven's sake, why bring that up again? Just when he had managed to redirect the conversation, it circled back. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Fiona chided, offering Kael a glass of water. Kael gulped down the water, finally swallowing the troublesome beef patty, casting a resentful glance at Anna as he internally lamented. Indeed, Evelyn's gaze shifted back to him. A high total of mental energy, yet poor control? Evelyn repeated Anna's words as if analyzing something. Such a situation typically indicates instability in the mental energy sea or inadequate elasticity of mental tendrils. Evelyn was earnestly analyzing the situation. Kael felt a wave of cold sweat threatening to soak his clothing. Yes, exactly. Fiona nodded vigorously, almost as if Evelyn understood. That's Kael. Kael had previously injured himself during his rune studies, leaving noticeable scars on his face. Kael felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Fiona for her indiscretion. Are you helping me or pushing me to my doom? Surely, Evelyn's gaze fell upon the faint red scar on his cheek, now scabbed over. In her eyes, a flicker of discernible emotion emerged, a blend of understanding, mockery, and even a hint of vulnerability, albeit fleeting. Ahem, Kael cleared his throat, resolved to take the initiative and stir the waters. Indeed, my control over spiritual energy has always been a significant issue, particularly in my studies of magical equipment textures and the forging of magical artifacts. It emphasizes a state of intention preceding action, a realm where energy flows like an unbroken rainbow. Kael resumed his earnest rambling. Oh, Evelyn appeared genuinely intrigued, placing her fork down to gaze at Kael. What distinguishes them? Fiona and Anna also looked on with curiosity. Seeing the 3 beautiful women regarding him with eager eyes, Kael's vanity was greatly satiated, and his courage surged. The distinction is profound. Evelyn feigned solemnity as she spoke. Your magical arrays resemble intricate machinery. Each node and every magical circuit is fixed, pursuing stability and replicability. In contrast, the magical equipment I forge resembles a form of art. It requires infusing spirit, magical power, and even emotion into each stroke, aspiring for a momentary explosion of inspiration. Therefore, even if you dismantle my talisman for study, you cannot replicate it, for you lack the essence. The more Kael spoke, the more convincing he became, almost believing his own words. Essence, Anna murmured, repeating the word, her azure eyes filled with yearning. Fiona wore a similarly perplexed expression. Evelyn listened quietly, refraining from interrupting Kael. When he finished, she slowly posed a critical question. Given this, what is the theoretical foundation of your gathering spirit talisman? Is its principle of absorbing surrounding magical elements based on particle resonance, or the energy siphoning produced by spatial folds? Kael's smile faltered. Particle resonance? Spatial folds? Energy siphoning? What on earth do those mean? How would I know? Kael felt as though the foundational pillar of the lofty platform he had just erected was suddenly yanked away. Chapter 47. Deceive the Ice Mountain Beauty. This is a disaster. I've overplayed my hand. Kael's mind went blank, feeling akin to a student caught daydreaming in class. Called upon by the teacher, utterly unable to answer, standing in shame under the gaze of his classmates. Particle resonance? Energy siphoning? These terms he had encountered in physics class in his previous life had no relevance to magic. Kael gazed into Evelyn's clear lavender eyes, which held no mockery, only pure academic inquiry. Yet, it was this purity that intensified Kael's pressure. If he failed to answer, his persona as a magical forger would shatter, and he would never dare lift his head in front of Fiona and Anna again. No, he could not concede defeat. Kael's mind began to race at an unprecedented speed, summoning every profound term he could muster. Taking a deep breath, he donned a facade of pretentious profundity, even hinting at the superficiality of her question. What you speak of is merely the surface. Kael began, his voice soft yet sufficiently clear. Magic theory fixates too much on the analysis of techniques while neglecting the fundamental principle of the Tao. Tao? Evelyn's brow furrowed slightly. This term evidently transcended her knowledge. A glimmer of hope surged in Kael's heart, realizing he had found the right approach. To deal with a scholar, one must employ metaphysics. Indeed, it is the Tao. Kael leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to create an air of profound mystery. The Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. The magical elements in the world are manifestations of the Tao. They are not isolated particles, but rather a harmonious whole. My gathering spirit talisman does not, as you suggested, employ crude resonance or siphoning techniques to seize energy. That is the most primitive method. Kael shook his head disdainfully. It is more akin to tossing a small stone into a tranquil lake. He extended a finger, dabbed it in water on the table, and gently tapped. The talisman itself is that stone. Its purpose is not to siphon, but to attract. It creates a minute arena around the runes, an environment that aligns with the fundamental laws of magical elements. The surrounding magical elements will naturally be drawn in, converging like water flowing downhill. This is the principle of natural law, the highest realm of understanding. Upon finishing, Kael admired his own eloquence. Such persuasive ability should not be squandered on mere sales. He discreetly observed the reactions of the three. Fiona and Anna now gazed at Kael with adoration, their expressions akin to that of worshipping a deity of magic. Wow, Kael, you are amazing. Fiona exclaimed sincerely, it sounds so advanced. The principle of natural law, Anna murmured thoughtfully, her azure eyes shimmering with enlightenment. Evelyn, however, remained silent, her long lashes fluttering as she seemed to digest Kael's astonishing theory. After a considerable pause, Evelyn finally lifted her head, her lavender eyes devoid of previous scrutiny and doubt, replaced by confusion and contemplation. The arena naturally attracts. Evelyn softly repeated these keywords. Your implication is that the function of the runes alters the affinity of local spatial laws, thereby guiding the orderly flow of energy? Huh. Affinity of laws. Orderly flow? Kael's heart skipped a beat. What new advanced vocabulary is this? Yet it seems to align with my nonsensical claims. Kael quickly seized the moment. Nodding enigmatically, that can be understood, but it is not entirely accurate. The laws remain within the realm of techniques, while the Tao transcends the laws. This is something that can only be comprehended, not articulated. Having thrown out this catch-all response, Kael felt he had secured his position. Evelyn regarded him in silence for a long while. Kael's heart raced, fearing Evelyn might pose another question he could not answer. However, Evelyn merely nodded gently, uttering a statement that almost made Kael leap from his chair. I understand. Your theoretical framework is indeed unique. If given the opportunity, I hope to engage in a deeper discussion with you. What? Evelyn believes me. She actually believes it. I was just rambling. Kael felt as though the world had become utterly fantastical, with a set of metaphysical theories he himself barely comprehended. He had managed to bewilder a brilliant young prodigy. Seeing the earnest expression on Evelyn's face, Kael experienced a surge of trepidation regarding his own persuasive capabilities. What if Evelyn truly sought to engage him in daily discussions? Where would he conjure such theories to satisfy her? Nevertheless, for now, the crisis had been averted. Kael exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had emerged from a grueling battle, utterly drained. The atmosphere at the dining table shifted subtly due to this academic discourse. Fiona and Anna's admiration for Kael reached new heights, while Evelyn regarded him with less coldness, more curiosity akin to that of a rare research subject. Just as Kael prepared to return to his meal, eager to conclude this harrowing morning, an inopportune voice rang out beside their table. "Evelyn, Anna, Fiona, what a coincidence to find you here." A young man, clad in a bespoke academy uniform, his hair meticulously styled and a self-satisfied smile gracing his face, approached with a tray in hand. Kael looked up, his heart sinking. It was Alex, the vice president of the advanced class, a member of the student council's discipline committee, and a well-known scion of nobility, as well as one of Anna's most ardent admirers. Just when he thought he could escape, here came Alex. Kael felt a headache creeping in. Dealing with Evelyn was already a challenge. Now, another figure like Alex appeared. Clearly, he had neglected to consult the omens before stepping out today. Chapter 48. Alex, with his tray in hand and that insufferably smug grin, strode directly towards Anna. His tailored uniform stood out starkly in the ordinary student cafeteria, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage, yearning to capture everyone's gaze. Ignoring Kael, who was seated beside Anna, Alex addressed her as if Kael were invisible. "Anna, what a pleasant surprise to see you here." His voice carried a practiced magnetism as he placed the tray on the empty space at the table, his focus solely on Anna. Anna's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased by this unexpected interruption. She acknowledged him politely. "Senior Alex." "Just call me Alex," he replied, as Anna naturally settled into the seat beside Evelyn, directly across from Kael. "I had thought that individuals of your caliber would be having breakfast with nutrient solutions in the library." While this statement seemed complimentary, Kael recognized it as a veiled jab at their apparent idleness, implying they were wasting time having breakfast. Particularly, the "you" in his statement was a deliberate inclusion of Kael. Yet Alex didn't even glance in his direction. Kael felt irritation bubbling within him. Damn it, this guy just won't quit. I barely managed to shake off Evelyn. And now here comes this narcissistic noble. Breakfast was clearly going to be far from peaceful today. Fiona, blissfully unaware of the underlying tension, chimed in, "Senior Alex, we are here to eat too." Kael just gave us an enlightening lecture on advanced magical theory. Her words inadvertently drew attention to Kael. Kael wished he could silence Fiona. "My dear Senior Fiona, are you aiding me or dooming me? I just clawed my way out of that fiery pit, and you pushed me right back in." As expected, Alex's gaze finally shifted from Anna, turning to scrutinize Kael for the first time, his expression betraying a mix of appraisal and undisguised disdain. "Oh, is that so?" Alex elongated his tone. "This is Kael, I presume? We met last time. I heard you excel in forging magic." Kael's response was nonchalant. "It's merely forging magic." As if discussing a trivial matter. The atmosphere at the table instantly froze at his words. Fiona and Anna were taken aback, not expecting Kael to be so direct, leaving no face-saving grace for Alex. Alex's smile faltered, clearly unprepared for this seemingly inconspicuous individual to speak so boldly before Anna and Evelyn. "You." His face flushed, reminiscent of someone struck publicly. Kael merely acknowledged him with an "oh," then returned his attention to the fried egg on his plate. As if Alex's fury was less captivating than the meal before him, that simple "oh" was more cutting than 1,000 taunts, conveying a clear message. He was too indifferent to engage in a dispute, for Alex was unworthy of his attention. Alex felt his temper boiling. As a noble, accustomed to reverence within the academy, he had never endured such indignity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rage, aware that losing composure before Anna would reflect poorly on him. With a forced smile, though it appeared more wretched than a frown, Alex remarked, "It seems Kael possesses quite the confidence." His gaze swept around the table, ultimately landing on Evelyn. "Evelyn, you must have heard. This fellow does possess some unexpectedly adept techniques in forging." Evelyn merely nodded lightly, choosing silence. She had little interest in this juvenile rivalry. Yet her curiosity about Kael was piqued. She was eager to see if this individual, who spoke so eloquently of natural philosophy, could indeed create wonders across all domains. Alex, having pursued Anna for so long to little effect, felt a surge of jealousy towards Kael, who was now seemingly linked to both Anna and Fiona. "Anna, you must understand. Magical forging is exceedingly meticulous. Each step demands precise calculation and control." He turned to Kael, eyes sparkling with provocation. "You're a freshman, correct? Let us wager on the creation of magical potions." Kael finished the last morsel of his egg, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and raised his gaze to Alex. asking earnestly, "You wish to bet with me?" Kael felt a sense of resignation. He had no desire for conflict, only to enjoy his meal in peace. Yet Alex had sought him out for discord. Alex forced himself to maintain composure. He was well aware that in the realm of forging magic, he was a genius, while potion making was another skill altogether. "Very well," Alex smirked. "Since you are so confident, let us change the terms. Forging tests one's raw control over elements, but true mastery of a mage is revealed in the finer disciplines." His eyes glinted with calculation. "We shall compete in potion making. This will truly test a magician's understanding of the essence of magic, mental control, and knowledge retention." Kael felt no ripple of concern at this challenge. Just as anticipated, Alex was indeed going to pursue this route. "What say you? Are you daring enough?" Alex pressed, his tone aggressive. "Or does the intricate realm of potion making intimidate you?" He believed he had Kael cornered, for potion making was widely regarded as one of the most challenging disciplines. Requiring extensive theoretical knowledge and relentless practice, success was not achievable through mere improvisation. Fiona and Anna exchanged anxious glances at Kael, fully aware of the difficulties of potion making. And Kael hardly struck them as one to spend time in a laboratory. Even Evelyn displayed a hint of intrigue, curious to see how Kael's philosophy would manifest in the realm of potions. Kael regarded the smug expression on Alex's face, filled with certainty of Kael's impending defeat, and found it amusing. He yawned, leaning back in his chair. "I am open to any challenge, but my time is precious. I have no interest in indulging in such childish games. Are you afraid?" Alex seized upon this opening. "Not afraid." Kael shook his head, extending a finger. "But it will cost you. Without some incentive, why should I waste my time playing with you?" He looked at Alex as if he were merely a sheep awaiting slaughter. Chapter 49. The wager. Kael's audacious remark about requiring additional funds instantly silenced the entire gathering. Alex was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned various scenarios where Kael might evade the challenge or bravely accept it, yet he never anticipated this reaction. Was Kael truly driven to madness by poverty? Or was he so imbued with confidence that he viewed their contest as an opportunity for profit? Anna and Fiona exchanged bewildered glances, having just been concerned for Kael, only to see him pivot to discussing monetary matters. The shift in atmosphere was startlingly rapid. Anna gently tugged at Kael's sleeve and whispered, "Kael, stop joking around." To her, it seemed Kael was deliberately provoking Alex, seeking a momentary triumph in words without any tangible benefit. Only Evelyn regarded Kael with a gaze that grew increasingly peculiar. In her eyes, Kael's unorthodox behavior seemed to align with his philosophy of naturalism. Perhaps a true master would indeed not be constrained by worldly notions of honor and disgrace, but instead be more intrigued by practical gains. Kael understood the situation all too well. "What ruckus am I causing?" he mused. "This is an opportunity for experience and a veritable cash cow. Why would I refuse?" With system upgrades and skill enhancements, every resource was essential. Unlike those ethereal mages detached from reality, he was a modern individual with everyday necessities. "What's the matter? Feeling intimidated?" Kael raised an eyebrow at Alex, who had just proclaimed the significance of alchemy as the true test of worth. Why did he fall silent when it came to stakes? Alex's expression flickered from pale to flushed. How could he possibly be afraid? He was Alex, a renowned nobleman within the academy. Would he back down over financial concerns? No. He was merely incensed by Kael's mercantile demeanor. In Alex's view, duels among mages should be sacred, a pursuit of honor and truth, devoid of base monetary associations. This fellow was insulting the very essence of magic. "Very well. What stakes do you desire?" Alex gritted his teeth, determined to use his wealth to humiliate this ignorant upstart. He aimed to demonstrate that a chasm existed between nobility and lesser gentry. "Let me think." Kael stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. Internally, he was calculating with great enthusiasm. Money is too mundane. Furthermore, Alex was undoubtedly affluent, which would belittle his own ambitions. He required something that would be painful for Alex, yet immensely beneficial for himself. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Kael's mind. "I'm not particularly interested in gold," he said leisurely. "I've heard that your family possesses a private, high-end alchemical laboratory near the capital, fully equipped and harboring rare materials, correct?" Upon hearing this, Alex's pupils dilated in shock. "How do you know?" That facility was one of his family's most prized assets, not open to the public, accessible only to core members. How had this young man uncovered that information? "Don't concern yourself with how I know," Kael replied, tapping the table lightly with a finger. "My terms are simple. If I win, that laboratory, along with all its equipment and materials, becomes mine." "You've lost your mind," Alex exclaimed, his voice rising alarmingly and drawing the attention of nearby students. The value of a high-end alchemical laboratory could not merely be quantified in gold. It symbolized the family's legacy and research capabilities. To wager his family's laboratory was nothing short of madness. That is out of the question. Alex firmly rejected, insisting, "Change your terms. Then there's no negotiation." Kael shrugged, feigning an intent to leave. "It seems you lack confidence in your alchemical prowess. I suppose I shall simply return to my slumber." With that, Kael genuinely began to rise. Wait. Alex panicked. If Kael left like this, the entire academy would soon learn that he had been intimidated into submission. What face would he have left? How would Anna perceive him? The laboratory is off limits. It is my family's property, and I cannot dispose of it, Alex fervently explained. Then grant me the right to use it, Kael quickly amended. Having anticipated Alex's inability to offer full ownership, I want the right to use it indefinitely, with unrestricted access at any time, utilizing any resources therein without your interference. A magical contract shall be established. Cold sweat beaded on Alex's forehead. Permanent usage rights? Wasn't he that akin to gifting the laboratory to Kael? Yet, observing Kael's unwavering demeanor and the looks exchanged between Anna and Evelyn, Alex felt as if he were being scorched by flames. He could not retreat. Taking a step back would lead to an abyss. Fine. Alex clenched his teeth, reluctantly squeezing out the words, "I accept the wager. The permanent usage rights to the laboratory. But what if you lose?" Alex's gaze hardened, intent on proposing a condition that would impose a heavy toll on Kael for his audacity. "If I lose?" Kael chuckled. "What do you desire?" "I want you, Kael," Alex stated slowly and deliberately, "to withdraw from this academy and never set foot in the world of magic again." This wager was indeed severe. Fiona turned pale, desperately tugging at Kael's garments. "Kael, you mustn't agree. The stakes are far too high." Anna, too, was alarmed. "Senior Alex, you are being unreasonable. This is merely a contest." Yet Alex regarded Kael with a cold smirk. "What is the matter? Are you beginning to feel fear? Where did that bravado go?" Kael remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. Internally, he mused, "Withdraw? Excellent. I've long found classes tedious, and this would afford me the opportunity to focus on leveling up by slaying monsters. As for the magical realm, with my system, anywhere is the realm of magic." Outwardly, he responded, "Sure, no problem." Kael's agreement was so swift and decisive that it left everyone momentarily stunned. "It's settled then." Kael clapped his hands, as if merely deciding what to have for lunch. "You choose the time, place, and the nature of the contest. I shall be at your service at any moment." As Alex observed Kael's calm expression, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over him. Why was this fellow so unperturbed? Did Kael possess some hidden advantage unknown to him? Impossible. That could not be. Alchemy was his domain. He had meticulously studied various texts and received guidance from esteemed masters. What right did this enigmatic minor noble have to defeat him? He must be bluffing. Yes, that had to be it. Regaining his confidence, Alex proclaimed, "Very well. Let it be in 3 days, at the Academy's central auditorium, before everyone present." He raised his voice, ensuring all could hear. "We shall create a third-tier healing potion. Holy dew. We will see whose potion boasts greater purity and efficacy." Holy dew? The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. This is indeed one of the most challenging potions at the 3rd tier, demanding exceptionally rigorous control over mental strength. A slight misstep could lead to failure or even an explosion. Alex's choice of this potion was deliberate, aimed at completely eliminating any chance of Kael winning by mere luck. Alex intends to crush Kael utterly using the most difficult task in the realm where he excels. No problem. Kael shrugged, then turned to Anna and Fiona, who wore concerned expressions, and said, "Let us finish our meal. It's time for class. Otherwise, the professor will call the roll again." Kael carried his tray and walked away, leaving behind a trail of astonished gazes and a scowling Alex, who clenched his fists. Chapter 50. What is the Holy Light Dew Potion? The news of Kael and Alex's public duel in the Central Great Hall regarding potion making spread like wildfire throughout the entire Erlen Magic Academy in less than half a day. From the younger freshmen to the soon-to-graduate seniors, and even some of the Academy's mentors and professors, everyone was abuzz with discussion. "Have you heard? That new student named Kael is competing against Alex. They are testing their potion-making skills, and it's the extremely difficult Holy Light Dew. Is he out of his mind? How dare he provoke Alex in the field of potion-making?" Indeed, Alex's talent in potion-making is acknowledged throughout the school. It is said that he is nearing the level of a professional alchemist. I heard the stakes are even more terrifying. If Alex loses, he must grant Kael permanent rights to his family's private alchemical laboratory. If Kael loses, he must drop out. What? Drop out? Is it really that serious? For a moment, Kael became the center of attention in the academy. However, This newfound notoriety was not particularly favorable. The majority of people held little faith in Kael. To them, he was merely an arrogant fool, a jester unaware of his limitations. How could he dare challenge Alex in his most proud domain of potion making? Was he truly deluded enough to consider himself a genius? Just wait and see. In 3 days, Kael would pay for his arrogance. What a pitiful fellow. Barely enrolled and already facing expulsion. Various discussions filled every corner of the academy. As Kael walked, he could feel the unusual gazes directed at him from all around. Some filled with sympathy, others with mockery, and yet others with schadenfreude. Kael, do you really have confidence in this? Fiona, walking beside him, had a worried expression as she listened to the chatter, her heart tightening. That is the holy light due. I heard that in advanced classes, no more than 3 students in a class can successfully create it. Anna was equally anxious, adding, and Alex. He is really formidable, I know. Kael interrupted Anna, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Oh, come on, it's not a big deal. In his mind, Kael thought, it's just a 3rd-tier potion, right? Sounds impressive. But I'll check the system for skills later. There should be a formula. If all else fails, I can just use skill points to max it out. Isn't that simple? To Kael, this was hardly a concern. Yet, his ease appeared to others as reckless disregard, a desperate attempt to save face. But the stakes are too high, Fiona exclaimed, nearly frantic. If you lose, you'll be expelled. So what if I'm expelled? It's not a big deal. Kael shrugged. If I lose my student status, I can become an adventurer, slaying monsters and leveling up. Isn't that more liberating? His words were half-hearted. Kael genuinely felt indifferent about expulsion, as his source of power was the system, not the academy. However, Fiona and Anna assumed he was merely comforting them, and their shared glance revealed their mounting concern. At that moment, Evelyn approached them from behind, moving gracefully and silently. You don't seem nervous at all, she remarked. Her voice cool and clear, like a mountain spring. Kael turned and saw Evelyn, feeling a tingle of apprehension. This studious girl was far more formidable than Alex. Alex was a blatant enemy, while Evelyn, with her pale violet eyes, seemed capable of seeing through one's heart. Why should I be nervous? Kael retorted. It's just making a potion, similar to cooking. Such outrageous statements had become somewhat familiar to Fiona and Anna, who merely sighed in resignation. However, Evelyn furrowed her brow slightly. Cooking? She repeated. Are you suggesting that the potion-making process aligns with your concept of the Tao? Through guiding the essence of the raw materials, allowing them to naturally merge, rather than forcibly catalyzing them with external force? A sudden jolt of alarm shot through Kael. Hey, I was just speaking off the cuff. Why are you delving into academic research again? I can't keep this up. Clearing his throat, Kael adopted an inscrutable expression. That's more or less the idea. All things stem from the same origin, and different paths lead to the same destination. Whether it's forging or potion making, at their core, they are both about manipulating elements and energy. Once you grasp the fundamental Tao, the rest is merely different forms. Kael began to speak nonsense in earnest. Evelyn fell silent, her clear eyes shimmering with contemplation. All things stem from the same origin. Different paths lead to the same destination, she murmured. If your theory is correct, then you indeed might exhibit extraordinary talent in any field. Kael's mind was racing. You believe it? You actually believe it? Please, just stop researching. I'm just a lucky guy, not some theoretical master. However, Evelyn's tone shifted. Theory is ultimately just theory. Potion making is more intricate than forging. The recipe for holy light dew involves 17 materials, among which the energies of light element grass and morning dew will repel each other, necessitating the use of moonstone powder for neutralization, and the timing for this neutralization is only 3 seconds. The infusion of mental strength must be as gentle as a feather, yet continuous. These are very specific technical details. I don't understand how your grand Tao can resolve these practical issues. Oh no, Kael's mind went blank. Light element grass, morning dew, moonstone powder? What on earth are these? I don't know any of this. It seems I've boasted a bit too much, and the bubble is about to burst. Looking into Evelyn's eager eyes for knowledge, Kael felt overwhelmed. He could only resort to his usual trick, throwing out a catch-all phrase. These are merely the superficial aspects of the technique. The real key lies in the heart. Kael feigned calmness, lowering his voice. With sincerity, all things can be at my command. When your spirit merges with the Tao of the materials, they will naturally guide you on what to do and when. This is a state of being. Once you reach that state, you need to memorize those cumbersome steps and timings. Sincerity? Evelyn's brow furrowed further. This term transcended the boundaries of magical theory and ventured into the realm of philosophy. Yes, it is something to be comprehended rather than articulated, Kael hastily added. Then immediately shifted the topic. stating that he needed to go to the library to gather some information and would see everyone in 3 days. After saying this, Kael almost fled, unwilling to speak another word to Yifulin. He feared that if he continued, he might exhaust all the motivational quotes from the self-help books he had read in his previous life. Observing Kael's hurried departure, Fiona and Anna grew even more anxious. Kael must be feeling guilty, Fiona whispered. Kael doesn't even know what materials are needed for the Holy Light Dew, yet he still intends to search the library? How could he possibly win? Anna's voice was filled with despair. Yifulin, however, gazed at Kael's retreating figure, lost in deep contemplation. The heart and the Tao in unity. She murmured softly, could this be the true essence of transcending genius, a higher realm? Yifulin did not doubt Kael. Instead, she began to question the knowledge system she had built over the past decade, wondering if she had been misguided from the very beginning. Chapter 51. A melange. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the duel between Kael and Alex finally arrived. On this day, the central auditorium of the Erlen Magic Academy was teeming with people. The seats were packed with students, with even the aisles and back rows filled to capacity. Those who arrived late could only stretch their necks, trying to catch a glimpse of the happenings in the center of the auditorium. It was not only students present. Many professors who usually kept a low profile, even some high-ranking officials from the academy, were seated in the VIP section. Everyone wished to witness this sensational showdown firsthand. Would the noble genius Alex defend his honor by trampling the arrogant newcomer underfoot, or would the miraculous newcomer Kael once again orchestrate a stunning reversal? Although the vast majority did not hold out hope for Kael, human nature is drawn to spectacle, especially the narrative of the underdog triumphing against the odds, no matter how slim the possibility. In the center of the auditorium, 2 platforms had been hastily erected. Each platform was equipped with a set of top-tier alchemical apparatus, superior to that found in Kael's rented laboratory. The crucible was crafted from mithril, the workbench made of elemental affinity wood, with a magical crystal for testing positioned nearby. Alex had long since arrived. On this day, he donned an even more splendid white ceremonial robe, adorned with his family crest, his hair meticulously styled. Standing on the platform, Alex reveled in the attention of the crowd, wearing a confident and graceful smile, occasionally waving to some noble female classmates in the audience, eliciting waves of excited shrieks. Alex resembled a prince preparing to take the stage, everything under his command. Where was that fellow Kael? Surely he wasn't too frightened to show up? It was quite possible. After all, the stakes were expulsion. I wouldn't dare to show up either if I were in his shoes. Would that mean Alex would win by default? How dull. Discussions erupted among the audience. Anna and Fiona anxiously stood at the front of the crowd, constantly glancing towards the entrance. Where was Kael? Time was running out. Fiona fretted, stamping her feet in impatience. Kael wouldn't he actually not come, would he? Anna's heart raced, hanging in her throat. Over the past 3 days, Kael had seemed to vanish from the face of the earth. No one could reach him. Yifulin stood beside them, her expression as calm as ever, yet her lavender eyes frequently darted towards the entrance, revealing her inner turmoil. Yifulin too was curious about how the man who explained everything through the Tao would confront this ultimate test of skill today. On the platform, presiding over the match as judge was the Academy's chief professor of potion making, a stern old man with graying hair named Grayson. Glancing at the magical clock on the wall, Professor Grayson frowned and solemnly announced, "The time for the duel has arrived, yet challenger Kael has not yet appeared. If he does not show within 10 minutes, he will be disqualified." Before he could finish his sentence, the back door of the auditorium creaked open. A figure appeared against the light, and all eyes were instantly drawn towards the entrance. The newcomer was clad in the most ordinary academy uniform, with slightly disheveled hair and a hint of sleepiness on his face. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, and ambled towards the central platform. It was Kael. Kael's nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with the radiant Alex on the other side. What on earth was this? Was Kael here for a duel or merely sleepwalking? Such a lack of respect for the duel. Such disrespect towards Professor Grayson and Senior Alex. Discontented murmurs arose from the crowd. Alex regarded Kael with increasing disdain. In his view, Kael's demeanor was a clear indication of guilt, aware of his impending defeat, thus masking his anxiety and fear with a casual attitude. Kael ignored the surrounding voices, walking straight to his designated platform. Over the past 3 days, Kael had been thoroughly exhausted. In his quest to quickly familiarize himself with the various techniques of an intermediate potion maker, he had utilized every last bit of the beginner potion materials he had purchased. The past 2 days and nights had been spent in the laboratory, practicing mental control, hardly resting his eyes. Just moments ago, Kael had been catching up on sleep in the lounge, nearly oversleeping. "Apologies, Professor, I overslept." Kael waved casually at Professor Grayson, who was visibly displeased. He had taught for a lifetime and had never encountered a student so laid back. With a heavy huff, Professor Grayson refrained from further comment and declared, "Now that both parties are present, the duel shall commence. The challenge, to create a third-tier healing potion, the Holy Light Dew. There are 3 criteria for judgment. First, the speed of production. Second, the purity of the potion. Third, the final effect. The materials have been prepared for you, 3 portions each. Now begin." With Professor Grayson's command, the magical hourglass on the platform began to count down. Alex immediately sprang into action. His movements were elegant and swift, imbued with a rhythmic grace. He deftly picked up a light elemental herb, using a crystal knife to precisely slice the leaves, each piece uniform in thickness. Then, Alex carefully dripped the Dawn Dew into a jade mortar, cautiously adding moonstone powder, using his mental energy to sense the energy fluctuations of both substances, seeking the optimal moment for neutralization. Every step Alex took was textbook perfect, eliciting gasps of admiration from students studying potion making below. Incredible. Senior Alex's control over mental energy is so precise. Look at how artistically Alex handles the materials. It's a sure win. There's no suspense left. All eyes were captivated by Alex. In stark contrast, Kael's approach was entirely different. He did not treat the materials with the same caution as Alex. Instead, Kael approached the pile of materials, barely glancing at them, and carelessly grabbed a portion of light elemental herb, roots and soil included, and tossed it straight into the mithril crucible. Next came the Dawn Dew. Kael poured the entire contents of the vial into the crucible. Then, without hesitation, he added the unicorn tears and drops from the Fountain of Life, a total of 17 ingredients, disregarding any meticulousness, and within 10 seconds, Kael tossed them all into the crucible as if discarding trash. The entire auditorium was abruptly enveloped in a profound silence. All eyes were fixated on Kael. Jaws dropped in disbelief. What on earth was Kael doing? Had he lost his mind? Surely he must be mad. Was he concocting a potion or merely preparing a hodgepodge? The chaotic amalgamation of materials threatened to explode. A student specializing in alchemy screamed in horror. Even the esteemed professors seated in the VIP section furrowed their brows in disapproval. This was utter nonsense. Professor Grayson's beard bristled with indignation. It was a blatant affront to the field of alchemy. Alex too had noticed Kael's actions. Initially taken aback, a look of ecstatic delight soon spread across his face. Fool. He was an absolute fool. Did Kael not comprehend even the most fundamental properties of the materials? The energies of light element grass and night moss were inherently conflicting. To combine them without any treatment would only result in a cataclysmic energy annihilation. Kael was doomed. A cold smirk danced across Alex's lips, while his own actions became increasingly precise. He aimed to showcase the epitome of excellence, starkly contrasting Kael's folly and ignorance. Anna and Fiona felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair. With eyes closed in hopelessness, they could bear to watch no longer. Only Evelyn remained, her gaze fixed intently on Kael's crucible, her pale violet eyes devoid of mockery or disappointment, instead brimming with an intense perplexity and curiosity. Evelyn refused to believe Kael was a simpleton. There must be a rationale behind his actions. What was the principle that guided Kael's approach? Just as the assembly anticipated an imminent explosion from the crucible, Kael made a decisive move. He extended his right hand, hovering it above the crucible, eyes closed. In that moment, the audience beheld an unforgettable spectacle. The crucible, filled with a medley of disordered materials, began to radiate light. The luminescence emanating from the crucible was not the blinding glare of uncontrolled energy on the brink of explosion, but rather a gentle, warm golden glow, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn. This light permeated through the silvery walls of the crucible, casting a divine hue across the entire platform. The clamor and discussions within the auditorium ceased abruptly. Everyone gaped in astonishment, mouths agape, incredulous at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. What was happening? No explosion. Why was there no explosion? What was this light? Such a comforting sensation. On the platform, Alex's movements froze, nearly causing him to spill a precious drop of life essence. His gaze was riveted on Kael's crucible, the confidence and grace etched on his face beginning to fracture. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. 17 materials, at least 3 pairs of which had completely conflicting attributes, combined without any form of treatment. One would expect the alchemical platform to be blown to smithereens. What had Kael accomplished? At the judges' table, Professor Grayson stood up from his chair, his cloudy old eyes now gleaming with a fierce intensity, fixated firmly on Kael's crucible. As an authority in alchemy, Professor Grayson understood better than anyone that the spectacle before him had completely overturned all he had learned throughout his lifetime. Resonance, was this elemental resonance? Professor Grayson murmured to himself, his voice heavy with astonishment. No, it was not mere resonance. Kael seemed to have employed a higher-level force to forcibly unify the energy frequencies of all the materials. How could this be possible? Only Evelyn, upon witnessing that golden radiance, felt a slight tremor through her body. She recalled Kael's words from that day. With sincerity, all things can be at my command. When your spirit harmonizes with the essence of the materials, they will naturally guide you on what to do and when to do it. Had Kael truly simulated the oscillation frequency of the morning's first light? He had neither used any neutralizing agents nor adhered to any established procedures. Instead, he had directly harnessed his mental energy to create a domain in alignment with the Tao, allowing the previously repellent materials to willingly relinquish their characteristics, merging and sublimating towards a common goal. This was not alchemy. This was an act akin to miraculous creation. At this moment, Kael was immersed in the system's operational interface. His eyes closed. Just moments ago, after casting all the materials into the crucible, he had issued a command to the system. System, create the holy light dew. Maximize purity. Ding. Materials detected as complete, beginning production of holy light dew. Detected host possesses affinity for light element, resulting in a chance to trigger quality sublimation during the creation of light attribute potions. Quality sublimation has been triggered, commencing ultra-perfect synthesis. Kael then observed a golden progress bar rapidly advancing on the system interface. All he needed to do was stand still, feigning an aura of inscrutable profundity. As for the astonished expressions of those outside, he could easily envision them. This was precisely the effect he desired. To flaunt, one must do so in full measure. The progress bar swiftly reached its conclusion. Ding. Production of holy light dew complete. Quality miracle. Purity 999. Effect. Instantly heals severe injuries, permanently enhances resistance to light element, and provides a slight blessing effect against divine beings. Miraculous quality? 999 purity? Kael was taken aback by the results presented by the system. He had anticipated a score in the low 90s at best, but the system had exceeded his expectations, achieving nearly perfect results. Additionally, it conferred permanent resistance enhancement and blessing effects. This was beyond the realm of a third-tier potion. Such effects could easily be deemed the stuff of fifth or even sixth-tier legendary potions. At that moment, the golden radiance from the crucible gradually subsided. An ineffable fragrance wafted from the crucible, quickly enveloping the entire auditorium. Those who inhaled the aroma felt invigorated, as though the fatigue of recent days had been swept away. Every cell in their bodies rejoicing in delight. Some students with minor ailments even felt their pains alleviated by the scent. Heavens, what is this fragrance? It is utterly enchanting. I feel my magical energy surging. My headache has vanished. The pain from yesterday's magical practice is gone without a trace. The auditorium erupted in excitement once more. Meanwhile, on the platform, Kael slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the magical hourglass beside him. Less than 5 minutes had elapsed. On the other side, Alex had just completed the neutralization step and was preparing to begin the crucial process of fusion and brewing. Kael leisurely picked up a crystal vial beside the crucible and poured out a liquid glowing with a soft golden hue. The liquid was as clear as perfect amber, devoid of any impurities. The golden glow within swirled as if it possessed life. Holding the vial aloft, Kael addressed Professor Grayson at the judges' table with a calm voice amplified by magic, ensuring it resonated throughout the auditorium. Professor, I have completed it. Upon hearing this, Alex's concentration faltered, causing him to momentarily lose his breath, his mental energy spiraling out of control. A muffled thud echoed as black smoke erupted from Alex's silvery crucible, a strong odor of burnt material swiftly overpowering the delightful fragrance. The first material declared failure. Alex's face instantly turned pale. It was not the failure that caused his panic, but rather Kael's declaration of I have completed it. In just 5 minutes? To create the holy light dew in less than 5 minutes? How could that be possible? Even if the god of potions descended, such speed would be unattainable. Kael must have cheated. He couldn't possibly have used the actual recipe for the holy light dew. Alex stared intensely at the vial of potion in Kael's hand, his eyes filled with madness and disbelief. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes were riveted on Kael and the golden potion he held. If the divine radiance that had just dazzled them had merely shocked them, now only awe and fear remained in their hearts. That man, the one they had mocked for 3 days. Kael was neither a madman nor a fool. Kael was a monster, a being that defied all understanding, a true monster. Chapter 53. The cost completed? Professor Grayson's voice trembled slightly. He pushed aside his chair and hurriedly descended from the judge's stand, almost running to Kael's podium. Professor Grayson's eyes were fixated on the vial of golden potion in Kael's hand, resembling a lecher gazing upon an unparalleled beauty, his gaze brimming with greed and desire. Hand it over, let me see. Kael extended the crystal vial. Professor Grayson carefully accepted it, cradling it as though it were a priceless treasure. He first held it to his nose, taking a deep breath, and an expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. Indeed, it bore the fragrance of the fountain of life and unicorn tears, alongside the aroma of light elemental grass. But the sacred scent was something he had never encountered before. Then, Professor Grayson lifted the crystal vial to his eyes, scrutinizing it under the magical lights above the hall. It was crystal clear, flawless. Without a hint of impurity, this was truly a divine creation. Professor Grayson stammered, having devoted his life to the study of potions. He had only ever seen the highest purity in a bottle of 85 purity dragon blood potion, crafted by his mentor. Yet this vial before him, in terms of hue, fragrance, and the restrained yet formidable energy fluctuations, far exceeded anything he had ever known. The speed was impeccable, unprecedentedly swift. Professor Grayson took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and began to fulfill his duties as a judge, now assessing purity. He retrieved a palm-sized device resembling a compass from his pocket. This was the Academy's highest-grade magical purity tester, specifically designed for evaluating advanced potions. He brought the tester close to the crystal vial. In the next moment, the needle on the tester began to spin wildly, emitting a piercing, buzzing sound. After a few revolutions, with a crack, the needle snapped and flew off. The surface of the tester also cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across it. What is this? Professor Grayson gazed at the ruined tester, his hands beginning to tremble. The purity was too high, exceeding the instrument's limits. It had exploded. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The Academy's most advanced purity tester had been destroyed by a single vial of potion? Just how high was the purity of this potion? I refuse to believe it. This is impossible. A furious shout erupted from the opposing podium. Alex's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a maniac. He pointed at Kael, bellowing, he cheated. Kael must have cheated. That is not the holy light dew. The holy light dew cannot possess such high purity. The tester malfunctioned. It proves nothing. Alex's first material had already failed, and his psychological defenses had collapsed entirely. He could not accept that his proud knowledge of potions was being utterly crushed before this insignificant noble he despised. Silence. Professor Grayson barked, his powerful magical pressure instantly silencing the entire hall. He cast a cold glance at Alex, disappointment evident in his eyes. Instruments may fail, but the eyes of a true alchemist do not deceive. Professor Grayson's voice rang out once more. The purity test is unnecessary. There can be no doubt this potion is the highest I have ever encountered. Now let us proceed to the third test, the efficacy test. Professor Grayson turned to his assistant. Bring forth the shadow-corroded rabbit. Soon, 2 staff members entered carrying a specially crafted iron cage, containing a rabbit exuding a sinister black aura. One of its hind legs had been completely devoured by the corrosive energy, revealing stark, white bones, a truly tragic sight. This was a magical creature specifically used by the Academy for testing healing and purification potions. A standard holy light dew would require at least 3 drops to purify such a level of shadow corrosion within 10 minutes, allowing for initial healing of the wound. Professor Grayson explained. Then, Professor Grayson uncorked the vial of potion crafted by Kael. Instead of using a dropper, he tilted the vial so that a single drop of golden liquid fell onto the rabbit's wound. The moment that drop made contact, a sizzling sound erupted, reminiscent of ice and snow melting away. The visible black corruption that had enveloped the rabbit's wound evaporated instantaneously, as if thawed by sunlight. What followed was even more astonishing. Under the gaze of thousands, the rabbit's formerly exposed bone began to regenerate at a visible rate, sprouting new tissue, muscle, and skin. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the leg was restored to its original state, leaving no trace of a scar. And the newly grown fur was even shinier and smoother than before. The rabbit let out a joyful squeak, bouncing around in its cage as if that horrifying injury had never existed. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, as if petrified, staring at the lively rabbit. 1 drop. 3 seconds. A severed limb reborn. Was this truly the effect achievable by a Tier 3 healing potion? This was clearly the divine healing technique that only the high priests of temples could perform. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Professor Grayson muttered, gazing at the crystal vial in his hand. His expression transcended mere fervor, embodying a near-religious reverence. Slowly, he turned to face the crowd, summoning all his strength to announce the already foregone conclusion. The victor of this contest is Kael. Boom. Following a brief silence, the entire hall erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Kael, Kael. The name echoed throughout the space. At this moment, no one mocked Kael, no one questioned him. In their eyes remained only fervent admiration. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle, the rise of a monster. On the podium, upon hearing the verdict, Alex's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. His face ashen, eyes hollow, he muttered repeatedly, "Impossible, impossible." Alex had lost. He lost utterly, with no shred of dignity left. In the face of Kael's near-miraculous performance, all of Alex's previous pride, confidence, and efforts had become a mere joke. Kael stood atop the high platform, listening to the cheers surrounding him, gazing down at the prostrate form of Alex, his expression devoid of any semblance of triumph, maintaining that serene demeanor. In his heart, Kael mused, quite satisfactory indeed. He nodded in contentment. Subsequently, he descended from the platform, weaving through the fervent crowd, and approached the pallid Alex. In accordance with their agreement, Kael spoke softly, yet his words were clear enough for those nearby to hear. The permanent rights to that laboratory, bound by a magical contract, are to be established now. Alex abruptly lifted his head, a tumult of humiliation, anger, and resentment etched across his face. Yet ultimately, all emotions coalesced into profound helplessness and despair. In the face of absolute power, any struggle was futile. Having lost, Alex was bound to pay the price. Chapter 54. A shortcut before the witness of the entire faculty and student body. A contract shimmering with magical radiance was forged between Kael and Alex. The terms were straightforward. The permanent rights to the private alchemical laboratory located in the western outskirts of the royal city, owned by the Alex family, were to be transferred to Kael effective immediately. As Alex shakily inscribed his magical seal upon the contract, he felt as though all strength was being siphoned from his body. He had not only lost the contest, but also a significant family asset and all remnants of his dignity. From this day forth, he, Alex, would be relegated to the role of a mere backdrop to the monster that was Kael, a farcical figure nailed to the pillar of shame. Kael stowed away the magical contract, not casting a glance at the fallen Alex as he turned to leave. For Kael, this farce had reached its conclusion. With the laboratory secured, experience and gold in hand, and his level raised, it was a perfect denouement. Master Kael. At that moment, a frail yet fervent voice halted him. Kael turned to see Professor Grayson, the head of the alchemy department, rushing toward him, his face alight with excitement. Master? Kael was taken aback. What was this appellation? Indeed. Master, your expertise in alchemy has far surpassed my comprehension. To call you master is most deserving. Professor Grayson's face was adorned with a humble smile, contrasting sharply with his earlier stern demeanor. He cautiously extended a vial of golden holy light due back to Kael. This divine concoction rightfully belonged in the hands of its creator. However, the old man had a small favor to ask. Would you consider parting with the remaining 2 materials? I am willing to pay a handsome price. No, simply name your price, and I shall offer my private collection for your choosing. Professor Grayson yearned to study the leftover materials Kael had used, eager to discern if he could achieve even a fraction of the purity Kael had attained through conventional methods. Kael regarded the once arrogant professor now reduced to supplication, finding it somewhat amusing. He gestured toward the 2 intact materials on the platform and casually stated, "They are yours. Free of charge." After all, these materials were provided by the Academy, and he had not spent a single coin. Moreover, without the system, even if they were given these materials, they would be unable to derive any meaningful results. What? You are giving them to me? Professor Grayson trembled with excitement, nearly bowing to Kael on the spot. Thank you, Master. You are exceedingly generous. Should you require anything in the realm of alchemy, do not hesitate to seek me. The entire alchemy department is at your service. Kael waved dismissively, uninterested in further conversation, and turned to push through the crowd. Anna and Fiona immediately approached him. Kael, you were incredible. Fiona exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I can hardly believe my eyes. Anna echoed, equally astonished, gazing at Kael, who seemed to radiate an aura of mystery. Kael smiled, feeling quite pleased. He led the 2 girls out of the grand hall. Amidst the awe and reverence of countless students, sunlight bathed them in warmth. Kael stretched, feeling utterly at ease. With Alex dealt with and a top-tier laboratory acquired, it would now be far easier to hone his skills and explore new endeavors. However, before he could make much progress, a figure blocked their path. It was Evelyn. She stood there quietly, observing Kael. Her lavender eyes held a complexity deeper than ever before, a mixture of shock, confusion, uncertainty, and a hint of self-doubt. You have won. Evelyn spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. Clearly, Kael shrugged. You did not employ alchemy, Evelyn asserted with conviction. Kael's heart sank. This was the most formidable opponent yet. Grayson, the old scholar, was merely dazzled by superficial wonders, but Evelyn, a true genius, could pierce through appearances to grasp the essence. Why do you say that? Kael countered, maintaining a calm facade. Alchemy is a science founded upon rigorous principles. It concerns the interplay of materials, energy, and mental force, achieved through precise ratios and steps to achieve a stable combination, Evelyn stated, locking eyes with Kael, articulating each word with deliberation. What you have done is creation. You have disregarded all rules and steps, directly using your will to bestow new laws upon those materials, compelling them to combine and elevate according to your design. This is not technique, it is what you refer to as Tao. Kael fell silent. Evelyn had rendered his previous attempts at obfuscation futile. Her insights were alarmingly close to the truth. Was the system not a higher law transcending the rules of this world? Everything I have learned and believed over the past few years seems utterly absurd in light of your Tao, Evelyn confessed, a flicker of pain and confusion surfacing in her gaze. I once thought that if I perfected technique, I could touch upon the truth. Yet now I realize I may have been on the wrong path from the very beginning. A genius beginning to doubt her lifelong pursuit. This was the most harrowing ordeal. Anna and Fiona sensed the weight of the atmosphere and fell silent. Kael regarded Evelyn, sighing internally. He had not anticipated that his own advantage would shatter the worldview of this brilliant young woman. Was this a transgression? There is no right or wrong path, Kael pondered, deciding to offer some guidance to Evelyn to prevent her from spiraling into despair. Perfecting technique can also lead to truth. It is akin to climbing a mountain. Some choose to tread the well-worn steps, taking each step with care, though slow, it is assured. Others opt for uncharted paths, climbing and scrambling. Though swift, it is fraught with danger. The destination for all is the summit. I merely stumbled upon a shortcut. Kael's words were a blend of truth and artifice. Evelyn fell into a prolonged silence, her long lashes fluttering as she processed Kael's insights. After a considerable pause, she lifted her gaze once more. Though confusion lingered in her lavender eyes, a new glimmer of light had emerged. Evelyn whispered softly, I understand your path. It is indeed that shortcut. Her gaze became unprecedentedly serious and resolute. Kael. For the first time, Evelyn formally addressed him by name. I hope to explore this shortcut to the summit with you. Evelyn looked at Kael and bowed deeply. Please teach me. Chapter 55. Teach me? How could I teach? Evelyn bowed deeply, her posture humble to the utmost, resembling a devout apprentice beseeching her deity for knowledge. Her pale hair cascaded like a waterfall, obscuring her expression at that moment, yet her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed the turmoil within her. Anna and Fiona stood nearby, too stunned to breathe. Their minds buzzed with confusion. First, Kael had inexplicably triumphed over Alex and concocted a miraculous potion. Next, the once inaccessible genius of the academy, Evelyn, bowed to Kael and sought to become his disciple. Was the world going mad? Anna and Fiona felt their understanding shattered and forcibly reassembled, leaving their thoughts in disarray. As the epicenter of this event, Kael's inner turmoil was 1,000-fold greater than theirs. Teach you? Teach you what? Kael kept his composure on the surface, while a tempest raged within. What should I teach you? How to communicate with the system through thought, and click that shimmering golden button for alchemical success. Or how to allocate experience points to skill levels, allowing alchemy to soar. If this could be taught, would I need to ponder daily how to gain more experience? Gazing at the deeply bowing Evelyn, Kael felt for the first time the weight of his own words backfiring. Had he known that this Evelyn would be so tenacious, he would have followed Grayson's example, jesting and spinning some convoluted nonsense to confound her. It was his own fault for carelessly discussing climbing and shortcuts. Now, she was serious, resolute in her desire to follow him on this shortcut. But this shortcut was a solitary path. Clearing his throat, Kael attempted to gather his thoughts and navigate this situation. He extended a hand to help Evelyn rise, saying, Senior Evelyn, you are too courteous, please stand. This so-called path is more of a personal insight, an experience that is, well, ineffable. It cannot be explicitly taught. Upon uttering those words, Kael himself felt a pang of insincerity. Indeed, he had used the phrase ineffable twice today. As expected, Evelyn slowly straightened, yet her gaze was now more fervent than before. No. Evelyn shook her head, her lavender eyes like two crystal-clear orbs reflecting Kael's form. If it were purely ineffable, it would be like a rootless reed, unobservable and unverifiable. Yet what you did today is traceable. You altered the essence of the materials, bestowing upon them new laws. This process must adhere to some higher order. This is your path. Evelyn's tone was gentle, but each word struck Kael's heart like a hammer. I do not require you to instruct me step by step like a teacher with a student, teaching spells and formulas. I merely wish to observe as you traverse this shortcut. There was a hint of pleading in Evelyn's eyes. Even just to watch would be an unparalleled enlightenment for me. Kael, I will not let you share your path without recompense. I am willing to pay any price, my knowledge, my research. Even all my future discoveries can be shared with you. Insanity. This girl is undoubtedly insane, Kael lamented internally. A magical prodigy willing to sacrifice so much for an abstract concept. If Evelyn were to discover that this so-called path was merely a cheat system, would she not break down and pursue him with her wand to the ends of the earth? Kael felt an immense weight on his shoulders. He glanced pleadingly at Anna and Fiona, hoping they would alleviate the tension. However, he was met with two pairs of gleaming eyes. Fiona could no longer contain herself. She leaned in and whispered excitedly, "If Evelyn can see, can we join too?" Her face was alight with anticipation. "Though I may not be as clever as Evelyn and cannot grasp the concept of a path, I find you remarkable. I wish to learn." Anna, though silent, nodded vigorously, her expression clearly mirroring Fiona's sentiments. Goodness, what began as one had turned into three. Kael felt overwhelmed. He felt like a charlatan boasting about slaying dragons, only to have three individuals present their entire fortunes, begging to accompany him on the quest. How to conclude this? Refusal? Looking at Evelyn's near-reverent gaze, Kael felt that uttering a word of rejection would be an egregious sin. He had just shattered this genius girl's worldview. Now, after she had found a new source of inspiration, to kick it away would be cruel. Yet to agree? How could he teach? He could not possibly have them three stand by during every alchemical endeavor, merely watching him daydream. That would not be imparting wisdom. It would be a farce. Kael's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. Revealing the existence of his system would be tantamount to inviting doom. A forceful refusal might lead Evelyn to stubbornness, and it would be too disrespectful. Thus, the only recourse seemed to be to persist in this charade. Yes, act. Wasn't it just a matter of pretending to be a master? Who couldn't he do that? After all, he held the ultimate trump card, his system. No matter how they researched, they could never uncover its essence. He would merely provide miracles, allowing them to glean insights on their own. If they could truly derive something from his fabrications, that would be their own merit, not his as a deceiver. If they could not, it would only affirm that the path was indeed beyond the reach of mortals. In any case, he would suffer no loss. Moreover, Kael glanced at the newly acquired magical contract. Alex's family private alchemical laboratory, permanent usage rights. He was in need of a place to delve into the system and hone his skills. This laboratory was quite timely. If he could also, guide a few brilliant young ladies to assist him with experiments and record findings, that would be splendid too. With this thought, Kael's mind became clear. He looked at the three pairs of eager eyes before him, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in a manner that seemed to carry weight. Teaching cannot be done. The eyes of the three women dimmed momentarily, but Kael continued, "However, if you merely wish to observe and comprehend, that is certainly permissible." Instantly, their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "My path and the arts you wish to learn are entirely distinct systems. I cannot assure you that you will comprehend anything, nor can I guarantee that you will learn something. In fact, the more you observe, the more it may disrupt your original foundation of magic, plunging you into deeper confusion." Kael chose to express his concerns up front, ensuring an escape route for himself. "Even so, are you willing?" "I am." Without the slightest hesitation, Yifenlin replied decisively. For her, having witnessed Kael's path today, her previously unyielding foundation of magic was already riddled with cracks. Rather than cling to a crumbling old house, it would be preferable to demolish it entirely and gaze upon a brand new starry sky. "I am willing to." Fiona raised her hand, anxious not to be overlooked by Kael. Anna nodded vigorously as well. Well then, Kael felt a sigh of relief within, though his expression remained inscrutable. "Since you have all made your decision, I shall grant you an opportunity." Kael waved the magical contract in his hand and stated, "From this day forth, this laboratory belongs to me. In the future, I shall conduct my research there. If you are interested, you may come by. However, there are a few rules." Kael extended a finger. "Firstly, regarding me and everything you witness in the laboratory, you must never disclose it to a fourth party. Can you manage that?" The three nodded vigorously as if pounding garlic. Nonsense. Who would be foolish enough to reveal a secret capable of overturning the entire understanding of the magical world? Secondly, while I am conducting my research, I prefer not to be disturbed. You may observe, but but you must not ask questions. Once I finish, you may share your insights and inquire, but whether I respond will depend on my mood. No problem. Yifanlin agreed instantly. To her, a true master is entitled to possess a bit of temperament and eccentricity, which is perfectly normal. Thirdly, Kael pondered for a moment. Let us keep it at these two rules for now. I will add more if I think of anything later. Kael looked at the three girls before him and declared, thus, starting tomorrow, you may come to Laboratory No. 3 in the western suburbs of the royal capital to find me. That will be all for now. I shall take my leave. Having spoken, Kael turned away without granting them another opportunity to ask questions. He needed to hurry back to digest the events of the day and prepare for the lessons starting the following day. Heaven knows, it requires a great deal of mental effort to lead 3 magical prodigies astray. Watching Kael's departing figure, Yifanlin, Anna, and Fayeona remained motionless for quite some time. Does this count as successfully becoming his apprentices? Fayeona asked uncertainly. Not quite. Yifanlin shook her head, yet a spark of excitement and yearning illuminated her face. We have merely gained the qualifications to approach that shortcut. Anna clenched her fists, equally filled with exhilaration. A brand new pathway leading to the truth of magic seemed to be slowly opening before them. And the keyholder is Kael. Yifanlin turned to face Anna and Fayeona, her expression unusually grave. Remember Kael's words. From this day forward, everything about him is our utmost secret. Indeed, the two nodded solemnly. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entrance of the grand hall, casting elongated shadows of the 3 young ladies. Their futures, from this instant, seemed to have veered toward an unpredictable path. Meanwhile, the instigator Kael walked along the route to his dormitory, inwardly lamenting the immense pressure he felt. What a burden. Chapter 56. This is the legendary path. The following morning, Kael rose from his bed early. He had hardly slept a wink, his mind tirelessly devising strategies to engage the 3 inquisitive young ladies. To masquerade as an expert, one must first embody the demeanor of one. Kael stood before the mirror, striving to adopt an air of nonchalance and profundity, yet he found himself resembling someone constipated. Never mind, I shall go with the flow. Kael abandoned the attempt at facial control, reasoning that as long as he refrained from speaking, his face alone should suffice to intimidate. After a brief wash, he skipped breakfast and headed straight to Laboratory No. 3 in the western suburbs of the royal capital. The Alex family truly lived up to their reputation as a renowned alchemical lineage. Although the private laboratory was located in the outskirts, the surroundings were anything but remote. Nestled in a tranquil lakeside estate, it was flanked by the mansions of nobility, boasting excellent security and privacy. When Kael approached the impressive 3-story white building with the magical contract in hand, the magical guard merely verified the authenticity of the contract before respectfully opening the grand door for him. Lord Kael, from today forth, you are the master of this establishment. All functions and privileges of the laboratory have been granted to you. The guard bowed. Kael waved his hand, signaling for him to depart, then took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy oak door of the laboratory. Goodness! Even though Kael had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the interior of the laboratory. It was utterly extravagant. The ground floor was a grand hall soaring over 10 meters high. The floor was paved with mirror-like obsidian, and the ceiling was adorned with softly glowing magical crystal chandeliers that illuminated the entire space as brightly as day. Surrounding the walls were rows of storage cabinets crafted from precious wood, each meticulously organized with various prepared magical materials, every piece housed in specially designed crystal containers, each bearing detailed labels. At the center of the hall stood an alchemical platform for the Heart of Elements, a piece Kael had only seen in books. The core energy furnace alone was said to be worth 1,000,000 gold coins, capable of perfectly controlling the output of the 4 fundamental elements: fire, water, wind, and earth, a coveted artifact for all alchemists. Beyond this, the laboratory was equipped with high-end devices such as a magical circulation cooling system, a mental amplification array, and an automatic material analyzer. What a prodigal! Kael clicked his tongue. That fool Alex had wagered such a high-caliber laboratory. If his family were to find out, they would undoubtedly be mortified. However, for now, all of this was to his benefit. In high spirits, Kael strolled around the first floor like a king surveying his domain, then ascended the stairs to the second and third floors. The second floor housed a study and material repository, boasting a vast collection of alchemical texts, as well as more unprocessed rare materials. The third floor comprised the owner's lounge, meditation room, and observation balcony, furnished in a manner more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. Perfect. Kael nodded in satisfaction. With such a place, it would be exceedingly convenient for him to hone his skills and research new formulas. Just as Kael was becoming familiar with his new abode, the doorbell rang. There was no need to guess who it was. Kael approached the door and opened it, only to find 3 familiar faces staring back at him. Yifenlin, Anna, and Fiona had all come together, and it appeared they had arrived even earlier than Kael, having waited at the door for a while. Kael. Fiona waved her hand excitedly upon seeing him. Good morning. Yifenlin and Anna also greeted him politely. Kael stepped aside to allow them entry. Wow. The moment they stepped inside, Fiona's mouth dropped open in astonishment, unable to close. This is just too extravagant. Is this truly a private laboratory? It is 100 times more luxurious than the Academy's chief laboratory. Fiona resembled a naive country girl newly arrived in the city, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she curiously explored her surroundings. Anna, too, was awestruck by the scenery before her, clutching the hem of her garment tightly, displaying a hint of shyness. Everything here exuded an air of opulence, making her feel as though she must tread carefully, lest she inadvertently damage something. Only Evelyn briefly surveyed the equipment around her. Though she exhibited a trace of surprise, her full attention swiftly returned to Kael. To her, these premier alchemical devices, while undoubtedly valuable, paled in comparison to the profound knowledge that Kael possessed. What shall we do today? Evelyn inquired, her tone subtly laced with anticipation. The moment had arrived. The crux of the matter was at hand. Kael felt a flutter of nervousness within, but maintained a serene facade. No rush, he reassured. Moving to the alchemical table in the center of the hall, casually leaning against it and gesturing towards a nearby sofa. Please, have a seat. Once the 3 young women had seated themselves, albeit somewhat tentatively, Kael began in a leisurely manner. Before we proceed, I must first ascertain your respective levels of proficiency. Ascertain levels? Fiona blinked, perplexed. Indeed, Kael nodded. Although I have stated that Tao and techniques represent different systems, ultimately, they are both applications of the laws of the world. I wish to observe the extent of your abilities in terms of technique. This was, of course, a ruse concocted by Kael. His true intention was to analyze the magical capabilities of these 3 young women through the lens of the system, as understanding both oneself and one's opponents is essential for effective persuasion. Who will go first? He asked. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, the most vivacious among them, Fiona, volunteered. I'll go first. What do you wish to see? My forte lies in fire-based offensive magic. Fiona appeared quite eager, ready to impress Kael. Nothing too complex. Kael waved his hand dismissively. Just utilize your most proficient and fundamental spell. The most fundamental? Fiona pondered for a moment, then declared, how about Fireball? That works, Kael nodded. You may cast it over there. He pointed to a designated area in the corner of the hall, specifically designed for testing spells, complete with magically reinforced walls and energy-absorbing runes. Fiona inhaled deeply and stepped to the marked spot. Closing her eyes, she began to chant the incantation. Fiery spirit, tempestuous messenger, heed my call, converge into a flame of destruction. As she chanted, the fire elements in the air began to stir, coalescing into a fireball the size of a fist in her palm. The entire process flowed seamlessly, showcasing her solid foundational skills. In Anna and Evelyn's eyes, Fiona's fireball spell, in terms of both gathering speed and energy stability, was among the finest among her peers. However, in Kael's perspective, he beheld an entirely different scene. Before his eyes, a system analysis interface materialized, visible only to him. Observing the data before him, Kael felt a surge of delight. So this is it. The system is extraordinary. This is a ready-made teaching material. Kael finally understood how to proceed with his instruction. He need not explain the essence of Tao. He merely had to present the questions derived from the system's analysis in an enigmatic manner for them to comprehend. All right, that will do. Kael interjected just as Fiona was about to launch the fireball. Huh. Fiona was taken aback, nearly losing control of the fireball in her hand. Disperse it, Kael stated calmly. Though confused, Fiona obediently released the magical energy from her palm, causing the fireball to dissipate into a flurry of sparks that vanished into the air. Did I do something wrong? Fiona asked nervously, feeling uncertain about her performance. Kael did not respond directly, but instead posed an enigmatic question to Fiona. Why do you recite incantations? Huh. Fiona was momentarily stunned, as casting magic required incantations, or so she had been taught. Incantations serve as a bridge to communicate with magical elements. They are essential for guiding magical energy. Fiona recited the standard answer from her textbooks. A bridge? Essential? Kael shook his head, a smile playing on his lips that left the 3 young women perplexed. Incorrect. The single word left Fiona, Anna, and even Evelyn momentarily stunned. Incorrect? The fundamental theory of magic is wrong. Kael reveled in their astonished expressions, relishing his role as a teacher. Incantations are not a bridge, they are crutches. They serve merely as aids for those who cannot walk on their own, Kael explained, stepping closer to Fiona and extending a finger. The techniques you have learned instruct you on how to use incantations and gestures as crutches to request, borrow, and guide the power of elements. It is a cumbersome, inefficient process filled with compromises. Kael's gaze swept over the three young women. My Tao, however, is different. Tao is not about requesting. It is about commanding. It is not about borrowing. It is about mastering. Kael's voice was soft, yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of the three, sending tremors through their minds. Now, observe, he continued, slowly raising his right hand. Without reciting any incantations or performing intricate gestures, Kael simply extended a single finger. Then, before the watchful eyes of the three young women, a golden flame, radiant and resplendent as the sun, ignited spontaneously at his fingertip. Though the flame was small, akin to a candle's glow, it emanated a primal, domineering essence that felt capable of incinerating all in its path, causing the three magical prodigies present to change their expressions in unison. Particularly for Fiona, she sensed the fire elements within her trembling uncontrollably, bowing in submission as if acknowledging their sovereign. This, Fiona stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Evelyn's pupils constricted to pinpricks. She recognized that the flame at Kael's fingertip was not formed by guiding the fire elements in the air. It was conjured from nothingness. It was a manifestation of pure will, distorting the laws of reality to bring forth fire from the void. Is this what the legendary Tao entails? Evelyn felt her breath momentarily halt. Chapter 57. The versatile use of mental power. The golden flame danced quietly at Kael's fingertip. It emitted no sound and generated no scorching heat waves, yet the presence it embodied, one that transcended all rules, rendered the very air within the laboratory seemingly frozen. Fiona, Anna, and Evelyn were as if petrified, fixedly staring at the tiny flame, their minds blank. Especially for Fiona, as a fire mage, her sensitivity to flames was unparalleled. She could distinctly perceive that the flame at Kael's fingertip was fundamentally different from the flames she typically manipulated. While Fiona needed to chant, direct, and meticulously stabilize her magical output to coalesce a fireball, akin to soothing a tempestuous child, Kael did nothing. The flame appeared, gentle as a kitten. Yet Fiona had no doubt that with a mere thought, Kael could transform this kitten into a ferocious beast that devours the heavens and the earth. How is this possible? Fiona murmured to herself, feeling her understanding of magic, built over the past decade, crumbling piece by piece. Do you see? Kael's voice shattered the silence. Withdrawing his finger, the golden flame vanished as if it had never existed. This illustrates the difference between a command and a request. Kael regarded Fiona, speaking in a measured tone. You recited a spell for 17 seconds, channeling nearly 10% of your magical power to conjure that unstable fireball. Yet during this process, at least 30% of your magic was squandered due to the lengthy incantation and your scattered focus. He conveyed the data analyzed by the system in a casual manner. Yet to Fiona's ears, it was akin to a thunderclap. 30% wasted? Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief. She had always considered her spellcasting to be exceptionally efficient, consistently ranking high in the Academy's tests for magical power conversion rates. Yet here, Kael deemed it a waste. Evelyn and Anna were equally astonished. They recognized Kael's strength, but could not fathom how he could accurately assess Fiona's magical expenditure with just a glance. What terrifying insight! Your mental focus is like scattered sand. Kael continued his instruction, confident that the system would validate his assertions. You dispersed it across every syllable of the incantation and every gesture, without truly concentrating it on the flame itself. You merely informed the elements that you needed a fireball, rather than commanding them to become one. Kael's words struck the three women like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. Command? Well, such terms had never been emphasized in their magical studies. They had always learned precise incantations, standard gestures, and fixed magical circuits. Their teachers had instilled in them that magic was a rigorous science, and that following the formulas would yield correct results. Yet now, Kael asserted that all of this was merely a crutch. True power emanates from will. Then what am I to do? Fiona was thoroughly convinced, gazing at Kael like a humble student eager for guidance. Forget the incantations, forget the gestures. Kael delivered the line he had prepared. Now, close your eyes, think of nothing, and do nothing. Simply use your mind to envision a ball of fire. Imagine its color, its temperature, its shape. This is not recollection, but creation. Use your mental power to conjure it from nothing. Fiona was bewildered. This sounded too mystical. Just by thinking? Could it really work? Try it, Kael said succinctly. Fiona, observing Kael's unwavering gaze and the anxious expressions of Evelyn and Anna beside her, braced herself, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. She endeavored to follow Kael's instructions. Forget the incantations, forget the structure of the fireball spell. Her mind focused solely on a ball of fire. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Beads of sweat formed on Fiona's forehead. She felt her mental energy depleting rapidly. Yet, not even a hint of warmth emerged. I can't do it, Fiona despaired, opening her eyes. Kael regarded her with a sigh. Alas, it seems this approach is futile. After all, if I could simply conjure a fireball through thought alone, what need would there be for the system? Kael had anticipated this outcome. How could an ordinary person bend the laws of reality with mere thoughts? This theory held truth for him, as the system had facilitated the most crucial step. Yet for Evelyn and the others, it was pure fantasy. It appeared that mere rhetoric would not suffice. They needed a tangible experience. Failure is to be expected. Kael maintained his composed demeanor, as if everything was under control. Your will has long been constrained by the rigid confines of spells, and you have forgotten how to soar. To break free from this cage requires a bit of external assistance. External assistance? The three women displayed expressions of curiosity. Without further explanation, Kael instructed, "You three, come here and sit before me. Close your eyes and clear your minds. Do not resist." Though uncertain of Kael's intentions, the three complied obediently. They sat cross-legged before him, akin to fledglings awaiting nourishment. Kael observed the three beautiful maidens before him, contemplating. System, having just analyzed their magical structures, is there a one-click optimization feature? Perhaps a magical SBA for their energy pathways? Detection of host request. Initiating magical resonance calibration function. This function consumes a small amount of mental energy to guide the target's magic within, facilitating microcirculation along the most optimized pathways, clearing magical impurities, repairing minor meridian damage, and enhancing the target's mastery over their own magic. Note, this process may induce slight stimulation to the target's mind and body. Ensure the target is in a relaxed and willing state. Astonishing, such a feature exists. Kael's heart soared with delight. This was akin to the perfect pillow for a sleepy head. It was tailor-made for his current role as a mystic. Suppressing his amusement, Kael took a deep breath and, following the system's guidance, gently extended his mental energy. He raised his hands, hovering them above the three women's heads. Then, he activated the magical resonance calibration function on the system panel. A wave of formless energy emanated from Kael, radiating outward. In the next moment, the seated Evelyn, Anna, and Fiona all emitted a muffled groan as their bodies trembled violently. An indescribable sensation surged through their limbs. It was warm, comforting, yet tinged with a slight tingling sensation. It felt as though countless warm hands were delving into their bodies, gently untangling each obstructed magical meridian. They could distinctly perceive their previously sluggish and chaotic magical flow becoming smooth and orderly under the guidance of a mysterious and powerful will. The impurities accumulated during their training, hidden deep within their meridians, melted away like snow under the sun, purifying their essence. Their entire beings felt as if they were immersed in a warm spring, radiating comfort beyond words. Their total magical capacity did not instantaneously increase. However, they felt an unprecedented clarity in their perception and control over every thread of magic within them. It was as if, previously, they had been commanding their forces through a layer of frosted glass. Now, that glass had been polished clean. This sensation was astonishing. It surpassed the effects of the deepest meditation by 1,000-fold. This is Kael's external assistance? This is the power of the Tao. The three women were filled with unparalleled astonishment. The entire process lasted approximately 5 minutes. As Kael retracted his hand, severing the magical resonance calibration, the three women remained ensnared in the enchanting sensation, unable to extricate themselves. After a considerable interval, they gradually opened their eyes. Each face bore a hint of a dreamlike blush, their gazes filled with bewilderment and awe. "How does it feel?" Kael asked, feigning ignorance. Fiona opened her mouth, but was at a loss for words to articulate her experience. She could only sense that her body and her magic had never been so obedient before. Evelyn, on the other hand, suddenly extended her hand, keenly attuning to the flow of magic within her. For the first time, her face revealed an unmistakable astonishment. This is no longer mere guidance," she stammered. "You just directly optimized the foundational structure of our internal magical circulation. It's as if a clumsy craftsman's haphazardly constructed waterway has been meticulously corrected by a deity into the most perfect river channel." Evelyn's metaphor instantly enlightened Anna and Fiona. Indeed, that was precisely the sensation. Just then, Anna, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly changed her expression. She felt her internal magic, after the recent refinement, becoming exceptionally vibrant. What had once resembled a tranquil lake of magic now surged with tumultuous waves. An overwhelming, uncontrollable impulse erupted from the core of Anna's magic. "My magic!" Anna exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief and ecstasy. "I think I am about to break through." Chapter 58. Is this really a breakthrough? What? Fiona and Evelyn turned sharply, their gazes fixated on Anna. Surrounding Anna's body, a faint blue magical aura began to manifest, visibly pulsating as if it were breathing, with an ever-increasing magical fluctuation radiating outward from her center. This was a sign of magical fervor, a typical characteristic exhibited by a mage transitioning from an apprentice to a novice or from novice to intermediate during a pivotal breakthrough. It's really happening. Fiona's eyes widened like saucers, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Evelyn's face mirrored an indescribable shock. A breakthrough? Just like that? Anna's magical level, like theirs, had been stuck at the pinnacle of intermediate mage, merely a step away from advanced. This step, seemingly close, was often an insurmountable chasm for the majority of mages. Some might require years of magical accumulation and mental fortitude to advance. Others might need to resort to costly potions or retreat in a specialized magical environment for a glimmer of opportunity. Each significant breakthrough was a comprehensive test of a mage's talent, perseverance, and luck. Yet now, Anna had done nothing. She had not consumed potions, undergone arduous meditation, or even prepared mentally. Anna had merely been subjected to Kael's peculiar external force massage, and now, she was on the verge of a breakthrough? This was beyond outrageous. It was a miracle. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such absurdity could exist in the world. Even Kael, the instigator, was momentarily taken aback. Wow, is the effect really this potent? Kael mused, glancing at the system panel regarding the magical resonance calibration. Enhancement of the target's control over their own magic. Kael had assumed this function would merely provide a pleasant sensation, enhancing their perception of their internal magic. Little did he anticipate that this enhancement of control would serve as a formidable catalyst for someone in the throes of a bottleneck. It was akin to a soldier whose weaponry and physical prowess had reached their limits, lacking only the perfect application of their own power. Kael's calibration was akin to a divine instructor, guiding this soldier step by step to unleash their full potential without reservation. Quantitative changes precipitate qualitative transformations. The magic within Anna, which had already reached its limits, shattered the invisible barrier upon gaining the key of perfect control. Stay calm. Sit tight. Focus your mind. Kael was the first to react. Although astonished, he maintained an outward composure. At the moment of breakthrough, losing mental focus was the gravest error, should the magic run rampant. The consequences could range from failure to permanent damage to the meridians. Kael's firm command jolted Anna, who had momentarily lost her composure, back to her senses. Follow my guidance. Rein in your overflowing magic, and return it to your magic core. Kael extended his hand once more, this time relying solely on his mental strength to soothe the increasingly volatile magic surrounding Anna. Kael's mental strength, enhanced by the system, was pure and formidable, resembling a gentle yet powerful hand that effortlessly restrained the erratic magical points. Anna felt a cool, calming presence flow into her mind, instantly restoring her composure. She dared not entertain any distractions, promptly closing her eyes and diligently applying Kael's instructions to channel the surging torrent of magic within her. Evelyn and Fiona stood anxiously by, holding their breaths. They understood that this was one of the most critical moments in Anna's life, and any disturbance could prove disastrous. Time passed, second by second. The laboratory fell into an eerie silence. The only sounds were Anna's steadily calming breaths and the magical aura around her, which, after its initial turbulence, gradually softened and became subdued. The pale blue light ceased its outward expansion and began to retract, resembling a colossal vortex drawing all power toward the center of Anna's being. Approximately half an hour later, a faint humming emanated from within Anna. Instantly, all the magical auras surrounding her vanished into her body, leaving no trace behind. The laboratory returned to tranquility. Anna slowly opened her eyes. In that moment, Fiona and Evelyn clearly observed a previously unseen, resplendent magical radiance flickering deep within Anna's once gentle gaze. Anna's aura was now entirely transformed. If the previous Anna resembled a clear lake, the current Anna was akin to an unfathomable ocean. She had successfully transcended from a level 9 apprentice mage to a genuine novice mage. I did it. I succeeded. Anna extended her hand, feeling the vast, unprecedented purity of magic coursing through her, her face alight with euphoric disbelief. Anna had truly become a novice mage. The bottleneck that had plagued her for an entire year had been effortlessly surmounted. This is amazing. Anna. Fiona was the first to rush forward, enveloping Anna in a jubilant embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "You are incredible." No, no, no. It's Kael who is incredible. Fiona released Anna and turned, gazing at Kael with an expression bordering on worship and fervor. Kael, Kael, I want it too. I want to break through too. Fiona resembled a tail-wagging puppy, nearly leaping onto Kael's lap. Quick, massage me again. No, calibrate me. I want to become a junior mage too. Observing Fiona's eagerness to the point of devotion, Kael felt overwhelmed. Sister, do you think this is a wholesale market for cabbages? You can't just break through on command. Anna succeeded because she had already reached a critical point. I merely assisted her in the final push. You have just been calibrated and are still far from your bottleneck. No amount of pushing will help. However, amidst Fiona's fervor, Evelyn was immersed in deeper contemplation. Her face bore no excitement, but rather a grave expression filled with thought. Evelyn did not congratulate Anna, nor did she plead with Kael like Fiona. Instead, she gazed quietly at Kael, her pale violet eyes shimmering with wisdom and inquiry. You have not merely optimized our magical structure, Evelyn began slowly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. During the calibration process, you introduced us to an entirely new concept of magical application. It serves as a perfect template, the ultimate answer. Our magic, guided by your will, instinctively gravitates toward that answer. Anna's breakthrough was not a coincidence. It stemmed from her accumulation, which, validated by your template, found the most correct and direct outlet. Evelyn's words left Fiona and Anna, still caught up in their excitement, momentarily stunned. They had only felt comfort and strength, never realizing the profound concepts underlying their experience. Kael's heart sank. This Evelyn was exceptionally astute. He had merely utilized a system function without any philosophical contemplation. Yet Evelyn had extrapolated an impressive theory from the results. How did her mind operate? At that moment, Evelyn's gaze brightened with unprecedented intensity, even radiating a fervent heat. She looked at Kael and articulated deliberately, Kael, can you do it once more? This time, not for a breakthrough, nor for strength. I wish to immerse myself completely in observing and analyzing. I desire to truly understand the template you have presented and the principles behind it. Chapter 59. The terrifying insight of a genius again. You wish to observe the principles? Where am I to find such principles for you? Kael felt his temples throbbing. Dealing with intelligent individuals was exceedingly exhausting, especially with a genius like Evelyn, whose intellect bordered on the extraordinary. Fiona, with her simpler mind, could be easily pleased with a sweet treat, while Evelyn would dissect the candy's composition, molecular structure, and even hypothesize about the future of the confectionery industry. Who could withstand that? Noticing Kael's silence, Evelyn's expression grew increasingly earnest. I understand this request may be excessive. Delving into the principles of the Tao could exhaust your mental resources. However, I truly need it. Her tone approached desperation. A once proud genius, she humbled herself in pursuit of a hint of truth. This fervor for knowledge stirred Kael's emotions. Sighing softly, Kael resigned himself to the situation. All right, I suppose I must proceed with this. It was merely a recalibration. After all, it wouldn't deplete his magical energy, just require a bit of mental fortitude. He was curious about what insights this genius Evelyn could glean from the system's effects. Very well, he finally nodded, feigning reluctance as if acquiescing to her earnestness. However, this time I will guide you alone. Fiona, please step aside. What? Why? Fiona protested, pouting. I want to experience it again. That feeling was so delightful. Evelyn shot her a cold glance, causing Fiona to withdraw her neck and fall silent, obediently retreating alongside Anna, who had just stabilized her realm. They understood that this moment belonged to Evelyn. Evelyn took a deep breath, once more sitting cross-legged before Kael, her eyes gently closing. This time, her focus was unprecedentedly acute. She summoned all her mental energy, weaving it into an invisible net enveloping her entire being, prepared to catch any subtle changes that might occur. Kael observed her serious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Relax, my dear. It's merely a SBA session. There's no need to be so tense. As he thought this, he activated the magical resonance calibration function once again. A familiar, warm, and tingling wave enveloped the space. Evelyn's body trembled with anticipation. This time, she did not succumb to the comforting sensation as before. Instead, she resisted the instinctual pleasure, channeling all her will to observe and analyze. Within her spiritual awareness, a vast, pure, and overwhelmingly powerful will descended upon her being. This will did not violently rush through her meridians. Rather, it acted like a masterful musician, gently plucking the strings of her magical essence. Every thread of her magic began to flow along an intricate and flawless trajectory, one she had never envisioned before. A fraction too fast would appear chaotic, too slow would seem sluggish. An excess would manifest as bulkiness, a deficit would seem insubstantial. Everything was perfectly balanced. Perfection. It was an absolute, indisputable perfection. Evelyn felt her very soul tremble. She saw it. Evelyn had finally perceived the template. It was neither a fixed magical circuit nor an advanced technique. It was a state, a transcendent state of perfect resonance among magic, spirit, and the world. In this state, magic ceased to be a tool requiring control. It became an extension of the caster's will. Mental energy transformed from mere signals of command to a bridge connecting all things. Just as Kael had said, it was not a request, but a command. Not a borrowing, but a mastery. How enlightening. All that they had learned was but a crude attempt to replicate a fraction of the effects produced in this resonant state. They were like birds striving to fly by flapping their arms, oblivious to the fact that it was not the wings that allowed birds to soar, but their intrinsic harmony with the sky. The distinction between the Tao and the technique lay in this. Technique is imitation, while Tao is reality. Boom. In that instant of realization, Evelyn's mind erupted with the simultaneous sound of a million thunderclaps. Every ounce of knowledge she had acquired over the past 2 decades, every theory she had painstakingly established, was utterly shattered in that moment, only to be reassembled into a magnificent new structure. An unprecedented clarity surged within her heart. The intense mental impact rendered Yifenlin incapable of maintaining her mental stability, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of her mouth. Yet, her face bore no trace of pain. Instead, it radiated an overwhelmingly brilliant smile, almost bordering on madness. I understand. Yifenlin murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. Kael, witnessing her spitting blood, was taken aback and quickly halted his calibrations. Hey, are you alright? Did something go wrong? A sense of panic enveloped him. If he had inadvertently caused the genius girl to lose her mind, it would be a disaster. In the distance, Anna and Fauna gasped and rushed over. Yifenlin, what happened to you? However, Yifenlin paid no heed to their concern. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and within her pale purple pupils, a dazzling, star-like brilliance flickered. Yifenlin remained silent, merely lifting her right hand. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, a complex hexagonal snowflake, composed of myriad tiny ice crystals, began to coalesce and bloom in the palm of her hand. This snowflake was entirely different from the ice crystals she had previously conjured through magic. It was no longer a mere magical creation. Every edge and facet seemed to encapsulate the primal laws of coldness that governed the universe. It floated there serenely, the surrounding air seemingly frozen, even the light appearing to warp slightly. This transcended the realm of mere technique. This was creation, though still in its infancy and frail. Its essence had already approached that golden flame conjured by Kael moments earlier. Resonance. It is indeed resonance. Yifenlin gazed at the snowflake in her palm, speaking dreamily. It is not about controlling the ice elements, but about harmonizing my will with the very concept of cold. I comprehend. I have finally grazed the edge of that shortcut. Yifenlin abruptly lifted her head and met Kael's astonished gaze, her eyes gleaming with a frightening brightness. Kael, thank you. She smiled radiantly. A genuine smile that emanated from the depths of her being. I caught a glimpse of something real, just a hint. Yet it is enough. At that moment, standing before Yifenlin, Kael, Anna, and Fauna felt an uncanny sensation. The Yifenlin they beheld seemed transformed, as if she were no longer the same. If the previous Yifenlin was an unrefined gem of unparalleled beauty, then now, that gem had been meticulously carved by a divine artisan, revealing the first and most crucial vein. Yifenlin was on the verge of unleashing her true, radiant brilliance. Chapter 60. Have I created a monster? Is this real? Kael gazed at the ice crystal snowflake emitting the essence of law in Yifenlin's palm, utterly stunned. Has she truly grasped it? Kael felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. All he had done was activate a system feature, offering Yifenlin a magical SPA, and casually babbled a few words. Yet, she had genuinely derived a completely new magical theory from it, and even successfully put it into practice on the spot. Was this even reasonable? Kael glanced down at his hands, then back at Yifenlin, for the first time questioning his own identity as a prodigy. Who truly was the genius here? This level of comprehension transcended mere talent. It was monstrous. A creature cloaked in the guise of a beautiful girl, possessing an astonishing capacity for learning. Yifenlin, Anna, and Fauna were equally speechless with astonishment. While they could not discern the fundamental changes of that snowflake like Kael could, they could distinctly sense that Yifenlin's aura had transformed completely. It was a transcendent quality, as if she had ascended to a higher plane, witnessing vistas beyond their comprehension. Resonance. Fauna repeated in a daze. What does that mean? Yifenlin turned to her two friends. The light in her eyes gradually shifted from ecstatic revelation to clarity and calmness. It means, Yifenlin pondered, attempting to articulate in a manner they could grasp, that our previous spellcasting was akin to playing music to a cow. No matter how well we played, the cow could not understand. It merely reacted instinctively to our movements and sounds. Resonance allows us to learn the cow's language. We no longer need to play. We can simply speak, and it will understand us and willingly obey. Though this metaphor was somewhat crude, it was remarkably vivid. Anna and Fauna instantly comprehended. Learning the cow's language? Goodness. Anna murmured. Does that mean we can directly converse with magical elements? That is one way to interpret it. Yifenlin nodded. Of course, I am merely at the threshold. I cannot yet articulate a complete sentence in cow language, but at least I know the direction. As she spoke, her gaze returned to Kael, filled with gratitude and reverence. All of this insight had come from Kael's guidance. Have I truly created something extraordinary? Kael observed the invigorated Yifenlin, his heart a mix of emotions. Initially, he had only intended to show off and secure some free labor. Yet, he had inadvertently ignited a spark of magical revolution. If the old guard outside learned of Yifenlin's resonance theory, they might very well attempt to burn her as a heretic. Ahem. Kael cleared his throat, forcibly redirecting everyone's attention. Gaining insight is a positive development. He feigned a look of paternal satisfaction, but cautioned, you have only glimpsed the door. You have yet to truly enter. A shaky foundation and the reckless pursuit of enlightenment can easily lead to disaster. Kael felt it necessary to temper the fervor of this impetuous genius girl, lest Yifenlin become overwhelmed and jeopardize herself. Upon hearing his words, Yifenlin's expression turned serious as she bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, Kael, I understand. She recognized that her recent state had indeed been perilous. The immense impact of her revelation had introduced a slight instability to her mindset. Very well, let today's guidance conclude here. Kael waved his hand, signaling the end of the session. You all should return and thoroughly digest what you have gained today. Especially you, Anna, solidify your foundation. And you, Yifenlin, organize your chaotic thoughts into a feasible training method before proceeding. You all need time to reflect and process this tumultuous experience. Yes, the three girls replied in unison. The insights they had gained that day were immense and indeed required time to settle. Anna had advanced to a senior mage. Fauna, though she had not broken through, felt revitalized and significantly improved her control over magic, inching closer to her bottleneck. And Yifenlin had, in fact, pushed open the door to a new world. Although they still addressed Kael in the same manner, in their hearts, they had already begun to regard him as a true mentor. After the three of them respectfully bowed to Kael, they left the laboratory together. Along the way, Fiona and Anna surrounded Evelyn, chattering incessantly with questions. Evelyn, how exactly do we practice resonance? Yes, please teach us quickly. Evelyn looked at them, smiling as she shook her head. I too only have a vague concept at the moment and require extensive experimentation and deduction. However, rest assured, a spark of confidence glimmered in Evelyn's eyes. Since Kael has pointed the way for us, I am certain I can pave this shortcut into a grand avenue accessible to us all. From that day forth, a remarkable study group was officially established, centered around Kael's laboratory, with Evelyn as the theoretical core and Anna and Fiona as the primary practitioners. Each day, they would arrive punctually at the laboratory, with most of the time being led by Evelyn. She would design a variety of peculiar training methods based on her understanding of resonance. For instance, lighting a candle solely with mental power without reciting incantations, or blindfolding themselves to sense the emotions of different elements in the air. Alternatively, transforming a drop of water into a snowflake without employing any shaping spells. To traditional magicians, these training methods seemed utterly absurd and a waste of time. Yet, Anna and Fiona held unwavering trust in Evelyn and diligently executed her instructions. Initially, their progress was exceedingly slow, filled with countless failures. However, they gradually discovered that their control over magical power was indeed improving at an astonishing speed. Their casting speed increased. Consumption decreased, yet their power grew ever greater. Meanwhile, Kael played the role of a detached overseer and ultimate weapon. Most of the time, He remained alone in the study on the second floor, delving into alchemical texts or utilizing the system's analytical function to dissect various rare materials, enhancing his alchemical proficiency. Only when Evelyn's research hit a bottleneck or when Anna and Fiona encountered obstacles in their training would he graciously step in. Kael would initiate the magical resonance calibration once more, providing them with divine guidance. Each time, this guidance would yield groundbreaking advancements for Evelyn's research and exponentially boost Anna and Fiona's training efficiency. In this peculiar mode of operation, time flew swiftly by. In a blink, several weeks had passed. The strength of the three girls had undergone earth-shattering transformations. Each of their magical powers was visibly increasing, drawing ever closer to the threshold of their next breakthrough. The aura of genius that surrounded them became increasingly restrained and profoundly inscrutable. One day, as Kael was in the laboratory studying an enchanting technique known as dragon blood infusion, Fiona exuberantly dashed upstairs. "Kael! Kael! Big news!" Fiona exclaimed, brandishing a notice she had just torn from the Academy's bulletin board. "The time for the graduation exam has been set." She slapped the notice onto the table, her face alight with excitement. "It's next week. It's our moment to showcase the power of the Tao to everyone." Kael gazed at her sparkling eyes and then at the prominent title on the notice, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose within him. Chapter 61. News of the graduation exam. Kael observed Fiona's flushed face, then glanced down at the notice emblazoned with the Academy's emblem, feeling that ominous premonition intensify. Graduation exam? Next week? Damn, that's fast. Kael felt his heart skip a beat. The past few weeks had been exceedingly comfortable for him. He spent his days on the second floor studying alchemy, reading books, analyzing materials with the system, and watching his proficiency soar, living a life of leisure. The three free laborers downstairs were busy with their training and research, causing him little worry. Evelyn had even turned the resonance theory he had casually concocted into a structured training system. All he needed to do was feign humility when they hit a bottleneck. By using the system's function to provide them with a magical resonance calibration, colloquially known as a magical boost, he would watch as they erupted with newfound insights, overflowing with gratitude and admiration. The sheer pleasure of being a detached overseer, witnessing others toil for his benefit while receiving endless adoration, was simply unparalleled. Kael had almost forgotten that these three girls were still students at the Academy, and that they were approaching graduation. Now, the graduation exam loomed ahead. "It's our moment to showcase the power of the Tao." Fiona clenched her fist, her eyes gleaming with fervor, reminiscent of a paladin preparing to preach rather than sit for an exam. Kael's eyelids twitched. "Tao? What Tao? How the hell do I know anything about the Tao? It was all nonsense I made up to sound impressive. Why are you taking it seriously? And showcasing power?" Kael could almost envision the scene. Other graduates would be dutifully reciting incantations, casting spells, with fireballs and ice arrows flying everywhere. Then it would be their turn, standing there with eyes closed, not even raising a hand, as the surrounding magical elements flocked to them like they were long-lost kin, obeying their every command, even conversing with magical beasts to make them crash into walls. Kael shuddered at the thought. If the Academy's old-timers saw this, wouldn't they erupt in chaos? Evelyn's resonance theory, from Kael's perspective as a transmigrator, was merely a more advanced application of magic and a trend of the future, yet within the traditional magical framework of this world. It was outright heresy. Magicians relied on mental power, incantations, and arrays to manipulate and control elements. This was an unchanging truth. Now, to tell them that one could converse directly with the elements and persuade them to work willingly, it would be akin to claiming that a king could ensure the prosperity of his subjects solely through rhetoric without an army or decrees. The lightest consequence would be to be seen as a mere jester, while the worst scenario Kael envisioned was Evelyn being tied to a pyre, sending a chill down his spine. This matter required careful handling. Clearing his throat, Kael endeavored to appear profound and inscrutable. "The graduation exam is indeed an opportunity for you." He paused, glancing at Fiona, and then at Evelyn and Anna, who had approached from downstairs, their bright eyes fixed on him with anticipation and trust. Kael felt immense pressure. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. "You must remember, the cultivation of the Tao emphasizes concealment." "Conceal?" Anna inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, conceal." Kael began to spout nonsense with utmost seriousness. "A tree standing out in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. The power you currently possess has already far surpassed the understanding of ordinary magicians of this era. Revealing it prematurely will only attract unnecessary trouble and covetous eyes." "So, Kael means we should hide our strength during the exam?" Evelyn, ever perceptive, immediately grasped Kael's deeper meaning. Kael sighed in relief internally, realizing he had students worth teaching. "Exactly. Kael nodded approvingly. What is the purpose of the exam? To gain admission into a superior academy and acquire better resources. One merely needs to demonstrate the prowess sufficient to achieve an S-grade evaluation. There is no necessity to reveal all one's cards. I understand. Yifulin nodded thoughtfully, recalling your teachings that true mastery lies in internal cultivation rather than external ostentation. Genuine strength resides within, not in blatant displays. When did I ever teach you that? Kael opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to swallow his words. Very well, if you say so, just ensure that you do not create any sensational news during the examination. What does the exam entail? Kael casually inquired while picking up the notice on the table. The graduation assessment at AI Erlin Mofashuyuan has always been straightforward, Fiona promptly responded, clearly having already gathered the information. It takes place in the Academy's Beast Arena, where students face magical beasts. Oh, do elaborate. The rule is to eliminate 10 low-tier magical beasts within 30 minutes to pass. The evaluation is based on the time taken and the process followed. Achieving an S-grade or higher guarantees a recommendation to the Imperial Capital Royal Academy of Magic. Fiona's tone brimmed with yearning. It is a sanctuary all magicians dream of. The Imperial Capital Royal Academy of Magic, Kael pondered. It sounds like a remarkable place. If these 3 girls gain entry, it will certainly facilitate future connections. 10 low-tier magical beasts are, for them now, merely a trivial task. Not to mention 10. Even 100 would be a walk in the park, should they choose to exert themselves. It doesn't sound difficult. Kael feigned indifference, stating that with your current abilities, securing an S-grade should pose no challenge. Not just no challenge. Fiona waved her small fist, somewhat reluctantly asserting that if she could unleash her full strength, she felt she could dispatch them in under a minute. That would undoubtedly guarantee an S, perhaps even an unprecedented S evaluation. Fiona, Feline softly chided her. Have you forgotten Kael's earlier advice? Yifulin, conceal your capabilities. Oh. Fiona instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, but still murmured, but that feels so constrained when there are clearly more powerful methods. Kael listened to their exchange, bemused. Look at this. Is this what they call Versailles? While other students are fretting over whether they can complete the task in 30 minutes. They are already deliberating how to hold back, and how to do so without appearing too contrived. How absurd. All right. Kael waved his hand, interrupting their discussion. You will decide how to proceed on your own. Just remember my words. With the examination approaching, refrain from exploring new techniques. Focus on refining the skills you have already mastered to ensure flawless execution. Understood, Kael, the 3 girls replied in unison, their voices filled with enthusiasm. Observing them huddled together, chattering animatedly about how to achieve an S-grade evaluation without revealing their resonance theory in the most efficient and elegant manner. Kael shook his head in resignation and retreated to his study. Kael needed solitude. The unfolding drama was exceedingly exhilarating. Here he was, a mere novice in the junior class, fretting over whether he could progress to the intermediate class next year, while his 3 disciples, whom he had coaxed into existence, were on the verge of slaughtering the weak and advancing to the nation's finest magic academy. Where could he seek justice in this? Sitting at his desk, staring blankly at the open alchemical tome, he found himself unable to focus. Kael's mind was a whirlwind, flickering between Yifulin's crystalline snowflake, Fiona's exhilarated expression, and the radiant glow of Anna during her breakthrough. These 3 girls had unwittingly come to occupy a significant place in his life. Initially, he had merely intended to exploit them as free experimental assistants and laborers. Yet now, witnessing their gradual growth and rapid enhancement of power elicited a peculiar feeling. It was akin to playing a nurturing game, where, with just a few clicks, the character rapidly levels up, returning the favor by bestowing upon him a plethora of splendid equipment. Enough of this. Kael rubbed his temples. There will surely be a way forward. Their admission to the Royal Academy is a positive development, and when I eventually visit the Imperial Capital, I will have someone to rely on. He redirected his focus to the tome before him, Longshiet Zuehuawi. Regardless of the circumstances, one's own strength remains paramount. He needed to hasten his alchemical studies and find ways to elevate his magical rank. It would be utterly embarrassing if, in the future, his disciples became magic deities while he remained a mere junior magician. Kael took a deep breath and immersed himself once more in the ocean of knowledge. Meanwhile, downstairs, the trio of girls engaged in a fervent battle strategy meeting. I believe we can utilize the most fundamental shaping spells, Yifulin proposed. Perhaps compressing the fireball spell to its utmost limit, or transforming the wind blade into something as fine as a thread. This would demonstrate our astounding control over magical energy without exposing the essence of our resonance. What about me? What about me? Fiona eagerly pressed. I work with fire. I can't just compress a fireball, can I? That would be so uninspired. Yifulin glanced at Fiona, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Fiona, your straightforward nature is best suited for the purest approach. You might try casting 10 consecutive fireballs without incantations, each accurately striking a different magical beast's vital point. This would sufficiently exhibit your extraordinary casting speed and mental fortitude. 10 instantaneous fireballs. Fiona paused for a moment. Then her eyes sparkled with brilliant realization. Yes. How did I not think of that? This is fantastic. This is so cool. Observing her two friends swiftly find their performance direction, Yifulin's lips curved into a confident smile. Their gazes converged on the direction of the study on the second floor. All of this was brought to them by Kael. This upcoming graduation examination was not only their stage, but also a perfect offering to their mentor. They absolutely must not disappoint Kael. Chapter 62. Preparing for the graduation examination in the following week, Kael's laboratory entered an eerily peculiar preparatory state for the examination. It was peculiar because the training methods of the three girls completely subverted any conventional understanding of what a normal magician would consider. There were no ear-splitting explosions, no dazzling displays of magical brilliance, and not even a single coherent incantation could be heard. The entire laboratory was hauntingly silent, with only the occasional faint sound of elemental fluctuations. Kael peered down from the window of his study, having witnessed such scenes more than once. Anna sat cross-legged in the center of the laboratory, eyes closed, extending one hand. Before her lay a wooden basin filled with sand. She sat there, utterly still. Yet, the sand appeared to come alive, beginning to slowly undulate and reshape. In no time, it coalesced into a lifelike sand puppy, frolicking joyfully within the basin. Moments later, it transformed into an exquisite sand castle, with even the crenellations on the walls distinctly visible. Most astonishingly, Kael once observed the sand weaving itself into a fine net under Anna's control. Throughout the entire process, Anna did not move a single finger, relying solely on her mental prowess. What on earth is this, if not earth magic? This is akin to Magneto playing with sand. Kael felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that Anna was practicing the meticulous control of magical power according to Evelyn's battle plan. The desired outcome for Anna was to manipulate the very ground of the arena without any spell models, wielding the most astonishing methods to toy with the magical beasts at will. In contrast, Fiona's practice was more aggressive yet equally peculiar. Standing at the opposite end of the laboratory, Fiona faced 10 wooden stakes, each as thick as a human arm, adorned with red hearts drawn in charcoal. Fiona, too, uttered no incantations. She merely focused her gaze. With a series of soft whooshing sounds, tiny charred holes appeared simultaneously on the stakes, each precisely piercing the red hearts. There were no flames, no explosions, just an extreme heat and penetrating force. This was the result of Fiona infinitely compressing the fireball spell. She relinquished the explosive range of the fireball, concentrating all energy into a pinpoint. Such control over energy transcended the descriptions of even advanced mages. Kael would wager that even the fire specialists among the Academy's instructors could not achieve her level of ease, instantaneously casting 10 times with pinpoint accuracy each time. This girl had transformed fire magic into the sensation of a sniper rifle. As for Evelyn, Kael could no longer comprehend her. This prodigious learner spent most of her time quietly seated, cradling a cup of clear water. At times, Evelyn would frown, and at others, smile. The water in her hands would undergo wondrous transformations in response to her emotions. Occasionally, tiny ice crystals would form on the surface, creating intricate patterns. At other times, the water would inexplicably boil, releasing steam, yet the cup remained icy cold. Sometimes, the entire cup of water would become viscous like jelly, even capable of being drawn into strands. Evelyn was resonating, communicating with the water element. Kael knew that Evelyn was preparing for the exam, yet her method had transcended mere technique, entering a realm of understanding. Evelyn was not just practicing how to defeat magical beasts. She was contemplating how to transform the very space inhabited by those beasts into her domain. Observing the three prodigies below, Kael felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he experienced a sense of pride and accomplishment for having created such miracles. On the other, he was engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness and panic. These three girls were like nuclear bombs he had ignited, now entering the countdown to launch. And here he was, the igniter, without even a radiation suit. The pressure was immense. Kael, feeling frazzled, raked his fingers through his hair, deciding to avert his gaze. He activated the system once more. Instantly, a warmth akin to what he felt while giving Evelyn and the others a spa treatment surged from the depths of his being, yet this was magnified 1,000-fold. If the sensation for Evelyn and her companions was akin to soaking in a hot spring, Kael now felt as if he had been thrown into the core of a volcano. A vast, pure, gentle energy surged through his limbs, invigorating every cell within him. The magical power within Kael began to proliferate wildly, akin to weeds infused with a catalyst, rapidly escalating from the level of a novice mage toward the intermediate tier, and even beyond. More importantly, Kael sensed that his mental realm had been meticulously untangled by invisible hands. The once vague and obscure knowledge of magic and alchemical theory suddenly became astonishingly clear. Many insights that had previously eluded him now unfolded before him with clarity. Could it be that this method was so effective for himself? As he felt the torrent of power within him, Kael was astonished. This was not calibration. This was transformation. Had he known the effects would be so profound, why would he have conserved his proficiency? A week slipped away in this strange, yet rapid advancement. Kael indulged in his daily rejuvenation rituals, his magical prowess skyrocketing from a novice to the threshold of advanced mage status, mere steps away from a breakthrough. His alchemical proficiency also saw a significant increase. Meanwhile, the three girls downstairs had honed their respective performance plans to perfection. Their auras became increasingly restrained and tranquil. Akin to three legendary weapons sheathed in scabbards, their brilliance concealed yet intimidating to behold. At last, the day of the graduation examination arrived. Early in the morning, Fiona, Anna, and Evelyn donned the standardized examination robes issued by the academy and made their way to the laboratory. They appeared no different than usual. Yet the confidence and anticipation in their eyes were unmistakable. "Kael, we are ready," Evelyn said, bowing slightly on behalf of the trio. Kael regarded them, nodded, and, unusually refraining from his usual bravado, earnestly said, "Go, and be safe." For some inexplicable reason, Kael suddenly felt the sentiment of a father sending his daughters off to an examination. The three girls nodded solemnly. Remembering something, Kael retrieved 3 small metallic badges from his alchemical workstation and handed them to them. "Put this on." "What is this?" Fiona inquired curiously as she accepted the badge. The badge felt icy to the touch, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, with an unassuming black crystal embedded at its center. "Just a little trinket," Kael replied casually. "A defensive alchemical device that can automatically activate a mid-level protective spell. It might prove useful in critical moments." This was the result of Kael's recent research into alchemy, crafted after analyzing materials with the system, albeit a subpar version. Yet even as a subpar item, its defensive capabilities were considerable. "Thank you, Kael," the three girls exclaimed, cherishing the badges as they carefully affixed them to the inner side of their robes, close to their hearts. To them, these were no longer mere alchemical tools, but blessings and protection from their mentor. With these, they felt a greater sense of security. Watching the trio depart, Kael sighed. "All right, it's time for me to observe as a family member." Kael donned inconspicuous casual attire, blending into the bustling crowd as he made his way toward the Academy's magical beast arena. He was eager to witness firsthand the waves that the 3 prodigies he had nurtured would create during this graduation examination. Chapter 63, Examination Day. The center of attention, the magical beast arena of the Erlen Magic Academy, stood as one of the most magnificent structures within the institution. It resembled a colossal bowl inverted over the Academy's western side. The outer walls were constructed from sturdy obsidian, etched with a multitude of reinforcement spell arrays and barrier runes, capable of withstanding the bombardment of high-level spells. Inside the arena, a series of ascending spectator stands spiraled upwards, accommodating thousands of faculty and students simultaneously. At the center lay a vast circular sandpit over 100 meters in diameter, encircled by a profound isolation trench and a towering transparent magical barrier. At this moment, the enormous arena was teeming with spectators, every seat filled. All students, regardless of their year, were required to attend this annual graduation examination. This served not only as a trial for the graduates, but also as motivation for the younger students. The air was thick with a complex blend of tension, excitement, and anticipation. At the elevated podium, the president of the academy, along with the vice president, deans from various departments, and esteemed mentors, sat with an air of solemnity. Their expressions were grave, and their gazes sharp, scrutinizing every graduate about to partake in the assessment below. Beside them were a few elegantly attired strangers, exuding an extraordinary presence. The badges adorning their chests revealed them to be special observers from the imperial capital's Royal Academy of Magic and even the Imperial Magic Legion. Their presence elevated the stature of this graduation examination to a new level. Kael settled into an inconspicuous corner, blending in amongst a group of chattering junior students, remaining entirely unremarkable. He could keenly discern the fervent atmosphere surrounding him. Look, the seniors from the advanced class are here. They've arrived. Wow. Leading the way is the lightning element chief, Senior Ryan, right? I heard he can now instantaneously cast 3 chain lightning spells. And over there, Senior Emily from the wind element. Her Wind King S-Blade is said to be able to slice through steel. The quality of this year's graduates is astonishing. I wonder how many will achieve an S-rank evaluation and gain entry into the Royal Academy. Listening to the chatter of his fellow students, Kael maintained an impassive expression, though internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Chain lightning, slicing steel, is that all? Compared to his own partner, it seemed like mere child's play. Just then, a greater commotion erupted from the crowd. It was them, the 3 shining stars of the 3rd year. My goodness, Senior Evelyn is as beautiful as ever. Senior Fiona looks so dashing. Senior Anna possesses such grace. They have arrived. Surely, this year's S-rank evaluations will include them. Following the gazes of the crowd, Kael saw Evelyn, Fiona, and Anna walking side by side at the rear of the graduating class. The moment they appeared, they instantly captured the attention of the entire arena. Their striking beauty, coupled with their already renowned genius, made them the undeniable focal point. However, some well-informed, or perhaps self-proclaimed well-informed, individuals voiced discordant opinions. Humph, a genius? More like they've fallen from grace, sneered a seemingly well-bred noble student. His companion immediately echoed, exactly. I've heard that for the past few weeks. Those 3 have been frequenting that abandoned alchemical laboratory, mingling with a junior class nobody. It's almost abnormal. Yes, I've heard that too. Their recent training methods are quite peculiar. They spend all their time meditating and daydreaming, not even casting a fireball, chimed in another. I reckon their prior genius status was too overwhelming, and now they've lost their way. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let them hear you. Though these comments were not loud, they intermittently reached Kael's ears amidst the clamor. Kael frowned slightly. Nobody? Were they referring to him? He found their opinions amusing rather than offensive. These fools had no idea what their so-called decline and abnormality truly meant. They resembled children still playing in the mud, mocking scientists who had begun exploring atomic theory. Ignorant and laughable, Kael redirected his gaze to the 3 young women. They seemed to have heard the surrounding murmurs. Yet their expressions remained unchanged. Fiona even flashed a provocative smile in the direction of the naysayers, mouthing 2 words. Wait for it. Evelyn and Anna remained particularly composed, as if the external world held no relevance for them. Their indifference only served to render the critics embarrassed, prompting them to close their mouths in frustration. Silence. The elderly president of the academy rose, his authoritative voice amplified through a spell, echoing throughout the arena. The raucous venue fell silent in an instant. The annual graduation assessment of the Erlen Magic Academy begins now. The president wasted no words and directly announced the commencement of the examination. The first item, testing magical accuracy and casting speed. Graduates whose names are called, please enter in order. As a mentor called out names loudly, graduates began to step into the central sandy area one by one. The assessment was straightforward. 100 floating magical orbs would randomly appear in the arena, and candidates needed to strike all the orbs using their most proficient spells in the shortest amount of time possible. The quicker the time, and the lesser the magical expenditure, the higher the evaluation. Ryan Farrell. As the name of the lightning element chief resonated, the audience erupted in applause. The handsome youth named Ryan strode confidently into the arena. With the examiner's command, 100 orbs appeared in a chaotic flurry, darting around at high speeds. Chain lightning, Ryan called out, his hands crackling with electricity as 3 thick chains of lightning shot forth, leaping wildly among the orbs. Crackling sounds erupted, and within mere seconds, more than half of the orbs had been shattered. He subsequently unleashed several single-target lightning strikes, clearing the remaining orbs one by one. Final score, 23 seconds. Wow, so fast. Truly impressive, Senior Ryan. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The mentors at the podium nodded in approval, displaying expressions of satisfaction. This performance was already sufficient for an A rating. The subsequent candidates showcased their unique talents as well, with fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades swirling through the arena, all quite a spectacle. Yet, none could surpass Ryan's score. Kael felt himself growing drowsy. To him, these so-called geniuses displayed an exceedingly crude application of magic. They resembled blacksmiths wielding sledgehammers, recklessly smashing a pile of wood. Although it was a grand display, the energy wasted was excessive and the efficiency alarmingly low. Finally, a name that piqued Kael's interest was called out. Anna. All eyes in the arena refocused. Anna took a deep breath, exchanging encouraging glances with Evelyn and Fiona. With a steady gait, she stepped into the sandy area. Observing the serene brown-haired girl in the center, Kael straightened in his seat. The main event was about to unfold. When Anna entered the central sandy space, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was eager to see how this earth element prodigy, known for her composure and defensive prowess, would approach this test of speed and precision. Would she employ earth spike spells? That would be too slow, wouldn't it? Perhaps a combination of quicksand and rock projection? But that would be difficult to ensure accuracy. In the audience, murmurs of speculation filled the air regarding Anna's strategy. At the podium, the earth magic specialist, Dean Graham, stroked his beard, watching his prized student with keen interest. He was aware of Anna's significant progress recently, yet he was uncertain of the specifics. The assessment begins. With the examiner's command, 100 magical orbs instantly filled the air around Anna, darting about chaotically at high speed. However, to everyone's astonishment, Anna did not immediately begin chanting spells or preparing her magic like the previous candidates. Instead, she simply stood still, closing her eyes. Anna did not even raise her hands, allowing them to rest naturally at her sides. What is Anna doing? Is she asleep? Has she given up? That's impossible. The audience outside erupted into a cacophony of confusion, utterly baffled by Anna's actions. Time passed slowly, 1 second at a time. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, yet Anna remained utterly still. As if in a state of deep meditation, the mentors at the main podium began to furrow their brows. "Graham, what is happening with your student?" inquired the hot-tempered head of the fire division. I do not know," Graham replied, his expression troubled. It was inconceivable that Anna, with her character, would act recklessly in such a setting. Just as everyone began to suspect something was amiss with Anna and the examiners prepared to intervene, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sand beneath Anna's feet suddenly came to life, without warning. No longer inert granules, it transformed into streams of yellow fluid. Almost immediately, hundreds of sand strands, thinner than a hair, shot up from the ground. These strands, like serpents with a keen sense, traced swift and eerie arcs through the air, moving with an astonishing precision. A soft sound, barely audible, punctured the silence. One strand of sand pierced a rapidly moving magical orb with pinpoint accuracy. The orb shattered in an explosion of light. This was merely the beginning. A series of rapid, rain-like sounds echoed throughout the arena. Hundreds of sand strands wove together to form a deadly web, each strand targeting a specific orb. No matter how the orbs changed direction or accelerated, they could not evade the relentless pursuit of the sand strands. The scene was utterly surreal. All present were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. What kind of magic is this? Is there such a spell in earth magic? Condensing sand into strands? And they can track their targets automatically? This was far beyond their comprehension. At the podium, all the mentors, including the principal, stood up abruptly, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. What is happening? The head of the fire division exclaimed, his voice trembling. Mental energy is pure mental control. The head of the wind division, an elegant lady, covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling. She had not employed any spell models. Anna was issuing direct commands to the sand. Direct commands? Indeed. Mentor Graham trembled not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement. He fixated on Anna in the arena, murmuring to himself, "She has done it. She has truly achieved the legendary step of commanding all things with her heart. This is the ultimate manifestation of elemental affinity." While the mentors engaged in astonished discussions, the slaughter in the arena approached its conclusion. 100 magical orbs were shattered in less than 20 seconds by the elusive sand strands. When the last orb burst, all the sand strands instantly lost their power, reverting to ordinary granules, cascading back to the ground as if the cataclysmic scene had never occurred. Anna slowly opened her eyes. Her face was pale, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Clearly, the intensity of mental control had imposed a significant burden upon her. Yet, her gaze was strikingly bright. The final result, 19 seconds. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood transfixed, as if petrified, staring at the seemingly fragile girl at the center, their minds blank. 19 seconds. 4 seconds faster than the Lightning Division's chief, Ryan. Moreover, she had employed a magic that was entirely unfamiliar to everyone, including seasoned mentors. Did I see that correctly? What on earth was that? Sorcery. It must be sorcery. After a moment of silence, a greater uproar ensued. Expressions shifted from astonishment to confusion, even a hint of fear regarding the unknown power. Kael, seated in a corner, observed everything unfold. He lifted a cup of water, which appeared to have materialized from nowhere, and took a sip, suppressing a grin that threatened to break free. Impressive. Absolutely astounding. Anna, you are remarkable. This display is both subtle and earth-shattering. Kael had anticipated Anna would use something like a sand trap, yet she had directly wielded the sand into countless strands. This would surely leave everyone bewildered. Just look at the expressions on the old fellows at the podium, as if they had seen a ghost. What a thrill, experiencing the pride of witnessing someone I mentored. Under the spotlight, crushing all competition with absolute prowess, is 100 times more exhilarating than participating myself. Next, Fiona. As the audience had yet to recover from the shock Anna had delivered, the examiner's mechanical yet slightly trembling voice rang out once more. Fiona was here. The fiery red-haired girl had arrived. Fiona straightened her posture, stepping boldly into the arena amidst an array of complex gazes. A spark of excitement and defiance danced on her face. Anna's earlier performance did not intimidate her. Rather, it ignited her competitive spirit. Kael, watch closely, Fiona silently declared. See how I frightened these inexperienced onlookers. Fiona positioned herself at the center of the arena, flashing a dazzlingly bright smile towards the podium. Then, addressing the examiner, she confidently stated, "You may begin, I am pressed for time." Her audacious demeanor momentarily stunned the crowd. The examiner's expression darkened, yet he activated the timing magic device. The assessment commenced. 100 magical orbs reappeared. However, Fiona executed an astonishing maneuver that left everyone astounded. Fiona did not close her eyes, nor did she chant an incantation. She merely raised her right hand and snapped her fingers lightly. The sharp sound resonated clearly in the still arena. Then, nothing happened. No flames, no explosions. Not even a ripple of magical energy. A massive question mark loomed over the audience's heads. What was she up to? Chapter 65. Evelyn's magic. Just as the spectators were left bewildered, believing Fiona's performance had faltered, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The 100 rapidly moving magical orbs seemed to hit an invisible pause button, abruptly halting midair. They stood still, unmoving. What is happening? The orbs have stopped? Is there a problem with the array? The audience exchanged puzzled glances, completely at a loss. Even the mentors at the podium exhibited expressions of confusion. They instinctively checked the array sustaining the examination ground and found everything operational. But why had the orbs ceased movement? Only a handful of exceptionally perceptive mentors suddenly changed color. They sensed that at the moment Fiona snapped her fingers, an invisible yet intensely scorching force enveloped the entire arena. It was neither flame nor magical energy, but a will. A will that was domineering, searing, and destructive, belonging to fire. It was this will that forcibly constrained the orbs composed purely of magical energy. This is the esteemed director of the wind department, Ms. Elena, who gazes blankly at the crimson-haired girl in the arena, her lips trembling slightly. The domain. This is the nascent form of a domain. The nearby directors, upon hearing this term, collectively gasp in astonishment. A domain. It is a realm only accessible to the legendary Holy Domain mages. By intricately melding one's will with the elements, one can forge a space entirely under their dominion. Within this domain, the caster is akin to a deity. How can it be that a mere graduate, not even a grand mage, has brushed against the threshold of a domain? This is unfathomable. This transcends genius. This is a monstrosity, a myth. As they grapple with their incredulity, Fiona in the center of the arena curls her lips into a mischievous smile. She raises her right hand, fingers splayed, and then clenches it fiercely. A single word escapes her lips. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous yet impeccably synchronized explosion reverberates through the heavens. The 100 magic orbs suspended in midair, without warning, burst from within. There are no flamboyant flames, no dazzling effects. Only the purest, most primal, and violent explosion. 100 orbs, akin to 100 bombs detonating simultaneously, instantly transform into a spectacular shower of magical shards, cascading gracefully downwards. The entire sequence is executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any lingering hesitations. From the moment Fiona snapped her fingers to the detonation of all the orbs, how long did it take? 3 seconds? Or 5? No one could ascertain, as they were all utterly dumbfounded by this miraculous spectacle. When the final spark dissipated into the air, Fiona dusted off her hands as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. She turned to the now completely petrified examiner, arching an eyebrow. It's over. What is my score? The examiner gazed blankly at the timer in his hand. The numbers froze at 6 seconds. 6 seconds. The examiner's voice emerged hoarsely, as if forced from his throat. Boom. The entire arena erupted into chaos after a brief silence. 6 seconds? What did I just hear? This must be a joke. How could it be merely 6 seconds? What did Fiona do? What exactly transpired? All I saw was Fiona snapping her fingers. A monster. They are all monsters. If Anna's earlier performance was bizarre and astonishing, then Fiona's display is sheer dominance, a crushing force, and utterly unreasonable. Fiona demonstrated, in the most direct and violent manner, what absolute power truly means. Kael, seated in the corner, felt his grip on the cup tremble involuntarily. What the hell? Kael couldn't help but curse inwardly. This girl is even more formidable than I imagined. Kael had anticipated that Fiona would employ techniques like instant cast for 10 compressed fireballs, executing precise shots. Who could have foreseen that she would conjure a pseudo-domain, locking onto all targets, and then detonate them with a thought? This is no longer an examination. This is a dimensional crush. Kael could even sense the change in the gazes of the junior students around him. They all recalled the previous discussions among the noble students about these three monsters mingling with a junior class misfit. And now, this misfit sits among them. Their eyes brimmed with awe, curiosity, and a hint of fear. Kael could decipher their inner monologue. Could that esteemed individual be the legendary misfit? Who exactly is he? Is he the one guiding these three monsters? How terrifying. Kael stifled a laugh, maintaining his expressionless demeanor of a sage. How does it feel to be regarded as a hidden mastermind? Quite exhilarating, to say the least. The podium had descended into utter chaos. An S rank? No. It must be S. Such a performance is an affront to S. The fire department director, flushed with excitement, spoke with fervor. I concur. Anna's performance must also be S. The earth department director, Graham, remained unyielding. Unprecedented. Our academy has never witnessed such a genius. No, a prodigy. The principal observed the two girls who had returned to the ranks, yet remained the focal point of attention, his eyes filled with complex emotions, excitement, pride, but more so, a profound concern. In a world where the tall trees attract the wind, the power these two children display has surpassed expectations. This transcends traditional magic, resembling a primal, ancestral control of the elements. Is this a blessing or a curse? Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, the examiner's somewhat numbed voice resonated once more. The final participant, Yifulin. She has arrived. The finale had finally come. If Anna and Fiona had already pushed the limits of human endurance, the audience now harbored an almost absurd sense of anticipation for Yifulin, the girl who had held the title of the top genius since her enrollment. Hailed as a once-in-a-century magical prodigy, they were eager to witness what this miracle maker could achieve after her two companions had performed so astonishingly. Could Yifulin surpass them? Under the gaze of thousands, Yifulin's white figure glided into the sandy arena like a snow lotus untouched by dust. Her face bore none of Fiona's flamboyance or Anna's serenity. Instead, there was a transcendent calmness, as if she were not of this world. Yifulin stood there, seemingly one with the universe. The assessment begins, the examiner declared, his voice tinged with a reverence he himself had not fully recognized. The orbs appeared. This time, Yifulin did not close her eyes, nor did she snap her fingers. Yifulin merely lifted her head, her eyes clear as an icy lake, quietly observing the floating orbs. Then, with a gentle gesture, she extended her right hand, palm open. A tiny snowflake, composed of ice crystals, began to coalesce slowly in her palm, rotating gracefully. It was identical to the snowflake she had conjured when she first grasped resonance in the laboratory weeks prior. Upon seeing this snowflake, Kael's heart skipped a beat. He had an inkling that a scene capable of overturning the very fabric of this world's understanding was about to unfold. Yifulin gazed at the snowflake in her palm with tender eyes, as if looking at her own child. Yifulin's lips parted slightly as she uttered a phrase in a voice so soft it seemed only she could hear it. A sentence formed from pure mental energy and the language of water elements, belonging to no world known to them. Go, tell them it's too noisy here. As her words faded, the tiny ice crystal snowflake gently ascended from her palm. It floated slowly, so very slowly. At the moment it began its ascent, the temperature in the entire arena plummeted. A bone-chilling cold enveloped every individual without warning. It was not a physical chill, but rather a profound stillness that emanated from the depths of their souls, akin to absolute zero. The sky, unbeknownst to them, had turned ominous. 1, 2, 3, gleaming snowflakes began to descend from the heavens. It began to snow in the entire arena. The rapidly moving orbs of magical light, upon contact with the snowflakes, seemed to be infused with a lethal toxin. The brilliance on their surfaces began to fade at an astonishing pace, and their energy structures commenced a disintegration from within. They did not explode or shatter, they merely melted away. Like metal thrown into aqua regia, they silently transformed into the most primordial particles of magic, dissipating amidst the swirling snow. In less than 10 seconds, all 100 magical orbs vanished. The entire world was left with nothing but a serene, sacred blanket of snow, seemingly capable of cleansing all sins. Evelyn stood quietly in the snow, clad in white that rivaled the purity of the snow itself, her long hair dancing in the wind, resembling a goddess of ice and snow descending into the mortal realm. Evelyn did not exhibit any domineering power, nor did she employ any peculiar techniques. She simply altered the rules. She transformed this space into her divine realm. Within her divine domain, Evelyn embodied the sole truth. The atmosphere was utterly hushed. Everyone forgot to breathe, forgot to think. They merely gazed vacantly at the sky, watching the flurrying snowflakes, feeling the bone-deep chill and reverence. On the podium, the principal of the academy, a seasoned archmage with years of experience in high positions, slumped back into his chair, his face drained of color, leaving only endless astonishment and bewilderment. He muttered to himself, his voice trembling. "This is a miracle." Chapter 66, shocking the entire assembly, S-rank evaluation. The snow continued to fall. Not heavily but densely, carrying an undeniable will that transformed this space. The sandy ground was covered with a thin layer of white snow, and the spectators' hair and shoulders were dusted with a crystalline frost. No one dared to brush it away, nor did anyone even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone was immersed in the ultimate, icy, and sacred beauty and pressure. They looked at the solitary figure in white in the center, their hearts devoid of any jealousy, doubt, or schadenfreude. Only the purest, most primal reverence for the divine remained. Kael sat in a corner, silently placing his cup down. He felt his throat grow parched. This has gone too far. Far beyond what I ever anticipated. Kael had sensed that Evelyn would create a major story, but he never imagined it would be of such magnitude. What is this? A realm unfolding with 6 icy blossoms? Words manifesting into a snowstorm? This transcended mere magic. This was celestial art, divine technique. Although Anna's myriad strands of sand and Fiona's explosive thoughts were enough to astonish, they could still be explained through the ultimate manipulation of elements and advanced mental prowess. But what about Evelyn? How does one explain her? Without a snap of her fingers or a single incantation, she directly altered the weather, causing snow to fall over the entire arena, and made all magical targets disintegrate spontaneously. This is something that would be too audacious to even write. For the first time, Kael felt a flicker of fear. What kind of creature have I created? This ability to learn and comprehend has entirely surpassed the bounds of humanity. If given a lever, could Evelyn truly move the world? Cough, cough. The principal on the podium coughed violently several times before he managed to extricate himself from that overwhelming stupor. He gazed at Evelyn in the arena, his expression laden with complexity. As the highest authority of the Irish Academy of Magic, a seasoned archmage, he understood better than anyone what the power Evelyn had just demonstrated signified. It was not mere ice magic, it was a touch of the laws. A direct conversation with the fundamental rules of the world, distorting and altering them with her will. This was a capacity possessed only by those termed the apostles of the gods in the mythic era. The assessment concluded with the principal's voice, tinged with a fatigue and hoarseness he himself had not perceived, stating that the results were beyond calculation. Beyond calculation. These 4 words detonated like a bomb in the silent crowd. What does it mean to be beyond calculation? Is it because it was too swift? Or because it exceeded the upper limits of the grading system? The snow continued to fall, and at the moment Evelyn withdrew her gaze, it quietly ceased. The sky cleared once more, sunlight pouring down, illuminating the pristine snow and reflecting dazzling light. It was as if everything that had just transpired had merely been a dream. Evelyn slightly bowed to the podium, then turned and calmly walked back to the ranks of graduates. Anna and Fiona immediately rushed over, tightly grasping Evelyn's hands. Their faces mirrored shock and a hint of fervor. Evelyn, Fiona opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. I simply utilized the resonance that Kael taught me a bit more thoroughly. Evelyn spoke softly, her gaze traversing the crowd as if searching for something. Is this what you call a bit? Fiona felt an urge to scream. You are on the verge of becoming a deity. Anna nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with admiration. To them, Evelyn's earlier display was the ultimate manifestation of the way, and all of this stemmed from that man. As Evelyn exited, the first assessment was declared concluded. However, the atmosphere in the arena could never revert to its initial fervor. Everyone remained ensnared by the 3 performances that had upended their perspectives, unable to extricate themselves. The subsequent candidates appeared lackluster, even somewhat self-defeated. In the face of Anna, Fiona, and Evelyn's miraculous displays, their once proud magic seemed utterly pale and ridiculous. It was like the gap between children's fireworks and world-destroying nuclear explosions. They were simply not on the same dimension. The first assessment concluded in a strangely oppressive atmosphere. On the podium, the instructors hastily convened a brief meeting. Their arguments could be faintly heard from a distance. S. It must be S. All three of them. I oppose. S is insufficient to describe their performances. I propose establishing an entirely new rank. The X level, representing the transcendence of limits. The X level, that S against the rules. Rules are made by people. Do their performances not warrant us breaking the rules for them? This is no longer a simple assessment. This is a signal of a magical revolution. We must proceed with caution. This matter must be reported immediately to the imperial capital, to the Royal Magic Association. Delegates from the Royal Academy and the Magic Legion also participated in the discussions. Their expressions were unprecedentedly grave. They understood well the tumultuous waves that would ensue in the entire magical realm if what they witnessed today were to be revealed. Ultimately, the principal stepped forth, using his undeniable authority to bring the argument to a close. The second assessment, the magical beast duel, would proceed as scheduled. As for their evaluations, the principal took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly, finally landing on Evelyn and her companions. Anna, Fiona, Evelyn. After unanimous evaluation by all instructors and delegates, the results of the first assessment. He paused, enunciating each word clearly. S. A singular S. Not an S, nor an EX. Just an ordinary S. This result left everyone stunned, including Kael. Kael furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. Are these old fools blind? The cataclysmic display warranted merely an S grade? How does this differ from achieving full marks, yet receiving only a passing grade from the instructor? However, before the crowd could fully process their bewilderment, the principal's subsequent announcement left everyone once again in a state of shock. Simultaneously, they were awarded the prestigious title of Exceptional Honor Students, directly granted by the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic, exempting them from all subsequent assessments and effective immediately. Furthermore, the principal of the Erlen Magic Academy, hereby personally recommend these three individuals to the Imperial Royal Sorcerers Association's Supreme Council as candidates for the next generation of Sacred Domain Seeds. Boom. If the earlier astonishment was akin to a bombshell, this moment felt like a nuclear explosion. Exceptional honor students. This signifies that they are not only guaranteed admission, but will also enjoy the highest levels of treatment upon entering the Royal Academy. The finest resources, the most distinguished mentors, and even unrestricted access to the restricted sections of the Royal Library. This is an honor that countless prodigies have yearned for yet could never attain in their lifetimes. The title of Sacred Domain Seed sends shivers down the spines of all who comprehend its significance. The Sacred Domain, that is the ultimate realm for sorcerers. It marks the dividing line between mortals and deities. In the entire empire, the publicly acknowledged Sacred Domain powerhouses are few and far between. Each one is a formidable titan capable of shaking the entire continent with a mere stamp of their foot. To be labeled a Sacred Domain Seed signifies that they have been recognized by the highest echelons of the Empire's magical authority as the most promising candidates poised to challenge the Sacred Domain realm in the future. What an unparalleled honor. What an affirmation of their capabilities. The Academy's S-grade evaluation is not merely because they deserve it, but because S-grade is the pinnacle of this assessment system. Their performance has transcended the meaning of the grading scale itself. Thus, the Academy bestowed upon them an honor far surpassing the S-grade evaluation in the most direct and astonishing manner. The venue, initially enveloped in silence, erupted into a cacophony of cheers and screams akin to a tsunami. Good heavens! Exceptional honor students. Sacred Domain Seeds. Am I dreaming? In that moment, all jealousy and skepticism evaporated, leaving only pure admiration and fervor. They were witnessing history. They were witnessing the rise of three future legends. Anna and Fiona were utterly dazed. They clutched each other's hands tightly, their bodies trembling slightly with excitement. They had anticipated achieving good results, but never could have imagined it would be to such an extent. Only Evelyn maintained her composure. She simply lifted her gaze, scanning the crowd once more. Finally, Evelyn spotted her. In an inconspicuous corner, a figure in casual attire stood out, seeming out of place among the surroundings. Their eyes met. Kael understood the message conveyed in Evelyn's gaze. Look, Kael, we have not let you down. Kael's heart inexplicably trembled. Slowly, he raised his cup towards her, as if silently offering congratulations. Then, amidst the raucous enthusiasm surrounding him, Kael turned quietly, moving against the tide of the crowd, and left the bustling arena. Kael had to leave. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would lose control and burst into laughter. Sacred Domain Seeds? Incredible. I, Kael, have personally nurtured 3 sacred domain seeds. Who would dare call me a failure now? I am the minter of sacred domain seeds. The leg I am clinging to is not just thick, it is extraordinarily substantial. Chapter 67. A farewell. Amidst the clamor, Kael navigated through the fervent throng, exiting the arena. The cheers and screams behind him felt as though they were emanating from another realm, entirely disconnected from his own. He turned into a secluded alley, leaning against the cold wall, exhaling a long breath. His heart was still racing, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. Kael's mind was consumed by the astounding display Evelyn had just executed, altering the heavens, distorting the laws. That girl had truly mastered the theory of resonance. No, she had brought it to life in a spectacular fashion. When he initially presented this theory to her, he merely provided a framework, a possibility, a direction to shatter the ceiling. Yet Evelyn had gone ahead and punctured through the very heavens. Kael could not suppress a smile, feeling both amused and slightly apprehensive. These 3 girls were like nuclear bombs he had ignited himself, and they had finally detonated. The impact exceeded his expectations. Sacred Domain Seeds? Kael had only ever read about this title in ancient texts. It represented the ultimate recognition of a sorcerer's potential by the highest authorities of the empire. Each individual bestowed with this title would be nurtured as a strategic resource for the empire. He had personally cultivated 3 sacred domain seeds. If this were to get out, Kael shuddered at the thought. He could envision the reactions of those old fogies. The Royal Sorcerers Association, the Imperial military, and his own family, which often brought him headaches, would swarm in like sharks sensing blood, scrutinizing him inside and out. No, absolutely not. After all he had done to secure a few years of peace, he did not wish to return to a life of being gawked at like a rare specimen. Kael. A clear voice tinged with urgency echoed from the alley's entrance. Kael looked up to see Fiona, breathless and leaning against the wall, waving vigorously at him. Anna and Evelyn followed closely behind her. The 3 young women bore flushed faces, the result of their overwhelming excitement. They pushed through the crowd and finally found Kael. You ran off too fast, Fiona exclaimed, hands on her hips, puffing with indignation. We turned around and you were gone. I thought you had been scared away. Exactly. Anna chimed in, her bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she gazed at Kael. Kael, did you see? We succeeded. Sacred domain seeds. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Kael observed their animated chatter, and the mixture of excitement and apprehension within him gradually settled into a warm feeling. Kael acknowledged their performance with a laid-back demeanor, his tone as casual as if appraising a simple home-cooked meal. Not bad. Fiona's voice instantly escalated in pitch, nearly leaping with incredulity. What do you mean, not bad? That's an exceptional honor student. Sacred domain seeds. The principal announced it personally. The entire academy is going wild. And you only say not bad? Kael feigned annoyance, digging in his ears. What are you shouting for? Do you want everyone to know we're acquainted? Fiona's face flushed crimson at once, wanting to retort, yet realizing Kael had a point. Their current status was too sensitive, every move under the scrutiny of countless eyes. If anyone discovered their close relationship with Kael, who knew what kind of trouble it might stir up? Anna, on the other hand, was more composed. She nodded earnestly and lowered her voice, yet her excitement remained unabated. Kael, thank you. If it weren't for your teachings on resonance, we would never have achieved this level. Especially Evelyn. She is simply. Anna struggled to find the right words to express it. All eyes turned to Evelyn. Among the 3 girls, only Evelyn had maintained her serene composure throughout. But Kael was aware that beneath this calm surface lay tumultuous waves. At this moment, those ice-blue eyes were fixed on him with unwavering intensity. There was no frenzy, no excitement, only the purest essence of trust and inquiry, reminiscent of a small creature awaiting praise from its master. Kael felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. He reached out to tousle her hair, but midway through the gesture, he hesitated. He noticed several students peering curiously in their direction. With a composed demeanor, Kael withdrew his hand and tucked it into his pocket, donning an expression of impatience. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. Don't linger here. Hurry along with your tasks. The graduation ceremony is not yet concluded. We won't wait any longer. Fiona promptly interjected. The principal instructed us to head to the office. It seems people from the imperial capital wish to meet us. We just came to inform you, Anna added. They mentioned that in a few days, we are to report directly to the Royal Academy of Magic in the imperial capital. And all the formalities have been taken care of. At this point, both girls' faces illuminated with anticipation for the future, tinged with a hint of reluctance to part ways. Kael. Fiona suddenly leaned closer, her tone imbued with mystery. What are your plans next? The academy is on break. You won't still be holed up in that dilapidated dormitory. will you? Indeed, Kael, Anna chimed in, her gaze filled with eagerness. You must aim for the Royal Academy of Magic, right? We promised. You must succeed. Then the four of us can be together again. Once in the Imperial capital, we will look out for you. The little girl patted her still-developing chest. Adopting an air of authority, Kael observed them, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Look out for me. You seem unaware that in the perilous depths of the Imperial capital, you three prodigies are the ones in need of protection. Those truly formidable old monsters will not be intimidated by your modest talents. Unlike the naive folk from Erlen Academy, they will seek to extract every secret you possess. However, Kael refrained from voicing these thoughts. He merely smirked, adopting an audacious and provocative tone. Rest assured, he paused, tilting his chin slightly and casting a sidelong glance at them. That trivial Royal Academy of Magic? I could secure my admission with a mere stamp of my foot. At this declaration, Fiona and Anna were momentarily taken aback. It was the first time they had witnessed Kael exhibit such an audacious demeanor, a stark contrast to the lethargic and disheartened individual they had known. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they felt no doubt in their hearts. As if Kael's words were the very embodiment of truth. Fiona was the first to recover, unable to suppress a laugh. You're boasting. You'd better hurry then. We'll be waiting for you. Agreed. It's a deal. Anna nodded vigorously. Kael fell silent, shifting his gaze to the previously quiet Evelyn. Evelyn was also watching him intently. Kael. She finally spoke, her voice soft yet clear. We have not let you down. This statement mirrored what Kael had discerned from Evelyn's eyes in the arena moments ago, stirring his heart once more. After a brief silence, he managed to utter a simple affirmation, mm. That one syllable caused the corners of Evelyn's mouth to curve ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, in her icy gaze. It seemed as though the frost was melting beneath the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. Then we shall take our leave, Fiona remarked, glancing at the sky. She pulled Anna and Evelyn along. The delegates from the Imperial capital are still waiting for us. Kael, take care. You must come to the Imperial capital to find us. The two girls repeatedly turned back, offering their parting words. Evelyn remained silent, but in the final moment of turning away, she cast a deep, meaningful glance at Kael, filled with complexities, reluctance, promise, and a hint of concern. Kael understood. Evelyn was worried about him. He silently mouthed reassurance to her retreating figure. Don't worry. It was only after the three girls' silhouettes vanished at the entrance of the arena that Kael leaned back against the wall, the earlier bravado and impatience fading away. Reverting to his usual languid demeanor, he gazed up at the sky. The Imperial capital, the Royal Academy of Magic. He would undoubtedly go. However, not just yet. Before entering that tumultuous cauldron, he needed to recharge and gather resources. With the Erlen Academy on break, it was the perfect opportunity for him to act. The Infernal Lands. The Infernal Forest. This legendary place, rumored to be the resting ground of the legendary mage Silas, also held the black magic stones necessary for his training. For centuries, countless adventurers and great mages had sought the fabled burial site, only to return empty-handed, some even losing their lives. Kael chuckled softly. Just because others could not find it did not mean he could not. After all, in the realm of resonance, he was the true master. Digging around at the graveside of a predecessor should not be considered excessive, should it? With these thoughts in mind, Kael turned and exited the beast arena, heading in the opposite direction of the academy. His figure quickly merged into the bustling crowd of the arena, inconspicuous like a drop of water blending into the ocean. No one knew that this individual, who had just forged 3 future legends, was about to embark on an adventure that was uniquely his own, one that would be far more perilous and exhilarating. Chapter 68. The Forest of Inferno. After departing from Erlen Academy, Kael did not linger. He promptly hired the swiftest magical carriage, racing northward toward the Empire's most desolate borderlands. Inside the carriage, Kael leaned against the window, watching the scenery swiftly retreat. From bustling towns to fertile farmlands, and then to sparse villages, eventually, even decent roads vanished. The ground transformed into rugged, brown terrain, and the air became thick with a faint aroma of sulfur and decay. This was the edge of the Empire's territory, the vast expanse known as the Infernal Lands. Owing to the chaotic and violent magical elements in the Earth's veins, this land was devoid of vegetation, perpetually shrouded in gray mist. Ordinary people who lingered here for too long would become irritable, even descending into madness. Only outlaws ostracized by mainstream society or adventurers seeking rare materials would dare to tread here. Kael's destination, the Infernal Forest, was the most central and dangerous area of this wasteland. Young sir, are you truly heading to the Infernal Forest? The driver, A weathered middle-aged man with a long scar across his face did not appear to be someone to take lightly. He had inquired of Kael more than once. Kael responded without turning. Well, let me make it clear, the scarred driver said cautiously while skillfully maneuvering the carriage to avoid ground fissures. I can only take you to Dismemberment Town, which is the last supply point before the forest. Beyond that, my magical steed cannot venture forth. The land's energy would ruin the core of the magic crystals. Moreover, it has been rather tumultuous in the forest lately. I've heard several well-known adventuring teams entered and never emerged again. Oh, Kael finally showed interest, turning his head. What do you mean by tumultuous? Who knows? The driver shrank back slightly. Some say a formidable magical beast has appeared, while others claim the dark tide within the forest has surged prematurely. In any case, there are numerous speculations. I advise you, young man, you do not seem like a daring adventurer accustomed to the edge of a blade. With your delicate skin and soft flesh, I wonder if you are merely a wealthy heir, swept up by some tale, seeking treasure? Heed my counsel. Upon arriving at Dwanji Town, find an inn, indulge in a couple of drinks, and then retrace your steps. This place is hardly a realm of amusement. Kael smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. A wealthy heir? In some sense, that is not entirely inaccurate. However, the pursuits of this heir are far more exhilarating than they could ever imagine. Kael's intention for venturing into the Inferno Forest is twofold. Firstly, he seeks the Hay Ma Shur, a unique crystal formed solely in the depths of the Inferno Forest, perpetually eroded by chaotic elements and negative energy. For an ordinary mage, this substance is akin to poison. Merely touching it could taint one's magical core. Yet for Kael, it serves as an exceptional supplement. His training methodology is based on resonance theory, aimed at analyzing and absorbing the most primordial energies. The Hay Ma Shur contains distorted primal energy. If he can untangle and reabsorb it, the benefits to his own enhancement would far surpass those derived from the purified, gentle magical elements. Though the process is perilous, the potential rewards are astonishingly high. The second objective is the fabled tomb of the legendary mage, Shila Si. Shila Si, a remarkable talent from centuries past, was said to have brushed against the threshold of the laws of magic, with research directions echoing Kael's current theories. Unfortunately, Shila Si ventured too far without guidance, seemingly leading to his demise, ultimately interring himself within the Inferno Forest. Kael harbors a keen interest in the research notes left behind by Shila Si. Should he uncover them, they may validate some of his hypotheses or even inspire new revelations. As for danger, a slight smirk graced Kael's lips. To him, most so-called dangers in this world arise merely from ignorance. After a bumpy ride, the outlines of some lowly structures finally emerged through the gray mist ahead. Dwanji Town had arrived. It is indeed a haven for fugitives. The architecture is askew, as if it could collapse at any moment. The streets are populated predominantly by fierce-eyed adventurers and mercenaries wielding weapons. Upon seeing Kael's relatively new magical carriage, and the cleanly dressed Kael himself stepping down, their gazes shifted to one of amusement, akin to a pack of hungry wolves spotting a plump lamb straying into their territory. Kael settled the fare and disregarded the scarred-faced driver's knowing glance, striding directly toward the town's sole tavern that appeared somewhat respectable. He needed to gather the latest intelligence here. The tavern was thick with smoke, reeking of sweat, alcohol, and the unpleasant odor of poor-quality tobacco. As Kael pushed the door open, a cacophony of noise assaulted him. He chose an inconspicuous corner, ordered the cheapest ale, and perked his ears to listen to the boastful tales and conversations of the surrounding adventurers. Damn it! We took a huge hit this time. Just outside the forest's edge, we encountered a corrupted claw bear, and our healing mage was torn in half. What you faced pales in comparison. We accepted an escort mission from the Black Gold Chamber, only to be ambushed in the fog by a group of unknown shadows. Not only did we lose our cargo, but 3 men perished. Those shadows were untouchable. Spells couldn't lock onto them. Enough of this. The Inferno Forest has become a meat grinder. I heard even the one-eyed leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, Ba Ka, fell within. Is that true? Ba Ka is dead. Absolutely. Someone found his signature wolf-headed greatsword at the forest's edge, and it was broken. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense with this revelation. Kael tapped his fingers lightly on the table, intrigued. The corrupted claw bear is merely an ordinary second-tier beast. While tough-skinned, it should not have decimated an experienced adventuring team. The untouchable shadows sound like a peculiar type of phantom creature or some form of illusion. As for the great swordsman Ba Ka, if he fell along with his sword, his adversary must be formidable. It appears that the changes within this forest are far more drastic than he anticipated. At that moment, a few imposing mercenaries, swaying with their drinks, approached Kael's table. Leading them was a bald, burly man, his face adorned with a sly grin. "Hey, kid." He slammed his drink down on the table, splashing liquid. "New here? You look like you're just here for the experience." His companions erupted in laughter behind him. Kael lifted his gaze and regarded him without a word. "Don't be so rude. We, the Iron Hammer adventuring team, love to help newcomers. You look like you want to venture into the forest to strike it rich, right? Why not join us? We'll look out for you, of course. But it's not for free. Just hand over your money and that nice space ring you have, and we'll keep it safe for you. What do you say?" "Quite the deal, isn't it? A brazen attempt at robbery." Kael sighed inwardly, wondering how he always encounters such dim-witted fools. He set down his drink, leaned back in his chair, and regarded the bald man with an expression of disdain. "Leave." The single word was clear and icy. The grin on the bald man's face abruptly froze. The once loud tavern fell silent, with many patrons casting curious glances. In such a place, a newcomer daring to speak to the Iron Hammer adventuring team in such a manner could either be an undiscovered master or a complete fool. Kael, however, appeared to lean more toward the latter. "What the hell did you say?" The bald man's expression darkened as he reached for the axe at his waist. Kael, scarcely glancing at him again, calmly stated, "In 3 seconds, disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you shall spend your life wiping with your left hand." Upon hearing this, the bald man could no longer restrain himself. "You're seeking death," he roared, seizing a drink from the table, hurling it at Kael's head. The tavern's patrons braced themselves, envisioning the unfortunate spectacle of a young man's demise. However, just as the cup was about to strike Kael, he moved. No one could discern how Kael had acted. A sharp crack resounded, followed by the bald man's anguished howl. When onlookers turned their attention back, they found Kael still seated, his posture unchanged, while the bald man knelt on the ground, clutching his wrist, drenched in sweat from the pain. The bald man's wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Instantly, the tavern fell into a profound silence. Kael leisurely lifted his drink, taking a sip before casting a sweeping gaze over the now frozen expressions of the bald man's companions. "Does anyone else wish to safeguard my belongings?" The mercenaries trembled, retreating hastily, too frightened to utter a word. They hurriedly assisted the still screaming bald man as they fled the tavern in a panic. Kael paid them no further heed. He rose from his seat, tossing several copper coins onto the table as a gesture of payment for the drinks. Then, under the reverent, bewildered, and fearful gazes of everyone in the tavern, Kael sauntered out. The sky outside had already darkened. He glanced up at the distant black forest, which loomed like a slumbering beast in the night. A cold smile crept across Kael's lips. His warm-up had concluded. Without lingering in Duanzhong town for even a night, he boldly stepped forward, disregarding the blood-written warning sign that threatened death to intruders, and ventured alone into the forest known as the Purgatory. Chapter 69. The first lesson in the forest. Upon entering the Purgatory forest, the very air around him transformed instantaneously. It was no longer the dry, sulfurous atmosphere of the wasteland. Instead, it was damp, chilling, and infused with the scent of decaying vegetation. The dense canopy obscured the sun, casting a twilight gloom even during the day. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of fallen leaves, accumulated over countless years, soft and silent underfoot. Ordinary individuals traversing this place would feel an overwhelming sense of oppression and unease, for it was unnaturally quiet, devoid of even the faintest chirp of a bird or buzz of an insect. Only the sound of his own footsteps on the leaves and the rhythm of his heartbeat could be heard. Yet, Kael found this ambience quite comforting. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Chaos, ferocity, and a hint of the sweet breath of death. The concentration of magical energy here was far more potent than that in the Academy's advanced meditation chamber. In Kael's perception, this forest was anything but silent. On the contrary, it brimmed with sound. Countless chaotic magical elements collided, annihilated, and were reborn, resembling a boiling pot of porridge. Each twisted tree and peculiar plant silently roared, their vitality distorted by the land's magic, teeming with aggression. Deep within the earth, immense and dark energies flowed slowly, akin to the breaths of a slumbering giant. This was Kael's unique ability, resonance. He required neither eyes to see nor ears to hear. He could directly sense the flow of energy and information at the very foundation of the world. To others, the Purgatory forest appeared perilous beyond measure. To Kael, it resembled a vast, intricately structured magical array. He strolled through the forest as if he were meandering along the intricate patterns of this magical diagram. Kael could distinctly discern where the energy was weak enough for safe passage, where it converged, indicating the presence of formidable magical beasts. and where the coveted Hey-Mo sure emanated unique, polluting waves. After orienting himself, Kael made his way toward an area pulsating with vibrant energy. He walked leisurely, as if wandering through his own backyard. After about 10 minutes, he halted before an enormous tree with a bark resembling black rock. He could see that deep within the tree's hollow, several dozen meters down, a powerful creature lay coiled. Its energy radiated brutality and hunger. It was likely the corrupted claw bear mentioned by the mercenaries in the tavern. Kael circled the strange tree, his expression revealing intrigue. How fascinating that it had learned to utilize the chaotic energy of the earth to conceal its presence, forming a symbiotic relationship with this black rock tree. This bear was somewhat more astute than its counterparts. For an ordinary adventurer's team, approaching here recklessly could result in a sudden ambush from the bear below, catching them off guard. However, for Kael, such a degree of camouflage was akin to transparency. Choosing not to charge in recklessly to confront the bear, an act devoid of finesse, Kael decided to experiment with a different approach. He extended his right hand, gently pressing it against the rough bark of the black rock tree. Then he closed his eyes. Instead of condensing his magical energy into a fireball or ice spike like an ordinary magician, it began to vibrate at an extraordinarily subtle and intricate frequency. Resonance activated. Kael's magic flowed through his palm into the massive black rock tree. This was neither an invasion nor control, but a form of communication. Kael sought to synchronize with the chaotic, primal consciousness of the black rock tree. Do not be alarmed, dear giant. I am not here to harm you. I merely wish to borrow something. The bear's aggressive life energy instinctively resisted and repelled Kael's unique magical essence, but soon, it seemed to find a kindred spirit. What Kael transmitted was the purest essence of growth and rooting. Gradually, the energy fluctuations of the black rock tree stabilized. Under Kael's guidance, countless roots, thinner than a strand of hair, began to grow wildly underground, weaving around the bear's body while silently encasing the soil and rocks surrounding its den like a great net. Simultaneously, another set of roots began secreting a potent paralytic sap, which seeped through the soil to infiltrate the bear's lair. The entire process was quiet and unobtrusive. Inside the hollow, the enormous corrupted claw bear, previously napping, suddenly felt an itch, followed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. It shook its massive head, attempting to rise, only to find its limbs unbearably heavy. Even lifting its eyelids became a Herculean task. Instinctively sensing danger, it tried to roar in defiance, but only feeble whimpers escaped its throat. Ultimately, its massive body succumbed, falling into a deep slumber. On the ground, Kael released his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Problem solved. No bloodshed. That was true artistry. This technique, known as the universal communication, was a small application of Kael's resonance theory. In simpler terms, it allowed him to temporarily transform the unthinking flora and fauna into allies. Dealing with such dim-witted magical beasts was akin to employing a dimensional strike. Kael walked to the other side of the strange tree, where an inconspicuous mound of earth lay. He raised his foot and gently stomped it. Open, at Kael's command. The mound collapsed dramatically, revealing a downward-sloping passage that led directly to the bear's den. This was the safe route he had just directed the roots to excavate. Kael strolled inside. In the den, the bear, comparable in size to a carriage, lay sprawled on the ground, drooling in its sleep. It exuded a potent scent of decay, with dark purple crystals even clinging to its fur. Kael paid it no mind. His attention was captivated by a pile of objects in the corner of the den. They were fist-sized stones, entirely black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. They lay quietly, yet radiated an energy pulse that tantalized Kael immensely. Hey-Mo, sure. And there were quite a few, at least a dozen pieces. It appeared this bear had treated these stones as snacks or a mattress. What good fortune! A bountiful harvest on the first stop. In high spirits, Kael approached the black magic stones, collecting each one and placing them into his spatial ring. After completing this task, he glanced back at the still slumbering claw bear. In gratitude for assisting me in gathering such treasures, I shall spare your life today. However, I must leave you with a memento. Kael stepped closer to the bear, extending a finger that glimmered with a soft light. Kael traced an intricate and elaborate rune upon the broad forehead of the Xiongzhua, his fingers moving swiftly. The rune flickered and vanished, becoming absorbed into the bear's skin. This was a form of mental branding, simple in effect. From that moment forth, the bear would experience a primal fear emanating from the depths of its soul towards Kael. As long as Kael remained within its perception, the creature would be overwhelmed with terror, fleeing at the first sight of him. With the first lesson concluded, Kael clapped his hands and turned, departing the lair along the passage. After Kael's exit, He commanded the roots to seal the passage once more, erasing all evidence of the event as if nothing had transpired. Holding the newly acquired Haymo Sure, Kael ventured further into the depths of the forest, which appeared to him as a vast treasure trove. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, several stealthy figures emerged from behind the trees in the direction he had come. These were the mercenaries from the Tai Chue adventure team, who had been frightened away in the tavern of Duanjijun. They had not truly left, but had stealthily followed him. "Boss, that kid went in," whispered a petite mercenary. "He just fiddled with that tree for a while, and then disappeared underground." "I saw it," growled a scarred-faced man, his gaze fixated on the direction where Kael had vanished. He was not the bald man with the broken wrist, but rather another leader of this ragtag group. "That kid is definitely up to something. He must possess some unique treasure-hunting skills. Perhaps he has magical artifacts that can detect treasures." The glint of greed flickered in the scarred man's eyes. "There must be riches beneath that tree. What shall we do? Should we follow him in?" "No." The scarred man shook his head, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "He is alone, and we are many. What is there to fear? That kid must have employed some trickery in the tavern to catch us off guard. Now, in the wild, he cannot escape." Pausing for a moment, he instructed his companions. "Let us follow him. We shall seize the opportunity to strike from behind. Everything he finds will belong to us. This time, we cannot let him escape." The mercenaries exchanged glances, revealing vicious smiles. They cautiously concealed themselves, akin to a pack of hyenas ready to pounce, stealthily trailing Kael's footsteps into the perilous forest. Chapter 70. The intruder's surveillance. Kael continued his journey through the woods. With the first batch of Haymo Sure acquired, his spirits were high, and his steps lightened considerably. He moved like a housewife selecting fresh vegetables at a market, resonating with the energy distribution around him in search of his next target. 300 meters to the left, a cluster of energy fluctuations of mediocre quality, likely a few scattered low-grade Haymo Sure, guarded by several shadow wolves, insufficient reward to warrant engagement. To the right, the energy from the earth was somewhat chaotic, possibly indicating a localized magical fountain that would attract light-sensitive minor magical creatures, troublesome, best to circumvent. Directly ahead, Kael's steps suddenly halted. He observed several faint yet persistently moving life signals approximately 500 meters behind him. These signals were all too familiar. They belonged to the foolish individuals he had dealt with in the tavern at Duanjijun. Furrowing his brow, Kael felt a surge of annoyance. These persistent flies. He had assumed that demonstrating his prowess in the tavern would be sufficient to intimidate these ruffians. To his dismay, they had not given up and had the audacity to follow him. Their tracking skills, in Kael's estimation, were riddled with flaws. The sounds of their footsteps, their breath, the rustling of their gear, and the unabashedly greedy and malicious mental fluctuations were as conspicuous to his resonant senses as torches in the darkness. What do they intend? To scavenge? Or do they seek an opportunity to stab him in the back? Kael halted, leaning against a tree, stroking his chin as a playful glint entered his eyes. Should he simply confront them and send them away? That would be too merciful. For such oblivious fools, a lesson they would never forget must be imparted. Since they were so enamored with this forest, let them experience it thoroughly. With a mischievous smile, Kael devised a plan. He ceased to deliberately seek a safe route, and instead began to navigate towards areas with more active energy fluctuations, while avoiding those that harbored excessively powerful magical creatures. Kael walked ahead with ease, while the Tai Chue adventure team struggled to keep pace. "Damn it, what kind of path is this kid taking?" The scarred man muttered under his breath as he pushed aside a thorny vine that had ensnared his ankle. They had come to realize that since trailing Kael, their troubles had been unending. First, they were assaulted by several massive explosive fruits falling from the trees, drenching them in foul-smelling juice. That liquid had a slight corrosive quality, leaving their leather armor pockmarked. Next, they stumbled into a grove of illusionary mushrooms. The vibrantly colored fungi emitted bizarre luminescence, nearly ensnaring them in hallucinations, causing them to spin in circles until they finally regained their senses. Now, they found themselves ensnared by those damned thorny vines, which seemed to possess a life of their own, slipping into the crevices of their armor. "Boss, something feels off," said the petite mercenary, a hint of fear on his face. "We've walked this path before and never encountered so much chaos. It feels like the forest is targeting us." "Nonsense." The scarred man spat. "It's just our bad luck. Everyone stay alert. That kid is right up ahead. He must be dealing with these things too. He might even be in a panic. This is our chance to strike." No sooner had the scarred man finished speaking than several dark figures suddenly leapt from the underbrush, darting towards the rear of their group at incredible speed. Shadow wolves. Ambush. The group erupted into chaos. Although the individual strength of these shadow wolves was not formidable, their speed, elusive movements, and propensity for group attacks made them quite troublesome. Get moving. Quickly. Mage, use illumination magic. Warriors, hold the line. The scarred man bellowed, drawing his long knife as he charged towards a shadow wolf. Though the members of the adventure team were thugs, they were nonetheless accustomed to fighting for their lives, quickly forming a defensive formation. Warriors stood at the forefront while mages and archers provided support from behind. In an instant, the forest tranquility was shattered by the clash of blades and the eruption of fireballs. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, Kael leaned against a tree, observing the tumultuous battle with interest through his resonance. The shadow wolves had indeed been lured there by Kael. As he passed by their den, he had subtly released a tantalizing aura of magical energy, which he skillfully directed towards the mercenaries using resonance. For the shadow wolves, whose senses for scent and magical energy were exceptionally acute, these moving meals were like beacons in the night. How utterly chaotic this coordination is, Kael thought, shaking his head inwardly as he watched. The warrior only knew to withstand with his shield, utterly ignorant of how to deflect the force, leaving his flanks wide open. The archer's arrows were weak and lacked the power to pierce even the wolf's hide. The most ludicrous figure was that mage, who chanted a fireball spell for a full 3 seconds, only to misfire it, striking his own teammate's shield. It was a textbook example of a blunder. Kael could not help but chuckle. With such a lack of skill, how dared they aspire to be bandits? A random first-year student from the Airland Academy would undoubtedly perform better than them. The battle lasted approximately 5 minutes. Although the Iron Hammer adventurers were in a dire state, they managed to drive away the pack of shadow wolves at the cost of 2 injured members. The scarred-faced leader leaned on his sword, gasping for breath. His arm bore 3 deep gashes from the wolf's claws, blood flowing freely. "Boss, we can't go on like this. We need to retreat. If we keep this up, we might end up losing our lives before even finding that kid," the frail mercenary said, his face pale. The others nodded in agreement, their faces betraying their fear. They finally realized that the danger of this forest far exceeded their expectations. The expression on the scarred face fluctuated between anger and frustration. He was unwilling to relent, seeing the prize so close yet unattainable. However, he also understood that his subordinates spoke the truth. Continuing to push on could indeed lead to their annihilation. "All right, we." Just as the scarred face was about to issue the order to retreat, a languid voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. "Are you having fun?" Everyone stiffened, turning abruptly. There stood the white-clad youth they had been tracking, now less than 10 meters away, having appeared silently. Kael leaned against a tree, arms crossed, a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips, as if he had been watching this farcical scene for quite some time. "When did you get there?" The scarred face's voice trembled. How could it be that none of the dozen of them had noticed his approach? It was simply unfathomable. A chilling sensation shot from their spines to the top of their heads. "I was here since the moment you were struck by the exploding berries," Kael replied, leisurely rising and walking towards them. "I initially wanted to see how long you amateur players could last in this forest. The outcome, however, is even more pathetic than I imagined." Kael's tone was nonchalant, yet the contempt in his words pierced the hearts of every member of the Iron Hammer adventurers like needles. "You little brat, you think you're playing us?" The scarred face finally reacted. All the misfortunes they had encountered were undoubtedly connected to this boy. Overcome by rage, the scarred face cast aside his fear and shouted, "Brothers, attack. Cut him down. He must be exhausted." In his view, Kael had wandered alone in the forest and had drawn so much trouble, his magical energy would surely be nearly depleted. Even though they had injuries, they held a numerical advantage. Spurred on by the scarred face, several mercenaries gained confidence, raising their weapons and surrounding Kael with menacing expressions. They believed victory was assured. The scarred face grinned maliciously, pointing his long knife at Kael. "You little brat, you choose to enter hell when heaven lies before you. Today, I shall show you the consequences of crossing the Iron Hammer adventurers." He licked his cracked lips, greedily eyeing the spatial ring on Kael's finger. "Hand over everything you possess, and then kneel and bow 3 times. If I am pleased, perhaps I will allow you to keep your corpse intact." Chapter 71. A lesson. Faced with a dozen mercenaries wielding weapons and wearing savage expressions, Kael's demeanor remained unchanged. He even had the leisure to yawn. "Are you finished?" Kael asked languidly. "If you are, it's my turn now." Still defiant even when death is upon you, the scarred face roared, unable to contain himself any longer. "Attack!" Cut off his hands and feet. The nearest burly man wielding an axe was the first to respond. He roared, raising his massive battle axe with all his might, aiming a downward strike at Kael's head. The blow was powerful, accompanied by a whistling wind, capable of cleaving a bull in 2. The mercenaries wore cruel smiles on their faces. However, Kael did not move an inch. He merely raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. Then, before the incredulous gazes of all, Kael effortlessly pinched the descending axe blade with those two fingers. A crisp sound, like jade striking against gold, rang out. The once unstoppable battle axe came to a complete halt in midair, mere inches from Kael's forehead. The axe-wielding man's face turned a deep shade of purple as he exerted every ounce of strength to push the axe down or pull it back, but it remained immovable, as if welded in place, held only by two slender fingers. Strength is not solely reliant on brute force. Kael's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. He gently twisted his fingers, and with a sickening crack, the axe blade splintered, revealing web-like cracks across its surface. Moments later, with a loud crash, the entire axe disintegrated into a pile of iron filings. The axe-wielding man stared blankly at the bare wooden handle in his hands, his mind a complete void. Too slow. Too weak. Kael shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He could not be bothered to glance at the man again, his form flickering as he vanished from the encirclement. In the next moment, Kael appeared before the mage who was still chanting the fireball spell. The mage was so frightened that he lost his composure, fumbling through his incantation. The fireball he had painstakingly gathered became unstable, flickering erratically. His lack of focus resulted in a chaotic, elemental model. Kael's voice, like a whisper from the depths of hell, reached the mage's ears. With your skill, you dare call yourself a mage? Kael extended a finger, lightly tapping the unstable fireball. Buzz. The fist-sized fireball not only failed to explode but seemed to be infused with a soul, stabilizing instantly. Its size remained unchanged, yet its color transformed from a fiery orange to a blinding pure white. The energy contained within surged tenfold. Watch closely. This is how a fireball spell is cast. Kael flicked his finger. The white fireball did not hurt anyone, but instead flew in a bizarre arc around all the mercenaries present. Where it passed, trees, vines, and rocks were instantly vaporized, leaving behind nothing but a smooth, mirror-like surface. Finally, the fireball returned to hover in front of the mage, its searing heat singeing his eyebrows and hair. The mage's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, soaked with warmth in his trousers. He had wet himself in fear. He could not fathom why the fireball spell, one he was most familiar with and even apprentices could cast, became so terrifying in another's hands. This was no longer magic. It was divine retribution. Having completed this feat, Kael appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He then moved to the side of the archer who was still drawing his bow. The essence of an arrow is merely an extension of kinetic energy. Your strength, from your waist to your back and then to your arms, has wasted at least 70%. Kael seized the longbow from his hands, casually picking up a dry twig from the ground and resting it on the bowstring. Who told you that archery must involve arrows? With a swift tug, the bowstring arched into a perfect crescent. Whoosh! The unremarkable twig emitted a piercing shriek, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers in an instant. Moments later, a thunderous crash resonated from afar. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal ancient tree, needing 5 or 6 men to encircle, abruptly severed in two, its vast crown crashing down and raising a cloud of dust. This entire spectacle was wrought by nothing more than a mere twig. The bow in the archer's hand clattered to the ground, leaving him in a stupor, mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. The forest fell into a profound silence. The remaining mercenaries, terrified, had already discarded their weapons, trembling as if caught in a sieve, devoid of the courage to flee. They finally grasped the truth. What they had provoked was not a mere lamb or a master. It was a monster, a creature that transcended their comprehension, a being far beyond their cognitive limits. The scarred-faced man dropped to his knees with a thud, frantically bowing his head while crying out, "My lord, spare us. We are blind to your greatness. We are but swine. We are but dogs. I beseech you, my lord, treat us as mere trifles and release us." The others soon followed suit, collapsing to the ground, bowing their heads like pounding garlic. Kael approached the scarred man, towering over him with an impassive expression. "I believe I mentioned that you should leave." "Yes, yes. We shall depart. We will leave immediately." The scarred man wept, tears and snot streaming down his face. Alas, it was too late. Kael shook his head, stating, "I detest being disturbed. You have displeased me greatly." The scarred man's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. However, Kael continued, "I am in a rather good mood today and do not wish to kill. Therefore, I have decided to impart a profound lesson upon you." Kael crouched down and picked up a map that the scarred man had just dropped. This map appeared quite detailed, serving as your tuition fee, he mused. Kael tucked the map into his cloak and then rose, casting his gaze over each kneeling figure. From this day forth, each of you shall spend 1 hour daily practicing your writing with your left hand. Only when you can write as beautifully with your left hand as you do with your right shall the curse you bear be lifted. Curse. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback, failing to understand the meaning. Kael offered no explanation. He merely snapped his fingers. Snap. A sharp sound echoed. The dozen or so mercenaries on their knees suddenly shrieked in unison. Ah, my hand. My right hand. It won't move. I have no feeling in my right hand. Me too. What is happening? They were horrified to discover that their right hands, from wrist to fingertips, had become immobile, as if turned to stone. No matter how hard they tried, they could not budge an inch. This was far more terrifying than having their hands severed. For mercenaries reliant on weapons, a useless right hand meant the end of their careers. This is a minor cognitive disruption spell. Kael's voice resonated in their ears like a devil's whisper. I have merely severed the neural connection between your brain and your right hand. When you can establish new neural pathways through the exercise of your left hand, perhaps your right hand may recover. Of course, you could seek a priest or a high-ranking mage to lift it. However, I advise against it. For the mental imprint I have left is bound to your souls. The consequences of forcibly breaking it would likely leave you as fools. With that, Kael disregarded the lamentations of the mercenaries and turned to leave. As he took a few steps, he paused and turned back to offer a reminder. Oh, by the way, this forest is far more lively at night than during the day. You would do well to find a way out before darkness falls. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will live to see the sunrise tomorrow. With that, Kael strode into the depths of the forest, his figure quickly vanishing into the darkness. Leaving behind a group of mercenaries, their right hands rendered useless, wholly ensnared in despair and terror, trembling in place. They gazed in the direction Kael had disappeared, their eyes devoid of greed or resentment, replaced solely by the most primal, purest fear. They realized that today, they had provoked a true deity, or perhaps a demon. Chapter 72, The Tomb of Xylus. Having dispatched that bothersome swarm, Kael felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he walked, he retrieved the map seized from the scarred man. This map was meticulously drawn, far more detailed than the ordinary maps available for purchase. It not only depicted most of the terrain in the outer and mid-level regions of the Linn of Inferno, but also marked the activity ranges of various magical creatures, water sources, and locations where veins or ruins had previously been discovered with a variety of colored symbols. It seemed these individuals, though lacking in strength, had spent considerable time in this area and gathered a wealth of useful information. Kael's fingers glided over the map, correlating the information with his own resonant perceptions. Most of the markings were accurate. Suddenly, his finger halted at a corner of the mid-level region. That area was marked with a large red cross, alongside a word written in the common tongue, death. Beneath the word death was a small inscription in an entirely different, ancient script, scrawled hastily as if the map's creator had jotted down a note. This script, likely unrecognizable to others, was instantly familiar to Kael. It was a cipher used among mages during the era of Xylus, hundreds of years ago. The meaning of this script was gate. Kael's heart raced. Death and gate. The connection between these two words instantly conjured a possibility in his mind. The tomb of Xylus. According to legend, Xylus had set an immensely powerful barrier of death around his tomb to prevent future generations from disturbing his eternal slumber and to protect his astonishing research achievements. Anyone who dared to intrude would be silently stripped of their life force by the barrier, becoming mere dust. For centuries, countless adventurers had attempted to locate this tomb, only to become nourishment for that realm of death. Over time, it became a forbidden zone within the Linn of Inferno that no one dared to traverse. The inscription of the word gate likely indicated that the original creator of this map had inadvertently discovered some clue, though he may not have comprehended the true significance of the symbol and merely recorded it casually. How intriguing, indeed. One might traverse a long distance in vain only to find that the answer was obtained without effort. Kael folded the map and immediately altered his course, heading towards the area marked as death. As he delved deeper, the surrounding environment began to change dramatically. The trees within the forest became increasingly twisted and grotesque, many displaying a dead gray hue, as if drained of vitality. The stench of decay dissipated, replaced by a disquieting, pure silence that sent chills down one's spine. The flow of energy here had transformed into something exceedingly strange. No longer in that chaotic and frenzied state, there lay an abyss of nothingness. It was as if this place was an energy black hole, where any magical element that ventured too close would be instantaneously consumed, disassembled, and returned to silence. Kael halted his steps, his expression turning grave. He closed his eyes, elevating his resonance perception to its zenith. In his line of sight, hundreds of meters ahead, an invisible and colossal wall materialized. This wall was the death barrier set by Xylus. It resembled a vast hemispherical dome, enveloping a radius of several kilometers. This barrier was unlike any magical formation he had ever encountered. It lacked focal points, energy nodes, or fixed operational trajectories. It seemed an intrinsic part of the very space itself. It was not a defense, it was a definition. It defined that within this area, the existence of life in any form was strictly prohibited. Any entity exhibiting signs of life that dared to step within would find its fundamental laws of existence forcibly distorted, eradicated, and ultimately reverted to their primordial energy and material form. What a brilliant design, Kael marveled internally. This was no mere magic. It was a direct alteration of the foundational rules of the world, though limited in scope. Its essence paralleled Evelyn's ability to cause magical targets to disintegrate autonomously in the arena. The difference lay in Evelyn's intuitive resonance with the world, a gift, while Xylus had forged such a twisted instrument through vast knowledge and calculation. Recklessness would yield no success, Kael pondered. Any attempt to forcefully breach this barrier would only result in one's power being devoured by it, hastening one's demise. To enter, there existed but one solution: to transform oneself into a non-living entity within the framework of the barrier's definition. For any normal being, this task would be insurmountable. Yet, for Kael, it posed a challenge, albeit not an impossible one. Kael settled cross-legged, retrieving several black magic stones he had previously collected from his spatial ring. Rather than hastily entering the barrier, he began the process of disguise. He placed one black magic stone in the palm of his hand and initiated resonance. This time, however, Kael did not seek to analyze or absorb the energy of the black magic stone. Instead, he reversed his approach. He began to channel his own magical energy to imitate the tainted, morbid, and chaotic energy fluctuations of the stone. This was an exceedingly delicate and perilous operation, akin to a sane person attempting to think like a madman. A moment's carelessness could lead to genuine madness. Beads of sweat formed on Kael's forehead as he concentrated his mental energy, meticulously dissecting the energy structure of the black magic stone, then painstakingly replicating it with his own magic. Time slipped by, each second stretching into eternity. Kael's aura began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The warmth characteristic of the living slowly ebbed away, replaced by a chilling, lifeless essence saturated with an ominous aura of decay. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would have been horrified to see Kael resembling a corpse just risen from the grave, exuding a palpable scent of death. As Kael enveloped the last vestige of his life force with death energy, he gradually opened his eyes. The sparkle had vanished from his gaze, replaced by a dull grayness, akin to two fathomless black abysses. The disguise was complete. Kael rose, stiffly stretching his limbs, and then, step by step, advanced toward the invisible death barrier. The instant Kael's foot crossed into the barrier's domain, an unfathomable force of distortion assailed him. Kael felt his very existence being forcibly erased by an invisible power. Every cell that composed Kael's body wailed in anguish, on the verge of disintegration. Yet, he endured the soul-rending pain, steadfastly maintaining his disguise of death. His ruse bore fruit. Upon encountering the pure death energy emanating from Kael, the barrier hesitated momentarily. It seemed unable to ascertain whether the entity before it constituted life. This fleeting hesitation granted Kael his opportunity. He lunged forward, fully entering the barrier. The barrier's energy surged forth like a tidal wave, repeatedly crashing against his body. Kael felt as though he were a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, on the brink of shattering. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, immersing his consciousness entirely in the imitation of death. I am not life. I am a stone. I am a corpse. I am a thoughtless wraith. Kael continuously hypnotized himself, bringing both his spirit and body ever closer to that of an inanimate object. The duration of this ordeal was indeterminate. It could have been a minute or an eternity. Finally, the terrifying force that had battered him began to recede. The barrier accepted him. Kael's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. His garments were drenched in cold sweat. Those few steps had exhausted him more than a day's battle with a grand sorcerer. After gasping for breath for what felt like an age, Kael lifted his head. Gazing ahead, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. Inside the barrier lay a realm of true death. The ground was ashen gray, reminiscent of burnt bones. No plant life thrived here, no living creatures existed, only an expanse of silence. At the very center of this desolation stood a modest, square edifice constructed of black stone. It resembled not a tomb, but more akin to a laboratory. The building's entrance was tightly sealed, devoid of any locks, save for a peculiar groove. Kael approached. He sensed that the structure itself was an even grander and more complex magical creation, continuously siphoning the most primal magical energy from the depths of the earth to sustain the operation of the death barrier. Reaching the great door, Kael scrutinized the groove. The shape seemed familiar. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved the map from his pocket, glancing once more at the ancient runes inscribed upon it. The groove shape was identical to that of the rune. So, the key is the rune itself. Kael comprehended. To unlock this door, no physical key was necessary. Instead, one must use magical energy to construct a rune representing the door and embed it into the groove. The structure of this rune was exceedingly intricate, embodying the mysteries of spatial laws. Any sorcerer lacking profound understanding of these principles would find it impossible to successfully construct it. This was the final, most arduous trial left by Xylas for posterity. For others, it might seem an insurmountable chasm. Yet for Kael, he extended his right hand, the tip of his index finger glowing with a faint luminescence. With swift motions, Kael's finger traced the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Countless intricate magical lines interwove beneath his fingertip, taking shape. Moments later, a three-dimensional rune emanating spatial fluctuations, perfectly matching the groove's shape, floated silently before him. Kael gently pressed the rune into the recess of the door. The moment the rune perfectly aligned with the groove, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The heavy stone door emitted a deep rumble and slowly opened inward. A gust of air, sealed for centuries and thick with dust and ancient magical essence, rushed forth. Standing at the threshold, Kael gazed into the profound darkness beyond, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The legacy of Xylas lay before him. Without the slightest hesitation, Kael stepped inside. Chapter 73. The disappointment of being outpaced. The stone door slammed shut behind Kael, cutting off all light and sound from the outside world. He was engulfed by absolute darkness and silence, a place where even the air seemed to stagnate. Kael furrowed his brow, feeling an uncomfortable sensation envelop him. He raised his hand, conjuring a soft orb of light that floated in the air, illuminating the surroundings. Before him lay a vast stone hall, so expansive that echoes reverberated within it. The floor was laid with smooth stone slabs, coated in a thick layer of dust, indicating it had been a long time since anyone had visited. The walls were bare, devoid of any decorations, save for some indistinct carvings that suggested something had once hung there, now long removed. In the center of the hall, a few toppled shelves and broken boxes were scattered about, their contents long since plundered. Kael's heart sank bit by bit. Damn it, had someone gotten here first? He muttered under his breath, his voice resonating loudly in the hall. After all his arduous efforts, disguising himself and deciphering the rune, nearly losing his life in that deadly barrier, only to be greeted by such a sight? A profound sense of loss washed over him, extinguishing the excitement and anticipation he had just felt. It was akin to laboriously opening a legendary treasure chest, only to find a note inside reading, "Thank you for your patronage." Unyielding in his quest, Kael hurriedly approached the wrecked boxes and shelves, meticulously inspecting them. He kicked a toppled wooden box, which collapsed with a clatter, revealing nothing but more dust. It was entirely empty. All that could be taken had vanished. Kael felt a surge of anger mixed with incredulity. After all this effort, was he merely here to clean up someone else's mess? He wondered which fool had been fortunate enough to find this place before him. Suppressing his rising frustration, Kael began to pace the hall, attempting to uncover any clues. His gaze swept across the ground until he noticed something amiss. In a corner of the hall lay a scattering of skeletal remains. The postures of these bones were contorted, some still clutching rusted weapons, suggesting they had perished in a fierce battle. Kael approached and crouched down, picking up a fractured rib bone and rubbing his fingers over the bone dust. Judging by the level of decay, these individuals had died at least several decades ago. He scrutinized the arrangement of the bones and the wounds inflicted upon them. Their weapons varied greatly: swords, axes, and staves. The tattered remnants of their garments indicated they were a band of adventurers. Curiously, who had their enemies been? Aside from them, there were no other remains in sight. Kael quickly identified the problem. A short sword protruded from the chest cavity of one skeleton, belonging to another, whose skull had been cleaved by a heavy axe, the weapon still lodged within, with its wielder collapsed nearby. Had they turned against one another? The thought struck Kael like lightning. This group had endured so much to enter, only to engage in a deadly conflict over the spoils, leading to their mutual demise. The likelihood was high. When faced with the legendary inheritance of Xylas, even the strongest bonds of camaraderie could crumble in an instant. Greed was a far more terrifying entity than any monster. Kael rose, feeling a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was relieved to have come alone, free from the fear of betrayal. On the other, he found their folly laughable. They fought desperately to enter, yet left with nothing, their lives extinguished here, ultimately benefiting some unknown fortunate soul. Wait a moment. Kael suddenly realized something. If this group had turned on each other over the spoils, it meant there had been something of value here when they arrived, something that had been enough to drive them to enmity. But where had the treasure gone? There were no signs of a third party. Had one among them emerged victorious, absconding with all the riches? Kael re-examined the entire hall. No, it didn't add up. If someone had escaped alive, why hadn't they taken their companion's gear? The skeletons still wore what appeared to be valuable magical trinkets and weapons, albeit corroded after decades. Would a person so greedy as to slay their companions leave these behind? Unless they had sustained severe injuries and were incapable of carrying more. Or perhaps they had encountered something else and hastily departed. Kael shook his head. There were too few clues to draw conclusions. The reality was that nothing remained. The inheritance of Silas, those astonishing research results, those powerful magical artifacts, were now irrelevant to Kael. His journey had been in vain. As this realization sank in, frustration welled within him. In a fit of anger, Kael kicked a stone, sending it rolling far away until it struck the wall with a dull thud. Fine. He was here now. He might as well search a bit more. What if there was something he had overlooked? Thus, Kael wandered aimlessly through the hall, like a specter. He scanned every corner, every slab of stone with his resonant perception, hoping for a miracle. Yet, nothing materialized. This place was nothing more than an emptied warehouse. Deflated, Kael sat down heavily against the cold wall. He retrieved a flask of water from his spatial ring and took a long, deep swig. Damn it. He was truly unwilling to accept this fate. Staring at the ceiling, his mind was a tumult of thoughts. What next? Should he retrace his steps? Leave in disgrace? Kael was unwilling to concede. Just as he was lost in frustration, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. Drip, drip. Kael sat up abruptly, holding his breath and concentrating his senses on the sound. Drip, drip. Yes, it was the sound of dripping water. In this desolate place, silent for who knows how many years, how could there be the sound of water? Instantly, Kael sprang to his feet, every sense heightened. His gaze swept the hall like a spotlight, searching for the source of the sound. It was faint and intermittent, as if emanating from a far-off, deep place. Kael tilted his ear, following the sound, moving step by step, until he found himself at the center of the hall. The sound appeared to be coming from beneath his feet. Chapter 74. The hidden passage beneath the stone coffin. The sound originated from below him. This revelation made Kael's heart skip a beat. He immediately crouched down and tapped the stone slabs beneath him. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was dull and solid. It was indeed solid. Kael shifted his position and struck again. The result was the same. Kael furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had misheard? Impossible. His hearing, enhanced by magic, was more acute than that of a hunting dog. The faint sound of dripping water was unmistakable. Without hesitation, Kael lay flat on the ground, pressing his ear against the cold stone slab. The ticking sound was now much clearer. It was indeed emanating from deep beneath the earth. There was a basement. Kael's spirits lifted, sweeping away all disappointment and irritation. He sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed the entire floor of the hall. If there was space below, where might the entrance be? Kael began to examine each stone slab meticulously, tapping with his hands, stomping with his feet, and even using magic to probe, searching for any anomalies. However, the entire floor was seamless, every slab fitting tightly together, showing no signs of a hidden mechanism. Damn it! How deeply concealed! Kael felt a surge of frustration. Was that old coot, Silas, a rat? What a trickster! Just when Kael was at a loss, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the vacant space at the center of the hall. Wait a moment. Kael recalled the scattered bones he had seen earlier. The locations of the skirmishes were mainly around the hall's periphery, while the central area remained pristine, devoid of any remains. This was rather illogical. In a brawl, one would expect the entire hall to be a chaotic mess. Why had they seemingly avoided the central region? Unless there was something in the center that deterred them. Or perhaps that thing was no longer present during their conflict. Kael approached the center of the hall, meticulously scanning the ground beneath him once more with his resonance perception. This time, he heightened his sensitivity to the utmost, leaving no detail unexamined. Magic gradually seeped underground. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Suddenly, at a depth of about 5 meters, his perception encountered an expanse of emptiness. There was a vast void. He had found it. Kael's heart soared with joy. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately. Kael composed himself, pondering carefully. Since there was indeed a secret chamber below, the items scattered above, such as those empty boxes, broken racks, and even the bones, were likely intentional distractions set by Silas. Kael surmised that he wanted the first group of intruders to believe that the treasure had been completely plundered or that they had perished in internal strife, thus leaving in disappointment. Only the truly astute individual, like himself, would uncover this ultimate secret. Such deep cunning. Kael could not help but feel a twinge of respect for Silas, that ancient enigma from centuries past. So, where was the entrance? Kael circled the area, probing once more with diligence. If there was a mechanism, there must be a switch to trigger it. This time, he broadened his focus beyond the ground, casting his gaze upon the entire hall, walls, ceiling, any conceivable location. As time elapsed, Kael nearly explored the entire hall, but made no discoveries. Where on earth could it be? Frustrated, Kael kicked a nearby skeleton. With a crack, the bones shattered, and a dark object tumbled out from among them. Kael looked down to find a corroded metal badge. He picked it up and wiped off the rust, revealing a complex family crest etched upon it. This was of no use. Kael was about to discard the badge when a sudden realization struck him. Wait, the bones. Why not examine these remains? Perhaps the switch lay hidden among these fallen souls. It was an astute line of thought. Who would suspect that the key to solving the ultimate riddle would be found among these dead? But Silas was certainly capable of such trickery. Kael's breathing quickened. He dashed to the nearest skeleton, beginning a meticulous search. Fragments of clothing, rusted weapons, decaying belts. He examined each item carefully. The first skeleton yielded nothing. The second, still nothing. The third. When he reached the fifth skeleton, his hand brushed against a hard, angular object within a completely unrecognizable leather pouch. Upon pulling it out, he found a palm-sized stone slab. The slab bore an ancient magical rune engraved with a single character, Chun. Kael's heart raced. He immediately recalled the rune representing a door. This was undoubtedly Silas's handiwork. Holding the slab, Kael hurried back to the center of the hall. He looked down at the ground beneath him and then at the slab in his hand. Chun. What did it mean? What should be made to sink? Kael attempted to channel magic into the slab, but it remained unresponsive. He pressed the slab against the ground. But again, there was no reaction. Something was amiss. He had to be making a mistake. Kael calmed himself, forcing his mind to think. Silas's design was intricate and undoubtedly purposeful. Chun. Suddenly, Kael remembered the skeleton he had kicked apart. That skeleton had been the first he examined. But he had been too focused on finding something to pay close attention. Kael hastened back, reassembling the scattered bones. Soon, he discovered a peculiar indentation on the left-hand bone of that skeleton. The shape of the indentation made Kael's pupils constrict, and he immediately aligned the stone slab with it. Perfect fit. So that was it. This switch required the slab to be embedded in a specific location on that particular skeleton to activate. Who would have thought of that? If he hadn't kicked the skeleton out of frustration, if he hadn't whimsically checked the remains, he might have searched in vain until nightfall. Kael wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling both terrified and exhilarated. Without hesitation, he pressed the slab firmly into the indentation. A soft click echoed. Immediately, the entire hall began to tremble slightly. Kael quickly stepped back, watching the center of the hall with vigilance. To his astonishment, the tightly fitting stone slabs in the area where he had stood began to slowly sink. A square opening, approximately 3 meters on each side, appeared before him. A surge of pure, potent magical energy, 100 times more intense than before, erupted from the opening, causing every pore on his body to open wide in exhilaration. Beneath the opening lay an unfathomably deep staircase, constructed of black stone. Silas's true legacy resided below. Standing at the opening, Kael felt that intoxicating magical energy, his eyes shining with unprecedented brightness. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped down into the depths. Chapter 75. The True Treasure. As Kael descended the staircase, he felt as though he was plunging into the depths of the ocean. The concentration of magic around him increased, transforming from the thin elements of the air into a viscous sea of energy. With each breath, he could feel torrents of magic flooding his body, revitalizing every cell. Refreshing. So invigorating. Kael felt all his fatigue being washed away by this pure energy. Simply being here was equivalent to months of meditation outside. The staircase was not lengthy. After extending downward for approximately 20 meters, it reached its terminus. As Kael ascended the final step, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. His breath momentarily ceased. Before him lay an immense underground cavern, its ceiling adorned with countless fist-sized moonstones emitting a gentle white luminescence, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. Beneath this radiant glow was a sight that could drive any sorcerer to madness, a treasure, a veritable mountain of riches. To the left of the cavern stood a small hill composed of various magical crystals. Each gem, red, blue, green, and purple, was the size of a human head, translucent and shimmering, with visible elemental brilliance flowing within. The purity of these magical crystals surpassed even the highest quality specimens Kael had encountered in the marketplace, resembling not mere crystals but solidified elemental essence. To the right of the cavern was a mound of magical cores, varying from low tier to high tier, many exuding formidable pressure, evidently from the legendary beasts of lore. Kael even spotted a few magical cores belonging to dragon subspecies, which he had only seen in ancient texts. At the very center of the cavern was a turquoise pool. The water, crystal clear yet pulsating with astonishing magical energy, was not water at all but a source of liquefied pure magical energy. The sound of dripping water he had heard earlier emanated from droplets of energy condensing from the ceiling, falling into the pool below. Kael's mind was a blank slate. He had struck gold. No, the term struck gold was insufficient to encapsulate his current emotions. What did this mean? Selling the magical crystal hill outside could fund several kingdoms. Each magical core was a prize that would incite fierce competition among archmages. And the magical source in the center was an invaluable treasure, a sanctuary for any sorcerer organization. That old fellow Xylas had not merely constructed a laboratory, he had excavated an entire supermine and concealed it within his tomb. Kael pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! The sharp pain assured him that this was no dream. With somewhat stiff legs, he stepped forward, one cautious step at a time, toward the hill of magical crystals. Kael casually picked up a fiery red crystal, and warm, pure fire elemental energy immediately surged into his body from his palm. Truly remarkable, Kael murmured to himself, then, like a fool, discarded it and picked up a cool blue gem instead. The refreshing energy coursed through him. Kael tossed it aside once more and reached for a yellowish crystal. Thus, he found himself like a country bumpkin venturing into the city for the first time. Feeling utterly at a loss in the presence of such amassed wealth, resorting to the most primal methods to confirm the reality of it all. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually emerged from the overwhelming shock. Kael took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. While these treasures were astonishing, they might merely serve as fuel for maintaining a death barrier for someone of Xylas' caliber. The most precious legacy left by this legendary sorcerer was undoubtedly not limited to these tangible riches. His knowledge, his research findings, were the true priceless assets. Kael's gaze swept beyond the hill of magical crystals, toward the cavern's deepest recesses. Beside the turquoise magical source was a platform carved from obsidian. Upon this platform sat a skeletal figure, reclining against the stone, legs crossed in a meditative posture, exuding an aura of tranquility, as if merely a scholar lost in meditation. Resting upon his lap was a hefty tome crafted from gold. Kael's pupils constricted in sudden realization. He understood that this was the ultimate destination of his treasure hunt. This was the true and most essential legacy that Xylas had bequeathed to posterity. Kael adjusted his attire, his expression growing solemn. He stepped forward, slowly, with a pilgrim's reverence, toward the skeleton and the golden book. Each step felt like treading upon the pulse of history. The air around him seemed to thicken with gravity. The magical crystals radiating various hues appeared to silently observe him, the first heir to tread here in centuries. Kael finally reached the obsidian platform. He raised his gaze, looking upon the skeletal remains. Though only bones remained, Kael could still sense the grandeur and nobility of this legendary sorcerer from the straight spine and serene demeanor. This was Xylas, a man who single-handedly altered the laws of nature in his realm, who transformed his tomb into a sanctum that even death would fear to approach. Kael bowed deeply before the skeleton. This gesture transcended power and status. It was the purest respect of a junior sorcerer for a great pioneer who had taken the path of magic to its zenith. Straightening up, Kael's gaze finally fell upon the golden tome. Chapter 76, The Golden Book and the Lightning Storm. The book lay quietly on Xylas' remains, as if it had awaited this moment for centuries. Its cover was fashioned from pure gold, devoid of any text, adorned only with intricate, elaborate magical circuits. These circuits intertwined, forming an enigmatic star map that pulsed with a soft glow. Kael could feel that this book itself was an extraordinarily powerful magical creation. It was not merely a vessel of knowledge but akin to an energy core, a container of laws. Kael's heartbeat quickened, as if his blood were aflame. He extended his hand, his fingertips trembling with excitement. What he was about to touch was not just a book, but a legend, an era. As Kael's fingers lightly brushed the cold golden cover, a tremendous flow of information surged forth from the book, streaming into his mind through his fingertips. This flow was not chaotic. It felt like a gentle spring, harmoniously integrating into his mental realm. There were no intricate spells, no profound theories. Only a few ancient characters composed purely of spiritual energy, directly inscribed upon the depths of his consciousness. Large-scale magic book, along with lightning storm. Kael instinctively withdrew his hand, gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to witness a cataclysmic scene. Dark clouds gathered, lightning danced ferociously, and bolts as thick as tree trunks descended from the heavens, tearing the earth asunder and flattening mountains. The entire world trembled beneath the wrath of that violent thunder. That was no illusion. It was the genuine spectacle that would ensue should this magic be successfully cast. Large-scale magic. Kael murmured to himself. In the realm of magic, spells are typically categorized into 9 tiers based on their potency, range, and complexity, with Tier 9 representing the legendary forbidden spells. Yet, there exists an even more ancient classification, large-scale magic. This type of magic is not assessed by tiers. Its sole criterion for evaluation is whether it can, like a natural disaster, affect irreversible, strategic alterations to the environment across a vast expanse. For instance, summoning a meteor shower that blankets an entire plane or triggering a volcanic eruption in an instant. For instance, envisioning a tempest that envelopes the entire battlefield. Aptly named the lightning storm. This form of magic epitomizes the pinnacle of a sorcerer's mastery over the natural elements. They stand as the harbingers of war's conclusion, wielding the potential to alter the fate of nations. And now, before him lies a tome chronicling such grand spells. Kael's breath became fervently heated. With utmost care, he cradled the weighty golden book in both hands. At that moment, he sensed a sigh of satisfaction emanating from the remains of Xylas, as if the skeletal form relinquished its last vestige of spirit, transforming into an ordinary skeleton. This great sorcerer, after centuries of anticipation, had finally awaited the arrival of his successor to fulfill the final mission. Kael bowed once more before the bones and, unable to contain his excitement, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, placing the golden book upon his knees and turning to the first page. The pages were not crafted from mere paper, but rather from an unknown, silk-like golden metallic sheet. No ink marred the surface. All the text and illustrations were directly imprinted by energy. Kael was instantly captivated. This book was unlike any grimoire he had encountered before. It did not commence with incantations or spell models. The first page depicted a cloud chart, meticulously detailing the composition, altitude, moisture content, and internal charge distribution of various cloud types. The second page elucidated the formation of atmospheric pressure and winds, with fundamental meteorological principles such as high pressure, low pressure, cold fronts, and warm fronts explained through the simplest magical diagrams. The third page discussed the generation and accumulation of electric charges. Concepts like static electricity and induction, topics Kael had only glimpsed in physics textbooks in his previous life, were here deconstructed and articulated through the lens of magic. The more he read, the more astonished and enthralled he became. This was not merely a tome of magic. It was an enchanted treatise on meteorology and electromagnetism. Xylas's thoughts transcended the confines of contemporary sorcerers. Rather than crafting a spell, Xylas sought to comprehend a natural phenomenon. Through profound understanding of this phenomenon, he harnessed magic to induce and catalyze, compelling nature itself to unleash its thunder. Such was the epitome of mastery. Human effort may be finite, but the forces of nature are boundless. Kael was enraptured. At that moment, his innate resonance ability reached its zenith. Every rune, every illustration on the pages seemed to come alive in his mind, evolving into genuine flows of energy and interwoven laws. His previous understanding of lightning magic was akin to that of a child who merely knew how to flip a switch. Now, Xylas was guiding him step by step, from the power plant to the meticulous laying of circuits, ultimately illuminating the lamp known as the lightning storm. This represented a fundamental elevation of his understanding. Kael was wholly immersed in this ocean of knowledge, losing track of time and his surroundings. After an indeterminate period, he gently closed the book, raising his gaze. His eyes sparkled with enlightenment and awe. He recognized that he was still far from achieving the mastery depicted within the tome. The magic was too intricate, too vast, demanding immense calculations and exquisite control. Yet, he had grasped its core principles. Kael felt assured that, given ample time and resources for practice, he could undoubtedly replicate this cataclysmic calamity. Exhaling deeply, he carefully stowed the golden book within his spatial ring. This was his greatest acquisition from this endeavor, a vital asset for his future sustenance and for ascending the heights of magic. Having accomplished this, his attention returned to the mountains of magical crystals and cores surrounding him. The treasures that had once left him astounded now seemed rather ordinary. No, that was incorrect. Kael shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Knowledge is invaluable, but sustenance is also necessary. Mastering the lightning storm would undoubtedly consume a vast array of resources. These magical crystals and cores would serve as his provisions for future training. With this thought, Kael's heart, once calmed by knowledge, ignited with fervor once more. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his hands together, gazing at the bountiful riches before him, and broke into a radiant smile. Thus, the exhilarating phase of battlefield cleanup was upon him.